Demon's Diary Chapter 1 to Chapter 54. In the Dexian country, in a remote forest near Whitewater City in Chuzhou County, a thin and weak figure was leaning against a thick tree trunk with his legs wide open. The owner of the figure was a 13 or 14-year-old youth. His facial features were ordinary, but his face was abnormally pale. His coarse clothes were a bit too big and did not fit him well. Next to him was a shining steel sword with some black blood stains on its hilt. One of the youth's shoulders was wrapped around by a cloth of unknown color. Blood was faintly seeping out. The youth's eyelids were closed and his body was leaning against the tree without moving, as if he was taking a nap. Suddenly, a light sha-sha sound came from the nearby forest and quickly approached the youth's position. The youth opened his eyes and flipped himself up. At the same time, the tip of his foot skillfully flicked to the side. Pung! The steel sword flew into the air and landed firmly in the youth's hand. After the young man took a deep look in the direction of the voice, he leaped without hesitation in the opposite direction. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the dense forest behind him. After a short while, a group of warriors wearing thick black armor came out of the forest in groups. There were only 20 or so of these warriors, but they were all tall and sturdy. It was obvious that they were all experienced warriors. As soon as they walked out of the forest, they immediately let out a low roar and stood still. At the same time, a young warrior with a determined expression quickly walked forward and squatted down at the place where the youth was resting. He used his hand to quickly search the soil nearby and immediately stood up again. "Lieutenant Wang, the fugitive has just left. If we go after him now, we might have a chance to catch up," the warrior reported to the bald giant who was not wearing a black helmet. Although the other people were tall, they were obviously shorter than this giant who was almost 20 feet tall. It was like a child standing in front of an adult. "Humph, no need. This time, we have set up an inescapable net in several cities. Even if this kid is sly, he won't be able to escape. On the other side, Lieutenant Situ has been waiting for a long time. We just need to maintain our strength and slowly make our way there." The giant snorted and looked in the direction that the youth had escaped to. "Sir Lieutenant, this person is a serious criminal designated by the province. If we capture him, it will be a great merit. Are we really going to give him to Lieutenant Situ and the others?" The soldier was startled and hesitated. Great contribution? This also depended on whether that old brat Situ had the ability to do so. If we're a bit slower, we might be able to take advantage of the situation. The burly man raised his hand and rubbed his bald head as he spoke expressionlessly. "Sir, what do you mean by that? Lord Situ has more people than us. Even if that brat knows some martial arts, how could he possibly last that long?" The young soldier was a little surprised. "Xian, you've been with me for quite some time now, and you're usually quite brave. However, if you were to be surrounded by the bailiffs, how many people could you face at once and still be able to escape?" The giant man didn't directly answer the young soldier's question. Instead, he asked a question with a deeper meaning. "If it were only normal bailiffs, I would have no problem dealing with 7 or 8 of them. However, if there were more than 10, then my life would be in danger." The young soldier paused for a moment before carefully replying. 7 or 8. Hee, ever since the arrest warrant was issued, the number of bailiffs that have died at the hands of this brat has already far exceeded this number by more than 10 times. The giant man laughed and said with a sinister tone. "How is this possible? Those county bailiffs are all specially trained people. Even if they can't compare to us black tiger guards. They aren't easy to kill." The young soldier couldn't help but exclaim. His face was full of disbelief. He escaped from Savage Island. Even though he is a bit young, it is not too strange for him to be able to do such a thing. Savage Island was originally a place to imprison all kinds of evil people. Most of the prisoners on the island are skilled and should not be underestimated. The giant man coldly said. "What, a fugitive from Savage Island?" The young soldier sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he immediately thought of something and hurriedly asked, "I have also heard of the incident of Savage Island sinking in one night. However, didn't all of the prisoners sink with the island? How could there be someone who escaped?" "That is the famous Dead Sea. It is said that other than specially made ebony boats, no other boats are able to float on the surface of the sea. I am not too sure about that. I only know that other than this brat, there were 10 or so other people that escaped from the Dead Sea. If it wasn't for one of them being captured and interrogated for this information, the imperial court would not have known about it. I am afraid that even now, the imperial court does not know about this. They would not send out the black tiger guards that are stationed nearby. No matter what, the kid that I'm chasing should be the weakest among the fugitives. Although he set up a deceptive formation and delayed me for half a month, as long as I meet him head-on, only death awaits him. The huge man shook his head and patted the long black spear on his back as he spoke confidently. That is natural. Who doesn't know that Sir's bravery is enough to rank within the top 100 in the entire Chuzhou County? The young soldier said with a respectful expression. Don't flatter me. We should also be on our way. Let's go. The giant man waved his fan-like hand and spoke bluntly. The young soldier replied with a shiver and returned to the group of soldiers. The entire group immediately began to move again. One by one, the soldiers disappeared into the forest without a trace. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the soldiers once again walked out of the dense forest and appeared next to a small patch of grass. The scene in front of them immediately caused everyone to be stunned. The originally lush green grass was shockingly dyed red with blood. Amidst the blood, corpses wearing the same black armor were lying on the ground in all directions. The faces of these corpses were filled with fear as if they had seen something unimaginable before they died. On their throats, there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb. Blood continuously flowed out from the hole. There are a total of 30 corpses. It seems that all of Lieutenant Situ's subordinates are here. However, Sir Situ himself is not among them. The young soldier called Xianxia once again walked out of the group with a pale face. After quickly examining the corpses of the soldiers, he returned to report to the giant man. There was a faint trace of unease on his face. The giant man's face was gloomy. After hearing this, his eyes looked towards the other side of the grass. His body moved and he strode over. When the other soldiers saw this, they did not hesitate to follow. However, everyone had a cautious expression on their faces and were completely on guard. The giant man's body flickered and in a moment, he appeared in front of a tall tree. After his gaze swept down the tree, his expression became extremely unsightly. He saw that under the tree, a black-armored middle-aged man with a yellow face had his throat pierced by a steel sword. He was directly pinned to the tree trunk half a foot from the ground. On the ground nearby, there was a light silver long blade stabbed into the ground. The middle-aged man's 2 hands tightly held onto the blade of the steel sword. All 10 of his fingers were broken and his eyes were wide open. He had long since stopped breathing. Lu Ming was quickly leaping through the dense forest. He only felt that his entire body was extremely sore. Even the spoils of war in his hand, the silver long blade, had become somewhat heavy. Although he had used the sword technique that he had painstakingly practiced for 5 or 6 years to kill so many enemies in one go, the fierceness of these soldiers was far beyond his expectations. Even though he had used his roaming method to kill all of the soldiers, the captain still relentlessly pursued him. He had no choice but to use a secret technique that he had learned on the island to stimulate his body's potential. Only after paying a heavy price, such as a relapse of his old injuries, did he barely manage to kill the captain. The result of this was that his body, which had yet to reach adulthood, had been overdrawn and was already somewhat unable to bear the burden. When Lu Ming thought of this, he couldn't help but glance at the side of his shoulder. He saw that the several layers of cloth had been completely soaked in blood. At the same time, a heart-wrenching pain could be felt from it. Even with his perseverance and the fact that the effects of stimulating his body's potential had yet to fade, he still couldn't bear it. The Black Tiger Guards were indeed the elite local forces of the Dacian country. They were far more powerful than the normal constables that he had met earlier. Right now, he could only hope that the previous massacre would cause the other Black Tiger Guards to be afraid and not dare to pursue him too closely. In just 1 or 2 days, the side effects of the closed breath technique that he had used last time would subside. At that time, he could once again jump into the nearby river and escape without a trace. Although he wasn't old, he had learned a few rare secret techniques from Savage Island. If it wasn't for this, even if he had someone protecting him on the island, how could he have survived for 7 or 8 years in a place where people ate each other? When Lu Ming thought of this, the face of a man full of scars appeared in front of his eyes. Although the face looked abnormally fierce, it made his heart warm up. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. His body that was originally jumping forward suddenly twisted, curled up into a ball, and flew horizontally to the other side. At the same time, there was a loud so-so sound in front of him. A dozen or so crossbow bolts that were half a foot long immediately shot out from the dense forest in front of him. After a few flashes, they brushed past the young man's body and fiercely nailed into a gray tree trunk behind him. The crossbow bolts were cold and were obviously made of steel. Most of the crossbow bolts were directly embedded into the tree, and they let out a low hum as they slightly trembled. "Who is it?" The young man rolled and landed in a nearby bush. He held his silver long blade horizontally in front of him, and with a cold expression, he yelled at the dense forest in front of him. "Your skills aren't bad. No wonder you were able to jump around for so long under the encirclement of the Black Tiger Guards. But now that you've met the two of us, only death awaits you." A sharp woman's voice came from the front. Behind a huge tree, a man and a woman walked out. The woman looked to be around 30 years old. She was plump and wore a scarlet robe. She wore a giant red flower on her head and had a vulgar and ugly face. In her hand was a huge mace that was as tall as a person. The man next to him was about 40 years old. He wore a blue silk robe and had an ordinary face. There was a short sword and a yellow wooden scabbard at his waist. In his hand was a huge crossbow that was 3 feet long. The crossbow box was empty. Obviously, it was the weapon that had attacked Lu Ming. "You're not Black Tiger Guards?" Lu Ming stared at the two and took a deep breath. After living alone on Savage Island for so long, he had long since learned to find the opponent's weakness before making a move. Thus, this question was both a probe and a way to stall for time. In reality, as his eyes flashed, Lu Ming's mind was already spinning rapidly. The woman has thick arms and heavy steps. She is obviously a strong person. She might be a bit lacking in agility, but with the weight of the weapon in her hand, I can't let it touch her. The man's fingers are white and firm, and his eyes are gloomy. He most likely knows some special martial arts. I must be extremely careful. The two didn't know that the skinny youth had so many thoughts in such a short period of time. However, it was the first time they had faced such a young opponent. They both revealed expressions of interest. The man grabbed at his waist and took out a crossbow box filled with steel bolts. At the same time, he coldly said, "Lu Yangzong, from Yangyuan City in Shannan County. 7 years ago, he committed a crime of disrespect and was imprisoned in Nanlan County's prison. He later died of illness in prison. His son, Lu Ming, was spared from death due to his young age. However, he was sentenced to life imprisonment on Savage Island in the Dead Sea of Chuzhou. However, a month ago, Savage Island sank to the bottom of the sea for unknown reasons. Most of the prisoners on the island were buried in the sea. Only Lu Ming and 11 others took the opportunity to escape the Dead Sea. Currently, the Ministry of Justice has issued a silver order to hunt them down. That's not wrong, is it?" As soon as the man finished speaking, the ugly woman in red beside him let out a sharp laugh. "Kid, this person died 7 days ago at the hands of my wife and me. Is he one of your companions?" Then, she pulled out a leather pouch from her waist and threw it on the ground. Gudong. The leather bag flipped over, and a blood-stained head rolled out. The man's face was covered with a beard, and his skin was dark and rough. His mouth was slightly open, and he seemed to be in his 40s. After the youth's gaze swept over the man's head, his heart immediately sank, and he called out Tai Tu in a low voice. "Since you recognize this person, it seems that I'm right. Kid, if you obediently surrender, we can still let you go. If we take you back and lock you up, you might even be able to keep your life. Otherwise, once we start fighting, we will definitely kill without mercy." After the blue-robed man skillfully reloaded the crossbow, he placed it horizontally in front of him and said, "Since the two of you know me so well, you must be from the Ministry of Justice, right? What rank are you? But to use such words to deceive me, do you really think that I'm young and ignorant of the great Xian decrees? With the number of bailiffs and Black Tiger Guards I've killed, I'm afraid that even if a prince or minister were to personally vouch for me, I would still be cut into pieces. The youth blinked his eyes, not believing the blue-robed man's words at all. When the blue-robed man heard this reply, he snorted and didn't open his mouth to deny anything. The red-robed woman on the side giggled and said, "I didn't think that little brother would know so much about the great Xian decrees at such a young age. The people of Savage Island are indeed not ordinary. No matter how young you are, you can't be treated as an ordinary person. My wife and I are indeed the Ministry of Justice's silver scale decrees. When little brother reaches the underworld, don't blame us for bullying you. Husband, make your move." When the ugly woman finished speaking, her expression suddenly became cold. She waved the mace in her hand, and it turned into a gust of wind that pounced at the youth. His seemingly fat body was abnormally agile, and the huge weapon in his hand seemed to be as light as a feather. When the blue-robed man on the other side heard this, he raised the giant crossbow in his hand as if they were connected. With a flick of his wrist, a dozen bolts turned into dots of cold light that shot towards the two sides of the youth. If the youth wanted to dodge to the left or right, it would be difficult for him to dodge the bolts. If he stayed in the bushes, he would have to face the ugly woman's attacks. These two were indeed husband and wife. Their coordination was flawless. When Lu Ming saw this, his expression changed. But in the next moment, he took a deep breath and clenched both his hands. With a wave of his silver blade, it turned into a ray of cold light that chopped towards the ugly woman's head. He actually didn't care about the giant mace at all and was fighting with his life on the line. The ugly woman's pupils shrank. Although she knew that the opponent didn't really want to die with her, she didn't dare to gamble with her life. She could only helplessly pause for a moment and swing the mace in her hand. Then, she changed direction and smashed towards the silver blade. Lu Ming flicked his wrist and the silver blade returned in a blur. He didn't let the mace collide with him and instead fiercely chopped to the left and right. Dang dang. After two crisp sounds, two of the steel bolts that suddenly changed direction towards Lu Ming were knocked away. Stinking brat. When the blue-robed man saw this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He grabbed at his waist and began to reload the crossbow. Just now, he had used a special secret technique to secretly control the direction of the bolts. He had killed many strong enemies, but he didn't think that it would fail on this youth. The ugly woman was also very surprised. But after a snort, she wildly waved the mace in her hand and began to fight with the youth. Every time she waved the heavy weapon in her hand, it would create a gust of wind. Her entire body expanded, as if she had turned into a fierce beast in human form. Her might seemed unstoppable. In contrast to her, the youth's weapon didn't even collide with the mace. Instead, it turned into a ray of silver light that circled around the ugly woman. Although he was at a disadvantage, every time he attacked, the ugly woman had to save herself. This forced her to slow down her attacks to save herself. Under these circumstances, the ugly woman's bravery was far above the youth's, but she couldn't help but curse out loud. However, Lu Ming didn't pay any attention to this. He only continued to jump around the ugly woman with a taut face. At this moment, he seemed relaxed, but in reality, he had once again utilized a secret skill to squeeze out the last bit of strength in his body. Otherwise, just the gust of wind brought about by his opponent's spiked mace would be sufficient to make his thin and weak body sway from side to side, let alone attack. When the blue-robed man saw this scene, he was even more shocked. He was very clear of the ugly woman's strength. Even when he and his wife sparred, he didn't dare to engage in such a direct battle. But this youth, who was only in his teens, was able to do such a thing. Could it be that he had been practicing martial arts since he was in his mother's womb? As far as he knew, some of the direct descendants of the rich and noble families had indeed started to cultivate some secret techniques to strengthen their bodies from a young age. They would constantly use all kinds of medicinal baths to beat their bodies and take some other elixirs. However, the extent of their strength was probably only so. Luckily, the youth was still young and his strength was obviously lacking. If he waited another 3 or 4 years, even if he fought with his wife head-on, he would be able to escape safely. But now, he naturally didn't have such an opportunity. Thinking about this, the blue-robed man's killing intent grew. He lifted the crossbow with one hand and pulled out the short sword from the wooden sheath on his waist with the other. This short sword was gray in color. And was light as a feather. It was actually a bone sword. the man's body moved and he charged towards the group of people without a sound. Lu Ming glanced over and saw that the blue-robed man was moving like a poisonous snake. His originally tense heart sank. These law enforcers were already struggling to deal with one. If two of them attacked at the same time, he might really die here. It seemed like he had to fight with his life on the line. When he thought of this, there was no longer any hesitation in his heart. Facing the huge mace that was dancing wildly, he actually stopped dodging. He raised his arm that was holding the blade and shouted in a low voice, "Pierce the throat." The youth's seemingly thin and weak arm suddenly bulged with blue veins. The silver blade, under the influence of a strange force, turned into a ray of silver light and pierced through the ugly woman's throat. Its speed was several times faster than before. Seeing this, the ugly woman jumped in fright. She wanted to pull back her mace to block, but it was too late. In her anger and shock, she made up her mind and loosened her hands. The heavy weapon left her hands and went straight for the youth's chest. In her opinion, under the same suicidal move, the other party would most likely retreat to save his own life. However, the corner of Lu Ming's eyes only twitched slightly. His hand movements did not change, but his chest suddenly caved in. Then, with a twist of his waist, his chest became incomparably flat. Who? The giant mace brushed past the youth's chest, leaving behind several deep bloody grooves. Fresh blood immediately sprayed out. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. It was as if the person who was seriously injured was not him. Instead, he shook his wrist and the silver light flashed and pierced through the woman's neck. The woman screamed and her hands clutched her throat as she fell to the sky. Her fat body twitched on the ground. All of this happened as fast as lightning. The blue-robed man had only just arrived in front of him when he saw everything clearly. He immediately let out an alarmed roar and swung the giant crossbow in his hand. A dozen or so bolts of cold light shot out. At the same time, the bone sword in his hand stabbed toward the youth. Just as Lu Ming was about to rush forward and finish off the woman, he immediately felt an extreme sense of danger surging into his heart. Immediately, he subconsciously tilted his shoulder. Crimson light flashed, and an invisible sharp object brushed past the young man's cheek, slicing off a strand of his hair out of thin air. Practitioner weapon, you are a practitioner. Lu Ming's body flipped and landed lightly in the distance. When he looked at the object in the man's hand, he suddenly cried out. On the short sword in the blue-robed man's hand, there were several strange twisted light patterns that flashed with a faint white light. Brat, you dare to hurt my wife. You're dead for sure this time. The man's face was slightly twisted under the light of the short sword in his hand. He threw away the crossbow with his other hand and quickly took out a blood-red pill from his bosom and threw it into his mouth. It was obvious that the attack just now was far beyond common sense and he couldn't just casually use it. Seeing this, Lu Ming shouted, "Watch my hidden weapon." He raised his hand and a white object immediately shot towards the still twitching ugly woman on the ground. At the same time, he stomped on the ground with one foot and rushed into the dense forest like an arrow. Seeing this, the man was first startled and then became angry. However, he couldn't really ignore the ugly woman on the ground and chase after the youth. He could only helplessly move his body and block in front of him. At the same time, he moved his wrist and used the bone sword to stab at the object flying towards him. With a hong sound, the white object was hit by an invisible piercing light. However, it unexpectedly exploded. A ball of grayish-white powder scattered and covered the surrounding area of a few dozen feet. Seeing this, the blue-robed man shivered. How would he dare to let the powder touch his body? He suddenly held the bone sword horizontally in front of him and pressed his other hand into the empty space in front of him. He spat out the two words, "Yuan Bai." In an instant, the bone sword faintly lit up and an invisible wave of air rolled out from it, sweeping away all the nearby powder. Following this, the man quickly lowered his body and used his finger to touch a bit of the powder on the ground nearby. He smelled it and immediately became furious. It's actually just ordinary face dust. Stinking brat, I will definitely tear your body into 10,000 pieces. After the blue-robed man cursed a few times, he checked on the ugly woman's condition. In the end, the woman's hands were tightly grasping her neck and her breath was already faintly discernible. It seemed that she couldn't be saved at all. "Madam, don't worry. I will take that brat's dog life right now. I definitely won't let you go on your way alone. The blue-robed man said through gritted teeth. He stood up again and held the bone sword in his hand tightly. Shouting light body, he flew like a light wind in the direction that the youth had escaped in. His movements were so fast that they were worlds apart from before. He was like a ghost. Although he did not have much elemental energy in his body, with the help of the chi and blood pill he had just taken, he could at least use a few more chi cultivator techniques in the time it took to eat a meal. It was more than enough to kill a mortal. Lu Ming jumped and ran with all his might in the forest. He felt his legs getting heavier and heavier. At the same time, his chest was abnormally hot. A few blood grooves were bleeding non-stop because of the intense exercise. As for the old wound on his shoulder, it had completely flared up at this moment, causing half of his body to become sluggish. However, Lu Ming did not have the slightest intention of stopping to bandage his wounds. He just decided on a certain direction and ran madly. The scene before his eyes suddenly became clear. The young man had actually rushed out of the dense forest and appeared in a spacious area. Not far from the end of the open space, there was a huge river that was hundreds of feet wide. The river water was surging fiercely, and from time to time, it would bring up white waves that swept downstream. When Lu Ming saw this, he was delighted. However, he suddenly felt that his vision was slightly dark. He stumbled and almost fell directly to the ground. He was shocked. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth. A trace of bloody taste suddenly filled his mouth. Only then, he could maintain his consciousness and stand firmly again. However, at this moment, a man in a blue robe's extremely resentful voice suddenly came from the dense forest behind him. "Brat, let's see where you can escape to." As soon as the voice sounded, the man in a blue robe flashed out from behind a giant tree. He leaped 10 feet straight at the young man. Lu Ming looked back and his heart trembled. Immediately, he fiercely threw the silver blade in his hand behind him and once again picked up his feet and madly ran toward the river. The man in a blue robe only waved the bone sword in his hand, and the silver blade that was shot at him flew away. His body still floated toward the young man without any pause. In a blink of an eye, the two of them chased more than 100 feet away. After a few leaps, Lu Ming finally ran to the river. He immediately leaped into the air and was about to jump into the surging river. The man in a blue robe was still a few feet away from catching up to the young man. Seeing this scene, he was naturally very unwilling. He suddenly mobilized all the yuanli in his body and poured it into the bone sword. In an instant, the bone sword was dazzling white. The man gave a low shout and slashed into the distance. An almost invisible shadow of the sword shot out from the sword. After a flash, it strangely appeared behind the young man and stabbed into him. Pooh! Lu Ming's abdomen was pierced by the shadow of the sword. His body then fell heavily into the river. Under the white waves, he disappeared without a trace. The man in a blue robe chased to the river with 2 leaps. Looking at the surging river in front of him, he frowned. Although he believed that under the full power of the practitioner weapon, the other party would have no chance of survival after falling into the surging river. However, he could not be at ease without seeing the corpse. However, he was not good at swimming. With the speed of the river, even if he went down, the corpse would have already been washed away. The man muttered in a low voice and lowered his head to look at the bone sword in his hand. He saw that the practitioner weapon had completely lost its light and had completely returned to its original dull appearance. The man in a blue robe stayed in the same place for a moment. After not seeing the young man's corpse surface from the nearby water, he could only helplessly leave. 3 days later, beside an inconspicuous small river at the border of Chuzhou and Fengyan County, 2 yellow-robed men, one tall and one short, were staring blankly at the embroidered robed corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time. They were speechless. Apart from the corpses in front of the 2 of them, there were 7 or 8 other corpses dressed in gray robes in the bushes a little further away. Every single one of them had died in an extremely miserable manner. They were either cut in half from the middle of their bodies, or had half of their heads blown off. What do we do? The young master actually died so easily. How are we going to explain this to the clan head? The one who spoke was a skinny man with a sword on his back. His face was thin and he had a pair of triangular eyes that gave off a very fierce feeling. At this moment, his face was full of worry as he asked his companion. Gulao-san, you ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? Who would have thought that this young master would be such an idiot? As a low-level practitioner, he was actually so easily approached by a small thief and had his throat slit in a single stroke. Even with the spirit medicine that the clan head bestowed upon us, there is no way we can save him. The other man with a tall stature said with an extremely vexed expression on his square face. Guan Laoda, no matter how idiotic he is still the adopted son of the clan. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to use a large amount of resources to purchase a spot in order to deliver it to the clan head. Now that he suddenly died halfway through, how are we going to face the clan head? I'm afraid that a beating from the Xianxia rod is unavoidable. Gulao-san sighed as he spoke, his face revealing a faint trace of fear. If a beating from the Xianxia rod can really get us out of this, then we should be thanking the gods instead. Guan Laoda's facial muscles twitched as he said something that caused Gulao-san to be stunned. Guan Laoda, what do you mean? You and I are genuine mid-level chi practitioners. Even though the patriarch loves this godson very much, do you think he would really kill us just because of this? Gulao-san stared at the fatty with widened eyes. Do you really think that this kid's identity is as simple as being the adopted son of the clan head? Even though this young master has a spiritual pulse, his temperament is tyrannical and not the slightest bit likable. Furthermore, his family background is far from the clan head's. How could the clan head take a liking to him out of nowhere and adopt him? To tell you the truth, this young master is actually an illegitimate child left behind by the head of the clan. The adopted son is just looking for an opportunity to take him back under his wing. Guan Laoda coldly laughed and said something that caused Gulao-san to be dumbstruck. What, young master is really the flesh and blood of the clan head? Guan Laoda, how do you know such an important matter? The skinny man stuttered. Forget it, there's no need to hide it from you now. You also know that I have a good relationship with the First Lady's personal servant, Ling Er. Once, when she was defending her master, she blurted it out. How could this be false? Guan Laoda sighed. So that's how it is. I mean, even though the barbarian ghost sect is one of the weakest sects in the Dexian country, the opening spirit ceremony spot is extremely precious. How could the Bai clan let an outsider take it away? You have to know that once the opening spirit is successful, one will become a true spirit apostle. That is like reaching the heavens in one step. If he is lucky enough to become a spirit master, even His Majesty would have to treat him with respect. Gulao-san suddenly understood. It's not that easy to become a spirit apostle. Not only do you have to have a spiritual pulse, you also have to be under the age of 15 to have the right to participate in the opening spirit ceremony. In the past, how many of the disciples who participated in the opening spirit ceremony actually passed, and how many died during the ceremony? Even if they were lucky enough to survive, if they failed to open their spirit, they would have to remain in the sect as a normal practitioner for 20 years. This time, the clan had sent his illegitimate son to the opening spirit ceremony as a gamble. Even though the Bai clan has many disciples with spiritual pulses, most of the disciples that were sent to the other sects to participate in the opening spirit ceremony failed. Only a few survived and remained in the sect to serve as hard labor. Only Lady Yan was able to successfully open her spirit and become a spirit apostle of the Heavenly Moon sect. However, Lady Yan is still a girl and will eventually marry. The clan head naturally wants his own son to become a spirit apostle. This way, the Bai clan's practitioner clan status can be maintained for the next 10 years. Guan Laoda said disapprovingly. It seems like the clan head has high hopes for this young master. But the more he does this, the less hope we have of surviving when we go back. Why don't we just escape from the Dexian country and not return to the Bai clan? With our identity as mid-grade chi practitioners, we can do whatever we want no matter where we go. Gulao-san's eyes quickly turned a few times before he gritted his teeth and said. Escape from the Dexian country? Do you really think that the heart-nourishing pill bestowed by the clan head is a miracle medicine? Think about what happened to those who betrayed the Bai clan. Furthermore, my entire family is staying with the Bai clan. If I leave, how can they live? If I remember correctly, the beautiful woman you married last year was pregnant at the beginning of the year. According to Dr. Zhang, there is an 80 to 90% chance that it will be a boy. Guan Lao snorted and replied with a gloomy expression. This? Hearing this, Gu Laosan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. If it really doesn't work, I do have a way to find a way to survive. However, the chance of survival is less than 20%. You will need to use up all of the wealth that we have accumulated over the years. Guan Lao Da's eyes flashed for a while before he finally spoke. Using up all of the family's wealth and there is only a 20% chance of survival? Hearing this, Gu Laosan's face turned bitter. If it weren't for the fact that I have some connections with the first madam, I wouldn't even have this chance. If you aren't willing, I won't force you. Guan Lao calmly replied. Guan Lao misunderstands. How could I not agree? As long as I can preserve my life, a few worldly possessions are nothing. Gu Laosan was startled and hurriedly smiled apologetically. It's good that you understand this logic. There is no time to lose. Before this matter spreads back to the clan, you and I must quietly return to the Bai clan and quickly prepare everything. Guan Lao Da's expression finally relaxed. This time, Gu Laosan naturally nodded his head in agreement. He no longer dared to show any signs of unwillingness. Thus, the two of them discussed for a while in front of the new grave. Guan Lao immediately took out a pair of green gloves made from the skin of an unknown animal and put them on. The green gloves glowed with a blinding white light as they fiercely smashed the ground in front of them. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Countless weeds and dirt flew in all directions as a 3-foot-deep pit appeared in front of the two of them. Gu Laosan moved and circled around the pit. He kicked all the other corpses into the pit with a few whooshing sounds. But when he walked in front of the young man's corpse, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached behind him and pulled out the long sword from its sheath. With a swipe of his finger on the sword, a wisp of green light spread out from it. Gu Laosan flicked his wrist and was about to use his sword to do something to the corpse. However, at this moment, Guan Lao Da's ears twitched. His expression suddenly changed as he turned his head in the direction of the river. Who is it? How dare you eavesdrop on us? As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Lao Da's arm moved. A light flashed on his fist and a formless ball of qi shot through the air. A muffled sound, more than 100 feet away, a thin and weak silhouette rolled out from the underbrush, lying motionlessly on the ground. Seeing this, Guan Lao took a few steps forward and raised his leg, kicking the frail figure into the air and causing it to roll on the ground. Surprisingly, it was another young man with his eyes closed. His clothes were tattered and his body was dripping wet. He appeared to be unconscious. Could it be that he ran over from the other side of the river? It seems that even if I don't do anything, he won't be able to live for long. Guan Lao lowered his head and looked at the newly appeared young man. After making sure that he posed no threat, he let out a sigh of relief. Since it's like this, hurry up and finish him off. What we just talked about cannot be leaked. Gu Laosan, who had also relaxed by the sight of the pit, spoke without hesitation. You don't need to tell me that, I already know. This brat's appearance. Guan Lao unhappily replied. His arm trembled as his gloved fist once again glowed with a green light. However, when his gaze swept across the youth's face, his face suddenly revealed a trace of astonishment. What's going on? What happened to his appearance? Gu Laosan saw this scene and naturally became curious. Come over and you'll know. Guan Lao retracted his fist and waved at Gu Laosan with a strange expression on his face. Seeing this, Gu Laosan's heart naturally became even more curious. Without thinking too much, he sheathed the sword in his hand and hurriedly walked over. Who is this kid? Why does he look so much like the young master? When the skinny man saw the appearance of the drenched young man, he couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. It's at least 60 to 70% similar. However, his face is a bit paler, his eyebrows are a lot thicker, and there are a few scars on his face. His skin looks a bit rougher as well. He doesn't look like the pampered young master at all. Guan Lao said with a long sigh. There are too many people who look alike in this world. It's not strange to see one here. Furthermore, the young master is already dead. What's the use of this kid's resemblance? Furthermore, the young master is a spiritual pulse user. If he hadn't met with an accident, at the very least, he would have become a practitioner like me. Gu Laosan regained his senses and shook his head. However, if this kid really does have a spiritual pulse, I have a better way to save his life. But how can there be such a coincidence in this world? For a practitioner clan, it's easier for a spiritual pulse user to appear because of the power of their bloodline. But for a normal person, finding one spiritual pulse user out of thousands of people is already quite good. Furthermore, if a normal person knows that they have a spiritual pulse, they won't be able to become a practitioner without sufficient resources and training methods. Didn't you and I become servants of the Bai clan after we were found to have a spiritual pulse? That's how we were able to reach our current level. Guan Lao sighed as he thought of something. That's true. Even those spiritual pulse disciples who come to the Bai clan to train themselves are not chosen by 1,000 people. Only those with outstanding aptitude and temperament would be able to be trained from a young age. Speaking of which, the disciples of the Bai clan can't even be compared to the disciples who come to the Bai clan. Gu Laosan replied without thinking too much. What's the point of saying all this now? Our first priority is to protect our own lives. Since this kid is so young, I'll leave his corpse intact this time. Guan Lao didn't say anything else. He moved his arm and a faint green light appeared on his fist. Gu Laosan, who was standing to the side, didn't try to stop him. He moved his arm and his fist, which was glowing with green light, struck the youth's dantian without a sound. This attack used the yin energy of a practitioner's weapon. Even though it didn't seem to have any power, it was enough to shatter the youth's internal organs and take his life in an instant. Seeing this, Gu Laosan didn't care about the result. He turned around and continued to deal with the corpse of the young master. But at this moment, a surprised voice came from behind him. Impossible, this kid has Yuanli. He really is a spiritual pulse user. Guan Lao Da's voice trembled slightly. Gu Laosan was shocked and quickly turned around to look. He saw Guan Lao Da's gloved fist, but the light that was emitting from it had already disappeared. On the abdomen of the unconscious youth, an almost invisible white halo appeared. It was faintly discernible and looked like it could dissipate at any time. Yuanli protection, this kid really is a spiritual pulse user. It seems like he has a strong foundation in Yuanli. Gu Laosan couldn't believe it. Haha, this time the heavens really do leave a way out. Gu Laosan, we don't need to go back to the Bai clan now. With this kid here, we won't have to worry about our lives anymore. Guan Lao stared blankly at the unconscious youth for a while. Then, he suddenly raised his head and laughed. His expression was somewhat crazy. Guan Lao, what do you mean? If this kid has a spiritual pulse, how can we keep our lives? Gu Laosan blinked his eyes in confusion. Why does the clan head want to take our lives? Guan Lao stopped laughing and immediately asked a question. Of course it's because the young master lost his life under our protection. Gu Laosan was confused. Hee, but isn't the young master here right now? Guan Lao pointed at the unconscious youth in front of him and laughed coldly. What? You mean? Gu Laosan was not stupid. He immediately came to a realization, but his face turned even paler than before. That's right, we'll use this tactic and bring this kid to the barbarian ghost sect. When the time comes, we'll just throw him to the messenger and we can start back to the Bai clan and say that we've already delivered him. As long as the head receives a reply from the messenger, he won't have any doubts. This way, we'll be rewarded. Guan Lao said calmly. That's really possible. This kid doesn't look exactly like the young master. What if he gives himself away? Furthermore, we don't know where he came from. Why would he agree to this so easily? Gu Laosan's face kept changing as he muttered. What are you afraid of? Once this kid enters the sect, the Bai clan won't be able to see him again for at least a few years. Furthermore, with how terrifying the opening spirit ceremony is, without any special training, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll die. This way, we won't have to worry about him anymore. As for his appearance, don't forget what you used to rely on before you became a practitioner. He doesn't need to look exactly like the young master, just a little bit more will do. After all, the sect only has an image of the young master from a year ago. It's normal for there to be some changes. Guan Lao said confidently. But what if he really passes the opening spirit ceremony and becomes a spirit apostle? Gu Lao-san was still a little hesitant. Become a spirit apostle? Could it be that you haven't woken up yet? In previous opening spirit ceremonies, how many disciples from the clans were able to become spirit apostles? Furthermore, when we get back, we'll think of a way to cure the poison from the heart-nourishing pill. Then, we'll find an opportunity to completely separate from the Bai clan. Even if this brat really isn't dead, what does it have to do with us if he causes any trouble again? As long as the two of us get rid of the danger in front of us, everything else will be easy. As for convincing this kid, it'll be an easy task for us. Let's do this later. Guan Laoda said a few words before whispering something into Gu Lao-san's ear. What you say makes sense. Fine, let's do it this way. After we deal with this crisis, I will lead the Bai clan with you. Gu Lao-san's eyes flashed as he finally made up his mind. Haha, that's right. You and I have known each other for many years. If I didn't have the confidence, why would I do something like this? First, take care of the young master's corpse, but leave behind his clothes and practitioner weapons. I will save this kid. If I don't save him soon, I'm afraid that he will really die. This will consume quite a bit of my energy. Guan Laoda patted Gu Lao-san's shoulder as he spoke with a smile. Gu Lao-san nodded his head and strode to the edge of the pit. Guan Laoda quickly and efficiently removed all of the youth's clothes, revealing his chest, shoulders, abdomen, and other frightening white wounds, as well as numerous other densely packed scars. Even with Guan Laoda's vast experience, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, his two hands didn't hesitate as he quickly patted the area around the youth's wounds. At first, it was only one sound, but soon, it was like a string of firecrackers. In an instant, the youth's entire body became scarlet red, but the slight swelling on his body also quickly disappeared. Suddenly, Guan Laoda's hand stopped moving. He reached into his clothes and took out a yellow wooden box. Several fingers lightly tapped on the wooden box, and the lid immediately sprang open with a ga-bing sound, revealing a dozen or so thin silver needles of different sizes. Two of his fingers brushed the box, and a silver needle was picked up with practiced ease. Guan Laoda's expression became serious. With a wave of his arm, the silver needles became a blur, stabbing at various parts of the youth's body. Lu Ming didn't know when he had removed the closed breath technique, but he felt an unbearable pain as if his head had split open. There wasn't an inch of his body that wasn't abnormally hot, but after some time, every part of his body became incomparably cool. The feeling of comfort almost made him cry out. However, under a deep sense of exhaustion that he couldn't resist, he quickly fell asleep. In his deep sleep, scenes kept changing in the depths of his mind. Among them were the figures of a middle-aged couple whose faces couldn't be seen clearly, but there were also some strange ghostly faces, all of them surrounding him and saying something. The middle-aged couple gave him a strange feeling of familiarity. The youth tried his best to hear what they were saying, but he couldn't because of the noise. In a moment of desperation, he tried to push the ghost faces away, but his body didn't have an ounce of strength. He couldn't help but feel anxious. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming finally felt a warm current rolling back and forth in his body and slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately saw the face of a square-faced middle-aged man right in front of him. When the man saw that Lu Ming had woken up, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "Don't think about anything else. Hurry up and circulate your energy, or else all of your previous efforts will have been wasted." Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Without thinking, he immediately began to chant a familiar chant and began to guide the warm flow in his body towards his abdomen. At this time, Guan Laoda finally let out a long sigh of relief and withdrew his hand from the youth's chest. He stood up and coldly watched Lu Ming's every move. After an unknown amount of time, the youth's abnormally pale face finally regained some color and he opened his eyes to look at Guan Laoda Sr. "Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have died." Lu Ming stood up and bowed slightly. Even though he didn't know the background of the person in front of him, since he had saved him, Lu Ming naturally felt extremely grateful. At this moment, he could clearly see where he was. Shockingly, he was in a depression not far from the river. Moreover, he had already changed into a brand new embroidered robe, and a few of his wounds had already been bandaged. Moreover, there was a slight cooling sensation. Obviously, he had also used a high-grade ointment. As for the after effects of the silent breath technique that he was most worried about, it had already been forcefully suppressed by the other party's treatment. However, even though the other party's technique was exceptionally brilliant, the current condition of his body was simply too terrible. It was only a matter of time before his injuries flared up again. The secret techniques that he had learned from the prisoners on Savage Island were extremely useful against enemies, but they were also extremely tyrannical. It could be said that they hurt both others and oneself. If it wasn't for the fact that he had learned another set of breathing techniques from Uncle Kuei, which allowed his body to recover faster than a normal person, he wouldn't have dared to circulate these secret techniques so frequently. He believed that the reason why his injuries hadn't flared up in the river and died was because of this nameless breathing technique. When Guan Laoda saw that the youth was so calm, he was startled for a moment. However, on the surface, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's just a simple matter for us to save you." "What? Senior isn't here alone?" Lu Ming asked with some surprise. "I have a companion who went to take care of some other matters. He will be back soon. It seems like you haven't eaten for a few days. Let's eat something first." Guan Laoda's face was full of smiles. After taking a few steps forward, he bowed again and pulled out a floral cloth bundle from somewhere. After opening it, it was filled with all sorts of exquisite desserts. He brought all of them to the young man in front of him. Lu Ming's stomach had been starving for a long time. After thanking Guan Laoda, he didn't hesitate to take the desserts and crazily stuffed them into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 fist-sized desserts had entered the youth's stomach. Only then did his eating speed slow down. "Little brother, don't worry. If you don't have enough, I still have more. By the way, what is your surname? Why are you here with such heavy injuries?" Guan Laoda asked with a smile. "My surname is Yang and my name is Yuan. I am a merchant. Originally, my uncle and I were bringing some valuable goods to another place to trade with someone. We didn't expect to meet a group of bandits on the way. In the end, I jumped into the river to escape. I don't even know if my uncle is dead or alive." Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment before giving a fake name. His face also showed a hint of sadness. When he was on Savage Island, Lu Ming had learned a few tricks to control his emotions and facial muscles from a famous swindler. Thus, it was easy for him to make such an expression. Now that he was wanted by the Ministry of Justice, giving out his real name would naturally be asking for trouble. "So you met a group of bandits. Little brother Yang, please restrain your grief. Recently, the world has indeed not been peaceful. However, these bandits dared to rob and kill innocent citizens in broad daylight. They are truly audacious. When I return, I will have my master send a name card to the nearby government office. I will definitely urge the bailiffs to arrest these bandits and bring them to justice." Hearing that it was a group of bandits, Guan Laoda immediately became angry. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the young master they were escorting was also killed by the bandits, the two of them would not have ended up in such a state. "If that is truly the case, this junior will thank the head of your clan on behalf of my uncle's spirit in heaven," Lu Ming said with a dignified expression. "This is a small matter, nothing much. However, from the wounds all over your body, it seems that you were in a fierce battle with someone. Furthermore, you used a few techniques to stimulate your potential. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult for me to treat you." Guan Laoda asked in a seemingly casual manner. "This junior and my uncle have both learned a few martial arts and a few secret techniques. That was why we had a huge battle with the bandits. However, we were outnumbered and could only jump into the river to escape." Lu Ming replied without hesitation. "Little brother Yang, you are too humble. You clearly have a spiritual pulse and have cultivated a certain amount of Yuanli. How can you say that you only know a few martial arts techniques? The person who forced you to jump into the river was probably not an ordinary group of bandits." Guan Laoda revealed a smile that was not a smile when he heard this. "What is a spiritual pulse?" "Practitioners, this junior has heard of them before." Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. "Little brother, don't you know that practitioners are spiritual pulse users? However, they are the lowest level of spiritual pulse users. If you aren't, then where did you learn to cultivate such a large amount of Yuanli?" Guan Laoda looked at the youth and narrowed his eyes. This junior really doesn't know what Yuanli is. However, when I was young, I unintentionally obtained a nameless breathing technique that has the effect of strengthening one's body. These years, I have been cultivating it. Could it be that this is the Yuanli cultivation technique that Uncle Guan Laoda mentioned? Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times before revealing a look of understanding. So that's how it is. That is possible. Even though Yuanli cultivation techniques have always been controlled by the major practitioner clans, there are still some low-level cultivation techniques that have been leaked out. What a pity, if little brother knew some other practitioner chi techniques and had a practitioner weapon, these bandits wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Guan Laoda didn't seem to have any intentions of delving deeper into the matter and shook his head as he spoke. Could it be that the method Senior used to heal my injuries was the use of origin energy? If that's the case, then Senior Guan Laoda is also a practitioner. Lu Ming's face looked calm as he spoke, but his heart was in turmoil. Encountering a chi practitioner while fleeing for his life was already an unexpected thing to begin with. Now that he had encountered another one, this was truly something that far exceeded his expectations. As for the rumors about chi practitioners, he had heard them from the slayers on Savage Island countless times since he was young. According to them, there were very few practitioners in the Xian country and they rarely interacted with normal people. However, every practitioner had an unimaginable ability. They could walk on grass as light as a swallow, or they could use techniques to attack people from afar. The more powerful ones seemed to be able to increase their strength to the point where they were invulnerable to swords and spears, and impervious to fire and water. They could fight against 1,000 people. The only way to distinguish them was when they used their special techniques. Most of them would be holding a strange practitioner weapon in their hands. When they used it, it would emit all kinds of light and strange images. Of course, there were some vicious people who said that some of the strongest practitioners could use their bare hands without using a practitioner weapon. Therefore, when Lu Ming saw that the blue-robed man had a practitioner weapon, he immediately ran away. If it wasn't for that, he would have already died under the strange attacks of the opponent. Now, the opponent actually said that he also had a spiritual pulse and was also a practitioner. How could he not be shocked? In an instant, he immediately thought of the nameless chant that Uncle Qian had taught him. I am indeed a mid-level chi practitioner. Otherwise, how would I be able to tell that you have a spiritual pulse? Guan Laoda naturally did not mention the fact that he had intended to kill Lu Ming. His face was full of smiles. I also didn't think that I would also be a practitioner. Lu Ming murmured, his expression vaguely showing some understanding. Little brother, do you know that practitioners are the weakest of the spiritual pulse users? At your age, if you can open your spiritual sea, you can even enter a spirit sect and become a spirit apostle. Guan Laoda suddenly revealed a strange expression as he spoke. Spirit apostle? Sect? Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed. This was the first time he had heard of these two names. Guan Laoda smiled slightly. Just as he was about to explain more, footsteps could be heard from the bushes in the distance. A skinny man carrying a large bag walked over. Brother Gu, come over quickly and meet this brother Yang. He didn't even receive any guidance from a practitioner and has completely relied on himself to cultivate Yuanli. As soon as Guan Laoda saw Gu Lao San's figure, he immediately waved his hand and said meaningfully. There's actually such a thing? That's great. Gu Lao San walked over a few steps. When he heard this, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. I pay my respects to Senior Gu. Lu Ming didn't dare to be negligent and bowed slightly. Little brother, no need to be so polite. Brother Guan, I bought all the things I wanted to buy. This is a technique that I know of. If it was someone else, it would take them more than half a day to make a round trip. Gu Lao San waved his hands and waved the bag in front of Guan Laoda as he spoke with a bit of pride. I knew it, that's why I asked you to buy it yourself. Oh right, this is not a good place to talk. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Guan Laoda nodded. Lu Ming and Gu Lao San obviously didn't object. Thus, the three of them packed their things and walked away from the river. As they passed by a pile of fresh soil, Lu Ming's eyes swept over it. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities, but the youth could smell the scent of blood. Although it was very faint, it couldn't hide from him who had experienced countless bloody killings. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He knew that the things buried within were definitely related to Guan Laoda and Guan Laoda. Most likely, they weren't good-natured people. However, the fact that they were so friendly towards him meant that there was a reason behind it. 2 hours later, when the sky began to darken, the three of them appeared in an abandoned temple. They lit a pile of firewood to drive away the cold air. Gu Laosan even cut open the belly of a wild rabbit he had casually hunted along the way and directly roasted it over the fire. The three of them sat around the bonfire. Not long after, the aroma of roasted meat that whetted their appetites spread in all directions. The so-called spirit apostle refers to those who have successfully opened their spiritual sea through the opening spirit ceremony. This is because once a person with a spiritual pulse reaches the age of 15, their spiritual pulse will solidify and they will no longer have the chance to open their spiritual sea. Thus, the opening spirit ceremony has a strict age limit. Only those who have opened their spiritual sea can convert their Yuanli into Fali. Only then can they use techniques and totem weapons, becoming a true celestial being. The sect is a sect that specializes in cultivating spirit apostles. Ordinary people don't even know about it. In every country, they have a transcendent status. Some of the more powerful sect even have the power to decide the replacement of the country's court with a single word. Guan Laoda turned a blind eye to the roasted meat in front of him. Instead, he confidently opened the door to a mysterious world for Lu Ming. Decide the replacement of the court. The court controls the entire country's army. Why would they agree to such a thing? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, this is decided by strength. The people in this sect are different from practitioners like us. No matter how strong a practitioner is, when faced with an army, the most they can do is kill a few more people. On the other hand, the spirit apostles and spirit masters have the inconceivable abilities of summoning heavenly lightning flames and summoning ghost puppets. On top of that, they can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. No matter how many troops there are, they won't be able to hold them down. On the other hand, the royal family and high-ranking officials will die if they are targeted by the people in the sect. Gu Laosan laughed as he explained. However, in order to become a spirit apostle, one must go through the sect's opening spirit ceremony. Every ceremony uses up many precious spirit medicines that the sect has accumulated over the years. Thus, other than the spiritual pulse disciples that the sect has trained, the disciples of the practitioner clans who want to join have to pay an astonishing amount of resources to the sect. Not long after, the Dexian kingdom will be hosting the opening spirit ceremony. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of thought, but he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Gu Laosan couldn't sit still. His eyes turned and he suddenly said in a tempting tone, "Little brother, do you want to become a member of the sect? Once you become a spirit apostle, not only will you have the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, your lifespan will also increase greatly. You will be able to live up to 200 years without any problems. I was originally a normal person and only just found out that I was a spiritual pulse practitioner. How would I dare to have such extravagant hopes? Furthermore, I don't believe in such things." Contrary to Gu Laosan's expectations, the young man shook his head. These words made Gu Laosan speechless for a moment. Guan Laoda saw his companion's impatient expression and glared at him fiercely. After thinking for a while, he said to the young man, "Little brother, you should be able to tell a little by now. Truth be told, the two of us did save you for another reason, but this is also a great opportunity for you. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will spend the rest of your life regretting it. Little brother, do you want to hear it? Since the two seniors have said so, then I will listen first." There was no expression on Lu Ming's face, but he slowly agreed. "The situation is like this. The two of us are servants of the practitioner by clan. This time, we were ordered to send young master Bai Tsong Tian to participate in the barbarian ghost sect's opening spirit ceremony this year." Guan Laoda was a smart person and knew that Lu Ming was already suspicious of them. Without hiding anything, he told Lu Ming everything that had happened and the reason why the two of them were in danger. "There was no other way, so the two of us thought of letting little brother take the young master's place and participate in the opening spirit ceremony. As long as you go, not only will the two of us be able to avoid being killed, little brother will also receive a great opportunity. This kind of opportunity is something that many disciples of the clans beg for. Little brother's misfortune is not as simple as meeting with bandits. However, as long as you become a spirit apostle, there is nothing in this world that you cannot solve. Guan Laoda said seriously. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. This opening spirit ceremony must be very dangerous. What will happen if you don't pass? If you want to obtain a great opportunity, you must take a certain amount of risk. I believe that little brother will definitely pass. Even if you don't pass, it's fine. You will just have to stay in the sect for a few years and do some hard labor. Guan Laoda's expression did not change, but his answer was very vague. The youth's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He knew that the other party was not telling the truth, but he also knew that there was no point in asking. The most important thing was that he really did want to participate in the opening spirit ceremony. After living on Savage Island for so many years, the youth already knew that as long as he was strong enough, he could do anything he wanted to do. As for the things that he had buried in his heart, he needed to be strong enough to realize them. Furthermore, even if he didn't want to agree, the two middle-level practitioners in front of him would definitely not agree. After all, the other party had already revealed such a secret. If he didn't cooperate, the only thing that would happen to him would be death. Lu Ming thought about it over and over again in his heart. Finally, he came to a decision. Okay, I will agree to this. However, I need to make it clear that this matter is extremely dangerous. After I help you this time, I will be able to repay the two seniors for saving my life. Also, I hope that the two seniors will agree to two conditions for me to go to the barbarian ghost sect. As long as little brother is willing to participate in the opening spirit ceremony in place of the young master, we will agree to any conditions. Gu Laosan was overjoyed when he heard this. Guan Laoda hesitated for a moment, before nodding his head. As the two seniors know, even though I have Yuanli in my body, I don't know anything about practitioners. Therefore, I hope that the two of you can teach me a few methods to protect my life on the way. As for the second condition, I hope to obtain the young master's practitioner weapon. As the young master, the practitioner weapon he uses shouldn't be too bad. This way, if something happens to me in the barbarian ghost sect, I will be able to deal with it. Lu Ming bluntly stated his conditions. The first condition is easy to discuss. Even if little brother didn't mention it, the two of us would still teach you everything we know. As for the second condition, that practitioner weapon is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that a beginner like you won't be able to easily control it. Gu Laosan revealed a hesitant expression. I am willing to give it a try. Lu Ming didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. Okay, the practitioner weapon is yours. Guan Laoda, who was standing to the side, clenched his teeth and agreed. When Gu Laosan heard this, although he still revealed a reluctant expression, he didn't say anything in the end. Okay, then it's settled. From now on, I will do my best to cooperate with the two seniors. What is the young master's name? In the future, I will use this name. Lu Ming nodded his head and asked. The young master's name is Baixong Tian. These are the items that he used when he was alive. Little brother, take them. Gu Laosan's arm moved and opened the large bag beside him. From within, he took out a small white bag. After Lu Ming received the package, he immediately opened it and took a look inside. Inside, he saw a few clean clothes, a few small ornaments, and an extremely eye-catching yellow copper ring. The copper ring was simple and unadorned. Its surface was engraved with faint silver patterns, giving off an abnormally heavy feeling. Lu Ming couldn't help but grab the bracelet with one hand. His face was filled with astonishment. The bracelet was light as a feather, as if it had no weight at all. This is young Master Bai's practitioner weapon? Lu Ming held the copper ring in his hand and carefully played with it for a while before asking. That's right. The Tiger's Bite bracelet is a rare high-grade practitioner weapon that can be used both offensively and defensively. Even in the Bai clan, it can be ranked in the top 10. Gu Laosan looked at the bracelet as he explained, a trace of reluctance on his face. However, if you want to activate it, I'm afraid that you will first have to learn the simplest method of controlling your Yuan Qi. This method will be passed on to you along the way so that you will be able to activate the bracelet as soon as possible. Guan Lao said. This junior thanks the two seniors. Lu Ming said with a trace of excitement. He immediately put the copper bracelet on his right wrist and felt a trace of coolness from it. Very good. However, your current appearance is still a bit off. You need to make some changes to prevent the emissaries from noticing. Guan Lao nodded his head before glancing at Lu Ming's face. How do I change it? Lu Ming frowned when he heard this. Even though his appearance was ordinary, he didn't want anyone to do anything to his face. Haha, don't worry, little brother. We will definitely not destroy your original appearance. We will only slightly change your hair and skin color. Gu Lao-san is the expert in this area. Just leave it to him. Guan Lao seemed to see through the youth's worries and explained with a smile. If that's the case, then there is no problem. Senior Gu, I will trouble you then. Lu Ming relaxed and agreed. Hee, this is a small matter. Before I became a chi practitioner, I was known as the 100-faced man, Gu Lao-san replied with a chuckle. He then turned around and took out a few bottles and a few abnormally sharp knives and scissors from his bag. He then waved at the youth. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before he stood up and walked over. An hour later, a shiny bronze mirror appeared in front of Lu Ming, reflecting his face clearly. His eyebrows are a little lighter than before, and his originally uneven sideburns have been neatly trimmed. At the same time, there's an additional silver headband on his forehead, giving him a more scholarly air out of nowhere. But the biggest change is still. Lu Ming raised both of his hands. His palms, which were originally considered healthy, suddenly became abnormally fair, giving off a feeling of being pampered. Take this bottle of lotion and use it to scrub your body every night. I will give you a few more bottles on the way. This way, when we reach the barbarian ghost sect, your skin color should be fixed for a while. No one would notice if his skin color gradually faded and returned to normal. Even though I haven't used this disguise technique in the past few years, it seems that my skills haven't regressed too much. Gu Lao-san said proudly as he held the bronze mirror. Guan Lao looked at the youth from head to toe and revealed a satisfied expression. The current Lu Ming looked even more like him than before. As long as it wasn't someone who was familiar with the Bai clan's young master, no one would be able to see through his disguise. Even though Lu Ming had never seen the Bai clan's young master, he knew that his disguise was a success from the two's satisfied expressions. He relaxed a little. Now that he was tied to the two of them, if he couldn't get away with it, his life would be in danger. Haha, from now on, you are the young master of the two of us. Don't call us senior anymore, just call us Guanda and Gusan. This will prevent us from giving ourselves away. Guan Lao said with a serious expression. I understand. Lu Ming hesitated for a while, then replied solemnly. A day later, a small, light yellow boat traveled along the river, heading downstream at full speed. On the small boat, Gu Lao-san steered the boat with both hands while glancing at the cabin from time to time. In there, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged under Guan Lao's guidance. On a short table in front of him, the tiger's bite bracelet was quietly placed there. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a low roar as he raised his arm and pointed a finger at the bracelet. Pooh! The copper ring only trembled slightly on the small table, and then there was no more movement. Seeing this, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Not bad, in such a short amount of time, you were able to make your Yuanli react to the tiger's bite bracelet. It seems that you have some talent in controlling practitioner weapons. The middle-aged man to the side clapped his hands with a satisfied expression. Didn't you say that I only had 2 months to train? Lu Ming asked slowly. Young master doesn't know, but the tiger's bite bracelet is a high-tier practitioner weapon. It is not easy to control. According to what I know, the Bai clan should have a special method to control Yuanli for this practitioner weapon. Right now, I am only using a normal method to control it, so the effect is much weaker. However, with your talent, 2 months should be enough for you to grasp the basics of the practitioner weapon. Guan Lao explained. Since Guanda says there is no problem, then there should be no problem. However, after mastering the tiger's bite bracelet, I still need to learn a few offensive and defensive methods. I'm afraid that it will take quite a bit of time. Lu Ming blinked his eyes before replying. young master doesn't need to worry about this. As long as you can master the Yuanli technique and connect with the practitioner weapon to a certain degree, the other methods will only be a matter of practice. Guan Laoda replied without hesitation. So that's how it is. Then I will focus on practicing the Yuanli technique. That's right. What kind of sect is the barbarian ghost sect? Guanda should know a bit about it. Lu Ming nodded his head before suddenly remembering something. Young master wants to know about the barbarian ghost sect? This is a bit difficult. Even though the barbarian ghost sect is one of the last few sects in the Dexian kingdom, it is definitely the most mysterious. There aren't many rumors about it. Guan Laoda's face revealed a trace of embarrassment after hearing this. Oh, why is that? The youth was a bit surprised. Because the barbarian ghost sect is a sect that is famous for its use of ghosts. I've heard that the sect is built in a place where normal people cannot survive. It is surrounded by yin qi all year round, and the spirit apostles and spirit masters that practice the barbarian sect's methods have the ability to sense the yin qi of the yellow springs. They can also summon ghosts to fight against their enemies. However, because of this, there aren't many disciples from other clans that choose to participate in the opening spirit ceremony. As long as they have the qualifications, most of them go to other sect. Of course, this is only relative. As for other relevant information, I really don't know. Guan Laoda replied after thinking for a while. Enslaving ghosts does sound very sinister. However, other than the barbarian ghost sect, the other sects in the Dexian kingdom are. Lu Ming muttered to himself before asking curiously. I know a bit more about the other sections. Other than the barbarian ghost sect, the Dexian kingdom also has the Heavenly Moon sect, the Hall of Blood, the Nine Enlightenment Mountain, and the Firestorm Way. Guan Laoda explained one by one. Oh, what spells do these sects specialize in? Lu Ming had a look of excitement on his face. The Heavenly Moon sect is a sect that specializes in flying swords. It is said that their disciples can use flying swords to kill enemies within 100 feet. As for the Hall of Blood, Guan Laoda didn't hide anything about these sects and explained them to the youth in detail. Half a month later, a jet-black carriage pulled by 4 fine horses sped along an official road that was covered in yellow soil. At the front of the carriage, Gu Laosan sat motionlessly with a calm expression on his face. Within the carriage, Lu Ming sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His 2 hands were naturally placed on his knees and he breathed in and out in a rhythmic manner. The copper bracelet on his wrist flickered as the youth breathed. It was as if the two were resonating with each other. Guan Laoda sat in the other corner of the carriage and nodded his head as he observed the scene. To be honest, in his mind, the youth's aptitude was only average. However, the amount of effort Lu Ming put into practicing his Yuanli during the journey was shocking. Aside from sleeping, Lu Ming was constantly using the Yuanli in his body to feel the connection between him and the tiger's bite bracelet. Even when he was eating and talking, the bracelet on his wrist could be faintly seen flashing a faint yellow light. One had to know that this type of training was extremely dry and tasteless. Furthermore, it required a high level of concentration. No matter how persevering an ordinary Qi practitioner was, they would only be able to persist in this kind of cultivation for a few hours a day at most. Any longer and their mind would definitely be unable to focus due to exhaustion, and it would be completely useless to continue cultivating. Out of curiosity, the two naturally asked Lu Ming how he was able to do this. In the end, the youth simply said that he was born with the ability to do 2 things at once, leaving them speechless. Now they finally understood why Lu Ming was able to cultivate Yuanli at such a young age without the guidance of a master. A month later, Guan Laoda and Gu Laosan were standing on a small mound of dirt that was over 100 feet tall. In the direction they were looking, Lu Ming had his eyes closed and was circulating his Yuanli. He raised his arm with the tiger's bite bracelet up high. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, shook his wrist, and spat out the 2 words Yuan Shield. In that instant, the bracelet on his wrist let out a buzzing sound. With a flash of yellow light, a small round shield with a diameter of a foot appeared and stuck to his arm. The shield was a misty yellow and was made entirely out of Yuanli. You finally succeeded. Even though it is only a simple Yuanli defense technique, it is enough to show that you have begun to control the tiger's bite bracelet. I originally thought that it would take you 2 months to reach this step, but I didn't think that you would be able to do it in such a short amount of time. Guan Laoda let out a long breath, unable to hide the shock on his face. This is all thanks to the two of you's careful guidance. Now that I have this practitioner weapon to protect me, I have a bit more confidence in participating in the opening spirit ceremony. Lu Ming said with a smile. With another shake of his arm, the round shield disappeared. Young master, since you've already grasped the basics of yuan manipulation, you can now use your practitioner weapons to learn some other life-saving techniques. However, if you want to master them in a short period of time, it's best not to be greedy. I suggest that you learn 2 or 3 techniques first. After all, we only learn the most basic techniques. Once you enter the sect, I'm sure there will be better techniques for you to choose from. Guan Laoda suggested. Okay, then other than one attack technique, the other 2 should be life-saving techniques. I'll choose the Yuan Wall technique and the light body technique. Lu Ming had obviously thought about this and replied without hesitation. Okay. There's no need to choose an attack technique. Every practitioner weapon's attack is fixed. All you need to do is gather the Yuan Li in your body and release it through the practitioner weapon. For example, my glove-type practitioner weapon's attack is a ball of Yuan Li. Gu Laosan's sword-type practitioner weapon's attack is a sword light formed by the condensation of Yuan Li. As for young master's tiger's bite bracelet, it's one of the rarer ones. I haven't personally seen it before. However, its power is definitely not small. Later, I'll teach you a few techniques and you can slowly study them. If there's anything you don't understand, the two of us can explain it to you. Guan Laoda explained. When fighting with others, no matter what technique you want to use, you have to calculate the number of times you can use it. Practitioners like us cannot be compared to true spirit apostles and spirit masters. The Yuan Li in our body is very limited. Every time we use a practitioner weapon, it's a huge drain. For a beginner practitioner like you, I'm afraid that if you use your practitioner weapon 3 or 4 times in a fight, your Yuan Li will be completely used up. On the other hand, Qi practitioners who had lost their origin energy were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Young master, please remember. Gu Laosan reminded him. If that's the case, then practitioners don't need a second practitioner weapon. It's not that having more practitioner weapons is better. Lu Ming was a little surprised. That's usually the case. After all, low and middle level practitioners have limited Yuan Li. Even if you have more practitioner weapons, it won't be of much use. However, it was a different story for high-tier and top-tier Qi practitioners. Their Yuan power was deep, and if they had a few different types of seal weapons, they would naturally be able to flexibly use many methods to defeat their enemies. However, no matter what method he wanted to use, he could only use one practitioner weapon at the same time. He had heard that the spirit apostles and spirit masters that came to him seemed to have a way to break this restriction. However, normal practitioners like me and Gu-san wouldn't know the specifics. Guan Laoda said with a serious expression. Thank you for your guidance. I finally understand a little. I will definitely pay attention to these things in the future. Lu Ming cupped his hands and said with a serious expression. 2 months later, Lu Ming and the other 2 were slowly climbing up a rugged mountain path on a pitch-black mountain. This mountain path was abnormally thrilling. On both sides were bottomless cliffs, and it was extremely narrow. Only one person could pass at a time. Moreover, because no one walked on the stone steps all year round, they were covered with dark green moss, making the mountain path incomparably slippery. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them were practitioners with superior agility, they would have fallen off the cliff many times already. Even so, Guan Laoda and Gu Laosan were trembling with fear. Not long after, they were drenched in sweat. On the other hand, the youth walking in between the 2 had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he didn't see the danger in front of him at all. Guan Laoda and Gu-san were surprised, but they couldn't help but admire his courage. To Lu Ming, this little bit of danger was nothing compared to the near-death experiences he had on Savage Island. After walking for a full 4 hours, the 3 of them finally arrived at the top of the mountain. After carefully looking around, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. Even though the top of the mountain was a few acres of flat land, there wasn't even a shadow of a person in sight. Guan Laoda, did you find the wrong place? Is this the designated place? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows and asked. Young master, this is an important matter. How could I remember the wrong place? Perhaps the messenger hasn't arrived yet. Guan Laoda wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled bitterly. How much time do we have until the deadline? Lu Ming thought for a moment before asking. 2 more days. This time, it was Gu Laosan who answered. Since we still have time, let's wait here for a bit. Lu Ming looked around the mountain and made a decision. At this moment, he had completely immersed himself in the role of the young master of the Bai clan. Guan Laoda and Gu Laosan naturally agreed without any objections. Thus, the few of them found a clean rock and sat down to rest. Time slowly passed by. Not long after, the sun hung high in the sky and it was noon. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the mountain. Lu Ming and the other 2 who were meditating were startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. At the exit of another mountain path that led to the peak of the mountain, a figure flashed, and 5 people walked up. There were 2 burly men, an old man, a middle-aged woman, and a purple-cloaked girl that he was escorting. The 2 large men were abnormally valiant. They wore embroidered robes and had blades at their waists. The old man wore a green robe and had a thin appearance. His eyes were slightly squinted and he had a goatee. The middle-aged woman's appearance was ordinary, but her skin was slightly fairer than normal. She wore a green servant's outfit. As for the purple-cloaked girl, she seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old. She was extremely cute, and on her jade-like face were 2 large, black eyes. As she looked around, she would occasionally reveal a strange and lively expression. When the 5 people saw that there were already people at the top of the mountain, they were startled. However, after carefully looking at Lu Ming and the other 2, the old man said something. Thus, the 4 escorted the young girl to the other side of the mountain and found a few rocks to rest on. Vaguely, they looked at Lu Ming and the other 2 from a distance. Seeing this, Lu Ming had a trace of doubt in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Guan Laoda and the other 2 with a questioning gaze. Young master, don't worry. They are not from the barbarian ghost sect. They should be disciples from other clans who have come to receive them. Hee, it looks like we didn't find the wrong place. Guan Laoda laughed softly. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then there should be more people coming. Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. That's hard to say. It depends on whether or not the clans in the area are willing to take out enough resources to buy a spot for the opening spirit ceremony. Guan Laoda replied. Lu Ming nodded his head and didn't ask any more questions. He closed his eyes and began to meditate again. At this moment, it looked like he was resting. In reality, the Yuanli in his body was circulating in a special pattern. This caused the tiger's bite bracelet on his wrist to flicker. Fortunately, all of this was covered by his long sleeves, so outsiders couldn't see anything. But not long after, a yellow-faced man in a brocade robe on the opposite side suddenly stood up and walked directly toward Lu Ming and the other 2. Seeing this, Guan Laoda and Gu Laosan's eyes flashed as they looked at the newcomer with vigilance. Lu Ming also sensed something and opened his eyes. I am Guanling City's Mu clan's guest, Tai Yun. I have come on the orders of my lady, Ming Zhu, to greet you 3. I wonder who you 3 are. The embroidered-robed man didn't walk too close. He stopped 7 or 8 feet away from Lu Ming and politely asked with his hands folded. So it is the famous Mu clan. I am Jadewood City's Bai clan's guest, Guanda. This is my family's young master, Bai Chong Tian. Guan Laoda's expression turned serious as he hurriedly stood up to return the greeting. So it is the young master of the Bai clan. That's great. Our 2 clans have quite a bit of friendship. Would you like your young master to come and sit with us? The embroidered-robed man was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted with a face full of smiles. Yes, my young master's body is a bit unwell, so he won't disturb Lady Ming Zhu. Guan Laoda hesitated for a moment before tactfully declining. Oh, that's a pity. Then when we arrive, my lady will chat with young Master Bai. The embroidered-robed man was a bit surprised. After looking deeply at Lu Ming, he didn't force the issue. After cupping his hands, he turned around and walked away. What is the Guanling Mu clan's background? Is it very famous? Once the embroidered-robed man was far away, Lu Ming opened his mouth to ask. It's not just famous. The Bai clan is a true practitioner clan in the Daxian country. The Mu clan and the Bai clan seem to be similar, but the difference between them is huge. I think it would take 3 or 4 Bai clans to match the Mu clan. I've heard that the Mu clan has 4 spirit apostles under other clans. Gu Laosan said fearfully from the side. So that's how it is. But what did he say about the 2 clans being on good terms with each other? Could it be that they saw through something? Lu Ming continued to ask. That shouldn't be the case. When the previous clan leader was in power, the Bai clan and the Mu clan did interact for a period of time. But now that the clan leader has taken over, for some reason, the 2 clans rarely interact. At most, the Mu clan has heard of your name, but they have never seen you in person. Guan Laoda replied with certainty. On the side, Gu Laosan also nodded his head. Seeing this, the worry in Lu Ming's heart naturally calmed down. At the same time, within the Mu clan, the purple-clothed girl named Mu Mingzhu had just heard the embroidered-robed man's reply and her face revealed a trace of astonishment. Uncle Tai, they are actually from the Bai clan? What a coincidence. I think I've heard the name Bai Song Tian from my father before, but I don't have a deep impression of him. Third uncle, do you know this young master of the Bai clan? The girl's charming face turned to the skinny elder beside her and asked. Bai Song Tian. Yes, the Bai clan does have a young master like this. He should be the illegitimate son of the Bai clan leader. Later on, he borrowed the identity of an adopted son to become his disciple. The skinny elder replied with a slight smile. He had actually casually revealed the secret that the Bai clan leader had been trying to hide. The Bai clan leader let my aunt down in the past. It's not strange that he would do something like this. However, the Bai clan leader really does value this illegitimate son. He actually convinced the elders to send him here to participate in the opening spirit ceremony. The girl curled her lips and said with a trace of disdain. No matter what the Bai clan leader thinks, since he sent this young master here, he is probably staking it all on one throw. According to what I know, the Bai clan's strength has declined quite a bit these past few years. Taking out such a large amount of resources is a serious matter. This can't be helped. In the next generation of the Bai clan, other than Bai Yan heir who became a spirit apostle, the other Bai clan disciples did not pass the opening spirit ceremony and only a few survived. This Bai Song Tian must be carrying a lot of hope for the Bai clan. The old man said. The Bai clan chose the lowest-ranked barbarian ghost sect because they took the least resources from the opening spirit ceremony. If it weren't for the fact that Aunt Yun was also in the barbarian ghost sect, I wouldn't have come to this opening spirit ceremony. I don't like the fact that the barbarian ghost sect has to deal with ghosts all day. Mu Mingzhu pouted with a bit of unwillingness. How many times have I told you that the opening spirit ceremony is extremely dangerous? Even though you have done well in training since you were young, without the opening spirit ceremony, you cannot be sure of the quality of your spiritual pulse. Your Aunt Yun should hold a position in this ceremony. When the time comes, she just needs to take care of you a little. Although she won't be able to help you break through to the spiritual sea, she can at least save your life in a critical moment. Otherwise, since our Bai clan doesn't lack resources, it's not impossible for the Heavenly Moon sect and the other clans to come. The green-robed old man's face darkened. Yes, Zhu Er knows she was wrong. Seeing the old man's anger, the purple-clothed girl's face immediately drooped and she didn't dare to say anything else. Even though the Bai clan and the Mu clan had a tense relationship because of your aunt, compared to the other clans, we still have some relations. However, compared to the other aristocratic families, they still had some friendly relations. Furthermore, the etiquette between the two families on the surface had never really been broken during the holidays. Since this Bai Song Tian is so highly regarded by the Bai clan leader, his training talent should be quite good. Before the opening spirit ceremony, we can try to rope him in. If he really does successfully open his spirit, then the Mu clan and the Bai clan might be able to restore their friendship. Even though your aunt's matter is a bit regretful, it happened many years ago. Our clans cannot be swayed by personal feelings and must prioritize the clan's benefits. The green-robed old man continued to preach calmly. Even though Mu Mingzhu disagreed 100 times in her heart, she could only nod her head like a chick pecking at rice on the surface. This third great uncle was a top-notch practitioner. In the Bai clan, his position was second only to the clan leader. Unless she really became a spirit apostle, she would not dare to go against him. However, it was also because of this great uncle's lecture that this Miss Bai subconsciously felt a bit of disgust towards Bai Tsong Tian. Lu Ming, who was meditating in the distance, was naturally unaware of all this. He was still silently cultivating the Yuan controlling art. Even though he had the talent of multitasking since he was young, his cultivation time was still too short. If he wanted to improve further, it would naturally not be an easy task. Just like that, the two groups of people stayed at the top of the mountain for a day and a night without disturbing each other. During this time, they even took out some dry rations and hurriedly ate some things. At noon the next day, 2 more people came up from the mountain path that the Mu clan and the others had come up from. It was only an old man and a young man. The old man wore a gray robe and his face was full of wrinkles. In his hand, he held a long tobacco pipe. The young man, on the other hand, was a tall youth that was similar in age to Lu Ming. He wore a brand new blue robe, his skin was slightly dark, and his face was simple and honest. When the youth saw that there were already so many people at the top of the mountain, he was stunned. Seeing this, the gray-robed elder was not surprised. He called out to the youth and found another place to sit down. Are they also practitioners from a practitioner clan? Seeing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. It doesn't seem like it, they should be loose practitioners. Guan Laoda looked at the old man and the young man before speaking seriously. Oh, didn't they say that the opening spirit ceremony can only be obtained by practitioners? Lu Ming was surprised. It's not that only a clan can obtain it. Under normal circumstances, only a practitioner clan has enough money to purchase a spot for the opening spirit ceremony. However, if a loose practitioner can take out the same amount of resources, the clan will naturally not refuse. This kind of thing rarely happens. However, if it does happen, the clan will definitely pay a lot of attention to the loose practitioners participating in the opening spirit ceremony. Their chances of passing the opening spirit ceremony are even higher than the spiritual pulse disciples trained by the clan themselves. Guan Laoda said in a low voice, as if he really cared about the old man and the young man. Oh, why is that? Lu Ming didn't understand. To a practitioner clan, buying a spot for the opening spirit ceremony may be a huge loss. But for a rogue cultivator, it could be the accumulation of several generations or even dozens of generations. If it wasn't for the fact that the disciple's aptitude is extremely shocking and has at least a 30 to 40% chance of passing the opening spirit ceremony, I wouldn't bet it. This time, it was Gu Lao San who replied with a chuckle. If that's the case, then they have at least a 30% chance of becoming a spirit apostle. After hearing this, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the tall youth, but he couldn't see anything strange about him. Loose practitioners participating in the opening spirit ceremony happens every time, but there are never too many of them. I didn't think that the young master would be at the same place as one of them. If it's possible, there's no harm in making friends with this person. Who knows, it might be beneficial to the young master in the future. Guan Laoda said to Lu Ming after a moment of hesitation. I know what to do. Lu Ming looked deeply at the tall youth and didn't say anything else. On the other side, the third uncle of the Mu clan could naturally tell that the old man and the young man were loose practitioners. In a moment of shock, he also warned the purple-clothed girl, but didn't send anyone to greet them. Thus, in this strange atmosphere, the 3 groups of people waited at the top of the mountain without interfering with each other. After another day and night had passed, the sky had just begun to brighten. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the horizon. At first, it was very soft, but in the blink of an eye, it became deafening. The 3 groups of people who were resting at the top of the mountain immediately stood up in shock and looked towards the source of the sound. In the distant sky, a black cloud had appeared out of nowhere and was slowly flying towards them with a frightening sound. The welcoming envoy has arrived. From now on, the 2 of us can't be with you anymore. I've already told you everything that you should know about the Bai clan and practitioners. Don't let the cat out of the bag. As long as we can get past the welcoming envoy, everything will be fine. Guan Laoda whispered to Lu Ming. Even though he was a scheming person, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw the welcoming envoy arrive. Gu Lao-san, who was standing to the side, also had an uncertain look in his eyes. However, the two of them weren't ordinary people either. When the black cloud reached the top of the mountain, their faces no longer showed any signs of abnormality. When the dark cloud flew to the top of the mountain, the buzzing sound suddenly stopped. A cold man's voice came from the cloud. Those who are going to participate in the opening spirit ceremony, bring the welcoming token of the sect and come up. After I'm done, I still have to go to other places to fulfill my duties. As soon as he finished speaking, the black cloud below began to move. Suddenly, a long cloud ladder descended from the sky, directly to the center of the mountain. Welcoming token. When Lu Ming heard this, he was slightly startled. Before he could ask anything, Guan Laoda had already stuffed an item into his hands and said with a smile, "Young master, please be careful. Just give this token to the sect leader." Lu Ming thought for a bit but didn't say anything else. He grasped the item in his hands and walked towards the cloud ladder. Mu Mingzhu and the tall youth from the other two places also nervously walked over after a series of warnings. Moments later, the three of them reached the cloud ladder at almost the same time. Their footsteps paused and they looked at each other. "Hurry up and come up. If you're late, I'll immediately cancel your right to open your spirits." The man on the cloud was somewhat impatient. This time, Mu Mingzhu and the tall youth jumped in fright. They didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly rushed up the cloud ladder, one after the other, towards the top of the cloud. After Lu Ming smiled, he also lifted his foot and stepped on it. The cloud ladder seemed to be shrouded in mist, but when one stepped on it, there was a force that supported one's body, giving one the feeling that one was walking on solid ground. Lu Ming was secretly amazed, but he didn't dare to walk too slowly. He followed the two people in front of him and walked towards the sky. After a while, Mu Mingzhu, who was at the very front, reached the bottom of the black cloud. Seeing the rolling black mist in front of her, she gritted her teeth and entered. The tall youth behind her hesitated for a while before gathering his courage and also entering. However, his movements were clearly a bit stiffer than before. Behind them, Lu Ming, who had seen the actions of the two people, didn't hesitate any longer. His body moved and he directly entered the black cloud. The moment the black cloud touched his body, he felt a slight chill. His eyes lit up and he suddenly arrived at the side of a huge square platform. The entire platform was about an acre in size and was eerily white. At the edge of the platform, there were more than 10 strange statues that were covered by a layer of milky white light. On the platform, there were hundreds of young boys and girls standing in twos and threes. They were all looking at the three people who had just appeared with curious gazes. With a thought, Lu Ming raised his head and looked up. He saw that there was a small gray cloud floating about 70 or 80 feet above him. Sitting on top of it was a middle-aged man wearing black clothes. This person's face was slightly pockmarked, but his eyes flashed as he coldly stared at the three people. "Only the three of you? Then take out your receiving tokens and report your names. I'll verify your identities." "Yes, Lord Spirit Master. I am Mu Mingzhu from the Guanglingmu clan. This is my receiving plate, please take a look." Hearing this, Mu Mingzhu hastily took out a shiny black metal plate with both hands. "Oh, you are from Senior Mu's clan. However, I am not a spirit master, only a spirit apostle. How can a spirit master's true appearance be seen by a mortal who has not even opened his spirit sea?" As the man in black said this, his cold face relaxed a bit and he waved his hand downwards. "So." The metal plate in the purple-clothed girl's hand shot into the sky and landed steadily in the man's hand. Afterwards, the receiving plate made a hand sign with one hand and a finger covered in black light pointed at the metal plate. With a pu sound, the metal plate slightly trembled and a small white screen of light shot out from its surface. In the screen of light, the image of another purple-clothed girl could be faintly seen. Aside from the slight difference in clothing, her facial features were extremely similar. However, she seemed to be a bit younger. "Yes, you are not bad. You can stand over there." The man in black only glanced at her before nodding his head. Hearing this, Mu Mingzhu happily agreed and walked to the center of the platform. "Junior." Junior Gaochong, greets Lord Messenger. The tall young man also took out a similar iron medallion from his bosom and held it up high as he spoke nervously. Gaochong. You are one of the 3 loose cultivators in this opening spirit ceremony. Not bad, maybe you will become my junior. Take a look at your receiving plate. It was rare for the man in black to have a smile on his face as he spoke in a very friendly manner. Similarly, he waved his hand and made a hand sign. Gaochong naturally passed without any problems. By clans by Chong Tian, please examine the receiving plate. Lu Ming took a deep breath and also held up the plate in his hand. At this moment, he was a bit nervous, but his face did not show any signs of abnormality. This time, the man in black casually glanced at Lu Ming and without saying a word, took the receiving plate. When the same white light shot out from the token, another, by Chong Tian, appeared in a vivid and lifelike manner. Lu Ming glanced at the image, and his heart skipped a beat. The Bai Chong Tian in the image was 80 to 90% similar to him. However, at that time, he was wearing a white robe. Furthermore, there was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. This was quite different from him. Eh? The black-clothed man sized up the Bai Chong Tian in the video before looking at Lu Ming below. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Lu Ming's heart sank, and the brass bracelet on his wrist flickered a few times. But in the end, he stood his ground without moving. It's only been a year, and you've changed a lot. It seems that in this past year, you've been preparing quite a bit for the opening of your spirit. You've changed quite a bit. The man in black said slowly. Hearing this, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly bowed and replied, this junior knows that his talent is average. I can only work hard on my temperament in order to fight for a chance to open my spirit. Opening the spirit sea isn't something that can be done just by working hard. Forget it, there's no point in telling you all this now. You'll naturally understand in the future. All of you find a place to sit, I'll be heading to the next location soon. The man in black said a few words, but he didn't want to say anything else. When the other boys and girls heard this, they all sat down. When Lu Ming and the other 2 saw this, they also found a place to sit on the platform. It was unknown if it was because they came from the same location, but the 3 of them didn't split up. Instead, they sat together with the others. But the 3 of them looked at each other, and no one spoke first. At this time, the man in black flipped his hand and took out a grayish-white disc. With a flash of his body, he flew up into the sky and disappeared into the light screen. In the next instant, balls of soft light appeared around the statues amid a buzzing sound, and following another loud boom, the platform was propelled toward a certain direction with a massive force of inertia. Many of the boys and girls who weren't able to sit properly fell to the ground. The purple-clothed girl in front of Lu Ming wasn't on guard, and her delicate body twisted and fell to the ground. Luckily, the tall youth next to her had sharp eyes and quick hands. With a sudden movement, he grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her back. Many thanks, Brother Gao. Mu Mingzhu said to the tall youth with a blush on her face after she sat back down. No. It's nothing, it was nothing. Gao Chong saw that the girl was thanking him, but he didn't know what to do. The purple-clothed girl smiled at the tall young man before turning her head to glare fiercely at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, on the other hand, revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. From start to finish, he had been sitting steadily. It was obvious that he could have helped the girl, but he didn't have any intention of doing so. Because of this, Mu Mingzhu's impression of him became even worse. But at this time, Lu Ming moved his gaze away from the 2 of them and looked at a grayish-white statue not far from him. The statue's appearance was very strange. It looked like a monkey, but not a monkey, and also like a bat, but not a bat. It was as if a monkey had grown a pair of bat wings out of nowhere. It looked extremely ferocious, and people who saw it couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. A small family is indeed a small family. To think that you haven't even seen the most common of ghosts like the Nightcrawler ghost. Seeing this, Mu Mingzhu curled her lips and said in a mocking tone. Oh, does Miss Mu know what this is? Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued, and he turned his head to ask. The tall youth next to him also widened his eyes. Mu Mingzhu originally didn't want to say anything more to Lu Ming, but when she saw the tall youth's expression and remembered what her third-grade uncle had told her, she immediately changed her mind and put on a smile. Since Brother Gao also wants to know, then I will reveal my incompetence. The Nightcrawler ghost is also known as the spirit demon, and is one of the 108 most commonly seen ghosts on the 100 Ghost Parade diagram. Aside from being able to fly, it actually doesn't have any other abilities. Mu Mingzhu was worthy of being the daughter of the Mu clan. Although she wasn't a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect, she had a great understanding of ghosts. Not only did she clearly explain the characteristics of the Nightcrawler ghost, she was even able to explain the origins of the nearby ghost statues. This caused the nearby youths to involuntarily look over. What is there to understand about these low-level ghost soldiers? Once we are able to enter the sect, we will at least need to tame a ghost general-level ghost. Only then will we not have wasted our time learning the exorcism technique. A tall youth with a head full of long brown hair suddenly said with a sneer. Your tone is quite arrogant. According to what I know, even among the spirit apostles of the barbarian ghost sect, most of them can only control a few soldier-level ghosts. Only a small number of disciples can control 1 or 2 warrior-level ghosts. As for ghost general-level ghosts, even among the spirit masters, I'm afraid there aren't many who can control them. Mu Mingzhu looked at the brown-haired youth and said bluntly. Others can't do it, but that doesn't mean that I, Lei Zhen, can't do it. Hearing this, the brown-haired youth said with a proud smile. Lei Zhen? You are a disciple of the Lei clan. Mu Mingzhu's face immediately changed when she heard his name. When the other youths heard the brown-haired youth's name, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and revealed a trace of fear. If the Bai clan was considered a first-rate clan, then the Lei clan was one of the top 3 clans in the entire Dexian country. Their disciples were counted in the tens of spirit apostles in the various sects, and it was even rumored that the Lei clan even had spirit masters in the sections. Even if you are a disciple of the Lei clan, you should wait until after the opening spirit ceremony before saying such big words. Mu Mingzhu was secretly shocked, but due to the pride in her heart, she didn't want to lose face for her clan. However, this time, Lei Zhen did not say anything else. After glancing at the tall young man beside the young lady, he laughed and turned around to leave. From beginning to end, he did not even glance at Lu Ming, who was beside the two of them. Lu Ming sat on the ground and didn't move, as if he didn't see what was happening in front of him. On Savage Island, everyone wanted to be as inconspicuous as possible because that was the only way they could live longer. Some of the newcomers who thought that they were stronger than others and wanted to show off on the island didn't even live for a year. Although the outside world was different from Savage Island, Lu Ming didn't have any intention of changing himself. At this time, Mu Mingzhu and Gao Chong were clearly a bit closer. The two of them chatted enthusiastically, and from time to time, a girl's laughter could be heard. Intentionally or unintentionally, they excluded Lu Ming from the conversation. Lu Ming didn't care about what the two of them were doing. After he focused his mind, he continued to meditate. In the remaining 7 to 8 days, the giant platform would stop at a certain place every half a day. From below, there would be at least 3 to 4 people, and at most, there would be more than 10 people. When the platform was filled with 300 to 400 people, it couldn't hold any more. Finally, the black-cloaked man stopped receiving the newcomers and flew back to where he came from on the black cloud. Half a month later, the giant black cloud flew over several mountain ridges and finally arrived in the sky above a dark forest. Then, it flew straight into the depths of the forest. After traveling for 100 miles in one breath, a dozen or so giant mountain ranges suddenly appeared in front of them. On the other side of the sky, a rumbling sound could be heard. Another giant black cloud was flying towards the same mountain range. After a while, the two black clouds approached the mountain range one after the other and landed at the foot of one of the mountain peaks. Let's go down. We've arrived at the main sex mountain. When the platform landed steadily on the ground, the black clouds and light barrier that enshrouded it immediately dissipated. The black-cloaked man who had suddenly appeared in the air above everyone immediately gave an instruction. Many of the young men and women were overjoyed and jumped down from the platform. However, Lu Ming stopped at the edge of the platform and squinted his eyes as he carefully looked around. He saw that the platform had landed on a lush green grassland. Not far from the grassland was a sparse forest. Inside the forest, one could faintly make out neatly arranged stone houses. Lu Ming looked at the stone houses a few times before sweeping his gaze to the other side of the grassland. He saw that about 100 feet away from them, there was another platform that was exactly the same. There were also many young men and women walking out of it. Go down. How long are you going to stay here? An impatient voice came from behind Lu Ming. He turned around and saw that it was the black-cloaked man who was urging him to go down. At this time, most of the people on the platform had already left. He was the only one standing there, which was a bit eye-catching. Lu Ming bowed his head and apologized before following the crowd down. Only then did he raise his head to look at the huge mountain in the distance. He saw that the mountain was extremely tall. The lower half of the mountain was densely packed with different types of buildings. A thick mountain path was like a coiled python, twisting and winding all the way to the top of the mountain. The top half of the mountain pierced straight into the clouds and was covered by a layer of white mist. It was impossible to see anything clearly. There were also gray clouds that rushed down from the top half of the mountain. Most of them had one or a few people sitting on them. They were all dressed in different clothing. There were young and old, male and female, but because they were flying so high, it was impossible to see their faces clearly. These people were clearly spirit apostles of the barbarian ghost sect, just like the black-cloaked man. When they flew over the grassland, some of them curiously looked down, while others didn't even look at them and directly flew over on their clouds. This caused the youths below to excitedly discuss among themselves. Some people even couldn't help but fantasize about becoming a spirit apostle and living a celestial life. At this time, the black-cloaked man also walked down from the stone platform. Seeing the chaotic situation of the people below, he impolitely scolded, "This is the barbarian ghost sect, not your own home. Everyone, shut up, line up, and follow me." After the envoy finished speaking, he strode towards a small path that led to the stone houses. After a moment of chaos, the hundreds of young men and women reluctantly lined up and followed. On the other side of the stone platform, a woman in a white cloak flew out on a cloud and led another group of boys and girls into the forest along another path. After a while, the two teams met at an intersection in the forest. Almost without any instructions, the two groups naturally merged together and quickly walked out of the forest, arriving at an empty space in front of a row of stone houses. At this moment, there were already a dozen men and women dressed in green standing there respectfully waiting. "Junior Marshal Sister Sun and I have already brought the people here. You can arrange them separately. There is still half a month before the opening spirit ceremony will take place. During this time, they are allowed to walk around the Chui Ping Hill, but they are not allowed to leave this area. Violators will lose their right to participate in the opening spirit ceremony." The man in black coldly commanded. "Yes. Rest assured, Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, Senior Marshal Sister Sun, will definitely take care of this matter." One of the ferocious-looking men stepped forward and replied in a respectful manner. "Yes, I trust in Junior Feng Xiong's work. Junior Marshal Sister and I will go to the duties hall to hand in our orders." The man in black nodded his head and spoke with a relaxed expression. Soon after, he and the woman in the white cloak muttered an incantation and formed a gray cloud under their feet. With a tremble, they flew towards the mountain peak. "All right, you youngsters have heard. From now on, you will be staying here for half a month. During this time, you are not allowed to leave the forest. If I find out that anyone is disobedient and runs out, the first time will be 10 lashes of the python whip, the second 30 lashes, and the third time, you will lose your right to open your spirit." The man named Feng Xiong waited for the man in black to leave before straightening his body and speaking to the hundreds of young men and women present. "What, didn't the envoy say that we could walk around the area? How did it become that we can't leave the forest? Also, we are here to participate in the opening spirit ceremony, not to be imprisoned." Hearing this, a few people began to complain. "Brat, what did you say?" The burly man's face darkened, and he grabbed at the air in front of him with one hand. Immediately, a seemingly sturdy young man at the front was pulled out of the crowd by an invisible suction force. He fell to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. When the youth stood up again, a short knife about half a foot long appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the man in front of him. However, he knew that the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth, so he didn't dare to charge at him. To tell you the truth, we were just like you 10 years ago. We were also disciples that participated in the opening spirit ceremony, but we didn't succeed, so we stayed here to do hard labor. Don't think that there are 700 to 800 people here. In reality, it is already not bad to have 10 spirit apostles. Also, during the opening spirit ceremony, at least 2/3 of the people will die from the backlash. Only then can the remaining people become outer sect disciples like us. So, all of you better put away your young master and young mistress tempers. If you dare to disobey, we will not show mercy. As for what Senior Zhang said before he left, it was just a formality. This Jade Flat Hill is so big, how can we let so many people run around? We only have so many people, how can we take care of everyone? Also, even the weakest among us is a high-level Qi practitioner, and I am a top-notch Qi practitioner. If there is anyone who is not convinced, feel free to come and spar with me. As long as you can beat me, no matter what you want to do, I will not say no. Fang Xiong looked at the group of boys and girls and said with a fierce expression. When the group of boys and girls heard this, the excitement in their hearts immediately disappeared. Some of the more cowardly ones even directly revealed expressions of fear. The other party was actually a top-tier Qi practitioner. Most of the young men and women were only low-level Qi practitioners, so how could they dare to argue with him? When Lu Ming heard Fang Xiong's threatening words, his face did not change at all. However, when he heard the words peak-level practitioner, his heart was slightly shocked. This Fang Xiong was only around 30 years old, but he already had such frightening strength. It seemed that even if he could not become a spirit apostle, as long as he stayed alive in the barbarian ghost sect, he could still obtain the strength he needed. This time, he must survive the opening spirit ceremony. Now listen up, we are about to assign the rooms. Those whose names have been called, please step forward. Fang Xiong saw that with just a few words, he was able to intimidate the group of boys and girls in front of him and showed a satisfied expression. Of course, there were also a few people with great backgrounds who did not care at all, but this did not matter to the big men. As long as the majority of the people followed their orders, it was fine. These young men and girls with special identities would not be provoked by them. After all, even if they did not have the power behind them, their chances of passing the opening spirit ceremony were much higher than others. At this time, a 30-year-old girl had already walked out from the group of outer sect disciples. With a flip of her hand, she took out a light yellow book and began to call out names unhurriedly. Not long after, over 100 people had been called out and were brought to the group of stone houses by the girl. Just like this, every outer sect disciple called out a group of boys and girls and brought them away. In the blink of an eye, there was only one group left. There were around 70 to 80 people. Lu Ming, Gao Chong, Mu Mingzhu, Lei Zhen, and the others were all impressively among them. There is no need to call out anymore. All of you, come with me. I will personally arrange for you. Fang Xiong swept his eyes over the remaining people, waved his hand and said very decisively. The other outer court disciples revealed indifferent expressions when they saw this, and they dispersed on their own. As for the remaining young men and women, when they heard that this fiendish-looking big man was going to personally arrange for them, nearly half of their faces paled. Fang Xiong did not care about this and turned around to walk in a certain direction of the group of stone houses. Hee. With a cold laugh, a youth suddenly walked out of the crowd and actually took the lead to follow. It was Lei Zhen, the Lei clan disciple. When the others saw this, they braced themselves and swarmed over. Lu Ming walked unhurriedly among them and did not stand out in the slightest. Seeing that the group of young men and women had walked far away, a faint ripple appeared behind a nearby tree. Suddenly, two figures appeared side by side. One of them had a slightly yellow face and wore a scholarly robe. In his hair was a yellow wooden hairpin and his hands were behind his back. The other person, however, had disheveled hair, bare feet, and a scarlet-red gourd hung from his waist. What does Junior think? Are there any good seedlings in this group? The person wearing the scholarly robe looked at the group of young men and women in the distance and suddenly asked his companion a question. Isn't Senior Gue asking the obvious? Without going through the opening spirit ceremony, how can you see anything? In previous years, didn't the branches only start to choose after the opening spirit ceremony? Why did Senior come to see these young men so early this time? Even if you want to start early, shouldn't you at least choose from the spiritual pulse disciples of the sect? The man with loose hair had a round and smiling face, and when he heard this, he muttered a sentence. It's not like you don't know the situation of this branch. The disciples that were judged to have 9 spiritual pulses and above have long been reserved by the other branches. How can we compete? If we really want to choose a few good seedlings, we can only find them from these young men. In addition, I heard that there are loose practitioners participating this time. If we observe carefully, we might be able to gain something. The scholar said slowly. Even though Senior's words are very reasonable, what can we see in such a short amount of time? Once the opening spirit ceremony results are out, I'm afraid that the mountain peaks will once again swarm over the disciples. The man with loose hair said with a frown. We are no longer fighting with them for the spiritual pulse disciples of our sect. If they want to fight, then don't blame me for being impolite. Although our sect has been in decline for many years, we will not allow others to take advantage of us. The Confucian-robed man's face darkened as he replied. Since Senior has made up his mind, Junior Zhong and I will definitely support you. Our sect is only left with us 3 spirit masters, so we must advance and retreat together. The disheveled-haired man thought for a moment before finally making up his mind. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed and he began to cough violently. He quickly took the red gourd from his waist, pulled out the cork, and drank a few mouthfuls of the emerald-green liquid. A strong aroma of wine came from the gourd. It was an unknown strong wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, the disheveled-haired man's face became a bit better. Junior Zhu, are you all right? The cold air in your body has been there for many years. If you only use medicinal wine to deal with it, it won't solve the problem. Seeing this, the Confucian-robed man revealed a worried expression. Senior Gue, don't worry. As long as I drink the 3-sun wine, I will be able to control the cold air. You don't need to worry too much. The disheveled-haired man replied with a smile as if he really didn't care about the cold air. It's all my fault. Back then, I knew that you had just become a spirit master. I should have let you stabilize your cultivation first before letting you go to the Nightmare Cliff. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten this cold air. The Confucian-robed man said with regret. This isn't your fault. Back then, I was the one who requested to go. After all, you were also at a critical point in your cultivation and couldn't leave the sect. Junior Zhong was already in danger and couldn't be delayed. The disheveled-haired man shook his head. After the opening spirit ceremony, I will go beg Martial Uncle again. I must ask for a few more pure yang pills. Although these pills can't cure the cold air, they can at least alleviate your pain. The Confucian-robed man said seriously. Forget it, Martial Uncle is currently in a life-or-death situation. The previous few disturbances have already caused the other mountains to be unhappy. If I go again, they will have something to use against me. The disheveled-haired man laughed bitterly. You don't need to worry about this. If they really do come looking for me, I will deal with them. The scholar harumphed coldly. The man with the disheveled hair hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. Soon after, the two of them exchanged a few more words behind the tree before disappearing in a faint mist. At this time, the group of boys and girls walked in front of a row of obviously newly built stone houses. Under the direction of the burly man, they were arranged to enter one by one. When Lu Ming pushed open the door, which was filled with the fragrance of fresh wood, a room that was no more than 30 to 40 feet wide appeared in front of him. There was a green wooden table, a wooden chair made of the same material, and a grayish-white stone bed that was about 10 feet long. A thin layer of cotton quilt was spread on top of the bed, and there was nothing else. Seeing all of this, not only did Lu Ming not reveal an expression of disappointment, but after a soft sigh, he walked a few steps to the stone bed and sat down. The simple furnishings in the stone house made him unconsciously recall the difficult life on Savage Island, and his mind couldn't help but become absent-minded. After an unknown amount of time, he once again returned to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he began to carefully inspect every corner of the stone house, as well as all of the furniture. After seeing that it was really only ordinary items and nothing out of the ordinary, he finally relaxed and lay down on the stone bed, and began to silently recall a few things. In the past, because of his father's crime, he was directly arrested by the government and sent to Savage Island. Although it had been many years, he still remembered many details. At the time of the incident, aside from him and his father, there were only a few servants. As for his mother, he had never seen her since he could remember. It was said that when he was born, she passed away because of a difficult birth. As for other relatives and friends, he had never heard his father talk about them. However, he had heard from other people that his father had moved him from a faraway place with him when he was still an infant. As for where they originally lived, no one knew. His father was very strict with him. Ever since he could remember, he had taught him how to read and write, and had him memorize a few ancient scrolls. Just a few nights before his father was arrested, he suddenly asked Lu Ming, who was only a few years old at that time, to memorize an extremely secretive location. He only stopped after Lu Ming had memorized the location and repeatedly told him not to tell a third person. A few days later, his father was arrested by the bailiffs that swarmed into the city, and Lu Ming was directly sent to Savage Island. The bailiffs probably didn't think that they would be able to obtain any useful information from the mouth of a young child. However, when he thought about the secret location that he still remembered, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh. When he was young, he didn't know what the location meant. Now, he knew that to him, that place was no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. If he didn't have enough strength to go there, it would be no different from suicide. That year, his father had solemnly asked him to memorize the secret location. It definitely contained an extremely important secret, and it was most likely directly related to his father's death in prison. The person behind the scenes was actually able to use the crime of great disrespect to directly kill his father, so he was definitely a person of great power. Ordinary methods of investigation would probably be completely useless, and it might even alert the enemy instead, which would bring about a fatal disaster to himself. However, how could he not take revenge for his father's death? Thinking about this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness that shouldn't be present at his age. If it was before, he would have been at his wit's end, but now, as long as he could become a spirit apostle, or survive the opening spirit ceremony, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter that place once his strength increased. However, thinking about what the black-clothed man said about the terrifying number of disciples from influential families that could open their spirits, even though he had some confidence in himself, his heart couldn't help but sink. As for the specifics of the opening spirit ceremony, Lu Ming naturally asked Guan Laoda and Guan Laoda about it. Unfortunately, the two of them were only high-level servants of the Bai clan, so they didn't know much about it. They only knew that through the ceremony, an external force could be used to strengthen the unsolidified spiritual pulse of a spiritual pulse user. Using the power of the ceremony, the user's body would be able to condense a spiritual C, the biggest difference between a spirit apostle and a chi practitioner. Only with a spiritual C, a spirit apostle would be able to slowly transform Yuanli into Fa Li. The speed of cultivating Yuanli would also be like heaven and earth, something that normal chi practitioners wouldn't be able to imagine. The spiritual C was extremely mysterious, and Guan Laoda and Guan Laoda knew nothing about it. This made Lu Ming feel a little helpless. Forget it, the only thing he could do was to speed up his cultivation of the chi control technique. Even though he didn't know if this technique would be of any help to the opening spirit ceremony, this was all he could do for now. Since he had that ability, even though he didn't have much time left, there should still be some effect. When Lu Ming thought about his special talent, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. This ability was not something he was born with. Instead, it was something he had experienced in the past when his family underwent a drastic change, and after personally witnessing a series of bloody events on Savage Island as a child, he fell seriously ill. Only then did he suddenly discover that he had this strange talent. This ability allowed him to forcefully split his consciousness into two, and at the same time, he could command each half of his body to do their own thing. This ability of his was very different from the rumored talent of multitasking at once. After splitting his consciousness into two, as long as he went through a certain amount of training, he would be able to gradually grow stronger. Furthermore, he would be able to keep one half of his consciousness active while the other half in a dormant state. As for the commonly said multitasking at once, these two situations would never occur. When he discovered this abnormality, he carefully asked the people on Savage Island about it. In addition, he read a few books related to this on the island. After a few years, he was finally able to confirm that this ability of his was a mutation of multitasking at once. As for what this mutation was, and whether or not there were any side effects, this was not something that Lu Ming could know. Now that he had this talent, he naturally wouldn't waste it. After these years of training, his mental strength had increased at an astonishing rate. It was almost double that of a normal person's. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been able to last so long under the pursuit of so many bailiffs and black tiger guards. Previously, he didn't display the full power of this talent in front of Guan Lao Da and Gu Lao San. For him to be able to wrest half of his consciousness was not as simple as 1 + 1. When he was on Savage Island, as long as he was willing, he could continuously train and research secret techniques for 5 or 6 days straight. After that, all he needed to do was to have a good night's sleep and his mental strength would be restored to its original state. In other words, the amount of time he spent training was several times that of a normal person. This was also the reason why he was able to learn so many secret techniques at such a young age on Savage Island. As Lu Ming thought about this, he closed his eyes for a moment before sitting up. Taking a deep breath, he began to cultivate on the stone bed. To him, resting was a luxury. Thus, in the next 10 days, other than eating time, Lu Ming didn't take a single step out of his stone room. Day and night, he cultivated his yuan controlling technique. The tiger's bite bracelet, which was originally a little difficult to use, had become much easier to use in just a dozen or so days of hard work. During this period of time, some of the other boys and girls stayed in the stone houses like Lu Ming, while others wandered around the forest. There were also some who called each other brothers and gathered together. Who knew what they were talking about every day? Fang Xiong and the other outer sect disciples ignored them. As long as they didn't walk out of the forest, they allowed the boys and girls to do as they pleased. Just like this, the day of the opening spirit ceremony finally arrived. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the stone room, suddenly heard the black-clothed man's voice. "Everyone, come out. The opening spirit ceremony will be held today. I will bring you to the spirit gathering platform." His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed throughout the stone room, allowing Lu Ming to hear it clearly. Lu Ming took a deep breath and immediately got off the stone bed. He pushed open the door and walked out. Countless young men and women swarmed towards the small path that they came from. Through the gaps between the trees, one could faintly see 2 gray platforms quietly lying on the grass. The black-cloaked man, Senior Zhang, and the white-cloaked Senior Sun, both of them stood on a gray cloud that floated above the 2 platforms. Fang Xiong and a dozen or so outer sect disciples were respectfully standing nearby with their hands behind their back. They didn't have the slightest bit of the fierce appearance that they had in front of Lu Ming and the others. When the group of young men and women saw this, they couldn't help but become a bit more serious. They all slowed down their footsteps and orderly entered the platforms. When the last person entered, the black-clothed man's gaze swept across the area. Seeing that the number of people wasn't lacking, he nodded his head and flipped his hand, revealing a round plate. With one hand, he formed a hand seal and chanted a spell. The round plate immediately let out a faint spiritual light. In the next moment, with a pu sound, the densely packed spiritual inscriptions on the surface of the platform lit up. At the same time, a layer of white light appeared and covered the entire platform. The ghost statues around the platform trembled and opened their mouths to spit out a thick black gas. The black gas rolled around and in an instant, it turned into a black cloud that covered the platform and the light screen. With a wung-wing sound, the 2 platforms slowly rose into the air and slowly flew towards the giant mountain not far away. Lu Ming stood near one of the statues and indifferently looked at the flickering spiritual light on its surface as if he was thinking about something. Not far away from him, surprisingly, was Mu Mingzhu and Gao Chong, who were talking in low voices. After not seeing each other for only 10 days, this pair of young men and women had become even more intimate and natural. At the center of the platform, Leijun proudly stood there. Nearby, intentionally or unintentionally, there were 30 or so disciples from influential families clustered around him. In other places, there were also groups of 7 or 8 or 10 people gathered around one person. In these few days, these young men and women had spontaneously formed many small groups. It seemed that many of them knew that their chances of passing the opening spirit ceremony were not high and placed their hopes on other people who had the potential to become spirit apostles. This way, if they became barbarian ghost sect outer sect disciples, they would be able to rely on. The actions of these scions of aristocratic families were probably instructed in advance by the elders of their clans before they came. They had probably even drawn up a few targets for them to attach themselves to. Otherwise, they would not have gathered together so quickly. Gao Chong and Mu Mingzhu were also surrounded by 5 or 6 other young boys and girls. Compared to 10 days ago, the tall young man's face was clearly more confident. Of course, there were also many people who were interested in the future of this rogue disciple. Sect Lu Ming sect would not talk with them, and Lu Ming was a saint by his own. Ling, Lu saint, and said, sect. Lu Ming did not take the initiative to talk to others and only watched from the side. The platform was covered by black clouds, so Lu Ming and the others could not see what was happening outside. After the time it took to eat a meal, the ground trembled and the voice of the man in black rang out, "We have arrived at the spirit gathering platform. You can go down." As soon as he finished speaking, the black clouds outside dispersed and the light screen disappeared. Lu Ming raised his head and looked outside the platform. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that they were in the middle of a large, circular plaza. At the edge of the plaza, there were rings of high platforms. The platforms were already filled with people. There were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people, and they could faintly be heard. Only a small portion of these people were spirit apostles. The others were barbarian ghost sect outer sect disciples that followed the spirit apostles. They seemed to be followers. There was a section of the ring-shaped platform that was much higher than the other sections. On it, there were 7 to 8 faint human figures that were covered in different colored halos. They stood shoulder to shoulder and talked in low voices. At the center of the plaza, there were hundreds of barbarian ghost sect outer sect disciples wearing green robes. Each of them held a bowl in one hand and a brush in the other. They were drawing thick, twisting silver lines on the ground. Above them, there were 7 to 8 spirit apostles riding clouds. They were flying back and forth, correcting and inspecting something. These spirit inscriptions intersected with each other. From above, they vaguely formed a large silver pattern. Within this pattern, there were countless thick silver lines that intersected and overlapped. They faintly formed many strange silver words. If one looked at it for a while, they would feel dizzy. Lu Ming only stared at some of the strange words on the pattern. He did not dare to look any longer and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Under the urging of the group of young men and women, they all walked down the platform and stood at the edge of the silver pattern. At this time, there was a sudden rumbling sound in the sky. Impressively, there was a third black cloud that descended from the sky. When the black cloud dispersed, another group of young men and women wearing outer sect disciple robes walked out from the third platform in an orderly manner. These young men and women were different from Lu Ming and the other clan disciples. Their expressions were calm and their bodies faintly carried an indescribable cold aura. As soon as they walked down the platform, they immediately lined up in a row. The group of clan disciples on Lu Ming's side immediately became restless. At this time, everyone knew that the group of people in front of them were the barbarian ghost sect spiritual pulse disciples. If it was said that only 1 out of 100 clan disciples could become a spirit apostle, then almost 1 out of 10 spiritual pulse disciples that were carefully trained by the sect would successfully open their spiritual sea. Their success rate was almost 10 times that of the clan disciples. It was no wonder that every time the sect held the opening spirit ceremony, they only treated the practitioner chi clans as spendthrifts and did not pay much attention to the disciples they recommended. Looking at the young men and women in front of him, Lu Ming's pupils involuntarily shrank. Just the calmness of these barbarian ghost sect disciples was not something that a normal clan disciple could compare to. From the familiar aura that came from their bodies, they should have undergone some special training and seen many bloody scenes. At this time, the silver pattern in the center of the plaza was finally completed. The outer sect disciples immediately left the plaza. However, a few spirit apostles of the barbarian ghost sect remained in their original position. They took out a few fist-sized clear crystals and installed them into the indentations that were already prepared at the crucial parts of the pattern. There were almost 100 of them. After these spirit apostles finished installing the crystals, they once again inspected the spirit apostles from above. At this moment, on the highest part of the high platform, a figure emitting a faint red light suddenly chuckled and said, "You're right. Fellow juniors, I heard that this group of spiritual pulse disciples has been trained well. Among them, there are a few good seedlings. It seems that Junior Chu and Junior Lin have argued for a long time over one of them. Is this true? Senior sect leader, you have to help Junior Lin. I was the one who first discovered that disciple." Senior Chu did not follow the rules and forcefully interfered, luring and threatening the disciple to join his faction. A slender figure in the white light, upon hearing this, immediately spoke with some anger. The figure in the red light who spoke first was the current sect leader of the barbarian ghost sect. "Junior Lin, what you said is wrong. There are only a few good seedlings in this group of disciples. Even if each faction gets one, it won't be enough. Since your dancing ghost faction has already chosen a good seedling, why don't you give Callan to our Balefulline faction?" A tall and broad humanoid figure enshrouded in green light chuckled in response, seemingly not enraged at all. "Humph, out of the 8 factions of the barbarian ghost sect, only our faction has the most suitable cultivation method for females. If you take Callan, wouldn't that be a waste of talent and beauty? It won't be good for the development of our sect." Junior Lin heard this and retorted bluntly, putting a big hat on the other party. "Junior Lin doesn't need to worry about this. I will let Junior Bing personally accept her as a disciple and give her pointers. Hee, Junior Bing's cultivation method is also suitable for females. It definitely won't hinder this child's cultivation." Junior Chu laughed as he spoke. Forget it, there's no need to argue. This matter will have to wait until this disciple truly opens her spirit sea. Even if she has a shocking spirit body, if her spirit sea is not opened, it will still be useless." The barbarian ghost sect leader waved his hand and interrupted. Junior Marshal Brother Chu and Junior Marshal Sister Lin didn't want to continue arguing after hearing sect head Senior Marshal Brother's words. They could only agree and no longer say anything. "That's right, Junior Gue, has your 9 infant faction chosen a disciple? If you are late, you will return empty-handed." The barbarian ghost sect leader turned his head and asked a person wrapped in gray light at the edge of the high platform. "Many thanks for the sect leader's reminder. This time, there are a few disciples with spirit bodies among the spirit pulse disciples. Our faction will definitely not be able to compete with them. This time, we will just randomly pick a few from the noble clan disciples." The person wrapped in gray light heard this and slightly bowed as he replied. Listening to the voice, it was the Confucian scholar that had appeared in the Green Plains forest. Noble clan disciples? Could it be that there are some good seedlings among the disciples of the noble clans? I don't know which one Senior Gue has his eyes on. Let us take a look as well. That Junior Chu let out a sound of surprise and asked with some interest. "Senior, I have no choice but to choose from the disciples of the aristocratic families. How could there be any good seedlings?" Senior Gue replied indifferently. Senior Gue has always had the title of Ghost Calculation. We don't really believe this. Which noble clan disciples did Senior Gue take a fancy to? Could it be that after you tell us, you are afraid that we will really fight for them?" Junior Lin laughed lightly as he spoke. "Since Junior Lin has said so, there is no harm in me saying it out loud. I also believe that no matter how much the juniors love talent, they wouldn't go so far as to compete with us, the 9 infant faction, for a disciple from a noble clan. Otherwise, wouldn't that be completely shameless?" The Confucian scholar muttered to himself before using a sarcastic tone. When these words came out, Junior Chu and the others couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Even though the 9 infant faction had been in decline for a long time, when the scholar said it so directly, they naturally felt like they had been slapped in the face. "Junior Gue, don't worry. Just tell us the disciples you like. If they really want to compete with you, I will make the decision. This time, no matter what kind of talent appears, your faction will be the first to choose." The barbarian ghost sect leader seemed to feel a little guilty towards the 9 infant faction and immediately spoke in a serious tone. "Thank you, sect leader senior." The scholar was overjoyed and cupped his hands towards the barbarian ghost sect leader to express his thanks. When the others saw this, they looked at each other. "Actually, among the disciples outside this time, I am also a dwarf." I only like a few disciples with a bit of potential. Whether or not they can actually pass the opening spirit ceremony is another matter. They definitely cannot be compared to the spiritual pulse disciples that Junior Lin and the others are fighting over. Zhu Shidi and I have already interacted with 3 of the wandering disciples. Our initial judgment is that the disciple called Gao Chong has a high chance of having a 9 spiritual pulse. As for the other wandering disciple called Yu Qing, he has a certain amount of talent in the spiritual eye and can practice our branch's ghost dev technique. There is hope that the dev eye technique will see the light of day again in our sect. As for the last loose cultivator, his talent is average. However, when he was young, he ate a corrosive poison spirit grass, so his Yuanli naturally has a certain amount of corrosive poison. If he can pass the opening spirit ceremony, perhaps there will be another surprise. As for the other clan disciples, we have also interacted with a few, but only the Lei clan disciple named Lei Zhen is worth paying attention to. This disciple also has a certain chance of having a 9 spiritual pulse. I believe that the Lei clan's special bloodline power should have been inherited quite a bit. The Confucian scholar stated his judgment one by one, causing junior brother Chu and the others to feel excited. However, the words of the barbarian ghost sect master made it difficult for them to say anything. Senior Gui, this brat Lei Zhen is my nephew. I'm afraid I can't hand him over to your 9-infant sect. I intend to personally pick him up. A figure that had not spoken since the start suddenly spoke in a low voice. I also guessed that you would say that, so I only observed Lei Zhen for a while and didn't really come out to interact with him. The Confucian scholar didn't find this strange at all. Instead, he sighed with a regretful expression. Thank you Senior Gui for your understanding. Junior Lei said apologetically. If that's the case, then Junior Gui is planning to use the 3 designated spots on these 3 loose practitioners. Junior Chu couldn't help but interrupt. Indeed. What, does Junior want to change his mind and swap the spiritual pulse disciple that was previously chosen with the 9-infant sects? The Confucian scholar laughed lightly. Haha, since senior brother took a fancy to her first, I won't snatch what you love. Junior brother Chu yawned and hurriedly responded. Even though Gao Chong and the other 2 loose practitioners were not bad, compared to the disciples that were chosen by the 9-infant sect, their talent was obviously a level lower. Okay, as long as these 3 loose practitioners can open their spirits, they will belong to the 9-infant faction. I also hope that the 9-infant faction can rise again. This way, as long as the 8 factions work together, we can make the barbarian ghost sect even stronger. Seeing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader's voice softened. When the others heard this, some nodded slightly while others remained indifferent. The barbarian ghost sect leader furrowed his eyebrows and wanted to say something more. However, a spirit apostle had already flown over from the plaza on a grey cloud and bowed from afar. Reporting to the sect leader, the spirit convergence formation has been prepared and can be opened at any time. Since the preparations are complete, let's open it. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader said without hesitation. Yes, sect leader. The disciple bowed and flew back to where he came from. At the same time, Lu Ming was among the many clan disciples and was looking at a young girl among the barbarian ghost sect spiritual pulse disciples. In reality, he was not the only one. Countless gazes were looking at the young girl. Even among the barbarian ghost sect disciples, there were many people who would secretly look at the young girl. This barbarian ghost sect girl's appearance was too shocking. She looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, but she had a beautiful nose and almond-shaped mouth. Her skin was as white as snow, and her black hair draped over her shoulders. When her crystal eyes flashed, there was an indescribable charm to them. Every action of hers made people's hearts beat faster. The young girl seemed to be used to being stared at. No matter how many gazes fell on her, she still wore a smile on her face. She did not seem to mind at all. After looking at the young girl for a while, Lu Ming suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and reluctantly withdrew his gaze from her face. At the same time, he said to himself, so powerful. Could this be the legendary natural charm body? At such a young age, this girl was already so irresistible. If she was a few years older, wouldn't she be even more beautiful? However, what made him feel strange was that the girl should have been in the opposite group a long time ago. Why didn't anyone discover her existence before? Why did such a bewitching girl suddenly appear after a while? What made him feel even more cold was that it was not only the young boys who were secretly looking at the girl. There were even some young girls who were looking at the girl with a faint trace of admiration. This girl was too strange. It was better to stay far away from her. Lu Ming quickly made a decision in his mind. The others did not have as good of a self-control as Lu Ming. In the beginning, most of them were sneaking glances at her. However, when they discovered that the young girl did not care at all, they suddenly became courageous. Their gazes became a little more brazen. After an unknown amount of time, the young girl finally frowned. Her bright eyes swept towards the disciples of the aristocratic families. All the youths who came into contact with her gaze lowered their heads with flushed faces. However, there were also a few youths like Lei Zhen who had a different identity. Instead, they met her gaze with an even hotter gaze. When the young girl's gaze passed by Lu Ming's body, she discovered that he was not looking at her like the others. Instead, he was looking at the formation in the middle of the plaza. Her gaze paused for a moment. It seemed that she was a little surprised. However, she immediately swept her gaze away as if she did not care. Boom! A loud sound was heard, a milky white beam of light suddenly shot up from the silver formation into the sky. It went all the way to the end of the void. The clear crystals embedded in the plaza all lit up with a blinding white light. At the same time, the entire formation began to emit a low sound. Silver inscriptions began to flicker. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming suddenly felt the air around him solidify. It was as if something had suddenly appeared in the nearby void. After a slight hesitation, he took a small breath. Immediately, he felt a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body, causing his spirit to rise. Such a big change finally woke up the youths who were still immersed in the barbarian ghost sect girl's bewitching power. They all revealed expressions of shock as they looked at the silver formation in the plaza. At the same time, on the large platform, the barbarian ghost sect leader saw that the huge formation had been activated. He immediately gave an order to the others. Junior Lei, according to our original plan, you will be the host of the ceremony. The other juniors will cooperate. The opening spirit ceremony concerns the future of our sect. Juniors, you must not be careless. Yes. When the Confucian and the others heard this, they all felt a chill in their hearts and bowed. Among the crowd of boys and girls, when they saw the few figures standing on the high platform, whose identities were obviously not to be trifled with, most of them suddenly soared into the air and flew towards the center of the square with nothing beneath them. The disciples of the various clans were in an uproar. The barbarian ghost sect spiritual pulse disciple on the other side suddenly knelt on the ground when the Taoists flew close and said in unison, "Greetings, martial uncles. You all rise. In a moment, listen to our orders. Everyone will split into groups of 100 and enter the spirit convergence formation. Once you enter, you will be responsible for your own life and death. Once the spirit sea opens, you will be separated from the mortal world. I will ask again, is there anyone who is not willing to take the risk and is willing to leave?" A figure said in a low voice. It was Junior Lei, who rarely spoke on the platform. Hearing this, no matter if it was the barbarian ghost sect disciples or the clan's disciples, no one spoke. At this point, it was naturally impossible for anyone to be so stupid as to retreat again. Good, very good. Junior Lei said the word good twice in the air before raising his head and not saying anything else. Lu Ming was in the crowd below and looked curiously at the people in the sky. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to see the faces of the people in the light. He couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. However, when he unconsciously swept his gaze over the group of barbarian ghost sect spiritual pulse disciples, he was astonished to find that the bewitching woman was no longer there. He couldn't even remember where she was supposed to be. Lu Ming could be considered extremely daring, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Some of the clan's disciples seemed to have discovered that the bewitching girl was no longer there. Immediately, there was another uproar. Many people had expressions of disbelief on their faces. On the high platform, the barbarian ghost sect leader saw this and glanced at a girl with a delicate face. He suddenly smiled and said to Junior Lin, who was also not in charge of the formation, "Callan's Aphrodite body is indeed amazing. Jialan's Aphrodite body is indeed amazing. She has such an amazing effect without even opening her spiritual sea. I wonder how powerful she will be when she becomes a spirit apostle. If it wasn't like this, why would I fight with Senior Chu over this child? Unfortunately, even though this spirit body is rare, it makes it very difficult for the owner of the spirit body to cultivate. Moreover, the Aphrodite body can't display too much of an advantage when facing an opponent whose cultivation level is obviously higher than hers. Junior Lin snorted and said unwillingly. The Aphrodite body has an inconceivable power in group battles and when dealing with opponents with similar levels of cultivation. From this point of view, as long as this child can successfully open his spirit sea, no matter how slow his cultivation is, our sect will use spirit medicine to forcefully raise his cultivation level. The barbarian ghost sect leader said resolutely. That's right, this child is extremely important to the future of our sect. He might even be one of the biggest pillars of our sect when it comes to competing with the other clans. However, among the clan disciples this time, other than the kid named Lei Zhen, who is somewhat worth looking at, the others are still as unsightly as before. Even if there are a few that barely manage to become spirit apostles, I'm afraid that most of them will only have 3 spiritual pulses and have no hope of becoming a spirit master. If the 3 loose practitioners are unable to successfully break through to the spiritual sea and the other clan disciples are unable to find any other satisfactory seedlings, I'm afraid that Senior Gue will return disappointed. Junior Lin nodded her head and suddenly changed the topic. From the past, loose practitioners have at least a 1 in 3 chance of becoming a spirit apostle. Junior Gue's luck shouldn't be that bad. Maybe these 3 disciples will succeed. As for what you said about the other clan disciples being useless, I have one thing that I disagree with. The barbarian ghost sect leader muttered to himself for a while before shaking his head. What, could it be that Junior sister was wrong and there are other talents among the clan disciples? No, even if I didn't see it, how could Senior Gue be wrong? Junior Lin heard this and was startled. I don't know about the others, but this kid should be quite interesting. The barbarian ghost sect leader faintly smiled. Suddenly, a finger drew a circle in the air in front of him. Immediately, a faint green light flashed in the circle and transformed into a light mirror that was as clear as water. A youth wearing a brocade robe appeared in the mirror. The youth was currently looking up at the group of spirit masters in the sky. His eyes flickered slightly. It was Lu Ming. This kid? He doesn't seem to be anything special. Could it be that he has the legendary hidden spirit body? Junior Lin looked at Lu Ming in the mirror for a while before slowly asking. I don't know if he has a hidden spirit body, but this little guy's mental strength should be much stronger than the average person, the barbaric ghost sect master said calmly. Oh, how did you know? Junior sister Lin was naturally curious when she heard this. It's very simple. Just now, when Callan's succubus physique was accidentally exposed, only this little fellow wasn't affected at all. Furthermore, he was able to stop himself from looking at Callan. TSK, just his self-control is worthy of praise. The barbarian ghost sect master replied with a smile. I see. If that's the case, then this little guy is really worth looking forward to. Junior sister Lin suddenly understood. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that because of the bewitching girl, he had somehow entered the eyes of 2 spirit masters. The current him was concentrating on feeling the various abnormalities in the surrounding space after the formation in the plaza was activated. He slightly circulated the nameless technique and the Yuanli in his body was stimulated to circulate more than half as fast as before. When he slightly lifted his arm, he could clearly feel a faintly discernible stagnation. Although it was so weak that it was almost invisible, it was definitely there. A trace of surprise flashed across Lu Ming's face as he looked at the silver formation with a trace of anticipation. He could already feel such a shocking change from outside the formation. Once he entered the formation, the effect would definitely be even more shocking. The time has come, pour in the spirit liquid. The lay spirit master suddenly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of spirit apostles flew out on clouds from the surrounding high platforms. These barbarian ghost sect spirit apostles all wore the same black robes and each held a light green bottle in their hands. In an instant, they arrived at the edge of the formation and simultaneously opened the bottle. Then, their hands flashed with spiritual light as they slapped the bottom of the bottle. Pu. A loud sound rang out, waves of milky white spirit liquid sprayed out from the bottle and transformed into tens of white lines that shot into the air above the formation. Then, they transformed into white spots of light that floated in the air without falling. Sect disciples, immediately enter the formation. The lay junior in the air yelled again. When the barbarian ghost sect spirit pulse disciples heard this, the first row of people immediately rushed into the formation. Then, they each chose a spot within the formation and sat down cross-legged. Enough. However, when the number of people in the formation reached 100, one of the spirit masters in the air let out a low roar and waved his sleeve downwards. The barbarian ghost sect disciples that wanted to enter immediately felt a transparent wall of air appear beside the formation and were all bounced back. These disciples shivered in their hearts and immediately stopped and waited outside. As for Lu Ming and the other clan disciples, without any orders, they could only stare at each other without daring to move. They did not have any resentment in their hearts. This opening spirit ceremony was originally meant for the barbarian ghost sect's own disciples. Since they were placed at the back, they had nothing to complain about. Some people even wanted to take this opportunity to see how the barbarian ghost sect disciples attacked the spiritual sea. Although they had heard it from their elders countless times, seeing the process with their own eyes was two different things. Perhaps after seeing it, they would be able to gain something and have a better chance of opening their spirit sea. Lu Ming could not give up on this only chance to open the opening spirit ceremony. He stared at the few specific targets in the center of the formation without blinking. At this time, when the spirit masters in the air saw that the disciples in the formation had all sat down cross-legged, their figures immediately swayed and they each stood at a specific position above the formation. They then started to chant in the air while making hand signs. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura surged from their bodies. When the disciples outside the formation came into contact with the spirit pressure, they all retreated in shock. There were a few clan disciples with weak temperaments who even paled and fell to the ground. The disciples sitting in the formation seemed to receive some sort of protection. They turned a blind eye to the terrifying pressure and didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Some of the disciples even curiously looked at the aerial spirit master's every move. Under the activation of the technique, the spirit master Lei's spirit pressure became stronger and stronger. He raised one of his arms and slowly extended a finger. After a muffled groan, a drop of silver-white liquid shot out from the tip of his finger and flew directly into the white dots of light formed by the spirit liquid. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The nearby densely packed white dots trembled and suddenly shot towards the silver liquid as if they were intelligent. They quickly merged into one. In the blink of an eye, a huge milky white ball of light the size of a person silently formed in the air. Go. The spirit master Lei used his finger to point at the white ball of light. Immediately, the huge ball of light fell down like a meteor. After a muffled sound, it accurately smashed into the body of a barbarian ghost sect disciple who was sitting cross-legged. This disciple was around 13 or 14 years old. His face was quite handsome, but the moment the white ball of light touched his body, he was pressed into the ground with a putong sound. It was as if the white ball of light had an incomparably heavy power. What was even more strange was that after the white ball of light pressed down on the youth, it did not immediately disappear. Instead, under the control of the spirit master Lei, it flashed slightly and slowly wrapped the youth within. The drop of silver spirit liquid at the very center flashed and strangely disappeared into the young man's body. The youth on the ground took a deep breath and suddenly let out a low roar. He forcibly crawled up from the ground and sat cross-legged again with a ferocious expression. Then, he closed his eyes and silently began to circulate his spirit chi. The same scene was playing out in other places. The other spirit masters also squeezed out drops of silver spirit liquid from their bodies. Then, they transformed into huge balls of light that fell from the sky and covered the disciples below. Most of the disciples were like the youth at the beginning and were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Only a few youths with particularly strong bodies were able to sit steadily and endure the huge pressure. They watched as the balls of light were slowly swallowed by their bodies. When the spirit masters saw the appearance of these people, they all secretly nodded their heads. For some unknown reason, they all memorized the positions and appearances of these disciples. The casting speed of these spirit masters was extremely fast. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they had condensed over 100 drops of silver spirit liquid, covering every disciple in the formation in a ball of light. At this time, the spirit master Lei touched his sleeve and took out a green token. Without saying anything, he waved it at the light formation below. A muffled sound rang out, a green pillar of light, as thick as a thumb, shot down from the face of the token. In a flash, it disappeared into a crystal in the center of the formation. Hong! After the crystal flashed, white light flashed everywhere in the formation. Then, several milky white pillars of light shot up into the sky. The remaining white spots of light in the sky became blurry and turned into a hazy spiritual rain that danced down. Even though he was outside the formation, Lu Ming could still feel the changes in the air around him. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. At this time, the spirit master Lei spoke in a deep voice above the formation. We have already borrowed the power of the spirit convergence formation to adjust the yuan qi of heaven and earth within the formation to its highest density. At the same time, we have used a drop of our liquefied true yuan to act on your bodies. This is the best way for you to break through to the spiritual sea. What you need to do now is to borrow the help of external forces to activate the yuan qi in your body. In one breath, you will be able to condense your own spiritual sea in your dantian. This will be extremely painful, as if you were being cut by 1,000 knives. However, whether you live or die, whether you become an immortal or immortal, will all depend on yourself. Next, I will use the power of truth to guide you through the entire process of opening your spirit. Once the spirit master Lei finished speaking, he solemnly greeted the other spirit masters. He then took out a golden scroll from his sleeve and threw it in front of him. The golden scroll shook in the wind and turned into a golden light screen that floated in the air. In the light screen, silver ancient characters the size of rice grains appeared and disappeared, shining brightly. The lay spirit master immediately formed a hand sign with one hand and the light on the surface of his body tore apart, revealing his true appearance. It was a large man with a face full of beard. He wore a purple robe and had a large waist. Just by standing there, he gave off a majestic feeling. The lay spirit master stared at the characters on the golden light screen and changed the hand sign with his hand. His mouth opened and closed as he began to chant. Lu Ming was surprised to find that he didn't hear anything. He looked at the faces of the nearby clan disciples. He found that most of them also had a face full of shock. It was obvious that he wasn't the only one. However, when he looked at the formation, he found that the barbarian ghost sect disciples all had painful expressions on their faces the moment the lay spirit master spoke. Some of their faces even began to distort and the white light surrounding them began to flash wildly. The spirit master's methods were indeed mysterious. The incantation they spoke could actually only target a certain area, leaving the area outside the formation unaffected. Lu Ming couldn't help but look forward to the spirit master's spells. Compared to them, practitioners could also use practitioner weapons and use some small tricks, but they were clearly not on the same level. Pung, pung. Two muffled sounds rang out. The faces of the two youths who were sitting cross-legged in the formation twitched for a while before their heads suddenly exploded from the inside out. The white light that was originally wrapped around their bodies was extinguished with a flash, and the headless corpses also swayed a few times before directly falling to the ground. Seeing such a bloody scene, a few of the more cowardly clan disciples immediately cried out. The others couldn't help but turn pale. The spirit masters who hadn't entered the barbarian ghost sect saw this scene and couldn't help but reveal a trace of unease. However, the spirit masters in the air and the spirit apostles outside the formation turned a blind eye to this scene. When Lu Ming's gaze swept over the two headless corpses, the third barbarian ghost sect disciple stood up and waved his hands a few times before his head also exploded. Humph, so useless. However, this was just the beginning, and someone was already unable to withstand the backlash. The next time our sect chooses a spiritual pulse disciple, it seems that we should be a bit stricter. The barbarian ghost sect leader on the high platform seemed to be unhappy with the situation and snorted. Senior brother sect leader, before the opening spirit ceremony, we can only estimate the disciples' aptitudes. Some mistakes are inevitable. The disciple who died just now was a disciple candidate that I thought highly of. His performance in cultivation was quite good. Junior Sister Lin said with a wry smile. In any case, our sect has invested a large amount of resources into every Spirit Pulse disciple. It is not wrong to be stricter when selecting disciples. The Barbarian Ghost Sect Master said indifferently. Yes, Junior Sister will definitely discuss with Senior Brothers about the selection of the next batch of Spirit Pulse disciples and try to pick out more outstanding disciples. Junior Sister Lin could only reply like this. Hearing this, the Barbarian Ghost Sect Master's expression relaxed and he nodded his head. He continued to look at the disciples in the distance. In the formation, after the third corpse fell, there was no more immediate death. However, as time passed, the white light around some of the bodies began to condense into threads of white light, and they desperately burrowed into the skin of the disciples. The faces of the disciples began to twitch and many of their bodies began to tremble. Their eyes became bloodshot and they began to show signs of insanity. After a few muffled sounds, another 4 or 5 bodies fell into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes couldn't help but twitch. At this time, the spirit rain in the formation began to gradually stop. The white balls of light around the bodies of some people shrunk quite a bit and some even revealed parts of their bodies. When a spirit master saw this, he waved his hand without saying anything. The group of spirit apostles outside the formation immediately activated the long bottles in their hands and sprayed out streams of spirit liquid in the form of white threads. Countless white dots of light appeared in the formation again and flew toward the bodies of the disciples below. The balls of light that surrounded them were instantly restored to their original state. The misty spirit rain also began to fall from the sky. The painful expression on the face of a youth sitting in the formation suddenly disappeared and was replaced with an incomparably comfortable expression. He abruptly opened his mouth and raised his head to release a clear cry. At the same time, a series of crackling sounds that resembled firecrackers rang out from within his body, following which a series of translucent white ribbons of light appeared on the surface of his body. 1, 2, 3. Only when the 6th one appeared did the process come to an abrupt halt. The Barbarian Ghost Sect youth was at a loss at first, but when he looked down at the 6 ribbons of light around his body, he cried out in ecstasy, I have successfully opened my spirit sea. I have a 6th spiritual pulse and am now a spirit apostle. What are you shouting about? There are still others who have not succeeded. Continue to strengthen your spirit sea inside. When you go out, there will not be a second time with such good conditions for you to squander. A spirit master saw this and immediately yelled in a low voice. Only then did the Barbarian Ghost Sect disciple wake up. He quickly agreed and sat down cross-legged again to continue to strengthen his spirit sea. Not long after the 1st spirit apostle appeared in the formation, the 2nd and 3rd spirit apostles also appeared. However, in this period of time, there were people who could not withstand the backlash and once again, their heads exploded and they died. Half an hour later, when the 9th spirit apostle appeared, more than a quarter of the spiritual pulse disciples had already died. Although the remaining people were still bitterly persevering, it was obvious that there was no longer any effect. Spirit Master Lei, who had been silently activating the mantra in the air, saw this situation and immediately raised his mouth and coldly announced, "Time is up. The remaining disciples who have not successfully opened their spirits will become our sect's outer sect disciples. Everyone, please leave the formation and let the 2nd batch of disciples enter." Just as Spirit Master Lei's voice fell, the formation that was in operation suddenly stopped. The balls of light on the Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples inside instantly dissipated like bubbles. The pain of the disciples who were still trying to open their spirit sea suddenly disappeared. However, when they understood what had happened, they immediately became dejected. In the sect, the status of outer sect disciples and spirit apostles was as different as heaven and earth. No matter how outstanding their previous performance was, from now on, they could only be the lowest level of existence in the Barbarian Ghost Sect. The 9 disciples who had successfully opened their spirit sea, who were originally about the same status as them, were now above everyone else. Not only would they be carefully trained by the sect in the future, they would be able to practice unimaginable techniques that allowed them to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Even their lifespans would be greatly increased. At this time, the bloodstains and dried corpses in the formation were cleaned up by a dozen or so outer sect disciples who came out of nowhere. Even the ground was washed several times with clean water, leaving not a single drop of blood in the formation. The second batch of barbarian ghost sect spiritual pulse disciples also swarmed into the formation under Spirit Master Lei's command and sat down cross-legged. The same scene played out again. However, this time, the person chanting the incantation to the golden light screen was changed to another Spirit Master. Spirit Master Lei landed on the ground below the formation and began to adjust his breathing with his eyes closed. It was obvious that using the power of the incantation for almost an hour was quite taxing on the Spirit Masters, so they had to take turns to rest. This time, the process of opening the Spirit Sea took about an hour. The remaining 3 batches of Barbarian Ghost Sect Spiritual Pulse disciples quickly completed the opening ceremony after 6 hours. In the first batch, the highest Spiritual Pulse disciple that had been opened was only 6 Spiritual Pulse. In the second batch, 12 Spirit Apostles appeared. 2 of them were 9 Spiritual Pulse Spirit Apostles. In the third batch, only 8 people successfully opened their Spirit Sea, but 3 of them were 9 Spiritual Pulse Spirit Apostles. In the fourth batch of disciples, there were 15 Spirit Apostles. However, there was only 1 9 Spiritual Pulse disciple. When the barbarian ghost sect leader on the high platform saw that the delicate and pretty girl called Jiao Lan had also successfully opened her spiritual pulse and even showed the 6 spiritual pulse phenomenon, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although 6 spiritual pulse was only considered average among spirit apostles, with the full support of the sect, it wasn't impossible for her to become a spirit master. As for the other spirit masters, they all had different feelings. There were disciples that had successfully become spirit apostles, so they were naturally very happy. There were disciples that didn't successfully open their spiritual sea and even died on the spot. Naturally, they felt very depressed. The empty spots could only be picked from other spirit apostles. As for the remaining clan disciples, only a few were able to become spirit apostles. Other than the Gui family disciple, the others didn't have much hope. When Master Lei gave the order, it was finally the turn of Lu Ming and the other clan disciples. When the first batch of clan disciples entered the formation 2 hours later, the faces of Lu Ming and the others were extremely ugly. Of the 100 clan disciples, not a single one had successfully opened their spiritual sea. Moreover, the number of people who died on the spot was more than 2/3 of the total number. The remaining 30 or so people walked out of the formation like zombies. For a while, none of the clan disciples entered the formation again. If you don't want to enter, that's fine. Our sect can save a lot of resources and demote all of you to the outer sect. Seeing the situation, Master Lei didn't rush them and only laughed coldly. The world of cultivation was originally a world where the strong preyed on the weak. He wouldn't have the slightest bit of pity for these clan disciples. At this point, what's there to retreat? Let me do it. One of the disciples from the aristocratic family snorted and took the lead to step forward. It was Lei Zhen, the Lei clan disciple. When Master Lei, who was in the air, saw this person, he was slightly startled. However, he immediately smiled and didn't say anything else. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the rest of the youths were in an uproar. Finally, some of the braver ones followed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times. He suddenly took a light breath and walked out of the crowd. Lu Ming walked to a corner of the formation and sat down cross-legged with a calm expression. He could already see that Spirit Master Lei and the others had gone through the opening spirit ceremony a few times before, and their expressions were slightly tired. As for the large crystals that were installed in the spirit convergence formation, they were not as glaring as before. Although he did not know how many times a spirit master could use the incantation under normal circumstances, nor did he know what effect the crystals would have on the disciples within the formation when they ran out of energy, he definitely did not want to be the last to experience it himself. Moreover, he had already seen what he needed to see in the first few waves of observation. Even if he continued to stay behind, there would be no benefit. Naturally, he would rather join the first few waves and attack the spiritual sea first. Many of the disciples from the other aristocratic families had figured this out as well. However, after witnessing the terrifying probability of death, they subconsciously retreated a little. But even so, they quickly gathered 100 people. What surprised Lu Ming was that Gao Chong and Mu Mingzhu were also among them. He could not help but glance at the two of them. Mu Mingzhu's expression was not very good, and her beautiful eyes carried a trace of fear. It was obvious that the previous scene had greatly affected her. On the other hand, the tall youth beside her, although his face was also somewhat pale, his expression was much calmer than the girl beside him. Begin. Once Spirit Master Lei saw that there were enough people, he immediately gave the order. Immediately, the entire formation was activated with a buzzing sound. At the same time, 10 streams of spirit liquid were sprayed into the formation, and a misty spirit rain once again floated down. With a hong sound, a large ball of light fell from the sky and steadily smashed onto Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming immediately felt as if his shoulders were 10,000 kilograms heavy. His chest heated up, and his body was unable to support himself as he was pressed onto the ground. Lu Ming could not care about the others at this time. He only saw himself being enveloped by the white light, and a moment later, he felt a chill on his back, as if something had directly entered his body and was quickly rolling towards his dantian. Having seen the process of the others opening their spirits, Lu Ming did not panic. He knew that this was a spirit master's qi entering his body. He immediately used both his hands to push off the ground, wanting to push his body up. But no matter how hard he tried, his body was pressed to the ground, unable to get up. Lu Ming was a little shocked. Although he had seen that it was extremely difficult for the others to get up, he didn't expect it to be this difficult. He wasn't someone who was born with divine strength, and he didn't have much training in this area. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy for him to get up with ordinary methods. Thinking about this, Lu Ming's breathing became a little hurried. After taking a few deep breaths, his 2 arms abruptly thickened with a low roar. Once again, he fiercely pressed down on the ground, and his body finally slowly lifted off the ground. In an instant, he used his physical strength stimulation secret skill to temporarily increase the strength of his arms by several times, and slowly straightened his body. During this process, the young man could even hear the crisp sounds of his bones cracking, and his skin was even turning slightly red under the heavy pressure. After a short while, Lu Ming finally sat up straight. Only then did he have the time to size up the others. In the end, he laughed bitterly in his heart. He definitely wasn't the first person to get up. Many of the other clan disciples had already sat back down, including a delicate girl like Mu Mingzhu. The other clan disciples were obviously the same as the barbarian ghost sect disciples. They had undergone specialized training in this area, or they had mastered a similar physical strength stimulation secret skill. However, when he glanced at Lei Zhan, his gaze couldn't help but slightly pause. Looking at this person's calm appearance within the white light, his clothes didn't even have the slightest trace of a crease. It was as if the weight of the light had not affected him at all. While Lu Ming was secretly guessing, the sound of an obscure technique reverberated in the sky above the formation. At first, the sound seemed to come from far away, but in an instant, it rumbled endlessly in his ears like thunder. In an instant, he felt his body boil. The originally quiet and motionless Yuan Li in his body suddenly began to circulate wildly in his meridians. The circulation became faster and faster, more and more ferocious. Although he had already anticipated this, Lu Ming still felt his body suddenly become scorching hot. At the same time, the meridians in his body were being bombarded by the Yuan Li of heaven and earth, causing waves of tearing pain. It was as if there were countless sharp knives incessantly cutting him. Moreover, each cut was fiercer and more violent than the last. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but his face unexpectedly didn't reveal much pain. On Savage Island, in order to learn those unorthodox secret skills, he had endured countless tortures that were worse than death. Moreover, the repercussions of using these secret skills were already extremely intense and painful. The process of practicing the secret skills thousands of times on Savage Island caused Lu Ming's body to endure pain that was far beyond what a normal person could imagine. It could even be said that he was somewhat numb to it. At this moment, he easily eliminated the interference of the pain on his mind. He focused on using the Yuan controlling technique and the power of the mantra to forcefully gather the violent Yuan Li in his body into his dantian. The other aristocratic family disciples were unable to endure the pain like Lu Ming. In fact, there were even a dozen or so people with weak willpower who immediately lost control of their minds under the unbearable pain. The Yuan Li in their body completely lost control and all of it rushed towards their heads. After a few small cycles, these people's heads exploded. As time passed, more and more aristocratic family disciples joined the ranks of the dead. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Only a small portion of the people in the formation could still sit steadily on the ground. At this time, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. Following that, a sparkling and translucent band of light appeared on the surface of his body. There were actually 9 of them, and on the surface of each band of light, there were faint traces of lightning flashing. He had actually successfully opened his spirit sea so early, and even had 9 spirit veins appear. It really is a lightning spirit vein among the elemental spirit veins. Moreover, it is a 9 spirit vein. On the high platform, the barbarian ghost sect leader immediately saw the spirit vein that appeared on the surface of Xianxia's body and became pleasantly surprised. This time, our sect has really picked up a treasure. Just a lightning spirit vein or a 9 spirit vein isn't too rare. However, if the two are added together, their value to our sect is probably not any less than that child Callan's Aphrodite body. I was wondering why Senior Lei's faction didn't take the initiative in fighting for a spirit vein disciple. So it turns out that they already had their eyes on this nephew of theirs. With this child, they will surpass the other disciples by 1,000 times. Junior Lin muttered to herself. Her gaze towards Xianxia became somewhat fiery. Junior Lei himself also has a lightning spirit vein. If he were to teach this child, it would be very suitable. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied with a smile. When Junior Lin heard this, she secretly thought that it was a pity. She knew that under the premise that there was a blood relationship, the other branches would not be able to fight for Xianxia no matter what. This is also fortunate that the Lei clan has Junior Lei in our barbarian ghost sect. Otherwise, this child might not have been sent to our sect. With this child's talent, if he were to appear in the other sects, I believe that he would also be greatly valued. Junior Lin seemed to have thought it through and spoke with a smile. Indeed, especially the Firestorm way. They were originally famous for their lightning-type cultivation methods. If they were able to obtain this child, they would most likely view him as a treasure. The barbarian ghost sect leader laughed as he spoke. However, with this child successfully opening his spirit vein, among the remaining people, only the loose practitioner called Gao Chong is worth looking forward to. That's right, the kid with a strong mental strength that senior sect leader mentioned is also within this group of people. I wonder if he will be able to successfully open his spirit sea. At this time, Xianxia had already sat down cross-legged again. Junior Lin's gaze swept across the other people in the formation and slowly spoke. Whether or not he succeeds, it will only be a matter of half an hour. When that time comes, you and I will naturally know the result. The barbarian ghost sect leader's tone once again calmed down. However, just as he finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from within the formation. Following this, a strange wave swept out from within and the entire plaza began to slightly tremble. What's going on? What happened? Junior Lin was shocked. Seeing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader was stunned for a while. Following this, he stared blankly at the formation without saying a word. At this time, a disciple sitting cross-legged within the formation suddenly trembled and slowly rose from the ground. At the same time, the white light on his body began to spin and a misty white halo appeared. Could it really be that thing that has appeared? Seeing this scene, the sect leader of the barbarian ghost sect could no longer maintain his calm. His figure moved, and without hesitation, he soared into the sky and shot towards the formation. At this time, the white light on the disciple that had risen into the air condensed again and impressively began to condense into a second halo. An earth spiritual pulse, this is the phenomenon of an earth spiritual pulse appearing in the world. How is this possible? Junior Lin's delicate body trembled as she finally came to her senses and cried out involuntarily. However, immediately after, a multicolored light wrapped around her body and she hurriedly flew away from the high platform. In the sky above the formation, Spirit Master Lei, Junior Chu, and the other Spirit Masters naturally understood what had happened when they saw this scene. Almost all of them were abnormally excited as they flew to the side of the disciple. Opening their eyes, they looked at the halo that appeared on the surface of the disciple's body one after the other and silently counted the number in their hearts. At this time, the person in the sky chanting the incantation to the golden light screen was the Gui scholar. Seeing this scene, one could imagine the shock in his heart. Unfortunately, the incantation in his mouth was not finished and he could only helplessly continue to stay where he was, unable to move. However, his gaze was similarly fiery as it landed on the young disciple that was forming the halo in the sky. This disciple was tall and had a simple and honest face. It was the loose cultivator Gao Chong. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the other corner of the formation, without anyone noticing, his dantian was filled with countless strands of silver-white light. Under the precise control of some kind of powerful mental strength, they were intertwining with each other at an unbelievable frequency and gradually fusing into one, faintly forming a silver-white ball of silk. But at this time all the spirit masters, including the barbarian ghost sect leader, were staring unblinkingly at the tall youth floating in the air. Who would be distracted by the other disciples? With a pu sound, the moment the 12th ring of light condensed outside Gao Cheng's body, he opened his eyes and involuntarily raised his head and whistled. The whistling sound was thick and strangely long, and only after a full 10 breaths did it gradually calm down. I am. Gao Cheng then realized that he was in midair. Immediately, his body sank in shock and he fell towards the ground. Child, don't be afraid. At this time an old voice sounded beside Gao Cheng's ear. Pung. The youth's body was supported by a huge force and he stopped steadily in midair. Following that, a shadow flashed in front of him and a yellow-haired elder wearing hemp clothing appeared. With a face full of smiles, he looked up and down at Gao Cheng. Hearing the voice just now, it was the barbarian ghost sect leader, but it was unknown when he had revealed his true appearance. Almost at the same time, the sound of wind came from the side again. Spirit Master Lei, Junior Lin, Junior Chu, and a few other spirit masters also flashed out, but when they saw the barbarian ghost sect leader take the lead, they couldn't help but look at each other. Senior sect leader, this child is. Junior Chu hesitated and opened his mouth to say something. You don't need to say anything now. The opening spirit ceremony has yet to be completed. Wait for all the disciples to complete the opening spirit, then we can discuss the matter of this child. Go back and continue to guard the formation, or else you will be punished according to the sect rules. The barbarian ghost sect leader waved his hand and said sternly with an unquestionable tone. The others looked at each other. Even though they were full of unwillingness, under the sect leader's righteous words, they could only say yes and fly back to their original positions. However, most of the people's gazes were still fixed on Gao Cheng. Only then did the tall youth realize that the old man in front of him was the barbarian ghost sect leader. He hurriedly bowed in shock. No need to be so courteous. Since you have already condensed an earth spirit root, the formation and these spirit medicines will not be of much use to you. First, follow me over there. I still have a few things I want to ask you. The barbarian ghost sect leader raised his hand to stop the youth from bowing and spoke in an unusually benevolent tone. Although Gao Cheng was a little confused, he was overwhelmed by the favor and naturally would not say a single no. Thus, the old man grabbed the youth's arm and immediately flew back to the high platform. Seeing this, junior sister Lin followed without saying a word. The remaining junior brother Chu and the others couldn't help but secretly complain in their hearts. The scholarly man surnamed Gue, who was still chanting a mantra above the formation, grew even more anxious upon seeing this. According to the agreement, this loose cultivator should belong to the 9 Infants faction. However, it seemed like his sect leader senior was going back on his word. How could this not make his heart burn with impatience? He wished that the ceremony would end immediately so that he could catch up to the barbarian ghost sect leader and interrogate him. Not only him, but the other spirit masters also wished that all the disciples in the formation would die so that they wouldn't have to waste any more time. One had to know that the longer they stayed here, the more likely the barbarian ghost sect leader would be able to convince the Earth Spiritual Pulse youth to join his faction. This kind of talent with 12 spiritual pulses was something that could only be seen once in 100 years in the Dacian country. The last time the barbarian ghost sect had a disciple with such talent was several hundred years ago. As for the 15 spiritual pulses heavenly spiritual pulse disciple, the barbarian ghost sect had never had one since its founding. Only the heavenly moon sect, which was currently the strongest sect in the Dacian country, had such a genius 1,000 years ago. It was also the appearance of this heavenly spiritual pulse disciple that laid the foundation for the heavenly moon sect to suppress the other sects for the next 1,000 years. Although the Earth's spiritual pulse was far inferior to the heavenly spiritual pulse, as long as it could grow, the barbarian ghost sect's position would improve. Under these circumstances, including Junior Chu and the other spirit masters, they naturally wanted to recruit this Earth's spiritual pulse disciple so that their faction could become the strongest in the sect in the future. As time passed, the ceremony was about to end. The heads of the clan disciples in the formation continued to explode and die. For a while, no one was able to successfully open their spiritual sea. The Gui scholar, Junior Chu, and the others did not care about this at all. Their gazes frequently swept over the high platform. On the high platform, the barbarian ghost sect leader said something to the tall youth, causing him to nod his head like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing this scene, the faces of Junior Chu and the other spirit masters in the formation turned a little green. At this time, a long whistle suddenly came from the formation. They saw Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, flash a white light. Streaks of white light began to condense. When they appeared, they wildly danced, causing the air around them to buzz. This strange phenomenon finally attracted the attention of a few spirit masters, who looked over in astonishment. The aura of this pulse condensation was a bit strange. Could it be that another talented person had appeared? But before these spirit masters could have any expectations, when the third streak of light condensed on Lu Ming's body, the white light suddenly disappeared and stopped. He had actually only formed a 3 spiritual pulse. Junior Chu and Spirit Master Lei, seeing this, were greatly disappointed. They immediately stopped looking at Lu Ming and turned their heads to look at the high platform. The Gui scholar also slightly furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head, no longer paying attention to Lu Ming. But at this moment, Lu Ming's face was full of surprise and joy. At this moment, a silver ball of light was slowly rotating in his body. After taking a deep breath, it was as if the skin on his body quivered, as if every hair on his body could absorb a trace of coolness from the outside world. Although he had only formed a 3 spiritual pulse, he had opened his own spiritual sea and become a spirit apostle. This was the real deal. In reality, when he was condensing the spiritual sea at the last moment, he suddenly had the idea to split his strong mental strength into 2. One half continued to control the Yuanli to continue to gather and replenish the Yuanli in his dantian, while the other half interweaved the Yuanli in his dantian as if weaving something, causing them to condense into a ball without worrying about them scattering. Whether or not he could have formed a spiritual sea was another matter altogether. This was also thanks to his recent diligent practice of Yuan controlling techniques. In addition, his mental strength was strong enough to split into 2. If it was another spiritual pulse disciple, they would definitely not be able to do this. Just as Lu Ming was in ecstasy, the incessant rumbling of the incantation in his ears suddenly stopped. Following that, a figure flashed in the air and Master Lei appeared right above the formation in a blur. He announced with an expressionless face. He announced expressionlessly, "Time's up." Expressionlessly, he announced, "Disciples who have not opened their spiritual seas, please leave this place. There will be someone to bring you out of the plaza. As for those who have successfully opened their spiritual seas, please go to the side and wait. Later, we will go to the ancestral hall together." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation stopped operating with a hum. Junior Chu, Confucian scholar, and a few other spirit masters did not say anything else and immediately flew towards the direction of the high platform. Seeing this, Spirit Master Lei rolled his eyes, but after hurriedly saying a few words, he also flew over. Seeing this, Lu Ming looked deeply in the direction of the high platform before walking out of the formation. However, when he passed by a young girl who seemed to have lost her soul, his footsteps slightly paused. This young girl was Mu Mingzhu. Although this girl did not die in the ceremony, she did not successfully open her spiritual sea. With her proud personality, one could imagine the disappointment in her heart. However, at this time, among the spirit apostles outside the formation, a beautiful young woman who looked similar to Mu Mingzhu walked over. After hugging the young girl in her arms, she softly comforted her. The purple-clothed young girl finally could not bear the pain in her heart and immediately burst into tears. At the end of the day, this girl was only an 11 or 12-year-old girl. After experiencing such a big blow, she could no longer control her emotions. Lu Ming shook his head and with a flash of his body, he was about to walk past the 2 girls. However, at this time, the beautiful young woman suddenly called out to the young man and asked with a smile on her face, "You must be nephew Bai. You must be nephew Bai. I, Mu Yunxian, have met your father several times in the past. This time, nephew becoming a spirit apostle is truly a joyous matter. If you don't mind, why don't you come visit me when you have the chance? I will introduce you to a few good friends. So you are an old friend of my father. When I have the time, I will definitely visit you." Lu Ming thought quickly and cupped his hands as he replied politely. Hee, then I will wait for the good news. That's right, nephew has already become a spirit apostle. In the future, you and I will be fellow disciples of the same sect. There is no need to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Yun. Hearing this, Mu Yunxian smiled sweetly, and between her eyebrows, there was a hint of seductiveness that was difficult to detect. However, Lu Ming acted as if he didn't see it. After saying yes, he calmly left. "And Yun, this brat from the Bai clan only has a 3 spiritual pulse. It's impossible for him to become a spirit master in this lifetime. Is he even worth roping him in?" Seeing the situation, Mu Mingzhu finally stopped crying and asked in a low voice with slightly red eyes. "Mingzhu, what do you know? It is not that easy to become a spirit master. Look at the thousands of spirit apostles in our sect, but there are only 30 or so spirit masters. From this, you can see how difficult it is to become a spirit master. Even with a 9 spiritual pulse, his normal cultivation speed is only slightly faster than mine with a 6 spiritual pulse. His chances of becoming a spirit master are just a little bit higher. Moreover, to establish a foothold in the sect is not a simple matter. Even if this boy can increase the strength of Aunt Yun's small group, I still have to recruit him. At the very least, there are no disadvantages." Mu Yunxian shook her head and replied in a low voice that could not be heard. "Aunt Yun, could it be that your situation in the sect is not too good? Should I? Don't worry, you don't need to worry about my matters. Even if you have not become a spirit apostle, as long as Aunt Yun is here, I will not let you suffer too much. This is not the place to talk. Leave first. I will find another opportunity to tell you about the situation in the sect and some of the taboos." The young woman interrupted the young girl's words and said with a serious expression. Mu Mingzhu's heart trembled and she naturally nodded and followed the young woman out of the formation. At this time, Lu Ming had already arrived in the middle of a group of barbarian ghost sect spirit apostles who had just activated their spiritual seas. He casually sat down next to a young girl with a delicate and pretty face. The young girl turned her head to look. After seeing his face, a strange look flashed in her eyes, but she immediately turned her head back expressionlessly. Although Lu Ming felt that it was strange, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he looked at the high platform in the distance. Over there, a group of spirit masters surrounded the tall youth and seemed to be talking about something. However, because they were too far away, Lu Ming couldn't hear what they were talking about. He could only vaguely feel that the atmosphere was a bit tense. At the same time, on the other high platforms, there were also many small groups discussing. "Senior Sima, I'm afraid our future days won't be too good. There are actually 3 genius disciples in this batch. Succubus physique, 9 spiritual lightning vein, and an earth spiritual vein that only appears once in 100 years. I'm afraid that in the eyes of martial uncles, these junior brothers are far superior to us." A tall, skinny youth wearing a green robe and carrying a few bone spears on his back laughed as he spoke to a gloomy man beside him. So what if their talent is good? Back then, Senior Zhao, Senior Lan, and the others were all far more talented than us, but where are they now? Although our sect has always attached great importance to talented disciples, but we also respect the free competition between disciples and the law of the jungle. Otherwise, do you think the annual minor competition, the life and death smelting trial that is held once every 3 years, is just a joke? Even if these 3 juniors are talented, they will have to cultivate for a few more years before they can be a threat to us. Furthermore, even if there are people who are worried that they will steal their positions in the sect, I'm afraid that it won't be us. Senior Yang, Senior Qian, and the others will have a headache over this. The gloomy man's eyes were long and narrow as he replied with a cold laugh. Haha, that's true. They have always occupied the top 10 positions of the 10 core disciples. Now that there are suddenly so many powerful juniors behind them, they will not be able to sit still. After the tall, skinny youth heard this, he also laughed lightly. At the same time, on the other side of the high platform, two girls surrounded by a group of female outer sect disciples were also discussing a related topic. I really didn't think that an earth spiritual pulse would appear in our sect. Chui'er, it seems that you will meet a strong opponent in the future. In the past, the fastest cultivation speed in the sect was none other than your spirit marrow body. In just 3 short years, you have gone from a low-level martial apostle to a high-level martial apostle. An earth spirit vein has 12 spirit veins, and its speed of absorbing heaven and earth yuan qi and transforming magic power is also several times faster than an ordinary disciple, and it may even be faster than you. Furthermore, it is much easier to break through to the spirit master realm with an earth spiritual pulse than with a spiritual marrow body. The slightly older yellow-clothed girl sighed and said to the green-clothed girl who was only 15 or 16 years old. What's so amazing about an earth spirit vein? I don't believe my spirit marrow body can cultivate faster than him. If worst comes to worst, I'll just play less and put more effort into my cultivation. The green-clothed girl had a full head of braids and a doll-like face. She immediately stuck out her tongue and said, looking very cute. I knew that you didn't use your full strength when you were cultivating. In the future, you should move to my residence. I want to personally supervise your cultivation. The blue-robed woman had an oval face and was quite pretty. She spoke with joy when she heard this. Senior Sister Qian, please don't. The green-robed girl's face turned bitter. When the other female outer sect disciples saw this, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Everyone, what do you think of this junior with an earth spiritual pulse? A large man wearing tight clothes withdrew his gaze from the high platform and calmly asked his companions beside him. The people standing beside him were all spirit apostles who were around 30 or 40 years old. There was even a white-haired old man among them. Senior Wu's words are strange. We have already passed the age of fighting to become a core disciple, and our chances of becoming a spirit master are close to 0. Even if this junior's talent is shocking, what does it have to do with us? Another 30-year-old man with a dark complexion asked in a strange manner. That's not necessarily true. Senior Feng, what do you think? The large man wearing tight clothes shook his head and turned his head to ask the white-haired old man. Junior Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. We have known each other for a long time, so there's no need to beat around the bush. The white-haired old man replied with an expressionless face. When the others heard this, they all revealed a doubtful expression. Since Senior has said it like this, then I will get straight to the point. I plan on leading us to rely on this junior Gao. The large man wearing tight clothes laughed and didn't hide anything as he calmly said. What, rely on this kid who just became a spirit apostle? Immediately, someone cried out involuntarily. That's right. Have you all thought about it? Because of our age, we spirit apostle disciples are unable to compete for the position of core disciple. Normally, the cultivation resources that the sect gives us are many times less than before. Normally, we can only rely on doing our best to complete duty hall missions to accumulate some contribution points to exchange for a bit of resources to continue cultivating. Under these circumstances, do you really think that we will have a chance to become a spirit master in the future? According to what I know, the other sects that are able to become a spirit master after 30 all expended a large amount of resources. In addition, when they were breaking through, they had the help of other spirit masters. Only then were they lucky enough to enter the spirit master realm. The large man wearing tight clothes said slowly. Oh, Junior Wu means that we bet that this earth spiritual pulse kid will definitely become a spirit master. Then, if we rely on him now, he will help us after he becomes a spirit master. The white-haired old man's eyes flashed slightly as he understood the meaning behind the large man's words. Senior Feng is wise. That is indeed what I mean. Although the sect has strict rules that us old disciples cannot participate in fights between new disciples, rules are dead and people are alive. If it is some indirect help, I don't think this junior will reject it. In addition, this kind of thing has been done before. The large man wearing tight clothes replied with confidence. Yes, that is a way. Once they understood the large man's meaning, the others couldn't help but be greatly moved. According to the current situation, relying on their own strength to break through to the Spirit Master realm was definitely impossible. However, if they had the help of a Spirit Master, there would be a glimmer of hope out of nowhere. "You guys go do this, I won't participate." The white-haired old man muttered to himself for a while before slowly shaking his head. "Senior Feng, why is that?" Junior Wu was greatly surprised. "The other juniors are still considered young, but I have used a forbidden technique to save my life during the fight with the 100-foot ghost. I have already lost over half of my profound chi and even my appearance has become this old. Even with the help of a Spirit Master, it will be impossible for me to become a Spirit Master. Therefore, a few days ago, I applied to the duty hall to leave the sect and establish my own family. Even if I can't become a Spirit Master, I can't just let my bloodline end." The white-haired old man gave a bitter laugh and explained. When the others heard this, their expressions darkened. In a secret room at the top of a mountain in the barbarian ghost sect, it was filled with rolling black gas. Within it, one could vaguely see a figure floating in the air, meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a small hidden hole on the door of the secret room opened and a piece of paper was quickly thrown in from outside. "Didn't this group of people say that if there was nothing important, they wouldn't disturb my cultivation?" When the black figure saw this, he became somewhat angry. However, he still waved his hand and the piece of paper flew into his hand. He lowered his head and quickly glanced at it. What? This year, not only did the girl Callan's Aphrodite body appear, but there was also the 9 spiritual lightning pulse and the rumored earth spiritual pulse. Haha, this is truly wonderful. I feel that the so-called sect large competition is very boring. It seems that in the next few years, I can look forward to it. After the black figure finished reading, he didn't become angry but instead started laughing wildly. The laughter shook the entire secret room and the black gas began to violently tumble and disperse. One could faintly see a huge skeleton several feet tall standing straight behind the black figure. Lu Ming coldly watched from outside the formation. He saw that the clan disciples were motivated by the fact that Lu Ming and the others had all become spirit apostles. It didn't take long for the third batch of people to be gathered. On the high platform, the matter had finally come to an end. Spirit Master Lei, Scholar Goe, and a few other Spirit Masters all flew back with gloomy expressions. After a while, the formation hummed again and the opening spirit ceremony began again. Half a day later, when the sky was a bit dark, the last batch of clan disciples dragged their heavy footsteps and numbly walked out of the formation. Among the 8 batches of clan disciples, only 6 people successfully opened their spiritual seas. Moreover, most of them were like Lu Ming, 3 spiritual pulses. As for the other 2 loose practitioners, only one of them, a red-haired youth, became a spirit apostle. However, most of the spirit masters present didn't really care about this result and hurriedly announced that the opening spirit ceremony was over. Other than one person who stayed, the others flew back to the high platform. It was obvious that the discussion about Gao Chong just now didn't really have a conclusion. As for the spirit master who stayed, he slowly landed in front of the group of new spirit apostles. The light that was emitting from his body dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Surprisingly, he was a woman around 40 years old. She was dressed in coarse cloth and had an ordinary appearance. Her expression was abnormally cold. "I am your martial uncle Li, follow me. You guys first go to the ancestral hall and wait. Sect leader senior will hurry over in a while." The woman spoke alone. Then, she made a hand sign with one hand and opened her mouth, spitting out a thick black gas. The black gas rolled around and condensed. Impressively, it transformed into a thick black cloud about an acre in size. It quietly floated there, as if it was flat ground. Without another word, the woman walked onto the black cloud. Seeing this, the other disciples hurriedly followed. Lu Ming stood at the side of the black cloud and looked deeply at the headless corpses that hadn't been taken care of yet. The black cloud suddenly trembled and rose into the air. Carrying the tens of newly advanced spirit apostles, it flew directly to another huge mountain in the distance. The mountain range where the barbarian ghost sect was located had more than a dozen mountains of various sizes. However, most of them were occupied by the 8 branches of the sect. Only the largest mountain did not belong to any of the branches. Instead, the duty hall, scripture pavilion, alchemy room, and other important buildings were built on top of it. Furthermore, there were selected disciples patrolling and guarding it day and night. The Ancestor Hall was the place where the barbarian ghost sect disciples worshipped their ancestors. Naturally, it was built on top of the mountain. The huge black cloud landed on a platform halfway up the mountain. As soon as it landed, a few green-robed disciples quickly ran out from a hall not far away. They respectfully bowed to the woman on the black cloud and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Greetings, Marshal Aunt Lee. Everything in the Ancestor Hall has been prepared. We are just waiting for the sect leader and the other martial uncles. Okay, bring these new disciples in first. In a moment, the sect leader and the others will come." The woman seemed to casually order. "Yes, Martial Aunt." These green-robed disciples nodded and then greeted Lu Ming and the others. They then led the group of boys and girls to the huge hall in the distance. The woman did not move from her original spot. It seemed that she planned to wait for the barbarian ghost sect leader and the others outside. Lu Ming was in the crowd. When he walked through the door of the hall, he glanced up. On top of the door hung a silver plaque that was several feet long. On the surface, 3 large golden words were written, "Ancestor Hall." There was a faint crystal light circulating on it. After entering the door, many disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that the outside looked like an ordinary hall built against the mountain. Inside, there was a huge hall that was more than 100 feet tall and about 100 acres in size. On both sides of the hall were hundreds of black chairs. On the wall at the end of the hall, there was an ancient painting that was several feet long. In the painting, there was the back of a Taoist wearing a green robe. On his head was a silver hairpin that was a few inches long. On his back was a sheathless longsword. Both of his feet were stepping on an abnormally ferocious ghost head. Outside his body, there was a layer of faint black gas, giving people a very mysterious feeling. At the bottom of the painting, there was a silver sacrificial table about 50 to 60 feet long. There was a lit lamp at each end, and in the middle, there were 15 to 16 light golden tablets with black names written on them. There was also a huge bronze cauldron placed in front of the offering table. Inside the cauldron were several half-burned jaw sticks, giving off a solemn feeling. After the green-robed disciples led the disciples into the hall, they returned to the door and stood there, completely ignoring the new disciples. When the boys and girls saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other, but they were infected by the solemn atmosphere in the hall, so no one whispered. They could only stand still and wait. After Lu Ming looked around the huge hall once, his gaze unconsciously fell on the ancient painting hanging in front of him. For this picture to be hung in such a solemn manner, the person drawn inside was most likely the founder of the barbarian ghost sect. However, it was only a back view, which was quite strange. Lu Ming's imagination didn't last long. After a while, footsteps came from outside the door. Several green-robed disciples standing at the door bowed at the same time and said loudly, "Greetings to the sect leader and martial uncles. Rise." After the barbarian ghost sect leaders in different voice sounded, the hemp-clothed old man, the scholar surnamed Gue, the large man surnamed Lei, and a group of barbarian ghost sect spirit masters walked in. Gaochong was the last person to enter. At this time, all the spirit masters removed their protective spirit lights and revealed their true appearances. Lu Ming and the other disciples also hurriedly paid their respects. This time, the barbarian ghost sect leader didn't let them rise. Instead, he brought the others to the sacrificial table, lit a jaw stick, and inserted it into the bronze cauldron. Only then did he turn around and let the group of boys and girls rise. "I am sect leader Xianxia. I believe that most of you already know me, so I won't introduce myself any further. Now that you have opened your spirit seas, as long as you pay your respects to the founder, you will be a true disciple of the sect." The person in the painting enshrined in the ancestral hall is the founder of the sect, Sixing Master. 6 of the 8 branches of the sect are directly inherited from the founder. And the memorial tablets enshrined below are the ancestors of the sect who have reached the crystal level. If it weren't for their protection, the sect wouldn't have been able to continue to this day. Now, all of you come forward and offer jaw sticks to the founder and the ancestors of the sect. At the same time, report your names. The barbarian ghost sect leader said solemnly. Crystal level? Could it be that above the spirit masters, there is an even higher level of existence? This was the first time Lu Ming heard this word. His heart couldn't help but tremble. As someone who had entered the cultivation world halfway through, he knew too little about the sect. Seeing that the other disciples' expressions were normal, most of them should know about the relevant matters. Just as Lu Ming was thinking to himself, Gao Chong, the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple, had already walked to the altar and knelt down under the barbarian ghost sect leader's instructions. He said respectfully, Disciple Gao Chong has the honor of entering the barbarian ghost sect today. I hope that the founder and the other ancestors will protect me. From now on, I will do my best to bring the sect to greater heights. Then, the tall youth stood up, picked up a jaw stick, lit it, and inserted it into the cauldron before returning to his original position. Seeing that someone had started, the group of young men and women also began to offer jaw sticks. The words they said about entering the sect were similar to Gao Chong's. After all the disciples had finished paying their respects, the barbarian ghost sect leader once again stood in front of the crowd and said with a straight face, the sect has a total of 3 major commandments and 36 sect rules. If you break one of them, the most serious punishment will be the destruction of your body and the extraction of your soul. If it's a light punishment, your Fali will be sealed and you will be thrown into the Black Wind Valley to suffer the punishment of wind and thunder. As for the specific contents of these commandments, there will be people who will explain them to you in detail in a few days. You must take care of yourselves. Yes. The group of disciples all felt their hearts tremble as they replied. In addition, the sect has a total of 8 branches, namely the Dancing Ghost, Baleful Een, Mysterious Talisman, 9 Infant, Poison Spirit, Refined Corpse, Heaven's Secret, and Blood Control. According to past practice, the martial uncles of these 8 branches will take turns to choose you. Do you have any objections? The barbarian ghost sect leader asked unhurriedly. The group of disciples naturally wouldn't actually speak up to object. Seeing this situation, the hemp-clothed old man was extremely satisfied and continued to speak without batting an eyelid. Since it's like this, then I will represent the blood control faction and choose a disciple first. Gao Chong, your aptitude isn't bad. Are you willing to evolve into the blood control faction? I am willing to personally accept you as my disciple. Once he finished speaking, the barbarian ghost sect leader's gaze fell on the tall youth with a schwa sound. Gao Chong is willing to take the sect leader as his master. Hearing this, the tall youth didn't hesitate in the slightest as he stood out from the crowd and paid his respects to the hemp-clothed old man. Okay, child, you may rise. From now on, you are my 7th disciple. As for your other seniors, when you follow me back to my residence, I will naturally introduce them to you. The barbarian ghost sect leader laughed loudly as he allowed the tall youth to rise and retreat to the side with him. The Gui scholar, Junior Chu, and lay spirit master saw this and their faces didn't look too good. However, they didn't actually say anything to stop him. I am Chu Chi, the leader of the Baleful Een faction. Kellen, why aren't you coming over? Junior martial brother Chu then walked out and waved at a seemingly unremarkable and delicate young girl in the crowd. Revealing his true appearance, he was impressively a 30-year-old scholarly youth with the appearance of a handsome and elegant man. What, she's the Kellen who possesses the Aphrodite body? Impossible, I know this girl. Isn't she called Suer? Idiot, she must have used a fake name. The disciples next to the delicate and pretty girl immediately retreated a few steps in shock. Moreover, many people began to discuss in bewilderment. The young girl acted as if she didn't hear any of this and walked out of the crowd with a normal expression. After silently bowing to Chu Chi, she stood up on her own. Chu Chi revealed a satisfied expression as he nodded his head and brought the young girl to the side. Aphrodite body. Lu Ming stared at the young girl a few times and then thought of the bewitching girl who had appeared for a brief moment in the plaza. In his heart, he somewhat understood. Lei Zhen, what are you waiting for? Come over here. Lei Spirit Master didn't move from his original spot, but instead glared at Lei Zhen and directly shouted. The corner of Lei Zhen's eye twitched as if he was a bit unwilling, but he still walked over helplessly. Just like that, the 8 most outstanding disciples were quickly picked out under the situation of the 8 teams selecting one person at a time. Among them, the Gui Spirit Master reluctantly chose a 9 spiritual pulse disciple. It seemed that this was the barbarian ghost sect leader's concession in exchange. For the 9-infant faction leader, if he could take in a 9 spiritual pulse disciple in the past, it would naturally be something worth celebrating. But now that he had lost an Earth spiritual pulse disciple that he was supposed to have, he naturally couldn't be happy. As for the other factions, they also chose the remaining 9 spiritual pulse disciples. In the second round, all the factions could only choose 6 spiritual pulse disciples and other disciples who had some talent in certain areas. As a 3 spiritual pulse spirit apostle, Lu Ming naturally couldn't be chosen in the first few rounds. However, when the 6 spiritual pulse disciples were almost all chosen, someone finally noticed Lu Ming. The junior Lin of the Dancing Ghost faction, whose full name was Lin Xianxia, was a pretty girl who seemed to be around 20 years old. When her gaze swept across Lu Ming, she finally remembered what the barbarian ghost sect leader had said about his mental strength being stronger than an average person's. Her faction was quite accomplished in the art of illusions and just so happened to need a disciple with a good mental strength. Thus, the woman changed her mind and decided that when it was her turn again, she would definitely pick Lu Ming away. As for the barbarian ghost sect leader, after obtaining Gao Chong, the Earth spiritual pulse disciple, he had already placed most of his attention on Gao Chong. How could he still remember a certain disciple that he had casually mentioned? However, in the next moment, something that Junior Lin didn't expect happened. Yes, you are called by Chong Tian, right? Are you willing to join our 9-infant faction? When it was the Gui Spirit Master's turn again, he pointed at Lu Ming and asked in a seemingly casual manner. This disciple is willing. Lu Ming naturally could not reject a Spirit Master for no reason, even if the Spirit Master was just casually saying it. Okay, you can also stand to the side. The Gui Spirit Master casually ordered. At this time, other than the 9 spiritual pulse disciple called Xiao Feng, there was also a red-haired loose practitioner called Yu Qing. However, the two of them had completely different expressions. Xiao Feng had a depressed expression while Yu Qing kindly smiled at Lu Ming. Lin Xianxia saw that Lu Ming had been selected by the Gui Spirit Master and could not help but hesitate. If it was any other faction, as long as she asked, the other faction would definitely not reject her request for a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. However, the 9-infant faction did not have a good relationship with the other factions. Furthermore, they had suffered a great loss this time. If she asked for a disciple exchange again, it was very likely that the other faction would see it as a provocation. Forget it. Junior sister Lin. After weighing the pros and cons in her heart, she finally sighed and thought. After all, this Bai Song Tian was only a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. It was not worth it to offend another spirit master. In the end, the Dancing Ghost faction leader did not open his mouth. When it was his turn, he randomly chose another 3 spiritual pulse disciple. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of disciples were completely divided up by the barbarian ghost sect branches. The faction leaders brought their newly selected disciples and left the ancestral hall, returning to their respective mountains. Under the Spirit Master's technique, Lu Ming and the others were lifted up by a gray cloud and flew towards a mountain at the edge of the mountain range. This mountain was the 9-infant mountain where the 9-infant faction was located. However, the number of buildings on the mountain could not be compared to the other mountains, especially at the top of the mountain. From afar, there were only a dozen or so tall buildings. After the gray cloud suddenly dispersed, Lu Ming and the others landed on a small plaza in front of a large hall. There were a dozen or so 9-infant faction disciples wearing green robes waiting. In front of these disciples was a man in his 30s with disheveled hair and a red gourd by his waist. When he saw the Confucian scholar, Lu Ming, and the others, his eyes immediately lit up. Senior, how was it? I heard that a rogue cultivator with an earth spiritual pulse appeared in the opening spirit ceremony. Did you bring him back? Junior brother, do you think that the sect leader's faction will let us have a disciple of this level? However, it was not bad this time. He managed to bring back a 9 spiritual pulse disciple. The few of you, come here. This is your martial uncle Zhuqi, come and pay your respects. The Confucian scholar laughed bitterly and waved his hand at the new disciples. Greetings, martial uncle Zhu. Lu Ming and the others did not dare to be negligent. They stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Don't stand on ceremony, get up. In that case, it was normal for the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple to be taken away by the sect leader. With such a talented disciple, it would be strange if the sect leader allowed him to be in our faction. Hearing this, Zhu first waved his hand and his face darkened. This is not the place to talk. Let's go inside first. The Confucian scholar did not reply but changed the topic. Zhu naturally did not object. He immediately accompanied the Confucian scholar to the hall behind him. The other disciples naturally followed closely behind. The new disciples and the original 9 infant faction disciples split into 2 rows and looked at each other. Lu Ming curiously looked at the dozen or so old disciples. Among these people, about half were male and half were male. Most of them were around 17 or 20 years old. The oldest person was a man in his late 20s with a determined expression. His aura was thick and gave off an unusually steady feeling. This youth seemed to have noticed that Lu Ming was looking at him and smiled at him. Lu Ming also returned a kind smile. Among the other disciples, there were 2 female disciples that caught his attention. One had an oval face, fair skin, and a tall figure. She gave off an unusually gentle feeling. The other had eyebrows that reached her temples, eyes like water, and an unusually well-developed figure. The 2 girls' appearances were very outstanding. No matter where they went, they would attract the gazes of many young men. On Lu Ming's side, other than Xiaofeng, Yuqing, and Lu Ming, there was also a male and female disciple. They were both 3 spiritual pulse disciples that the Confucian scholar had randomly picked out. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, the group had already walked into the hall. The Confucian scholar and Zhu sat down at the front while the other disciples split into 2 rows and stood with their hands behind their backs. Shi Chuan, these are your new juniors. This is your senior Shi. Right now, all the miscellaneous matters in the mountain have been handed over to him. The Confucian scholar thought for a while before waving his hand at the 27 or 28 man, asking him to stand up and introduce them. Juniors, if there is anything you need in the mountain in the future, you can come and find me. Shi Chuan cupped his hands at the new disciples and said with a smile. Lu Ming and the others didn't dare to be negligent and all bowed in return. In our faction, other than me and your martial uncle Zhu, there is also martial aunt Zhong. However, she is currently in seclusion and you will not be able to see her. Also, Junior Zhu and I have limited energy and it is impossible for us to take all of you as direct disciples. We can only personally teach Xiaofeng and Yuqing. The others can only be considered honorary disciples. The Confucian scholar's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the others before speaking slowly. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt a little depressed, but his face didn't show any strange expressions. The other 2-3 spiritual pulse youths revealed disappointed expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. You don't have to worry. No matter if it is an honorary disciple or a direct disciple, what you learn in the beginning is actually the most basic cultivation methods of our sect. Whether or not we personally teach you doesn't make much of a difference. The main thing is still up to your own comprehension. As for the few of you, although your talent is slightly lacking, as long as you show exceptional talent in cultivation, Senior Goe and I can still take you as direct disciples. If there is anything you don't understand in cultivation, you can first ask your senior brothers and sisters. If they can't answer your question, then you can come to us. However, there aren't many spirit masters in our faction. Other than the 3 of us also needing time to cultivate in seclusion, we also have to frequently go out to complete a few tasks that the sect assigns. If the 3 of us are not in the mountain, our sect has specially set up a wisdom heaven. Every half a month, a spirit master will specially go there to teach all kinds of secret techniques and cultivation methods that he is good at. He will also answer certain questions from the attending disciples. You can also go there. I believe that you will definitely gain a lot. Zhu added from the side. Okay, in the future, you will slowly understand the matters of the sect. Shi Chuan, bring these 3 juniors down to the duty hall to get their things. Then, arrange a place for them to stay and inform them of the sect's rules and taboos. The Confucian scholar nodded his head and instructed. 3 juniors, please. Shi Chuan nodded his head in agreement and spoke politely to Lu Ming and the other 2. Following that, he brought the 3 of them out of the door. The moment they walked out of the door, Lu Ming faintly heard the Confucian scholar's voice from behind him. Other than Xiaofeng and Yuqing, the rest of you are dismissed. In 2 months, it will be the day of the minor competition. You all must diligently cultivate and bring honor to our faction. Following that, many disciples naturally responded in unison. 3 juniors, please follow me. I will first arrange a place for you to stay before going to the duty hall. That's right, I still don't know your names. After Sichuan brought the 3 of them out of the door, he asked with a smile on his face. Senior sure is too polite. I am Bai Tsong Tian. Shui Shan. Wan Xiaoqian. Lu Ming and the other 2 youths didn't dare to be slow as they hurriedly replied. Shui Shan was born rather sturdy and his face was completely dark. Although Wan Xiaoqian couldn't be said to be beautiful, there was a trace of heroic spirit between her brows that was rarely seen among women. So it's Junior Bai, Junior Shui, and Junior Wan. There are only a few dozen disciples in our faction. Compared to the other 7 factions, which have hundreds of people, we are considered relatively small. Also, according to the rules of the sect, seniors who are over 30 years old are not allowed to continue staying on the mountain. They must find their own cave outside. Therefore, there aren't many disciples living on the mountain right now. There are many residences left behind. Junior Bai, feel free to choose a suitable place. This is one of the few benefits of our 9-infant faction. Sichuan said with a light smile. From Senior's tone, could it be that there is something to pay attention to when choosing a residence? When Lu Ming heard this, he immediately asked with a thought. When Shui Shan and Wan Xiaoqian heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Junior Bai is indeed a smart person. Normally, when training, the denser the yuan qi of heaven and earth is, the more beneficial it is. Although most of the residences were built in this type of place, there are still some slight differences. Moreover, according to the qi method that the disciples choose to train in, they all have their preferences. For example, if someone cultivates a yang attribute qi method, they would naturally want to build their residence in a place where the sun shines 24 hours of the day. However, those who choose a yin attribute qi method would have the opposite idea. They would want to build their residence underground so that they would be away from the sun 24 hours of the day. This way, they would be able to train more efficiently. Sichuan casually explained. So that's how it is. Lu Ming and the other 2 suddenly understood. However, the 3 juniors have just started training, so you don't have to think too much about it. As long as the yuan qi of your residence is denser, your training speed will be slightly faster. Sichuan said again. Thank you Senior Shi for your guidance. Shui Shan replied with some gratitude. In the future, we will be disciples of the same sect. The 3 juniors don't need to be so polite. Although our faction is weaker than the other factions, it is also because our disciples have always been united that we don't have as many messy things as the other factions. Now that you have entered our faction, you only need to focus on training. Alright, I will now directly bring you to the empty residences to have a look. If you see a place that you like, just let me know. Once Sichuan arrived at the plaza, he immediately formed a hand sign and started to mutter an incantation. A large gray cloud slowly condensed in front of the 4 of them. After Sichuan called out to them, he brought Lu Ming and the other 2 onto the gray cloud and flew down the mountain. Lu Ming stood on the gray cloud and felt that it was soft under his feet. It did not seem to be as thick as the black cloud that Marshal Uncle Li was controlling. Furthermore, under Sichuan's control, the cloud did not fly very fast. Aside from being able to fly a bit higher, its actual speed was about the same as when he was running at full speed before he became a spirit apostle. Senior Sichuan, I see that all the seniors in the sect seem to be able to ride on the clouds. What kind of technique is this and what is the fastest speed that can be achieved? Lu Ming finally could not help but ask. Junior Bai, you are talking about the soaring sky technique, right? This is an extremely simple technique. As long as you slightly convert your yuan li into fa li, you will be able to use it. As for its speed, it is naturally very slow and is only suitable for short distances. For longer distances, it is best to use other methods. Sichuan replied without hesitation. From Senior's tone, it seems that there are many other methods of flying? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course. If you want to fly, other than the soaring sky technique, there are a few other methods. However, these methods require the help of a talisman or a tool. For example, a specially crafted flying totem called the Divine Traveling Talisman. Or, it is a special technique that can only be used after a certain level of cultivation. For example, the flying sword that everyone knows about is actually a special technique for sword cultivators. However, the former is a bit easier. As long as you can cultivate to the middle spirit apostle level, you will have the ability to activate a few simple talismans. When you reach the late spirit apostle level, you will have the ability to activate a few totems that only have one power. As for the latter, don't even think about it. Even the martial uncles in the sect do not have many people who can use this kind of technique. Xianxia thought for a bit before replying. What is a totem? Is it the same thing as a practitioner weapon? Lu Ming asked again. Hehe, of course it is different. The difference in power between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, after a spirit tool was refined, it could change its size and be controlled as one wished. It was simply incomparable. However, totems were extremely rare. Other than martial uncles and spirit masters, there were very few spirit apostles who had such items. Other than junior sister Zhu, who has a protective spirit weapon, the other disciples are still using practitioner weapons. Junior sister Zhu? She is martial uncle Zhu's only daughter. You should have seen her in the hall earlier. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization, and the faces of the two beautiful women flashed in his mind. Brother, sure, I don't know if the entry-level cultivation method of our branch is the same as the other branches. Since Teacher Gue and the others are unable to personally teach us, where are we supposed to learn these cultivation techniques? The girl called Wan Xiaoqian also asked. If junior martial sister wants to learn basic cultivation techniques, you can go to the scripture pavilion to learn them for free. Our barbarian ghost sect has a total of 13 basic cultivation methods. All disciples can practice them without any restrictions. However, since the sect is divided into 8 branches, the disciples of each branch naturally have their own set of basic cultivation methods. For example, our 9 infant faction's most famous underworld demonic skill, it is best to choose one of the 2 entry-level cultivation methods, the Earth Spirit method or the Yin Sunflower method, as the foundation. If you choose this cultivation method after practicing other entry-level cultivation methods, it will only take half the effort and twice the effort. You might not even be able to practice it to the highest level. As for the sect's powerful secret techniques, it is also necessary to practice a certain cultivation method to a certain level as the foundation. Thus, the choice of a basic cultivation method is extremely important. This time, Xianxia's expression was serious as he replied. Brother Shi, I have another question. I heard that, just like that, Xianxia led the 3 to choose a place to live while answering their questions. In the blink of an eye, they had gone to more than 10 places that were suitable for disciples to live in. Under Xianxia's suggestion, the 3 of them chose their own residences. The place that Lu Ming chose was halfway up the mountain. There were 3 houses that formed a small courtyard. Not only was it very far away, it was also very quiet. In the remaining time, Xianxia naturally brought the group of people to the huge mountain peak where the duty hall was located. Not long after, the gray cloud that carried the group landed in front of a 300-foot-tall tower. Brother Bai, look carefully. This tower has a total of 3 floors and they all belong to the duty hall. However, each floor has a different function. The first floor is where the sect's various chores are handled and where the disciples are assigned tasks. The second floor is where the sect's bounty missions are issued and where you can freely earn contribution points and spirit stones coins. The third floor is where the duty hall disciples temporarily rest. Contribution points. Spirit stones coins. Hearing this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes. On the way here, he had already learned from Xianxia that the normal disciples of the sect could only learn some of the normal techniques for free. There were some truly special techniques that could not be easily taught. They could only be obtained by accumulating a certain amount of contribution points at the scripture pavilion. These contribution points could also be used to exchange for pills, glyphs, materials, and other things in the sect. In addition, there were some special places in the barbarian ghost sect that were beneficial to cultivation that required contribution points to enter. As for spirit stones, they were the most commonly used items in the world of cultivation. It was said that some crystals that contained world essence were cut into the same size and then used as currency. The large crystals that were embedded in the formation during the opening spirit ceremony should be a type of spirit stone that had never been cut. Although this was the first time that Lu Ming had heard of these two items, he immediately realized that they would be very important to him in the sect in the future. Looking at the huge tower, he could not help but feel a little excited. At this moment, there were not many disciples going in and out of the stone tower. It was probably because the sky was getting dark. Xianxia brought Lu Ming and the other two into the stone tower. The first floor of the stone tower was about half an acre in size. Behind a long stone platform stood a skinny old man with muddy eyes. In front of him stood 5 or 6 people that seemed to be outer sect disciples. They respectfully listened to the old man's words. "Okay, you can go down. This time, you barely completed the task. However, if it is still this bad the next time, your contribution points will be deducted. Take out your nameplates." The old man finally said impatiently. "Thank you, Deacon Hu." The outer sect disciples were overjoyed. They quickly took out a white jade plate and placed it on the stone platform. Shopkeeper Hu also took out a short stick that flickered with a pale golden radiance from his bosom. He pointed it at each of the white jade tokens and quickly put it away. The outer sect disciples finally left the stone platform with a face full of smiles. "Senior Hu, I have brought a few new juniors to collect their items." Seeing this, Xianxia brought the 3 people over and politely spoke to Elder Hu. "I was wondering who it was. So it is Junior Sure. These are the junior brothers who have just entered your branch. They are indeed talented." "That's right, do you still have the Xianxia stones that Junior promised me? If you do, I will buy them at the old price. I will buy as many as you have." When the old man saw Xianxia's face, he immediately revealed a happy expression. He glanced at Lu Ming and the other two and ignored them. "Senior Hu, I have been busy training recently. I don't have the time to go to the dark sand valley." Xianxia frowned and said lightly. "Haha, that is not a problem. When Junior Sure has the time, don't forget to help me bring a few over." "Oh, I will first help these 3 juniors get their items. Their names are..." Hearing this, Elder Hu's face was a bit disappointed. However, he quickly recovered and turned his head to ask Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the other 2 reported their names. After the old man verified that there were no mistakes, he walked towards the seemingly empty green wall behind him. In the end, a scene that caused Lu Ming and the other 2 to jump in fright appeared. In the instant that Elder Hu's body came into contact with the wall, a white light flashed and he disappeared without a trace. "Junior Bai, you don't need to make a fuss. It is only the most common piercing technique and a few simple restrictions," Xianxia explained with a smile. Hearing this, the shock on Lu Ming and the other 2's faces faded a bit. A moment later, the wall behind the stone platform lit up again. Elder Hu had already walked out with a large pile of items and placed them on the table. "Everyone, 1 nameplate, 1 set of dust-repelling clothes, 1 glyph sword, and 5 spirit stones. Also, let me remind you that new disciples can receive 5 spirit stones from me every month. However, you must also complete 1 mission every month. Otherwise, you won't get a single spirit stone. Alright, each of you drip a drop of your blood onto the nameplate and activate them in front of me," Elder Hu calmly said. The nameplate is an item that the sect's disciples use to store their contribution points and to represent their identity. It is a special practitioner weapon. Once it is activated by a drop of blood, it is bound to a spirit stone and no one else can use it. Xianxia explained from the side. Although Lu Ming didn't really understand, he knew that it wasn't a good time to ask. Immediately, he placed a finger in his mouth and bit the tip of his finger. Then, he pointed at the nameplate and shook it. Immediately, a drop of bright red blood dripped down and entered the jade nameplate. In that instant, a layer of gentle white light appeared on the nameplate and a dozen strange silver inscriptions flashed. After the light disappeared, the nameplate returned to normal. Lu Ming curiously picked up the item and looked at it a few times. "Junior Bai, you don't need to look at it too much. Once you have FA Li, all you need to do is pour a bit of this item into it and you will understand how to use it," Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded his head and put away the nameplate. Then, he quickly grabbed a set of green disciple robes and a yellow sheathed sword. Xueshan and Wan Xiaoqian, who were at the side, also did the same. Thus, after thanking Elder Hu, the three of them followed Chuan out of the stone tower. There is still some time. Junior Bai, do you want to go to the scripture pavilion to take a look? Once they walked out of the door, Chuan's footsteps paused and he asked hesitantly. Of course we have to go to the scripture pavilion. Hearing this, Xueshan and Wan Xiaoqian happily agreed. Lu Ming couldn't refuse either. Thus, Chuan didn't say anything else and formed a hand seal with one hand. He once again condensed a gray cloud and carried the four of them to another place on the mountain. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the group landed in a remote place. After passing through a stone forest formed by bluestone pillars, a pavilion built on the side of a mountain appeared in front of them. Half of it was exposed outside the mountain, while the other half was directly buried in the mountain rocks. On top of the pavilion's door, there were 3 large purple words Scripture Pavilion written in a flamboyant style. On the 2 sides of the door, there were 2 statues of evil spirits that were 2 feet tall. They were extremely lifelike and were completely black, as if they were made of iron. You must remember, the Scripture Pavilion is an important place in our sect. Other than the small path that we took to get here, there is no other way to get close to this place. Even if you occasionally fly over, you cannot get within 5,000 feet of the Scripture Pavilion. Otherwise, you may be treated as an enemy and break the restrictions of the pavilion. Then, you will be killed by the guardian puppets. Before this kind of thing has happened before. Chuan said seriously. There is such a thing. The guardian puppets are these 2 big fellows? Wan Xiaoqian was shocked and couldn't help but look at the 2 fierce statues. That's right, it's them. Don't think that they are just inanimate puppets. Once they are activated, they have the strength of a spirit master. They are not something that spirit apostles like us can fight against. It's just that activating them costs a lot of spirit stones. Chuan explained a bit and brought the 3 of them into the pavilion. Lu Ming looked inside and couldn't help but have a trace of surprise. After entering the door, it was a small room that was only a few dozen feet in length and width. Aside from an empty chair, there was nothing else inside. Chuan didn't find this strange at all. He flipped his palm and revealed his nameplate. He pointed it at the wall in front of him. With a poochie sound, a white light shot out from the nameplate and disappeared into the wall in a flash. Then, Chuan brought Lu Ming and the others to wait quietly. They did not show any signs of impatience. After a while, a white light flashed on the opposite stone wall, and a fat old man wearing a tall hat walked out. He was yawning non-stop, as if he had yet to wake up. Disciple Chuan greets Martial Uncle Ruan. When Chuan saw the fat old man, he immediately went forward and greeted him respectfully. Oh, so it's the little fellow from Jiaoying. Why have you brought your new junior to choose a chi method so quickly? The fat old man casually glanced at the group of people and asked lazily. My juniors want to see what techniques are available in the pavilion. Whether or not they want to choose now is up to them. Chuan said without hesitation. Alright, according to the rules, new disciples do indeed have a chance to visit the pavilion for free. I will also personally explain the pros and cons of the various basic cultivation techniques to you. However, according to the rules, each person could only bring 1 person in. Which one of you wants to go in first? The fat old man said without any hesitation. Senior, I will go first. Xueshan immediately took a step forward and said. His face was full of eagerness and anticipation. Hee, then come with me. The fat old man laughed and shook his sleeve. Immediately, a blinding white light rolled out. Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Xueshan and the fat old man were nowhere to be seen. This is. Wan Xiaoqian's beautiful face couldn't help but lose color. Don't worry, Martial Uncle Ruan only used the power of the pavilion's formation to directly move Junior Shui into the scripture pavilion. Chuan didn't find it strange and explained. Only then did Wan Xiaoqian relax. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and asked a question. Senior Shi, has this Martial Uncle Ruan always been in charge of guarding the scripture pavilion? Which faction of spirit master is he from? I know what Junior is worried about. Don't worry. The scripture pavilion has always been guarded by Martial Uncle Ruan. However, his background is a bit special and he doesn't belong to any faction. Chuan replied with a smile. So it's like that. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Following that, he and Wan Xiaoqian took the opportunity to ask Chuan about the scripture pavilion. This senior sure also answered each and every question with all his heart. After the time it took to eat a meal, a white light rolled out from the wall in front of them. Shuai followed the fat old man out with a face full of joy. Congratulations, Junior Shui, looks like you've already picked a suitable cultivation method. Chuan's eyes flashed and he said with a smile. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle Ruan's guidance. Shuai nodded his head and said. Who's next? The fat old man didn't continue the conversation. Instead, his gaze swept over Lu Ming and Wan Xiaoqian. Junior Wan, you go first. Seeing this, Lu Ming said politely to the girl beside him. Since Senior Bai is giving way, then I won't be polite. Hearing this, Wan Xiaoqian didn't decline and took a step forward. Okay. The fat old man nodded his head and waved his sleeve again. After a white light rolled out, he and Wan Xiaoqian were also teleported away. Junior Shui, which cultivation method did you choose? At this time, Chuan turned his head and asked Shuai. It's the Earth Spirit method that Senior mentioned earlier. Martial Uncle Ruan examined my aptitude and helped me analyze the pros and cons of the other cultivation methods. I feel that this cultivation method is the most suitable for me. Shuai replied honestly. Congratulations, Junior brother. I also cultivate the Earth Spirit method. This method may not be as fast as some other cultivation methods in the beginning, but once it is cultivated properly, it will be smooth and there will be very few bottlenecks. It is also one of the cultivation methods that our sect cultivates the most. Also, once this method is cultivated to a certain level, you can change to our faction's Yellow Springs Dark Devil method. Chuan said with a smile. What, Senior Sure also cultivates the Earth Spirit method? That's great. Then if I have anything I don't understand in the future, I hope Senior can give me some pointers. Shuai replied with great joy. Of course. If Junior has any questions about the Earth Spirit method, feel free to ask. Chuan said without hesitation. When Shuai heard this, he happily expressed his thanks. Lu Ming watched from the side with a smile and didn't say anything. Wan Xiaoqian didn't enter for long. She only took half the time that Shuai took. She appeared in the room with the fat old man and a white light. Seeing the joy on her face, it was obvious that she didn't return empty-handed. This time, before Lu Ming opened his mouth to ask anything, the fat old man waved his sleeve at him without saying anything. Lu Ming only felt a white light flash in front of him and the world spun around him. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, he reacted quickly. With a shake of his shoulder and a twist of his waist, he stood up straight as if he had no bones in his body. Not bad. Looks like you are quite agile. The two fellows in front of you couldn't even stand after teleporting. The fat old man's surprised voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Only then did he regain his composure and look around. He saw that he was in the center of an unfamiliar hall. The fat old man was standing a few feet away from him. The entire hall was a few acres large and was divided into several areas by 5 colored walls of light. In each area, there was an independent stone table. On top of the table, there were all sorts of leather scrolls or piles of bamboo slips. They were all covered by different colored lights. When I was outside, I practiced a few secret techniques of mortals. That's why my reaction is faster than normal people. Lu Ming finally had the time to give the fat old man a bow and explain. You don't need to explain anything to me. I was just asking. Come with me. All of the basic techniques are here. The fat old man waved his hand and walked towards one of the walls of light. Lu Ming let out a bitter laugh and could only obediently walk over. Pung. The fat old man used his nameplate to draw a line in front of him. Then, the wall of light immediately turned into specks of light and disappeared into thin air. The two of them directly walked in. Lu Ming's eyes quickly swept over the area. His face couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. These are the basic techniques that you can learn for free at this stage. What do you want to ask? The fat old man glanced at Lu Ming and asked calmly. Martial Uncle Ruan, I heard from Brother Sure that there are only 13 basic techniques in our sect. However, it seems that there are far more than that here. Lu Ming looked at the hundreds of stone tables in front of him and said with a slight twitch of the corner of his eye. Our sect naturally only has 13 techniques. However, our sect has been established for thousands of years. During this time, we have naturally searched for many other basic techniques. So, there is nothing strange about this. However, this old man advises you new disciples to not rashly practice those outer sect techniques. After so many years, our sect has only decided on 13 basic techniques. There is naturally a reason for this. These outer sect techniques either don't have any follow-up training methods or are extremely difficult to practice. They require specific training conditions. Most of them aren't suitable for our sect's disciples. The fat old man replied lazily. Thank you for your guidance, Martial Uncle. What kind of technique does Martial Uncle think is suitable for this disciple? After Lu Ming heard this, he suddenly understood. However, after looking at the hundreds of stone tables, he pondered for a moment and asked the fat old man. What spiritual pulse do you have? The fat old man asked without hesitation. I have 3 spiritual pulse. Lu Ming replied respectfully. 3 spiritual pulse. Good. The fat old man nodded his head and suddenly moved his arm. He waved his hand in the air. Lu Ming suddenly felt his body tighten. He was bound by some kind of invisible force and couldn't move. Then, with a whoosh, his entire body was pulled in front of the fat old man. Lu Ming was startled, but he soon relaxed and didn't struggle. In the end, he saw the old man mumble an incantation. Then, his palms lit up and turned into a shadow that slapped at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming only felt that these slaps didn't have any weight. However, after each hit, there was a warm feeling that drilled into his skin and even into his bones. He couldn't help but be shocked. The bone sutures are average and still need to grow. The ligaments and muscles are abnormally flexible and seem to have undergone special training. However, there are still many signs of strain. If you want to get rid of any future problems, it would be best if you exchange your contribution points for a few bottles of muscle healing pills. The meridians in your body are quite thick and can withstand far more yuan li than people your age. Your spiritual C is a bit strange. It seems to be much thicker than normal disciples. It doesn't look like something a 3 spiritual pulse disciple should have. The fat old man patted Lu Ming's body as he muttered to himself. However, when he said the last sentence, his hand suddenly stopped and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Ming took this opportunity to twist his body and finally got out of the old man's control. He asked in surprise, Oh, Martial Uncle Ruan, are other people's spiritual Cs different from mine? It's not that they're different. It's just that normally, only 9 spiritual pulse disciples can have such a thick spiritual C. Are you really just a 3 spiritual pulse disciple? Are you trying to trick me? The fat old man stared at Lu Ming and said seriously. How would I dare to lie to Martial Uncle? I am indeed a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. However, I used a little trick when I was breaking into the spiritual C. That's why my spiritual C is different from that of a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. Lu Ming thought for a while before replying helplessly. What trick? Tell me about it. The fat old man became interested when he heard this. When I was forming my spiritual C, I used my mental strength to weave the strands of yuan li in my body like they were materials. Lu Ming hesitated for a while and felt that there was nothing to hide, so he slowly replied. What? Your mental strength can control the yuan li in your body? To be able to do this, does this mean that your mental strength is very strong? When the fat old man heard this, his face revealed a shocked expression. Yes, my mental strength is indeed stronger than that of a normal person. Lu Ming nodded. 3 spiritual pulse, your mental strength is stronger than that of a normal person. TSK, that cultivation technique is practically tailor-made for you. The fat old man seemed to think of something and looked at Lu Ming a few times. He then clicked his tongue in wonder. Which cultivation method? Could it be that Martial Uncle is not referring to one of the 13 fundamental cultivation methods? Lu Ming immediately understood the meaning behind the other party's words and was immediately startled. According to your aptitude, I'll give you two choices. One would be the Phantom Yang method or the Ghost Spirit method from the 13 chapters of cultivation methods. However, these two cultivation methods are not focused on by your 9-infant faction. In the future, if you want to change to a higher level cultivation method, I'm afraid that it will be quite troublesome. As for the other cultivation methods in the 13 chapters, they are not very compatible with your natural endowments. If you forcefully cultivate them, it will be a waste of your powerful mental strength. If nothing goes wrong, you will end up like the 2-3 spiritual pulse kids from before. Even after 30 or 40 years, you may not be able to reach the late spirit apostle level. You may even be stuck at the middle spirit apostle level for the rest of your life. The other option was a basic cultivation technique that was not part of the 13 manuals in the pavilion's collection. This cultivation method is very special. If you want to start cultivating it, you need to fulfill two conditions. 1. Your mental strength must far surpass that of a normal person. The other condition is that the person cultivating it must have a 3 spiritual pulse. You just happen to meet these conditions. The fat old man said to himself. Since Martial Uncle has said so, I would like to take a look at these 3 cultivation methods first. After listening to the old man, Lu Ming's face became cloudy as he spoke. That is naturally not a problem. The fat old man made a hand sign with one hand and used his finger to point at the 3 stone platforms. Pung, pung, pung. After 3 pung, pung sounds, the light shields on the 3 stone platforms all shattered. 2 leather scrolls and a pile of black bamboo slips flew out and landed in front of Lu Ming. Strangely, they floated in front of Lu Ming and did not fall. Lu Ming raised his hand and grabbed a light yellow leather scroll. With a glance, he saw the 3 large, purple-red words Phantom Yang art written on its surface. He opened it and began to read it carefully. However, after reading the first few pages, he calmly closed the leather scroll and put it back. With a movement of his arm, he grabbed the other piece of leather scroll with the words Ghost Spirit Method written on it and also carefully read it. This time, he flipped through the leather scroll until he had read over 10 pages. Then, he placed the scroll back in its original position. After muttering to himself for a moment, he spoke to the fat old man with a pensive expression. I have seen the conditions for cultivating these 2 cultivation methods. If one's mental strength is strong, they will indeed be able to cultivate them with twice the results with half the effort. However, it is clearly stated that after cultivating the Phantom Yang art, the later parts of the cultivation method will lean towards the path of illusion techniques. As for the Ghost Spirit art, it will lean towards the path of exorcism and corpse refining techniques. Why would I lie about this kind of thing? The Phantom Yang art is actually the foundation cultivation method of the Dancing Ghost faction. Their faction is originally famous for their illusion techniques in the sect. The Ghost Spirit art is the main foundation cultivation method of the corpse refining faction. On the other hand, your 9-infant faction mainly focuses on refining demon heads. You aren't very good at illusions and ghost controlling techniques. The fat old man said with a smile. However, I have heard that if you accumulate enough contribution points, you can directly exchange for a high-level cultivation method in the scripture pavilion. Lu Ming slowly asked. If you have enough contribution points, you can indeed exchange for any high-level cultivation method in the scripture pavilion. You can even obtain the 3 secret techniques of the sect. However, do you know how many contribution points are needed to exchange for a high-level cultivation method? There are countless disciples who, in order to accumulate contribution points for a high-level cultivation method, did not cultivate for many years and only did sect missions day and night. However, they were still far from achieving their dreams. How can you be sure that you can accumulate so many contribution points? Moreover, the pills, glyphs, and other things that you need for your daily cultivation would all require contribution points. The fat old man said with a sarcastic tone. Thank you for your guidance, Martial Uncle. I will take a look at the last cultivation method that Martial Uncle recommended. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and laughed bitterly. Following that, he grabbed the pile of black bamboo slips. However, after opening them and glancing at them, he was startled. Martial Uncle Juan, what is this? He raised his head in surprise and asked the fat old man. Although the bamboo slips looked a little tattered, they were filled with dense green words. However, each and every one of them was crooked and he could not recognize a single one of them. Hee, this is the ancient spirit language, green death language. It is not strange that you do not recognize it. Here, this is the dark bone method mnemonic chant that I have translated. The fat old man let out a mischievous laugh before slowly taking out a thin brocade book from his body and handing it over. Lu Ming was a little speechless, but he still took the brocade book and opened it to look at it. The fat old man stood to the side and looked as if nothing had happened. He had a very patient look on his face. This cultivation method really does require a 3 spiritual pulse. The stronger one's mental strength, the better it is. What, there are a total of 9 levels. The first level requires 1 year, the second level requires 2 years, the third level requires 4 years, and the fourth level normally requires 8 years. Furthermore, it seems that only the first 4 levels of the cultivation method are here. As Lu Ming looked at it, his face became a little ugly. Humph, you brat, look carefully. As long as you cultivate the first level, you can advance to a beginning spirit apostle. Cultivating the second level will give you the strength of a middle spirit apostle. Cultivating the third level will give you the strength of a late spirit apostle. As for the cultivation method after cultivating the 4th level, you can become a spirit master like me. As for the rest of the cultivation method, when you can cultivate the 4th level, I will naturally have more. Why are you in such a hurry? Furthermore, this cultivation method has one big advantage over our sex foundation cultivation method. The fat old man snorted and rolled his eyes as he spoke. Advantage? Lu Ming raised his head and was a little confused. It is the cultivation of this dark bone method. At the spirit apostle level, as long as you slowly cultivate it step by step, you will not encounter any bottlenecks. If you don't believe me, you can flip to the last page and take a closer look. The fat old man said bluntly. There is such a thing. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart immediately palpitated. He quickly flipped to the last page of the book and saw a line of related information. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? If I were you, I would definitely choose this cultivation method. Not to mention anything else, as long as you cultivate a bit harder, you can reach the late spirit apostle level within 10 years and try to break through to the spirit master level. Furthermore, even after you become a spirit master, there is no need to go through the trouble of changing to another cultivation method. All you need to do is continue to cultivate this dark bone method. The fat old man shook his head as he spoke. However, I have heard that some of the sect's secret techniques can only be used with related cultivation methods as a foundation. If I were to cultivate this cultivation method outside of the sect, would I be able to cultivate the other secret techniques of the sect? Lu Ming pondered for a while before asking another question. You haven't cultivated this dark bone method yet, so you naturally don't know that the first few levels of this cultivation method are actually quite similar to our ghost spirit method. Even the strange phenomena that occur when it is used are similar. Therefore, according to my guess, any secret technique that can be used with the ghost spirit method should also be able to be used with the dark bone method. Your guess should be fine? Hearing this, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Kid, this cultivation method can ensure that you reach the late spirit apostle level within 10 years and you don't need to worry about changing your cultivation method. You already have a huge advantage, what else do you want? If you are so long-winded and don't want to cultivate, then forget about it. Bring it back to this old man. If it weren't for the fact that you fit the requirements, I wouldn't even bother to take them out. The fat old man seemed to be a bit angry as he used his large hand to demand the brocade book from Lu Ming. Martial uncle, please don't be angry. I will learn this dark bone method. Seeing this, Lu Ming jumped in fright and hastily put the brocade book into his clothes. At least you know what's good for you. That's right, when you go out in the future, don't talk about the dark bone method in front of other people. Just say that you are cultivating the ghost spirit method. Seeing this, the fat old man's expression softened as he spoke. Yes, martial uncle. This time, Lu Ming agreed very straightforwardly. Very good. This old man will be a good person to the end. Here are 2 secret techniques that are suitable for the ghost spirit method. Take them and cultivate them. In this way, when you fight with others, no one will doubt your cultivation method. Seeing that Lu Ming was so tactful, the fat old man revealed a satisfied expression. He took out 2 leather scrolls from his sleeve and threw them over. "Thank you, martial uncle, for your kindness." After Lu Ming received the scrolls, he bowed and expressed his thanks. According to the sect's rules, anyone who obtains a secret technique from the scripture pavilion must swear an oath in the name of the heavens to not pass it on to a second person. Otherwise, the lightest punishment will be to cripple your fa and imprison you for the rest of your life. This is our sect's contract with the heavens. Swear an oath to it. The fat old man nodded his head. With a serious expression, he took out a strange book page that was surrounded by black gas. Its surface was covered with blood-red words, making it look extremely mysterious. Seeing this, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "First, drip a drop of your blood essence onto it. Then, when I say one sentence, you just need to say one sentence to this item." As the fat old man spoke, he threw the book page in front of him. Then, he muttered an incantation with one hand and formed a hand sign. Immediately, the book page turned into a cloud of black gas that floated in midair. From within it, waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls could be faintly heard. There was also a bloody smell that came from within, causing people to feel nauseous. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a white light flashed from the wall. The fat old man and Lu Ming appeared in front of Sichuan and the others. "Martial Uncle Ruan, I have troubled you this time." Seeing this, Sichuan immediately smiled and thanked the fat old man. "Since this old man is in charge of guarding the scripture pavilion, it is only right that I give you juniors some pointers." "Alright, since this matter is over, everyone should quickly leave. This old man still needs to sleep for a while." The fat old man waved his hand with an impatient expression. Then, with a flash of white light, he disappeared in front of them. "Let's go." Martial Uncle Ruan's cultivation method is a little strange. He spent most of the year sleeping. Sichuan was not surprised at all. He led Lu Ming and the others out of the pavilion. At this time, the sky outside had already darkened. Thus, Sichuan once again casted a technique to condense a gray cloud. Then, he brought the group of people and flew towards the 9 Infants Mountain. While chatting on the road, Lu Ming also found out that the cultivation technique Wan Xiaoqian had chosen was actually another cultivation technique of the 9 Infant faction, the Dark Sunflower technique. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. It seemed that only his experience was special, but it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. But in that situation, he didn't have a second choice. Martial Uncle Ruan had used both the carrot and the stick to force him to choose the dark bone method. Even if he had refused, he would have angered Martial Uncle Ruan and found another excuse to force him to cultivate this cultivation technique. Martial Uncle Ruan was a spirit master with an extremely high position in the sect. He was only a normal disciple. How could he not go along with Martial Uncle Ruan's wishes? If that was the case, it would be better for him to be tactful and take the initiative. However, no matter what Martial Uncle Ruan wanted him to cultivate the dark bone method, as long as the benefits of this cultivation technique were mentioned, it was naturally a good thing for him. As for what would happen in the future, he would take it one step at a time. Lu Ming faintly thought in his heart. When Sichuan and the others asked Lu Ming what cultivation technique he had chosen, he naturally replied with the ghost spirit method. This caused Sichuan and the others to be a little surprised. When they asked why, he naturally pushed all the blame onto the fat old man. He said that Martial Uncle Ruan saw that Wan Xiaoqian's mental strength was strong and that it was more suitable for him to cultivate the ghost spirit method. Sichuan clearly knew that a strong mental strength would increase the effect of cultivating the ghost spirit method. Although he was a little surprised, he still expressed that he understood. After Shui Shan and Wan Xiaoqian knew the reason, they first revealed expressions of envy. However, after Sichuan explained the disadvantages of Lu Ming cultivating this cultivation technique, the two of them were a little speechless. On one hand, his cultivation speed would be faster, but he would need to consider the following cultivation techniques. On the other hand, his cultivation speed would be normal, but he wouldn't need to worry about the following cultivation techniques. This was indeed not a good choice. It's a pity that Junior didn't enter the faction of corpse refiners. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to worry about this. Xianxia said with some regret. No problem. At worst, I'll just save up some contribution points in the future and try to exchange for the following cultivation techniques. Lu Ming said with confidence. That's the only way. As long as it's not the unique cultivation technique of the faction of corpse refiners, it should be possible to exchange for normal cultivation techniques. Xianxia nodded his head and said. Just like this, the few of them returned to Nine Infant Mountain and were sent back to their residences by Xianxia. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming cleaned up a little. Finally, he felt a little hungry. He took out some dry rations from his body and ate some before falling onto his bed. After a whole day of the opening spirit ceremony, in addition to the busyness that followed, Lu Ming was completely exhausted. He could no longer support himself and fell asleep. This time, Lu Ming didn't know how long he slept. He only knew that when he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. He lazily yawned, got up, and walked to the small courtyard outside the house. There was a well that was dug by the disciples that lived there. Lu Ming used the wooden bucket next to the well to fetch some water. Using his hands, he drank 2 mouthfuls. Immediately, he felt that the water was unusually sweet and had a refreshing feeling that seeped into his heart. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel refreshed. He directly dipped his head into the bucket and washed his face. Feeling refreshed, he walked back into the house and sat down in front of a yellow wooden table. After thinking for a while, he took out the 2 leather scrolls that the fat elder had given him and placed them on the table to carefully read. Soul Shackling Chain and Spirit Communication Technique. One was a technique that extracted the soul of a ghost and refined it into a chain to fight against enemies. The other was a technique that allowed one to communicate with ghosts and control them. These 2 secret techniques were extremely compatible with the ghost spirit method. As Lu Ming looked at them, he thought to himself. However, when he looked at the official cultivation method recorded on the leather scrolls, he couldn't help but frown. The 2 secret techniques surprisingly required the strength of a beginning spirit apostle and a middle spirit apostle to begin cultivating. It seemed that before he could cultivate the first and second level of the dark bone method, he shouldn't even think about cultivating these 2 secret techniques. Lu Ming felt a trace of depression in his heart. He had no choice but to silently recite the cultivation method. With his strong mental strength and talent for doing 2 things at once, this was naturally not a difficult task. After 4 hours, he had completely memorized the mnemonic chant. In the future, as long as he recited it every once in a while, he could guarantee that he wouldn't forget a single word. Lu Ming let out a long breath and put the 2 leather scrolls back into his clothes. He then took out the brocade book that recorded the dark bone method and prepared to study it. However, at this time, there was a sudden knock on the door in the courtyard. At the same time, Xianxia's careless voice could be heard. "Senior Bai, are you in there?" "I'm here with Junior 1. Lu Ming was slightly startled, but he still quickly put the brocade book back and walked out of the house. He saw that there were 3 people standing in front of the unlatched wooden door outside the small courtyard. 2 of them were Xianxia and Wan Xiaoqian. The other person was a 40-year-old man with a horse face. His hair was only a few inches long and he wore the clothes of an outer disciple. "Junior Shui, Junior 1, why are you here? Also, this is..." Lu Ming took a few steps forward and opened the door as he asked with some confusion. "Hehe, let me introduce you to Senior Brother Bai. This is my cousin, Shui Yuanhai. He entered the sect 20 years ago as an outer disciple." Xianxia grinned and pointed at the horse-faced man behind him as he introduced. "So it's Brother Shui, sorry for the disrespect." Lu Ming was slightly startled, but he immediately reacted and cupped his hands. "I don't dare. As long as one becomes a spirit apostle, we outer disciples usually have to call you senior. In the future, I will still need to rely on you guys in the sect." Shui Yuanhai quickly returned the greeting and said with a face full of smiles. "Cousin Yuanhai, you are my older brother. I can't let you call me senior. However, Senior Bai and Junior Shui, you can do as you please." Xianxia explained on the side. "Haha, since Brother Shui is Junior Shui's elder, Junior 1 and I naturally can't be rash. How about this, Junior Shui, and I will call you Brother Shui? Lu Ming said with a smile. Wan Xiaoqian also agreed to the side. Since it's like this, I will call the two of you Junior Wan and Senior Bai. Shui Yuanhai declined a few more times, but seeing that he couldn't decline any more, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Senior Bai, my cousin, is also an outer disciple of the Nine Infant faction, so he is very familiar with everything in the mountain. Yesterday, although Senior Sure explained a few things about the sect to us, it was too short and he didn't explain it in detail. So this time, I found Junior Wan and Senior Bai to listen to Brother Shui explain the taboo things in the sect and in the mountain. This way, we can avoid some of the mistakes that newcomers often make. Shui Shan said with a smile. Junior is really thoughtful. Brother Shui, please come in. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he moved aside to let the three in. After a while, the four of them entered the room and sat around the table. After more than 2 hours, Shui Shan, Wan Xiaoqian, and the others left with a heavy expression. With a smile on his face, Lu Ming sent them out of the courtyard. Once he returned to the room, the smile on his face disappeared. I didn't think that the difference in treatment between a direct disciple and a normal disciple would be so big. The competition between core disciples is also so fierce that I can even lose my life. It seems that just gaining a foothold in the sect is not an easy task. However, if I want to have enough resources to cultivate, I must fight for a spot as a core disciple. Lu Ming muttered to himself and began to ponder. Whatever, I should first practice the dark bone method to the first and second level. If I want to compete for a core disciple, I need to be at least a middle spirit apostle. Once I have strength, I will be able to protect myself in the sect. After a while, he let out a long breath as if he had thought through something. However, before he started training, he still needed to go to the Nine Infant Mountain to get some pills of fasting and some simple spell books. According to Shui Yuanhai, these things were all free, but they were necessary for a beginning spirit apostle to train. After Lu Ming made his decision, he immediately changed into the dust-proof clothes and left his residence. He followed a winding path and headed straight for the mountain peak. On the way, he met a few outer sect disciples who were either carrying large bags or bags of various sizes up and down the mountain. When these people saw the light green dust-proof clothes on Lu Ming, they all revealed respectful expressions and moved to the side, letting Lu Ming pass first before they dared to continue on their way. It seemed that in the barbarian ghost sect, the difference between a spirit apostle and an outer sect disciple was like the difference between heaven and earth. The path to the top of the mountain was quite steep. Even though he had trained in a secret technique and started from the middle of the mountain, it still took him around an hour to reach the top of the mountain. The moment Lu Ming's feet stepped into the plaza at the top of the mountain, he made up his mind. After converting a bit of Fa Li, the first thing he would learn was the soaring sky technique. Otherwise, if he went to another mountain that was slightly further away, a round trip would take half a day and it would be too inconvenient. While Lu Ming was pondering as he walked on the plaza, a pair of young women walked toward him. One of the girls with a voluptuous figure looked at him and suddenly smiled sweetly. Isn't this Junior Bai? Oh, Junior, you must be going to the External Affairs Hall to get something. Lu Ming paused for a moment before realizing that the two girls in front of him were the most beautiful girls he had seen yesterday at the Nine Infant sect. He immediately stopped in his tracks and hurriedly greeted them, so it's two seniors. I was indeed going to the External Affairs Hall to get some pills of fasting. Looks like Junior Bai doesn't know our names. Remember, I am Gumei Shan and this is your senior Zhu Lianxing, Gumei Shan said with a smile. When the tall woman heard her companion mention her name to the young man in front of her, she couldn't help but blush slightly. She then graciously greeted Lu Ming as well. I will definitely remember the names of the two senior sisters. I definitely won't dare to forget. Lu Ming replied with a serious expression. Alright, Junior Marshal Brother Bai, hurry to the Foreign Affairs Hall. The hall is in that direction. If we are late, we might have to wait until tomorrow to receive the pill of fasting. Gumei Shan was startled when she heard this. However, her expression immediately returned to normal as she spoke. Following which, the woman pulled Zhu Xinglian with one hand and performed the soaring sky technique with the other. After a while, the two of them stepped on clouds and flew away. Lu Ming waited until the two girls were far away before he withdrew his gaze and walked in the direction that Gumei Shan had mentioned. After bypassing a few buildings, he arrived in front of a hall with a plaque that read Foreign Affairs Hall. Although it was called a hall, it was just a slightly larger hall. When Lu Ming walked in, he saw a male wearing the clothing of an outer sect disciple sitting behind a table. His head was lowered as he used a shiny golden abacus to calculate something. Next to him was a thick account book. "Ah, you must be the new senior. Are you here to receive the pill of fasting?" The male's reaction was extremely fast. Once he saw Lu Ming walk in, he immediately stopped what he was doing and immediately stood up with a face full of smiles. "That's right. I heard that all disciples in the mountain can receive 3 months' worth of pills of fasting for free." Lu Ming said without hesitation. "Yes, please take out your nameplate. After I record it, you can receive the pill of fasting in one go." The middle-aged man didn't dare to be slow as he replied. "Okay." Lu Ming didn't hesitate as he took out his nameplate from his sleeve and handed it over. The middle-aged man flipped through the account book to a certain page and took the nameplate before lightly pressing it. Immediately, the light silver words by Chong Tian appeared on the page. "So it's Senior Bai. This is the pill of fasting for 3 months. If you take one at a time, you won't need to eat for 3 days. You will only need to drink a little water." The middle-aged man hurriedly took out a palm-sized gray bag from a wooden shelf filled with various items and respectfully handed it over along with the nameplate. Lu Ming took the bag and the nameplate. He loosened the string at the mouth of the bag and poured the contents into his hand. A light yellow pill rolled out of the bag and emitted a faint fragrance. It was exactly the same as Shui Yuanhai's description of the pill of fasting. Lu Ming nodded his head and put the 2 items away. After thinking for a bit, he asked the man, "Oh, right. I want to go get a normal spell book. Where do I need to go?" "Oh, Senior, if you want to go to the Spirit Law Division, you just need to follow the small path in front of the door and turn a corner," the middle-aged man said very carefully. Hearing this, Lu Ming let out a smile and thanked him. He then walked out of the house and headed straight for the Spirit Law Division. You can only borrow a maximum of 3 beginner spell books at one time. Each book costs 1 spirit stone. Standing in front of Lu Ming was a girl as thin as a bamboo pole. She spoke in a harsh tone. "Senior, didn't you say that the books are free?" Lu Ming heard the girl in front of him, who was also a spirit apostle, and was slightly startled. "Humph, 1 book costs only 1 spirit stone. What's the difference between that and free? If you are really short on money, then borrow 2 books at once. It won't be too late to borrow them next month when you have more spirit stones." The skinny girl snorted and said impatiently. She did not give Lu Ming any face at all. "Okay, then I'll borrow these 3 books first." There was a trace of anger in Lu Ming's voice, but he did not show it on his face. He raised his hand and handed over the 3 books, 3 spirit stones, and his nameplate. The so-called spirit stones were 3 rectangular crystals that were as thick as a finger. They were cut to the same size and emitted a soft white light. The skinny girl casually took the 3 books. After looking at the cover, she expressionlessly said, "Soaring Sky Technique, Flame Technique, and Condensing Water Technique. You must return them within a month." As soon as she finished speaking, she used Lu Ming's nameplate to record his identity and threw the 3 books back. The 3 spirit stones were also instantly put away by the girl. Lu Ming did not want to stay here any longer. After taking the nameplate and the books, he immediately turned around and walked out of the building. However, not long after he walked out of the door, he met 2 people who were walking in the direction of the Spirit Law Division. The person in front had a straight face. It was Shi Chuan. The person behind him was the direct disciple, the red-haired youth, Yu Qing. "Hey, Junior Bai, you've already picked out your books? I've come to bring Junior you to pick out a few spell books," Shi Chuan said with a smile when he saw Lu Ming. The red-haired youth also greeted Lu Ming. "Senior, do I still need spirit stones to borrow books from the Spirit Law Division?" Lu Ming returned the greeting with a face full of smiles and asked casually. "What, Senior Zhao is asking a disciple to borrow books to read? This is too outrageous. Junior, please don't blame her. Senior Zhao has some history with Teacher Gui, so sometimes she goes overboard. However, for Teacher Gui's sake, please don't take it to heart. Oh right, how many spirit stones did Senior Zhao take from you? I'll pay you back. Chuan's face showed a trace of anger, but he immediately let out a bitter laugh and took out a few spirit stones to give to Lu Ming. Senior, what kind of person do you think I am? This little bit of spirit stones is nothing to me. If it turns out that Senior Zhao and Teacher Gui have some history, then I won't take it to heart. Senior and Junior Yu, I'll take my leave first. Lu Ming waved his hand and left. Chuan looked at Lu Ming's disappearing figure and sighed. He brought Yuqing back to the Spirit Law Division. When Lu Ming returned to his residence, it was already afternoon. He didn't have the slightest intention of resting. Instead, he carried a bucket of fresh water and entered a room that had nothing but a praying mat. He sat down cross-legged. He reached out his hand and took out the small pouch that contained the pills of fasting. He poured out a pill and threw it into his mouth. The seemingly hard pill of fasting immediately melted into a liquid that flowed into his stomach. Following that, a warm feeling spread throughout his body, and his stomach felt slightly bloated. After sensing it, Lu Ming was immediately overjoyed. The miraculous effects of the pills of fasting were beyond his expectations. If this was the case, then he wouldn't have to worry about eating anymore. All he had to do was focus on his cultivation. Thinking about this, Lu Ming moved his arm and took out the brocade book that contained the Dark Bone Method. He began to carefully read it from the beginning. Although Lu Ming had spent most of his time on Savage Island, there were many slayers on the island who were well-read. In addition, he had the talent of multitasking at once, so he had a lot of knowledge. He was probably not any less knowledgeable than the famous scholars in the outside world. But even so, after reading through the Dark Bone Method once, he felt that every sentence was profound and every word was profound. It was impossible to comprehend it in a short amount of time. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. After his expression became serious, he used his fingers to press the temples on both sides of his head. He took a deep breath and used his talent of multitasking at the same time. His entire consciousness was split into two. One half continued to comprehend the technique while the other half fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, Lu Ming's consciousness was completely immersed in the method and he was unaware of anything outside. After an unknown amount of time, a strong feeling of hunger came from his stomach and Lu Ming finally woke up. He stood up and immediately felt his head sink. His vision darkened and he almost fell to the ground. His expression changed greatly and he hurriedly took out a pill of fasting and swallowed it. He then grabbed the wooden bucket next to him and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Only then did his complexion improve. But at this time, Lu Ming still felt a splitting headache. It was a clear sign that he had used up too much of his mental energy. His previous comprehension had unknowingly taken 5 days and 5 nights. If it wasn't for the fact that his stomach was so hungry, he might have still been immersed in comprehension. This Dark Bone Method was truly strange. However, what made Lu Ming even more depressed was that he had only comprehended 30 to 40% of the first level of the Dark Bone Method. This cultivation method was very different from the practitioner methods that he had learned before. Some of the words seemed right, but they weren't, making it hard for him to determine the true meaning behind them. In this case, he could either directly ask for guidance from others, sentence by sentence, or he could flip through some books related to cultivation experience and comprehend it on his own. However, under the warning of Marshal Uncle Ruan, the Dark Bone Method could not be easily leaked to others. It seemed that he could only choose the second option. After making up his mind, he immediately put away the book and left his residence. He went to the Spirit Spell Pavilion at the top of the mountain. When he came back with the 2 thick books of cultivation methods, the 2 spirit stones that he had on him were gone. However, Lu Ming's face carried a trace of excitement. This was because these 2 books of cultivation methods were written by 2 spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect. The explanations of the basic cultivation methods were very detailed, which was exactly what he needed. After he returned to his residence, he did not immediately begin to comprehend them. Instead, he went to his bedroom, threw himself onto his bed, and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for a day and a night. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again, he immediately walked to the courtyard and washed his face. Then, he hurriedly entered the room used for cultivation. He sat down cross-legged and spread out the two thick books and the brocade letter in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a small pouch from his bosom and poured out a few pills of fasting and placed them between the 2 pages of the brocade letter. This way, he would not have to face the same situation as last time, where he almost starved to death. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming flipped through the thick book page by page. Very quickly, he became immersed in it just like last time. Half a month later, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came from the room. Lu Ming suddenly stood up from the ground and raised his head to laugh loudly. At this time, his hair was disheveled and his clothes were full of wrinkles. There was even a faint sour smell coming from his body. No wonder Lu Ming was like this. For the past 10 days, whenever he was hungry, he would eat a fasting pill. When he was thirsty, he would drink a mouthful of water. When he was tired, he would lie down and sleep. He had never left his room. But even so, he had finally comprehended the first layer of the dark bone method. Now, he only needed to slowly cultivate it. After the happiness on Lu Ming's face faded, he realized that something was wrong with his body. He immediately frowned and carried the wooden bucket out of the house. In no time at all, he took off all his clothes and poured a few buckets of water from head to toe. His body immediately became refreshed. Lu Ming shook his wet hair and put on his clothes again without a care in the world. Then, he returned to his room. The dust-proof clothes he was wearing were made of some unknown material. After so many days, not only did it not show any dirt, even if water was poured on it, it would quickly slide off, not soaking it in the slightest. After Lu Ming sat down again, he did not start cultivating the dark bone method. Instead, he took out the soaring sky technique and the other 2 spell books and began to silently memorize what was recorded in them. The incantation, which was originally somewhat difficult to understand, was now incomparably smooth in Lu Ming's eyes. It only took him 4 hours to completely imprint the cultivation methods of these 3 spells in his mind. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and put aside all the books except for the book. He then closed his eyes and placed his hands on his knees to form a strange hand seal. After a while, he felt his mind sink and his consciousness sink into his body. He could see everything that was happening in his body. Many normal meridians, 3 thick spiritual veins that wrapped around his body, and a fist-sized silver spiritual sea in his dantian. With a slight thought, Lu Ming's spiritual sea began to slowly revolve and it became faster and faster. After a few pu-pu sounds, several strands of white yuanli rushed out of the spiritual sea and flowed through the meridians throughout his body. Just like that, he finally took the first step in cultivating the dark bone method. 3 days later, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, but his mouth was constantly chanting and his 2 hands were quickly forming some kind of technique. Strands of gray qi appeared below his body and increased in number. Finally, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it condensed into a small cloud that was a few feet long. Rise. Once Lu Ming saw the cloud form below him, he did not hesitate to change his hand seal. With a ping sound, the cloud actually lifted him up and slowly rose into the air. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of happiness, but his hand seal became slightly messed up. Pung! Lu Ming's body fell from the cloud and landed on the ground. It was a good thing that he was only a few feet above the ground. Other than gritting his teeth, he did not suffer any injuries. Lu Ming did not reveal a dejected expression, but instead revealed a trace of happiness. That was only his 3rd attempt at using the soaring sky technique. To be able to have such a performance was already something that exceeded his expectations. According to the records in the book, even the simplest spell could not be performed without tens or hundreds of times of practice. It looked like his strong mental strength and talent for multitasking allowed his speed of cultivation to far exceed that of a normal disciple. In the future, as long as he could convert more FA and become more familiar with the technique, truly mastering the soaring sky technique would be an easy task. As Lu Ming thought about this, he once again formed a hand seal and began to cultivate the other 2 techniques. After half a day, Lu Ming quietly sat on the ground without moving. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal with one hand and with the other hand, he spread his 5 fingers horizontally in front of him. Pooh! A red flame the size of an egg began to burn violently in the center of his palm. Lu Ming smiled faintly and closed his 5 fingers again. the flame disappeared out of thin air. Following this, he began to mutter an incantation and his 10 fingers began to move in front of his body. A moist white gas began to condense in the air. When Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and gave a loud shout, the white gas immediately condensed and dispersed, revealing a clear ball of water the size of a fist. It floated in the air and looked as if it could fall at any time. Lu Ming stopped his hand seal and extended a finger to touch the ball of water. Then, he placed it in his mouth and tasted it. Finally, he nodded his head with a satisfied expression. 10 days later, in the morning, Lu Ming was sitting on a gray cloud that was not very large. He was flying back and forth several tens of feet above his residence. He felt the cool breeze blowing against his face and his face had a trace of excitement that could not be concealed. Although his mind was always firm and meticulous, and he had a maturity that far exceeded those of his age, at this moment, he was no different from a normal youth. After a while, Lu Ming felt that the Fa Li in his body was almost completely used up. Immediately, he used a technique to slowly descend the gray cloud to the ground below. Although the current him could not maintain the soaring sky technique for a long time, it was no longer a problem for him to use it to hurry on his way. As for the flame technique and congealing water technique, he was also quite familiar with them. Unfortunately, these were the simplest of techniques. Most of them were used by beginner spirit apostles to familiarize themselves with techniques. Hoping to rely on them to fight against enemies was naturally a delusion. It seemed that the next time he went to the Spirit Chi Pavilion, he would need to truly choose 2 practical techniques. However, thinking up to this point, Lu Ming suddenly remembered the harsh face of the senior Zhao that only cared about money and not people. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch. That's right, speaking of spirit stones. He had been in the barbarian ghost sect for almost a month and it was time to go to the duty hall to receive a routine sect mission. Otherwise, he would not have a single spirit stone for the next month. Lu Ming immediately thought of this matter and immediately returned to his room to sit cross-legged and slowly recover his Fa Li. Fortunately, he did not have much Fa Li at the moment and it would not take long for him to recover. An hour later, he once again sat on the gray cloud and flew straight to the duty hall. This time, when Lu Ming walked through the door of the duty hall, he could not help but have a stunned expression. He saw that the hall on the first floor was filled with a bustling crowd of 50 to 60 people. Most of them were outer sect disciples, but there were also 7 or 8 people wearing inner sect disciple clothing in the middle. Excuse me, senior, what is the situation here? Is there usually this many people here? Lu Ming blinked his eyes and walked a few steps to the 20-year-old inner sect disciple near the door. He cupped his hands and asked. Oh, this junior is a new disciple. Today is the time when the duty hall rotates the various sect missions. Naturally, many people rushed here early in the morning to pick a good mission. However, in reality, this is just a waste of effort. Most of the lucrative missions have already been taken by others. This inner sect disciple looked very kind and had a thick dark green belt on his waist. He looked at Lu Ming and casually explained. So that's how it is. Thank you senior for telling me. Lu Ming was somewhat enlightened. I am Corpse Refining Faction's Li Zong. May I know Junior's surname and which faction you are from? This inner sect disciple saw that although Lu Ming was not young, he was still very polite. He couldn't help but have a good impression of him and casually asked a question. I am Bai Song Tian and I am currently a disciple of the 9 Infant faction. Lu Ming did not hide anything and calmly replied. Oh, so Junior has been assigned to Marshal Uncle Gue and the others. The 9 Infant faction has been weak for many years. I'm afraid that Junior Bai's future days will not be easy. Hearing this, Li Zong couldn't help but show a trace of sympathy. It's all right. I feel that senior brothers and senior sisters are quite caring towards junior brother. Lu Ming replied without batting an eyelid. Each faction is naturally harmonious. However, when it comes to the large competition, you will know the pain of joining a weak faction. Li Zong shook his head and said. Oh, large competition, training. Although I have heard people talk about it, I really do not know the specifics. Senior Li, can you tell me about it? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart jumped. This? Forget it. Junior will find out in the future. Let me explain it to you first. Li Zong hesitated for a while but did not refuse. The sect has always had a small competition every year, a big competition every 3 years, and a trial every 10 years. The small competition is a matter for each faction. It is only to test the disciples' cultivation and mastery of secret techniques. Then, according to the situation, the elders will give out rewards. Although this kind of competition didn't have many benefits, under normal circumstances, it was still a harmonious atmosphere. As for the big competition that is held once every 3 years, it is completely different. It is a true competition that all spirit apostles must participate in. It will decide the top 100 core disciples and their names will be engraved on the sect's lunar monument for all disciples to look up to. More importantly, these core disciples will receive special training from the sect for the next 3 years. The higher one's ranking, the more rewards they will receive. Of course, the big competition's results will also directly determine how much resources each faction can occupy in the sect. Even the spirit masters will pay great attention to the big competition. According to what I know, the 9 infant faction has always been at the bottom in the big competition for more than 10 years. As a result, the 9 infant faction will receive the least amount of resources from the sect. But the more it is like this, the harder it is to turn the tables. Furthermore, although this competition was hosted by a spirit master, a true battle between spirit apostles was extremely dangerous. During the competition, it was common for someone to accidentally injure someone or even accidentally kill their opponent. Therefore, the big competition is a life and death competition. Some people call it the blood ring. Li Zong said a lot in one breath, causing Lu Ming to nod his head. Yes, small competition. The big competition is similar to what I know. But what is the life and death trials? This? I have only heard people mention it occasionally. Lu Ming asked again. The life and death trials are not only related to our barbarian ghost sect, but are also jointly organized by the 5 sects of the Daxian country. It is also a competition to determine the strength of the sects and ultimately determine the ranking of the sects in the Daxian country. Therefore, this trial is cruel and intense, far more than we and the other disciples can imagine. If one were to say that someone was injured or killed in a major battle, that would only happen occasionally. But in the life and death smelting trial, less than half of the disciples from the various sects could return alive. They were truly on the line between life and death. For the past several hundred years, our sect's performance in the life and death trials has always been poor. We are often ranked last. Li Zong sighed. If the life and death trials are so dangerous, then how are the participating disciples selected? Normally, disciples wouldn't be willing to take the initiative to participate. After hearing that, Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This life and death trial is incomparably dangerous, but as long as you can return alive, the benefits you can obtain are great. It is not something you or I can imagine. As far as I know, most of the martial uncles and martial aunts of the various branches were disciples who participated in the life and death smelting trial. Therefore, even if ordinary disciples wanted to participate, they did not have the qualifications to do so. Only the top 10 core disciples on the lunar monument are able to participate in this trial. As long as one is able to enter the top 10, any disciple will be able to soar into the sky. In the remaining year, they will receive the best training from the sect, regardless of the cost. This way, the entire sect will obtain even more benefits in the Daxian country. Li Zong replied without hesitation. So that's how it is. Many thanks for Senior Li's guidance. After hearing that, Lu Ming thought for a moment before sincerely thanking Li Zong. Haha, it's nothing. Junior Li and I hit it off the moment we met. That's right, when you go to the sect to receive a routine mission, if you want to pick a good mission, you might as well write my name in the report and secretly give some benefits to the person in charge of the mission. When the time comes, your wish will come true. Li Zong laughed and winked at Lu Ming, appearing quite humorous. Lu Ming laughed and thanked the Senior Li again before joining the long queue. At this time, in the hall of the first floor, there were people going in and out. The queue moved very quickly and very quickly, it was Lu Ming's turn. In front of him was a slightly bald middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a deacon. However, Lu Ming did not have any spirit stones to bribe the deacon in front of him. Naturally, he would not mention Li Zong's name. He only handed over the nameplate that he had already prepared and said honestly, "I am a new disciple and am here to receive a routine mission from the sect." "Oh, so it's a new junior. Let me see what other missions are available." The bald deacon was very friendly. After receiving the nameplate, he immediately began to quickly read through a thick book on the side. Right now, the only two suitable missions for new disciples are the Heavenly Bamboo Peaks firewood cutting and the Southern Spirit Valleys farming. Which one would you like to choose? The bald deacon's hands paused for a moment before he raised his head and asked. What, firewood cutting and farming? Lu Ming almost thought that he had heard wrong. In his mind, the so-called sect missions were mostly tasks like standing guard or patrolling the mountains. How could it be related to the two things that he had just heard? I know that Junior has some doubts. But after you accept the mission, you will naturally know what is going on. The bald deacon was not surprised at all and instead revealed a mysterious expression. Then I will choose farming. Lu Ming was still full of doubts, but he could only suppress his doubts and choose one of the two missions. No matter what, he had once farmed half an acre of crops on Savage Island. The farming mission must be completed within 3 days. Otherwise, it will be considered as a failure. Hearing this, the bald deacon picked up the nameplate and pressed it down on a certain part of the book as he spoke with familiarity. After Lu Ming received the nameplate, he left the line in confusion. Only then did he remember that he did not know where the Southern Spirit Valley was. He wanted to turn back to ask the deacon, but he saw that there was already another disciple standing in front of him. The entire line had become very long and he couldn't help but shake his head. But when he looked around, he suddenly saw that Li Zong was still near the gate. His eyes brightened and he immediately walked over. Junior Bai, which mission did you accept? Please don't feed the spiritual beasts. That is the most troublesome mission. Li Zong saw Lu Ming walk over and immediately took the initiative to greet him. Senior Li, you haven't left yet. That is great. I did not accept the mission to feed the spiritual beasts, but to farm. However, I do not know where the Southern Spirit Valley is located. Farming. This mission is not very good, but it is not bad either. The Southern Spirit Valley? How about this? I have a map of the sect that I drew a long time ago. There is no use for it now, so I will just give it to you. Li Zong thought for a while and then took out a map that was drawn using beast skin and threw it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior, I will not be polite. Oh right, Senior Li. What is going on with this kind of farming? Since we have the pills of fasting, does our sect still need normal food? After Lu Ming caught the map, he was overjoyed and thanked Li Zong. Then, he asked with some confusion. When I first entered the sect and heard about the sect's missions, I was just like you. Don't worry, once you reach the place, you will naturally understand what is going on. Maybe you will even get some benefits. Li Zong heard this and laughed, but he did not directly answer Lu Ming's question. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally did not continue asking. He thanked Li Zong again and left. As soon as he walked out of the door, he conjured a small gray cloud and used the soaring sky technique to fly away. Following the directions on the map that he had just received, Lu Ming flew over several mountains and finally landed in a valley that was neither too big nor too small. Not far in front of where he landed, there was a square field of more than 100 acres in size. Some people wearing inner disciple robes were waving light silver hose in the fields, as if they were ordinary farmers busying themselves with something. Just as Lu Ming was in a daze, a light cough suddenly came from behind him. Although the sound was not loud, there was no warning at all. It scared Lu Ming and he quickly turned around. Behind him, a dark-skinned old man had appeared out of nowhere. His body was slightly bowed, and he held a yellow tobacco pipe in his hand. The old man was expressionlessly sizing him up. A new disciple. Yes, Senior is? Although the other person was not eye-catching, he gave Lu Ming an indescribable feeling of pressure. He could not help but refer to himself as a junior. How can the people from the duty hall send a new disciple like you? What do they think my place is? Whatever, you take this and be in charge of one of the fields like them. In 3 days, you must hoe the fields you are in charge of. Make sure the soil is half a foot deep and there is not a single weed. If you can't do it, get out of here and don't let me see you again. The old farmer said coldly. He touched his waist and somehow pulled out a silver hoe that was as tall as a person and threw it in front of Lu Ming. This scene couldn't help but make Lu Ming dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. This is a storage glyph. If you are not a spirit master, you will not be able to use it. The old farmer said impatiently before turning around to leave. After taking a few steps, a black cloud appeared beneath him and carried him toward a dense forest on the side. Storage glyph. At this time, how could Lu Ming know that the other person was a spirit master? He immediately muttered a few words and bent down to pick up the silver hoe on the ground. He didn't dare to delay as he walked toward an empty field nearby. This field did not look big, but it was full of weeds that were a foot tall. It almost filled every inch of the field. After Lu Ming moved his arms and legs, he raised the hoe with both hands and swung it down. Pung! Sparks flew from the ground. Lu Ming only felt his hands heat up, and under a strong rebound, the silver hoe almost flew out of his hands. The ground was as hard as iron and the hoe was unable to penetrate the soil at all. Lu Ming was startled and hurriedly bent down to carefully observe the ground. Only then did he discover that this place was different from normal farmland. The soil here was actually purplish red. The roots of the weeds were deeply rooted in the ground and gathered all the soil together, as if it was a whole. He frowned and poked the purplish red soil with his finger, only to feel that it was abnormally cold and hard. Kid, stop studying it. This is not normal soil, it is the growing soil that is specially used to grow spirit rice. Normal methods will not be able to move it. A half-naked, muscular man nearby saw Lu Ming's actions from afar and immediately said with a laugh. Growing soil. It was Lu Ming's first time hearing this name. He immediately stood up and looked at the other busy inner sect disciples. He saw that although the disciples in the nearby fields were also waving their silver hoes, they all landed silently and could only lift a thin layer of soil that was an inch deep. The silver hoes in their hands were all emitting a faint white light. It was obvious that they were not doing something as simple as hoeing. This thing is actually a practitioner weapon. Lu Ming retracted his gaze and once again looked at the hoe in his hands. Only then did he discover that the surface of the hoe was engraved with some shallow spirit inscriptions. His face could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Since it is a practitioner weapon, I can only try pouring my yuan li into it. Lu Ming's thoughts turned and immediately the yuan li in his body moved through his two hands and poured into the hoe. But after a while, his expression changed. No matter how much yuan li he poured in, the hoe did not change at all. It was as if all the yuan li he poured in was useless. Lu Ming frowned. After thinking for a while, he changed the fa li that he had just converted and slowly transferred it into the hoe in his hands. After a while, the spirit inscriptions on the surface of the hoe lit up and a layer of soft white light appeared. As expected, no wonder there were only inner court disciples here and not a single outer court disciple was here. If they wanted to move the growing soil, they would have to use their magic power. After Lu Ming understood the situation, he didn't think too much about it. With a spin of his two hands, the silver hoe fell down again. Pooh! The silver hoe fell on the ground, still producing a muffled sound, but at least a thin layer of purplish red soil and some weeds were uprooted. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and began to work hard. Half a day later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the field, quietly breathing. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. But when he looked at the field that had just been hoed, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This growing soil was really hard to plow. Just plowing the soil had not only depleted his fa li several times, but even his arms were starting to ache. What made him even more speechless was that in the purplish red soil that he had just plowed through, there were some weeds that suddenly sprouted out of the ground. Although they were still very short, when he plowed through the soil a second time, there would still be some resistance. As for the other fields next to it, there were a few inner sect disciples in their 20s with profound magic power. They had already finished hoeing the fields very easily. They walked into the dense forest and handed in their task to the old man before flying away on clouds. As for the other 17 to 18-year-old disciples, they had already hoed their fields a few inches deep. It seemed that they would be able to finish their task in half a day. When Lu Ming saw this, he could only smile bitterly. He could not compare to these older disciples. With his shallow fa li, it would only be enough to hoe half a foot deep in 3 days. How would he have the time to rest? But what made him even more depressed was that he seemed to be the only new disciple here. But thinking about it, this was normal. In this opening spirit ceremony, there were only a few dozen people who became spirit apostles. Everyone received their task at different times, and the details of the sect's tasks were also very different. It really wasn't an easy task to get them together. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming clenched his teeth and stood up. He walked to the edge of the field, and with a flash of white light, he once again hoed the field. The next morning, the other fields had already been plowed by the older disciples. The only inner court disciple that remained was Lu Ming. But when it was noon, Lu Ming stood in the middle of the field and looked at his 2 red arms that were swollen like carrots. He could only frown. At this moment, because he had used too much strength in his arms, his entire body was in pain. He could not continue hoeing the soil. Not bad, there are not many new disciples that can endure until now. Behind him, a faint voice suddenly came out. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly turned around. It was the spirit master, who looked like an old farmer. At this moment, he looked at Lu Ming with a look of approval. "Greetings, martial uncle." Lu Ming did not dare to be negligent and went forward to greet him. "Which faction are you from? What is your name?" the old farmer asked. "I am by Tsung Tian, under the 9 Infants faction." Lu Ming replied honestly. "Jiawing is the disciple of Senior Gui. What spiritual pulse do you have? You're not a direct disciple, right?" The old farmer looked him up and down and asked. "I am a 3 spiritual pulse, how could I be a direct disciple?" Lu Ming said respectfully. 3 spiritual pulse, your talent is a bit too low. What a pity. Otherwise, with your willpower, this old man would have wanted to ask you to come over and take you in as a disciple. The old farmer sighed softly when he heard this. "I am ashamed, I don't know who martial uncle is." Lu Ming heard this and couldn't help but ask. "My surname is Su, you can just call me martial uncle Su. But looking at you now, it is impossible for you to continue. I will teach you a set of honing fists. As long as you practice it a few times, the bruises on your arms will be gone. Thank you, martial uncle Su, for your kindness." When Lu Ming heard this, he was naturally very happy. "You don't need to thank me. This honing fists is a body tempering technique that all disciples can learn after a year. I am only teaching it to you in advance," martial uncle Su said calmly. Then, his body moved and he got into a strange posture. He started to practice a set of strange fist techniques, and at the same time, he was chanting some sort of incantation. When Lu Ming was on Savage Island, he had seen many secret techniques. Naturally, he was very interested in a fist technique that was similar to a secret technique. Immediately, he used his talent of doing 2 things at once and memorized every move and incantation that the old farmer was chanting. In the end, after the old farmer practiced the fist technique for the 3rd time, Lu Ming had already memorized it and practiced it again without any mistakes. When martial uncle Su saw this, a trace of regret appeared on his face, but he didn't say anything else and turned to leave. And Lu Ming, who stayed where he was completely immersed in the honing fists. In one breath, he practiced it 7 or 8 times. He only felt that his body was steaming hot and his swollen arms returned to normal. Not only that, he felt that his spirit was even more vigorous than before. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Only then did he realize that martial uncle Su was no longer by his side. After thinking for a while, he picked up the hoe on the ground and continued to hoe the fields. 3 days later, in the evening, when Lu Ming threw away the hoe in his hand, stretched his waist and stood up again, the field under his feet had been hoed. Not only was the soil half a foot deep, but not a single weed could be seen. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the forest to hand over the task to martial uncle Su, there was an ear-piercing sound from the horizon. Groups of gray clouds descended from the sky. They were the old disciples who had farmed with him 2 days ago. This group of inner disciples stood silently at the side of the field, but they couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Lu Ming was extremely puzzled. Just as he was about to go over and ask, that martial uncle Su also rode a cloud and flew out of the forest. In one breath, he flew directly to the top of the spirit field. He was holding a small golden bowl in one hand and waving his sleeve with the other. There were many golden granules falling from the sky, evenly covering every piece of the field. When Lu Ming saw the cloud fly to his field, he hurriedly avoided it. After a while, the gray cloud under the old farmer's body stopped and he threw the golden bowl in his hand into the sky. He muttered something and pointed at it. In the golden light, it actually turned into the size of a water jar. Immediately thereafter, a gurgling sound rang out from within the water tank, and bursts of white spring water gushed out of the tank, then sprinkled onto the fields down below as droplets of rain. Although Lu Ming was standing outside the field, he could still clearly feel the thick aura of Yuanli that filled the field. What was even more strange was that as the rain continued to fall, green rice seedlings actually emerged from the field. They grew at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and began to bear full ears. After 2 hours, the rain suddenly stopped. The field of more than 100 acres suddenly turned into a patch of gold. There were huge rice seedlings that were half a foot tall growing inside. Same old rules. Everyone can go to your field and pick 10 spirit ears. Then, you can leave. At this time, the old farmer's indifferent voice came from the sky. Then, he rode his cloud and flew into the forest. The disciples who had been waiting outside the field bowed and thanked him. Then, they rushed into their fields and began to pick the rice. They used all kinds of tools to harvest the rice. Everyone was very obedient and actually only picked 10 rice ears from the field. No one dared to take more than that. Senior Marshal Brother, what is the use of these spirit ears? Why are all the Senior Marshal Brothers so happy? After watching for a while, Lu Ming couldn't bear it anymore. He took a few steps forward and stopped a young disciple who was about to leave after picking the rice ears. Humph, this is spirit rice. If you go back and cook it, it will have a lot of benefits. Go back and try it yourself. You will naturally know. The male disciple was a bit impatient. After saying a few words, he rode his cloud and left. Although Lu Ming was looked down upon as if he was a country bumpkin, he did not get angry. Instead, he entered his field without hesitation and chose 10 of the most plump spirit grains. He used the standard talisman sword that he carried with him to cut them down. He then took out a piece of yellow cloth from his bosom and carefully wrapped the spirit grains. Then, he walked into the dense forest. 2 hours later, Lu Ming, who had completed his mission, returned to his residence. He sat down at the table and opened the bag. He spread out the spirit grains and carefully examined them one by one. Each of these spirit grains was half a foot long and the rice grains on them were the size of soybeans. However, there were only 7 or 8 grains on each spirit grain. The outer shell of the spirit grain was bright and shiny, as if it was made of pure gold. After Lu Ming looked at it for a while, he raised his hand and broke off a rice grain from the spirit grain. He placed it under his nose and lightly rubbed it. The outer shell broke off like paper, revealing the green and translucent rice grain. He placed it under his nose and lightly sniffed it. A faint fragrance wafted out. Lu Ming was slightly happy. Without hesitation, he went to another room and found a small earthen jar. After pouring some clean water into it, he removed the outer shell of the spirit grain and placed the rice grains into it. He held the earthen jar up with one hand and made a single-handed sign with the other. At the same time, he muttered an incantation. Pung! A ball of scarlet flame surged out of his palm and engulfed the small earthen jar and began to burn fiercely. It was the flame spell that he had just learned. After a while, a strong fragrance of rice came out of the earthen jar, making one's appetite increase. Lu Ming controlled the flame to become smaller. After a while, when he felt that it was about time, he completely put away the spell with a pu-chi sound. He then quickly placed the boiling hot earthen jar on the table and opened the lid. A layer of white rice that was as clear as snow immediately appeared in front of him. Lu Ming took out a wooden spoon that he had already prepared. Without hesitation, he scooped the rice into the earthen jar and scooped out more than half of the rice grains. Then, he put it to his mouth and ate a mouthful. As soon as he bit into the seemingly scalding rice, an indescribable feeling of smoothness filled his entire mouth. Immediately thereafter, the grains of rice squirmed before tumbling into his stomach as if they were alive, and he had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. Lu Ming couldn't hold it in any longer. He quickly finished all the rice in the earthen jar. But in the next moment, he immediately felt a scorching aura rushing out from his abdomen and quickly spreading to his limbs. This heat was clearly the purest heaven-earth yuan qi. Without hesitation, Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. 2 hours later, when he opened his eyes again, his face was full of surprise and joy. In that short moment of cultivation, his magic power had increased so much that it was shockingly more than a day of bitter cultivation. This spirit rice actually had the miraculous effect of aiding cultivation. It was really too unexpected. No wonder Li Zong said that there might be unexpected benefits in farming. If he could eat this spirit rice a few times a day, wouldn't his cultivation speed increase several times? But after thinking about this for a while, Lu Ming immediately shook his head and denied it. Ignoring the fact that this type of spirit rice was extremely rare, a normal disciple wouldn't even be able to get it from the sect. Just the feeling of fullness that came from his stomach was even stronger than the pill of fasting. Even if there was a sufficient supply of spirit rice, a person would only be able to eat it once every 6 or 7 days. If that was the case, then it would at most increase a person's cultivation speed by 6 or 7 times. Compared to the effect of him doing 2 things at once, this kind of increase was far too lacking. After thinking about this, the excitement in Lu Ming's heart subconsciously faded a bit. After he put away the remaining spirit rice, he returned to the cultivation room and sat cross-legged. In the previous month, he had only used the dark bone method to convert the original spirit energy in his body into Fa, so his cultivation process was abnormally smooth. Now that the spirit energy in his body had been completely converted, if he wanted to continue to increase his Fa, he could only do it bit by bit. From the 2 cultivation experience books, Lu Ming already knew that the higher the level of the cultivation method, the more mental energy it would take to practice. Most of the time had to be spent on recovering mental energy. Of course, normally, as one's cultivation level increased, the mental energy of a cultivator would also slowly increase. Therefore, when a new disciple and a middle or late spirit apostle practiced the same cultivation method, their speed of practice would be very different. But for the most basic cultivation method like the Earth Spirit method, the new disciples would usually practice for 10 to 12 hours before having to stop and rest for the same amount of time before continuing. When Lu Ming used his talent of doing 2 things at once to practice the dark bone method, he did not care about any of this. Often, after 5 to 6 days of non-stop practice, he only needed a good night's sleep to be able to enter the next round of practice with full energy. The amount of time he spent practicing was almost double that of the other disciples. From the 2 cultivation experience books, Lu Ming also knew that in terms of actual cultivation results, he could not compare to the 6 spiritual pulse and 9 spiritual pulse disciples. Spending the same amount of time to practice, his 3 spiritual pulse disciples' cultivation results were only half of that of a 6 spiritual pulse disciple, and only a third of that of a 9 spiritual pulse disciple. As a result, even though Lu Ming's cultivation time was much longer than the other disciples, the actual increase in Fa and cultivation speed was only equal to that of a 6 spiritual pulse disciple. No wonder those spirit masters were only interested in 6 spiritual pulse disciples and above, and did not care about 3 spiritual pulse disciples. With such a large difference in cultivation results, if he was the leader of a faction, he would also focus all his resources on 6 spiritual pulse disciples. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the speed of Gao Chang's cultivation would be once he started cultivating with the Earth spiritual pulse. With 12 spiritual pulses, Gao Chang's cultivation speed was 4 times that of a normal 3 spiritual pulse disciple. Even with the help of his talent of doing 2 things at once, Lu Ming's cultivation speed was only half of Gao Chang's. As for some lightning spiritual veins, wind spiritual veins, and other similar elemental spiritual veins, they didn't have much effect on cultivation, but when casting some secret techniques of the same elemental attribute, they would display an astonishing increase in power, so they were very valued by the sect. Other than that, some cultivators, because of their bloodline or other innate reasons, might have some special abilities. Some of these abilities could increase the speed of cultivation, some could allow one to practice secret techniques that normal people could not, and some had even more strange effects. There were so many abilities that the cultivation world had not yet completely calculated them, and they were only temporarily called spiritual bodies. The probability of a spiritual body appearing was much lower than the 9 spiritual pulse and elemental spiritual pulse. However, not all spiritual bodies were useful to their owners. On the contrary, most of the known types of spiritual bodies were useless abilities. Therefore, thinking about it this way, Lu Ming's talent of doing two things at once could be classified as a type of spiritual body. However, his ability was slightly different from a normal spiritual body. Other spiritual bodies were born with innate spiritual bodies, but his talent of doing two things at once was an acquired ability that appeared accidentally. Whether or not the two were related, and whether or not they were two different things, Lu Ming himself could not determine. At this moment, when he thought about these things in his room, he naturally felt a little depressed. Fortunately, his willpower was far stronger than that of a normal person. Very quickly, he suppressed the many distracting thoughts and began to cultivate the dark bone method. Half a year passed by in a flash. During this period of time, other than the routine sect tasks and going to the spiritual hall to exchange for a few practical spells, Lu Ming did not take a step outside. He only focused on cultivating the dark bone method, causing his FA to rapidly increase. On this day, as Lu Ming was cultivating, his body suddenly trembled. A muffled rumbling sound of metal colliding could be heard from within his body. Following this, he opened his mouth and a thick black gas was spat out. It turned into a black, misty wind that engulfed his body. Within the wind, several black tentacles could be faintly seen dancing in the wind. However, in a flash, they disappeared without a trace. A clear incantation sound came from within the wind. After a low shout, the wind suddenly stopped and Lu Ming's figure once again appeared. The first layer of the dark bone method has finally been cultivated. 1 year? For me, half a year is enough. Lu Ming raised both of his hands and saw that there were traces of black gas lingering around his fingers. A smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand and the tiger's bite bracelet on his wrist flashed. Then, he flicked a finger at a nearby wall. With a pu sound, a black gust of wind shot out and pierced a small hole in the wall. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart was filled with joy. With this kind of power, he could almost be on par with a top-level practitioner. It seemed that he had really entered the beginning spirit apostle stage. In this way, he could finally cultivate the secret technique soul shackling chains in his hands. At this time, a continuous dang-dang sound of a bell suddenly came from outside the house. Lu Ming was stunned. He quickly walked out of the house and raised his head to look at the top of the mountain. He saw that the sound of the bell was coming from the top of the 9-infant mountain. Moreover, each sound was louder than the one before. There were 9 consecutive rings. 9 consecutive rings? Could it be that today is the day of the small competition on the 9-infant mountain? After hearing the bell rings, a trace of surprise appeared on Lu Ming's face. At this time, from the bottom of the mountain, one after another, gray clouds broke through the air and flew straight to the top of the mountain. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, then he also made a gesture to condense a gray cloud under his feet and soared into the sky. After a short while, 70 to 80 inner sect disciples gathered around the plaza at the top of the 9-infant mountain. All of them had serious expressions as they looked at the 3 people in the center. The 3 of them were Gui Ru Quan of the 9 Infants Mountain, Zhu Qi, and a 30-year-old beautiful nun with a head full of black hair. At this time, Lu Ming already knew that the Gui Ru Quan's full name was Gui Ru Quan. Since the beautiful nun was standing with them, it was obvious that she was Martial Aunt Zhong. As for the other inner disciples, other than the newcomers and the disciples that Lu Ming had seen before, there were also many older disciples that were over 30 years old. These older disciples looked unfamiliar, but each of them had a strong aura. It was obvious that most of them were not simple. After a while, another 10 or so inner disciples landed around the plaza. After no one else appeared, Gui Ru Quan coughed lightly and spoke. Very good, other than the few disciples that couldn't make it back in time due to the sex mission, all the disciples of the 9 Infants faction have arrived. This was also the first minor competition since the new disciples of the branch entered the sect. Those disciples that perform well in the small competition will be rewarded. Those that perform the best will receive additional rewards. Junior Zhu, take out the testing tools. The last few words of the Gui Ru Quan were directed at Zhu Qi Sr. Don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The man with the long hair laughed and walked forward. Suddenly, a few light yellow glyphs appeared in his hands and he raised both of his hands. After a series of banging sounds, white gas rolled out and a dozen or so items appeared in the middle of the plaza. When Lu Ming saw this, his eyes lit up. Those glyphs should be the storage glyphs that Martial Uncle Su mentioned. To be able to put so many things into such a small glyphs, it was indeed amazing. 5 black iron locks of different sizes, a white stone tablet that was half a foot tall, and 7 or 8 different colored puppets. Some of them wore thick armor, while others held huge swords that were as tall as a person. According to the old rules, the competition will be divided into 3 groups. The new disciples will be in one group, the 30 and above disciples will be in another group, and the remaining disciples will be in another group. The competition will be divided into 3 categories: strength, techniques, and combat. Junior Zhu, you will be in charge of the 30 and above disciples. Junior Zhou will be in charge of the 30 and below disciples. I will personally be in charge of the new disciples. Gue Ruquan explained a little before saying. Zhu Qi and that martial ant Zhong naturally would not object. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them decided to test the new disciples first, then the disciples under 30 years old, and finally the old disciples over 30 years old. The Confucian scholar coughed lightly and walked out. New disciples, step forward. Let the senior brothers and sisters who haven't seen you before get to know you. Our 9 infants faction may not be considered strong in the sect, but in terms of unity, we are definitely not inferior to the other factions. Hearing the Confucian scholar's words, Lu Ming and the other 4 rookies naturally walked forward. They introduced themselves and bowed to the surrounding people. The other disciples naturally returned the gesture with smiles on their faces. Yu Qing, as a direct disciple, you can start first. Let me see the results of your training in this half a year. The scholar glanced at Lu Ming and the others before finally stopping at the red-haired young man and speaking. Hearing this, the red-haired youth naturally bowed in agreement. He then walked towards the 5 black metal locks and finally stopped in front of the smallest one. Although it was the smallest, the black metal lock in front of him was the size of a wash basin. It seemed to weigh around 400 to 500 pounds. A normal person would definitely not be able to move it in the slightest. At least, Lu Ming believed that if he did not stimulate his potential, he would probably be forced to move it. The red-haired youth let out a low roar and grabbed the handle of the metal lock with both hands. His 2 arms suddenly exerted force. However, the metal lock only swayed a few times and was unable to leave the ground. The red-haired youth's face became slightly red. He suddenly muttered something and a layer of faint yellow light covered his entire body. His entire aura became completely different from before. After another loud roar, a few thin and long yellow spirit inscriptions appeared on the youth's arm. He actually managed to lift the metal lock with trembling hands. Pung! In an instant, the youth's face was completely red. The metal lock was thrown back onto the ground. It even smashed a shallow hole in the ground. Looks like your Earth Spirit method has already reached the 1st level. Otherwise, with just Fa Li, you would not be able to lift this lock. Do you still want to try a second one? Seeing this situation, Gue Ruquan smiled slightly. He did not make any comments on the result of the red-haired youth lifting the metal lock. The other inner sect disciples who were watching from all sides of the plaza all laughed and looked on. They also did not show any signs of surprise. It was already very difficult for this disciple to lift this one. It is impossible for me to lift a second one. The red-haired youth took a few deep breaths and calmed his slightly panting chest before replying respectfully. Then use your strongest spell to attack the stone tablet made of white Burmese crystal from 10 steps away. The depth of the mark you leave on it in 10 breaths' time will be used to judge your mastery of the spell and its power. The Confucian scholar said slowly. Yes, Master Gue. Yu Qing replied and immediately walked a few steps away from the white stone tablet. With a serious expression, he quickly formed a hand sign. After a few breaths, a thin green piece the size of a palm appeared between his hands. It became brighter and brighter. The youth suddenly shouted Wind Blade. With a wave of his hand, the thin piece immediately shot out in a flash. With a pu sound, a clear white mark appeared on the seemingly smooth stone tablet. It was about half an inch deep. This stone tablet was surprisingly hard. Yu Qing continued to chant, but this time, when the wind blade between his 2 hands formed a point, Gui Ruquan said indifferently, time's up. The red-haired youth could only disperse the unfinished spell with an unwilling expression on his face. To be able to enter half an inch into the tablet, it seems that you have spent a lot of time on this spell. As long as you continue to work hard and can attack twice within 10 breaths, this spell will be considered to have reached the small success realm. However, the further you train in spells, the harder it is to improve. You must be mentally prepared. The scholar glanced at the stone tablet and finally nodded his head to remind him. The red-haired youth nodded. After the first 2 tests, I can only give you an average evaluation. The final result will depend on your final battle. You are new disciples, so you only need to fight the lowest grade puppet. As the scholar spoke, he walked towards the humanoid puppets. He stopped in front of the barehanded and shortest puppet. With one hand, he slapped a groove on the puppet's chest and immediately inserted a white spirit stone into it. He then used a finger to point at the puppet's head and a wisp of black gas flashed and entered it. In the next moment, the originally motionless puppet's eyes flashed with a red light. It actually walked with large strides into a circle that had already been drawn on the plaza and stopped moving. You and this puppet with a low-level battle soul will fight in this circle. No matter who walks out of this circle, it will be considered a failure. The exact result will depend on how long you can last under the puppet's attacks. Gui Ruquan said with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, the red-haired youth did not dare to be slow. With one hand, he touched his waist and took out a green short blade that was a few feet long. He carefully walked into the circle. The moment he stepped into the circle, the originally cumbersome-looking puppet suddenly moved and actually pounced towards him like a gust of wind. The red-haired youth was shocked and almost instinctively slashed at the puppet with the short blade in his hand. With a pu sound, a light green blade swept out. However, when it slashed at the puppet, it only caused its body to freeze slightly. It then continued to pounce as if nothing had happened. The youth immediately panicked and hurriedly retreated. As he continued to wave the short blade in his hand, he hurriedly chanted the wind blade chant. However, in his panic, he repeatedly made mistakes in the chant and actually did not even release a single wind blade. A moment later, the puppet had already arrived in front of him with the practitioner weapon. With one palm, it sent him flying out of the circle. Low-level combat. Overall evaluation, below average. Gui Ruquan shook his head and said calmly. Yuqing was not really injured, but after standing up, he could only dejectedly walk back to the other disciples. When Lu Ming and the other new disciples saw this, they could not help but look at each other. Next, Xueshan. The scholar unceremoniously called out the next name. Xueshan grinned, but he could only brace himself and walk out. As expected, after the 3 tests, he, who had not yet mastered the first level of the foundation technique, was unable to lift any of the chains. In the spell test, he could only use the fireball technique to barely leave a small mark on the stone tablet. In the end, the result of the actual combat was even worse. In an instant, he was also sent flying out of the circle by the puppet. The final evaluation he received was naturally only low level. Wan Xiaoqian, who was below, was slightly better. Although this girl's performance in terms of strength and spells was also not good, in the final battle, she first used the light and body technique on herself. In addition, she also used another type of wind element spell to assist her. She was actually able to withstand the puppet's attacks for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea and finally received an evaluation of below average. By Tsong Tian. The scholar's gaze finally fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a deep breath and slightly activated the dark bone method. Immediately, a layer of faint black gas rolled out from his body. And he walked towards the chains. Seeing this, the scholar's gaze slightly froze. On the other side, Zhu Qi was originally whispering something to the Taoist nun beside him. After his gaze swept across and saw the strange scene on Lu Ming's body, he could not help but let out a light sound of surprise. Seeing this, the Taoist nun beside him raised her eyebrows and asked, "What? Why is Senior Zhu so surprised?" "Junior Zhong, you don't know. This child only has a 3 spiritual pulse and his cultivation method is not our faction's ghost spirit method. However, from the looks of it, he has already mastered the first level of the ghost spirit method. This is a bit unexpected." Zhu Qi slowly replied. If there is such a thing, it seems that this child is not as simple as a 3 spiritual pulse. Hearing this, the beautiful Taoist nun looked at Lu Ming with an expression of interest. Whether or not this is true will depend on his next performance, Zhu Qi said thoughtfully. At this time, Lu Ming let out a low roar from afar. His 2 arms suddenly thickened and lifted the iron lock above his head. Then, he casually threw it down. Lu Ming's performance caused many of the surrounding disciples to reveal surprised expressions. Since he had already mastered the first layer of the foundation cultivation method, it was not surprising that he could lift the lightest iron lock. However, the way he lifted it as if it were light was very rare. Some of the disciples were even curious to see if this new junior could lift the second iron lock. However, after taking a deep breath, Lu Ming's 2 arms returned to normal and he walked towards the stone tablet. As he chanted the incantation, a green wind blade shot out and left a faint white mark on the stone tablet. His performance was almost exactly the same as the red-haired youth's. This caused Zhu Qi, the Taoist nun, and the others to feel a little disappointed. In the first 2 tests, one is above average, and the other is average. The scholar thought for a moment before giving his evaluation. Hearing this, Lu Ming looked at the puppet in the circle. He touched the tiger's bite bracelet on his other wrist and walked over without a change in expression. The moment his 2 feet stepped into the circle, the puppet immediately fiercely pounced at him. However, Lu Ming, who was already prepared, only moved his feet slightly and dodged the puppet's attacks at a strange angle. At the same time, he shook the copper bracelet on his wrist and said, "Lighten body technique." The tiger's bite bracelet flashed with white light. Lu Ming's body instantly became twice as light as before. As he moved, he was much more agile. After the puppet's dozen or so punches all missed, it suddenly spread out its arms and spun around like a spinning top. In an instant, it turned into a dozen or so arms that attacked Lu Ming. For a time, the surrounding void was filled with flashes of fist shadows, and all the escape routes were sealed. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Suddenly, the black gas on the surface of his body flourished. He twisted his body, and like a boneless snake, he dodged the layers of fist shadows from an incredible angle and approached the puppet. His arm moved, and his palm with the brass bangle directly pressed against the chest of the mannequin where the crystal was inserted. At the same time, he let out a low roar, tiger roar. A buzzing sound rang out from the copper ring, and a yellow tiger head appeared on its surface. The tiger head opened its mouth, and a burst of white sound waves surged forth. Boom! At such a close distance, the puppet was knocked down by the sound wave, and it immediately staggered back a few steps before stopping all of its movements. Although the puppet was completely unharmed, the half-exposed spirit stone in front of its chest had been reduced to a pile of fragments. Haha, good, not bad. To be able to grasp the weakness of this low-grade puppet in such a short period of time is truly not easy. Looking at your reaction speed, you must have had a lot of battle experience. Seeing this, Gue Ru Quan clapped his hands and laughed. This disciple has trained in a few mortal secret techniques, and because of this, I have had a few battle experiences. Hearing this, Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back as he vaguely replied. Very good, for the last test, I will give you a high-grade evaluation. Therefore, your overall evaluation for this test is above average. This time, you will most likely be able to enter the list of extra rewards. The scholar smiled, and his tone was very kind. Thank you, Teacher Gue. Lu Ming was naturally happy, and after hurriedly bowing again, he returned to the group of new disciples under the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd. Senior Bai, you are so amazing. You actually had a way to directly defeat that puppet. This is truly unbelievable. Wan Xiaoqian waited for Lu Ming to return, and was still somewhat in disbelief. That's right, Senior Bai, you have completed the first stage of the ghost spirit method, right? If we didn't hold the opening spirit ceremony with you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even believe that you are a 3 spiritual pulse like us. Shuashan said with an envious tone. On the side, the red-haired youth also looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze. Didn't you hear what Teacher Gue said? This time, I was only lucky enough to find the puppet's weakness. That was how I was able to succeed in one strike. If I was the first to take the test, I definitely wouldn't have experienced such a thing. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Although these words sounded a bit empty, Xueshan, Yuqing, and the other disciples finally found a reason for their previous failures, and their hearts couldn't help but feel a bit better. Only Wan Xiaoqian continued to stare at Lu Ming, and after a while, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up, clearly not believing him. However, the current Lu Ming naturally didn't care whether the young girl believed him or not. Instead, he placed all of his attention on the last person to take the test, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's appearance could be considered handsome, but his nose was a bit flat. Even so, as a 9 spiritual pulse disciple, before he even took the test, countless people were already secretly sizing him up. Previously, although he was standing among the new disciples, he arrogantly didn't speak to anyone. When he saw the results of Xueshan and the others, his eyes carried a trace of disdain. Only when he saw the scene of Lu Ming defeating the puppet in one strike did a trace of seriousness flash across his face. When Gue Ruquan shouted his name, he responded and also stood up. When he walked in front of the metal lock, he didn't stop in front of the smallest lock, but directly walked in front of the second lock. After taking a slight breath, threads of green light appeared on the surface of his body, making it seem as if he had turned into a light green person. This is the withered tree method. Teacher Gue really did pass this method to him. It seems that he really did complete the first stage. When the inner sect disciples outside saw this scene, there was an immediate uproar and some people immediately cried out involuntarily. Although the withered tree method was also a foundational cultivation method, it was one of the most difficult of the 13 foundational cultivation methods. Without personal guidance from a person or those with poor aptitude, it was impossible to even begin cultivating it. A layer of green light flashed across Xiaofeng's face and he used strength in his arms to slowly raise the second metal lock above his head. This shocking scene immediately caused the discussions in the plaza to become silent. After Xiaofeng threw the metal lock, he didn't leave. Instead, he directly started to cast a technique. Could it be that he plans to? Many of the other disciples immediately saw through his plan and they all revealed expressions of shock. After a while, a blue light flashed and a foot-long icicle appeared in Xiaofeng's hand. With a flick of his wrist, he shot it towards the stone tablet that was 30 steps away. In the end, after a burst of sound, the entire upper half of the stone tablet was covered in a layer of frost. At the same time, a small hole that was half a meter deep directly appeared in the center. He actually successfully cultivated the icicle technique. This technique is truly inconceivable. Did he really only start cultivating it half a year ago? The crowd was once again in an uproar. Seeing this, the Confucian scholar's face revealed an even more satisfied expression. He slightly nodded his head and said, "Your performance is not bad. I originally thought that since you cultivated the wood essence method, you would be a bit weaker in terms of techniques. But now it seems that I was worrying too much. Your comprehension is also excellent. In the first 2 tests, I can give you a high-grade evaluation. But in the following actual combat, don't disappoint me." After Xiaofeng said yes, he touched his chest with one hand and impressively, a light green ring appeared on his finger. Then, he walked with large strides towards the circle. With a hoochie sound, the puppet that had changed its spirit stone turned into an evil gust of wind as it flew towards Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng didn't dodge or avoid it. He only let out a low shout and the surface of his skin suddenly became a strange oily green color. Pung! The puppet's heavy fist directly hit Xiaofeng's shoulder, but other than causing his body to sway a bit, his 2 legs actually stood firmly in the same place without moving at all. Not only that, but Xiaofeng also took advantage of the moment when the puppet revealed an opening in its attack to suddenly move his arms. Hoo! 3 consecutive punches were thrown out. Boom! With a muffled sound, the puppet was directly sent flying a few feet away. It landed on the ground and was no longer able to move. Impressively, the spirit stone in its chest had already turned into a pile of fragments after the 3 attacks. Haha, very good. Feng Er, you were able to play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Using the deadwood method to protect your body, you were able to defeat your opponent in one blow. This is very rare. I also give you a high-grade evaluation. Like this, your overall evaluation is high-grade. The Confucian scholar laughed out loud and his mouth was full of praise. This is the result of Master Gue and Martial Uncle Zhu's guidance. this disciple doesn't dare to take credit for it. Although Xiaofeng was extremely happy in his heart, he didn't forget to bow and say a few words of modesty. If it wasn't for your outstanding talent, even if we gave you more guidance, you wouldn't be able to have this kind of result. However, you can't be complacent. In a bit, you should take a look at the methods of the other seniors. You will also benefit greatly. You can leave now, the Confucian scholar said with a smile. He then turned around and walked towards Zhu Qi and the martial ant. Junior Zhu, martial ant Zhong, what do you think of Feng Er's performance? Will he be able to perform well in the next large competition? The Confucian scholar walked in front of the two and directly asked. Feng Er's performance is not bad. It is indeed not something that the other disciples can compare to. No wonder he has a 9 spiritual pulse. However, isn't it a bit too early to hope that he can perform well in the next large competition? No matter how fast he cultivates, he will only be a middle spirit apostle in the next large competition. Zhu Qi first nodded his head, then frowned as he spoke. I don't expect Feng Er to be able to obtain a core disciple position in the next large competition, but at least he can make our faction look better. You have to know that our 9 infant faction's performance in the last few large competitions has been a bit too bad. Not only are we not in the top 10 core disciples, but we also don't have many good seedlings with some potential. Gui Ruquan sighed as he spoke. Since senior thinks like this, then it doesn't matter. However, that direct disciple called Yu Cheng's performance is very ordinary. I'm afraid that he isn't worth the 2 seniors spending too much time on him. On the other hand, that 3 spiritual pulse disciple called by Tsung Tian's performance is commendable. However, Junior is a bit confused. With his talent, how was he able to cultivate the first level of the ghost spirit method in such a short amount of time? Could it be that he also has a hidden spirit body? The beautiful martial ant finally spoke. It shouldn't be a hidden spirit body. Otherwise, it would have been exposed during the opening spirit process. However, I heard from Shichuan that this disciple's mental energy is quite strong, so Senior Wan from the scripture pavilion let him choose the ghost spirit method. A strong mental energy is very beneficial in cultivating the ghost spirit method. Perhaps this is why he was able to master the first level so quickly. Gui Ruquan slowly said. Strong mental energy. If that's the case, then it makes sense. However, it will be quite troublesome for him to master the next level of the cultivation method. Could it be that he really has to walk the path of the corpse refiner? The Taoist nun frowned as she spoke. Since he has made such a choice, he naturally has to bear the consequences of his choice. However, I see that although Bai Tsung Tian is young, he is very skilled in battle. His temperament is also quite mature, so he should have his own intentions. How about this, we don't need to worry too much about it. As long as we help him with some resources, maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Zhu Qi muttered to himself for a while before speaking. Junior Zhu's words are reasonable. The Confucian scholar agreed. That's good, later I will personally interact with this disciple. The pretty Taoist nun thought for a while before nodding in agreement. After the 3 of them discussed a bit more, the Taoist nun walked out and began to host the small competition for the disciples under 30. 10 to 12 hours later, Lu Ming unblinkingly watched the shocking battle in the center of the plaza. He saw a 40-something-year-old middle-aged disciple hiding behind an ice shield that was floating low in the air. At the same time, his 2 hands were continuously forming hand signs. Not far in front of him, 2 colossal creatures were madly attacking each other. One of them was a 30-feet-tall giant puppet wielding a sword, while the other was a pure white skeleton with a dense black aura swirling around its body. Its eyes were flashing with green light, and it was holding a sawtooth bone blade in each hand. Neither of them dodged or dodged. Instead, they waved the weapons in their hands and attacked each other. In a short while, the black armor on the puppet's body was already in tatters. More than half of the skeleton's bones were shattered. Even half of its head was chopped off by the puppet's giant sword. However, at this time, the middle-aged disciple hiding behind the ice shield used his finger to point at the skeleton in the distance. At the same time, he muttered an incantation. A shocking scene appeared. The black chi on the skeleton's body suddenly flourished, and the cracks on the surface of its body and the small half of its head that had been chopped off actually regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became extremely smooth and flawless. Bang! Bang! The two bone blades in the skeleton's hands slashed wildly again, shattering the puppet's armor and revealing the spirit stone embedded in its chest. After another attack from the skeleton, the spirit stone was smashed into pieces. The doll fell heavily to the ground and stopped moving. Only then did the middle-aged disciple proudly wave his hand, scattering the ice shield in front of him. Immediately, the skeleton spun around and its body quickly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a palm and was wrapped in black gas as it flew toward the middle-aged disciple. TSK, Senior Brother Xian's white demon skeleton is becoming more and more powerful. It seems to have reached the 100 bones realm. Even the trial puppet can't last long in its hands. Senior Brother Xian's luck was off the charts back then, and he accidentally obtained a piece of psychicine bone, which was why he was able to refine this demon. It would be great if I had this kind of luck. What's the use of that? No matter how strong this white demon skeleton is, Senior Brother Xian's cultivation has always been stuck at the late spirit apostle level, unable to advance any further. He's also over 30 years old, and like us, he doesn't have much hope of becoming a spirit master. That's right, it's because Senior Brother Xian was too immersed in refining this demon that he delayed his own cultivation. Also, if he really fought, all he had to do was think of a way to first trap this demon, then take down its master, and he would be able to easily win. Senior Brother Xian's body is still a bit too weak. In the next large competition, he most likely won't be able to become a core disciple. I didn't think that the psychic method and this white demon skeleton would have such a miraculous effect. Why don't we go and cultivate the secret technique as well? Forget it. Our sex foundation techniques and the psychic method aren't compatible. Senior Brother Xian chose the Mysteriousine method in the past, which is why he cultivated this secret technique. Outside of the plaza, the other disciples were all discussing this battle with different attitudes. So this is the psychic method, it can actually control ghosts. How unbelievable! Lu Ming muttered. Although he had heard people say that barbarian ghost sect disciples could control ghosts and exorcise demons, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. The shock in his heart could be imagined. Not only him, but the other new disciples were also dumbstruck. Even Xiao Feng, the 9 spiritual pulse disciple, was a bit dumbstruck when he saw the white demon skeleton appear. This was different from normal spells like the wind blade and fireball. Ghosts and demons were always extremely mysterious in the secular world. Even though Lu Ming and the others were somewhat prepared, after seeing it with their own eyes, the shock it brought was far beyond their imagination. But because of this, Lu Ming became even more excited about the psychic method that he would be able to cultivate in the future. After another half a day, when a burly man, wrapped in a layer of golden light, smashed the puppet's head into pieces, the entire small competition finally came to an end. Among them, Xiao Feng was the only one who received a high evaluation. There were 5 people who were rated as above average. Among them were Lu Ming, the senior Xian, and Shi Chuan, the big senior who was left behind in the 9-infant mountain. As for Zhu Lianxing and Gu Meishan, their performances were normal. During the test, Lu Ming did not see Zhu Lianxing use the legendary totem. Based on the different evaluations, all the participating disciples received different rewards. Those with an average evaluation and below all received 3 energy returning pills. As long as this pill was used when one's FA was depleted, it would allow one's FA to be recovered many times faster than normal. As for Lu Ming and the other 4 people with an above-average evaluation, other than the 3 energy-returning pills, they all received a calming heart incense. This incense looked like a normal sandalwood incense, but as long as one lit it when one's mind was depleted, it would increase the recovery of one's mental strength to a certain extent. Furthermore, when used when comprehending a cultivation method or secret technique, it would have a special effect. Thus, its value was much higher than the 3 energy-returning pills. However, Xiao Feng, the only one who received a high evaluation, other than the energy-returning pill and the calming heart incense, he also received an even rarer bottle of penetrating spirit liquid. It was said that if this spirit liquid were to be drunk before encountering a strong enemy, it would temporarily increase one's FA by 20% for an hour. Following this, Gue Ru Quan announced that the small competition was over and that the disciples could leave. Immediately, the disciples bowed to the three spirit masters and rose into the sky on their clouds. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave with the crowd, the martial ant Zhong suddenly called out to him. "Martial ant, what instructions do you have?" Lu Ming had some doubts in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he walked over and said respectfully, "Your performance in combat was not bad. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation method was not suitable for you, I would have directly accepted you as my disciple. However, since you already have a certain level of foundation in combat, you might as well take some time to go to the second floor of the duty hall and accept a few less dangerous contribution point missions. The importance of the sex contribution point is far beyond what you new disciples can imagine. The path of cultivation is not something that can be achieved by just cultivating in seclusion." The beautiful martial ant said to Lu Ming seriously. "Thank you for your guidance, martial ant. This disciple understands." Lu Ming listened and nodded his head. "This copper ring should be your practitioner weapon. If it's a sound wave attack, the power is not bad. However, I'm afraid that it's a bit lacking in terms of defense. How about this? I still have a protective talisman weapon that I used a long time ago. I'll give it to you now. Although you cannot use two practitioner weapons at the same time, you can take turns to use them according to the situation." The martial ant muttered to herself before suddenly taking out a palm-sized triangular metal plate from her sleeve. "Thank you, martial ant, for your kindness. This practitioner weapon is..." Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. This 3-star shield is different from other practitioner weapons. It cannot be used to attack or injure people. It can only be used for protection. Once you have a bit of understanding, you will understand how to use it. The martial ant said unhurriedly as she handed over the metal plate. After Lu Ming received the metal plate-shaped practitioner weapon, he naturally thanked the martial ant repeatedly. "You can leave. I have high hopes for you. Don't disappoint me," the martial ant said with a slight smile before turning around and leaving. Lu Ming respectfully bowed again before retreating a few steps and rising into the air. On the cloud, he glanced sideways and found that Xiao Feng and Yu Qing had not left the plaza. They were standing next to Gui Ru Quan and Zhu Qi and were also respectfully listening to some advice. It seemed that his decision to reveal some of the results of his training at the small competition this time was the right decision. Otherwise, why would he be among the people who stayed behind, and why would he accidentally obtain a practitioner weapon? Lu Ming touched the triangular metal plate in his sleeve and couldn't help but reveal a trace of happiness on his face. Not counting the standard practitioner sword, he had long wanted to obtain another practitioner weapon that he could use. For a normal disciple, controlling two practitioner weapons might be a daydream. However, for him, who could split his consciousness into two, it was a matter of course. With two practitioner weapons, just like what martial ant Zhong said, he had the ability to accept some simple contribution point missions. After all, he would occasionally meet with some problems during his training. Because of the Dark Bone method, he could not directly ask Scholar Shi Chuan or the other members of the Nine Infant faction. Thus, spending some contribution points to go to the Heaven of Wisdom to find an answer was naturally the best solution. However, before that, he would first cultivate the soul shackling chain secret technique. It would be a bit safer. As Lu Ming thought about this, he unknowingly returned to the sky above his residence and landed in the small courtyard. After turning his gaze, he suddenly saw a small tree that was 2 feet tall outside the small courtyard. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile as he suddenly muttered an incantation. Within 7 or 8 breaths, he suddenly raised both of his hands. Pooh! Pooh! 2 green wind blades shot out from his hands one after the other. In a flash, the small tree was cut into 3 sections from the middle. So this is what it means to have a small success in spells. When I was practicing the wind blade technique that day, I suddenly felt enlightened. Not only did my casting speed increase greatly, but its power also increased by 30%. However, the cultivation of this kind of magic technique was completely reliant on diligent practice over and over again. Only then would one be able to master it with practice. Since there is a small success, then there should be a large success. In this aspect, the 9 spiritual pulse disciples are probably the same as the 3 spiritual pulse disciples, unable to gain much of an advantage. On the other hand, my talent of multitasking can be used alternately to practice spells. Using it on this aspect is a great advantage, Lu Ming said to himself. There was a trace of doubt on his face, but there was also a trace of excitement. Among the older disciples today, although there were some who had practiced spells to the small success realm, there were definitely less than 10. Moreover, most of them were using the simplest spells such as Wind Blade and Fireball. As for the slightly higher level spells such as Ice All and Flame Snake, there was no one who had practiced them to the small success realm. Thinking about it, this was not strange. Most of the higher level spells were complicated to cast, and the FA required was much higher than the lower level spells. Naturally, it was much more difficult to practice. Of course, the most important thing was that most of the disciples used their time to practice their own techniques and FA. There were very few people who placed too much emphasis on the cultivation of spells. After all, only when one's cultivation realm advanced was the foundation of everything. Only then would one be able to become a spirit master like the Confucian scholars. From there, one's lifespan would increase greatly, and there would be more possibilities. As for Lu Ming, if he did not have the talent of multitasking, he would probably have made the same choice. However, now that he knew that his talent could give him a great advantage in this aspect, he, who was wholeheartedly pursuing his own strength, naturally made a more biased choice. It was hard to say about the more complicated high-level spells, but at the very least, he planned to take more time to practice simple spells such as the Wind Blade technique in the future to see if there were any other gains. Lu Ming stood in the small courtyard and thought for a while. Finally, he entered the training room and sat down cross-legged. He hesitated for a while, then took out a newly obtained calming heart incense from his sleeve. With a touch of his finger, he lit it and stuck it nearby. Following the appearance of a wisp of green smoke, a somewhat strange fragrance immediately filled the entire room. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. At this moment, rows of gray characters impressively appeared in his mind. It was the cultivation method of the soul shackling chain. Although he had returned the scroll to the sutra depository a long time ago, the contents of the scroll were deeply imprinted in his mind. He would not forget a single word of it. In the past, he had hurriedly tried to comprehend it, but when he saw that it required him to be a beginning spirit apostle, he immediately gave up and did not study it any further. Now that he had the help of the calming heart incense, he planned to completely understand this secret technique in one go. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming stayed in his room for 5 days and 5 nights in a row without taking a single step out. On the morning of the 6th day, he finally opened his eyes, but his face was full of exhaustion. So in order to cultivate this soul-shackling chain, one must refine it on the spot with a living soul. If I remember correctly, the sect has a soul pond that specializes in cultivating souls. As long as I pay a certain amount of contribution points, I can go in and capture souls for a certain amount of time. In addition, the sect also has a gray market that is a place where the inner sect disciples trade their own things. Maybe there are people who sell souls. Now that I don't have a single contribution point, I will naturally choose the second method. After quickly thinking about it, Lu Ming came to a decision. However, before that, he naturally needed to have a good rest. On the morning of the 2nd day, Lu Ming hurriedly rode his cloud and left his residence. He followed the markings on the map that Li Zong gave him last time and flew straight to another place. At the edge of the mountain range where the barbarian ghost sect was located, there was a small, unremarkable bamboo forest between 2 peaks. From time to time, there would be a few inner sect disciples flying up and down in the middle of the bamboo forest. Lu Ming urged the gray cloud below him to land in the middle of the bamboo forest. Immediately, he looked around with a curious gaze. He saw that in the surrounding area, there were many simple and crude stalls of various sizes. Behind the stall sat many barbarian ghost sect disciples. Most of them were inner sect disciples, but there were also a few who wore outer sect disciple clothing. There were also a few people who walked in front of these stalls and picked up 1 or 2 items to look at. Some even directly haggled with the stall owners. It gave Lu Ming the illusion that he had returned to a secular market. After Lu Ming calmed his mind, he followed the others and slowly walked past each stall. Occasionally, he would pick up an item to look at. The items on display at these stalls ranged from pills, glyphs, materials, and practitioner weapons. It could be said that there was a wide variety of items. However, there were even more strange items that he had never heard of before. For example, the blood corpse bee stinger, corpse-eating vulture's feather, 100-year fish demon's blood essence, and so on. As for the ghost that he was looking for, as a commonly used material, he saw that it was sold at several stalls. However, after asking about the price, he was speechless. A low-grading soul cost 10 spirit stones, and a normal-grading soul cost 30 spirit stones. As for high-grading souls and above, they were not sold at all. Instead, there were stall owners who were willing to buy these souls for 100 spirit stones each. Although Lu Ming was short of money, he finally took the opportunity to see what the so-called ghost looked like and heard some related things. These ghosts were mostly stored in a porcelain bottle sealed with a special glyph. Once the bottle cap was opened, it would turn into a black gas and rush out. It could also transform into a tiger, a leopard, a ghost face, and other smoke forms. As for the ghost's attack method, other than the bone-piercing coldness, it could also use some simple illusion techniques to directly affect the mind of people at close range. In general, the silver wedding ghost was actually not a real ghost. It was a kind of thing that was born from ghost chi and did not have any active consciousness. Even if it launched an attack, it was often a passive subconscious reaction. Therefore, it was not too difficult to capture ghosts that were below the normal quality. However, if it was a high-quality ghost, the situation would be very different. First of all, ghosts of this quality were extremely rare. Only 1 in 100 would be born. Moreover, most of them hid in places with thick ghost chi and did not like to come out. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to find them. Secondly, besides the 2 attack methods mentioned above, high-quality ghosts also had the ability to split up and escape in times of danger. This made it even harder to capture them alive. Legend had it that there was the existence of a high-quality ghost. However, this was only a rumor. No one had seen it with their own eyes. Of course, these ghosts were all caught by the inner house disciples from the soul pond using contribution points. That was why they were sold at such a high price. Lu Ming asked around and asked around. After a while, he found out most of the above information. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spent 10 spirit stones to buy a low-quality ghost. He would not go back and try it out first. Once he bought the item, just as Lu Ming was about to leave on a cloud, he was suddenly stopped by a pleasant female voice from behind. "Hey, isn't this Junior Bai?" When Lu Ming heard this, he paused. Turning around, he saw a male and a female walking towards him. The male was a young man wearing a blue robe. He looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. His eyebrows were high and his expression was cold. The female was a young married woman wearing a white dress. She was pretty and had a smile on her face. She was the Mu clan's Mu Xianxia, whom he had met once at the opening spirit ceremony. "So it is Senior Mu. Little brother greets you." Even though he was a little surprised, Lu Ming still cupped his fists and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Mu, you promised to visit me at that time. However, half a year has already passed and Senior Sister has yet to see Junior by visit." Mu Xianxia said with a smile on her red lips. Cough. "Sister Mu, please don't blame me. Ever since I entered the sect, I have been forced to cultivate in the mountains and have not had the time to come. This senior is..." Lu Ming vaguely responded with a few words before looking at the cold young man next to him. "Du Hai from the Balefulin faction." The youth replied simply without any expression. "So it is a senior from the Balefulin faction." Hearing this, Lu Ming's face slightly changed. Among the many branches of the Nine Infant sect, the Balefulin faction was one of the top 3 strong factions. Moreover, the disciples from the Balefulin faction did not have a good relationship with the Nine Infant sect. "Junior Bai, do not worry. Senior Du is a good friend of mine for many years. He will not affect our relationship because of the relationship between the different factions." "That's right, what does Junior Bai want to buy at the gray market? I have a few good friends here who might be able to help Junior." Mu Xianxia explained before asking with a smile. "Many thanks for Senior Mu's good intentions. However, I have already bought the items, so there is no need to trouble Senior Mu." Lu Ming thought quickly and tactfully declined. "Since it is like this, Senior will not force you. That's right, do you need contribution points recently? Mu Xianyun was a little surprised at first, but she immediately asked with a normal expression. Contribution points? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart slightly moved. That's right. Recently, me, Senior Du, and a few other good friends are preparing to take on an important mission. However, we are still lacking 2 people. If Junior is interested, I can count you in. Mu Xianyun said without hesitation. Since it is an important mission, Junior has only entered this sect for half a year. I am afraid that when the time comes, you will not be able to help much. Moreover, when the time comes, how will the contribution points be divided? Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times before he slowly replied. Junior, do not worry. This time's mission is special. In reality, it does not require a lot of cultivation. We only need a few more people in order to not fail. As for the contribution points, since we are taking on the mission together, it will naturally be divided equally. The young woman saw that Lu Ming was moved and immediately explained in detail. Okay, since it is not dangerous and does not require a lot of cultivation. Then count me in. Lu Ming thought for a while and felt that it was a good opportunity to see what a contribution point mission looked like. Thus, he nodded his head and agreed. Junior's decision is a wise one. This kind of mission with many people is most suitable for a new disciple like Junior. Then in 3 days, Junior will come to the 2nd floor of the duty hall. At that time, we will gather and take on the mission together. Hearing this, Mu Xianyun's face revealed a charming smile. Lu Ming thought for a bit and felt that there was no problem, so he agreed. After the girl told him to go to the duty hall as soon as possible, he bid farewell to the 2 and left the bamboo forest on a cloud. Sister Mu, he's just a new 3 spiritual pulse disciple, why do you need to rope him in? Our sect is full of low-level disciples like him and they will at most reach the middle spirit apostle level. Du Hai waited for Lu Ming to leave before speaking to Mu Xianyun. Senior, do you know that the small competition of the 9 Infants Mountain just ended a few days ago? Mu Xianyun lightly laughed as she replied. I've heard of the small competition of the 9 Infants Mountain before. What, did this kid perform well in the small competition? Du Hai's expression changed slightly as he guessed a bit. That's right. In the small competition of the 9 Infants faction, Junior Baixong Tian was the only 3 spiritual pulse disciple to receive an above-average evaluation. Mu Xianyun replied with a bit of seriousness. If that's the case, then he does have some potential. Du Hai said thoughtfully. Yes, if that's not the case. Even if I wanted to rope in more people, I wouldn't randomly find a new disciple to join our mission in 3 days. Like I said, this mission isn't very dangerous, it's just a bit troublesome and time-consuming. If I didn't have some connections, I wouldn't have known that the mission would be released in 3 days. Mu Xianyun said seriously. If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say. Just treat this mission as an investment in this kid. I hope he won't disappoint us. That's right, I heard that Xianxia has been bothering you for the past few days. Du Hai nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. That's right. A few days ago, I went to pick some spider silk from the eye-snatching spider and didn't expect to meet this guy. Luckily, Senior Wu was there so he didn't dare to be too impudent. Mu Xianyun laughed bitterly as she spoke. Humph, Xianxia just became a middle spirit apostle and dared to curse at you. If it wasn't for Martial Uncle O, I would have taught him a lesson already. However, you don't have to worry, Yun. At most, in another year, I will be able to advance to a late spirit apostle. At that time, I will officially ask the Mu clan to marry you. At that time, Martial Uncle Ouyang probably won't stop us. A trace of tenderness appeared on Du Hai's frozen face. Senior brother Du, I appreciate your kindness. Although my nominal husband had died in an accident before I married him, we had already exchanged birthdays and the Mu family had also received betrothal gifts from the Ouyang family. If I wanted to marry someone else now, it wouldn't be an easy matter. Back then, when I was able to enter the barbarian ghost sect and become a spirit apostle, Master Ouyang also put in a lot of effort. Senior Du, it is already not bad for us to maintain our current relationship. When Mu Xianyun heard this, a complicated expression appeared on her face, but she still replied with a gloomy expression. If becoming a late spirit apostle isn't enough, then I will fight for a place in the core disciple competition in a few years. No matter what, I must take you as my wife. Du Hai's expression turned sinister as he spoke without hesitation. After Mu Xianyan heard this, a touched expression appeared on her beautiful face. In the end, she did not say anything else. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground of the cultivation area. He was currently examining a small porcelain bottle that was sealed with a blood-red glyph. Inside the bottle was naturally a low-quality ghost that he had just bought. After silently reciting the soul-shackling chain cultivation method once more, Lu Ming immediately waved his hand and steadily sucked a wooden basin that had been prepared to the side towards him. The wooden basin was filled with a black and red, pungent liquid. Furthermore, there was a cotton-like dark purple substance floating inside. The substance in the basin was the black dog blood that he had bought from the 9 Infant Mountains External Affairs Hall for 1 spirit stone. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took off the glyph on the bottle and pulled off the lid. After a strange woo-woo sound, a stream of black gas rushed out of the bottle. After spinning in the air for a while, it turned into a blurry black ball of light that floated in the air. It had no nose or eyes, and it only trembled slightly. Lu Ming held his breath and did not make any other movements. He only stared unblinkingly at the ball in the air. In the next moment, the black ball suddenly let out a strange cry and shot downwards. With a ping sound, the ghost dove into the liquid in the wooden basin and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and without any hesitation, he threw a few techniques at the wooden basin. Immediately, the black and red liquid in the wooden basin trembled and started to spin. The ghost that was hiding inside the basin and drinking in big mouthfuls was once again revealed. Lu Ming's hand technique suddenly changed. Pu. The purplish-red cotton in the liquid seemed to come alive and shot out of the liquid. In an instant, it formed a thin net that covered the ghost. An inconceivable situation occurred. As soon as the Yin soul came into contact with the purplish-red cotton that seemed like it could be torn apart with a single tug, there was a sizzling sound, and its entire body once again turned into billowing black gas. However, no matter how hard it tried, it was still unable to charge out of the purplish-red cotton. Lu Ming took a deep breath and extended his 2 hands without hesitation. Both of his hands had a glossy surface and were covered with a layer of unknown transparent ointment. He then directly inserted his hands into the wooden basin. Lu Ming's expression was solemn and a series of incantations came out of his mouth. 2 days later, the door to the room opened and Lu Ming walked out of the training area with a trace of excitement on his face. However, at this time, his arm was wrapped with a thin black rope that was as thick as a finger. He walked into the courtyard, and after looking around, his eyes fell on the small tree that was cut in half by his wind blade last time. His hands formed a technique. The black rope trembled and one end immediately shot out like a poisonous snake. After a flash, it made a few circles and tightly wrapped around the remaining trunk of the small tree. The other end was still wrapped around Lu Ming's arm. Return. Lu Ming's arm shook slightly. The black chain shot out in a flash and returned to his arm. As for the small tree that was previously wrapped around, there were now circles of pitch-black grooves that were a few inches deep. It was as if the tree had been corroded. Lu Ming nodded his head and revealed a satisfied expression. The main function of the soul-shackling chain was not to injure the enemy, but to trap the enemy and capture them. He had used it very smoothly just now, so it should be considered a success. Of course, if he wanted to use it as he pleased, he would have to practice more. Tomorrow was the agreed time for him and Mu Xianyan to carry out the sex mission. He still had 1 day and practicing his secret techniques would not be of much use. It looked like he could only familiarize himself with the new 3-star shield practitioner weapon. Lu Ming made up his mind and turned around to walk back into the room. On the morning of the 2nd day, Lu Ming had a good night's rest. After making some preparations, he rode a cloud and left 9 Infant Mountain. He headed straight for the duty hall. Because it was still early, there were not many people in the duty hall. The deacon on the 1st floor was even lying on the stone platform and taking a nap. Lu Ming did not linger on the 1st floor and directly went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. This was the first time he had come to the 2nd floor of the duty hall. After looking around, his face showed a trace of surprise. The area of the 2nd floor was about the same as the 1st floor. There was even a stone platform with a middle-aged deacon sitting behind it. However, in the middle of the second floor, there was a crystal monument that was 4 to 5 feet tall. On the crystal monument, there were lines of light gold words. In front of the monument, there was a row of numbers. Mu Xianyun, Du Hai, and another man and woman were talking under the crystal monument. When she saw Lu Ming appear, she immediately smiled sweetly and greeted him. "Junior Bai, you're finally here." With that, everyone was present. "The mission has just been announced, let us go and accept it." "That's right, let me introduce you. This is Junior Mei and Senior Wu." Junior Bai Tsong Tian greets the two seniors. Lu Ming looked at the two people, walked forward a few steps, and slightly bowed with a smile on his face. Senior Mei was a 17 to 18-year-old inner disciple. He carried a large black rod on his back and looked very strong. Senior Wu was a beautiful woman who looked to be 2 to 3 years older than Mu Xianyun. She had an indifferent expression and wore a green female inner disciple clothing. However, on her waist, there were a few bulging leather bags. It was unknown what was inside. This was the first time these two people had seen Lu Ming. After looking him up and down, they returned the greeting, but did not say anything. However, the two people's expressions were filled with disdain. Lu Ming could clearly feel it, but he only smiled and did not take it to heart. As a new disciple who had cultivated for less than a year, it was natural that the older disciples did not take him to heart. "Senior Mu, what mission are we going to accept?" Lu Ming turned his head and asked Mu Xianyun. "It's mission number 23. We need to collect 100 blood wire fruits. The reward is 25 contribution points and 100 spirit stones. If the 5 of us divide it equally, it will be quite a sum." As Mu Xianyun spoke, she led them to the stone platform. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crystal monument and indeed found the mission with the same number. The contents were exactly the same as what Mu Xianyun had said, so he nodded his head and did not say anything. When they arrived at the stone platform, everyone handed over their nameplates and accepted the mission without a hitch. "Okay, even though we accepted this mission, other people can also accept it, so we need to hurry. The blood wire fruit grows on the rock Tua mountain not far from the sect, so it is not hard to find. The only problem is that the black cloud butterflies like the blood wire fruit. Therefore, wherever there are blood wire fruits, there will definitely be a flock of black cloud butterflies. Therefore, I asked a good friend and borrowed a bottle of spirit attraction powder. It can temporarily distract the black cloud butterflies. Therefore, when the time comes, we will split into 2 groups. Junior Mei, Senior Wu, you two will be responsible for drawing away the group of butterflies. Senior Du, Junior Bai, and I will quickly pick the blood wire fruit." Once they left the duty hall, Mu Xianyun immediately spoke with a serious tone. When Lu Ming and the others heard this, they did not have any other opinions. Thus, the group of people immediately used the soaring sky technique to fly into the sky and flew in a certain direction. Once they flew out of the sect's territory, Lu Ming curiously looked at the various mountains below him. This was not surprising. Ever since he entered the barbarian ghost sect, this was the first time he left the sect. Naturally, he was interested in the outside world. The other 4 people also gathered in pairs and chatted as they flew. Among them, Senior Wu, Du Hai, and Senior Mei did not pay attention to Lu Ming at all. Only Mu Xianyun would occasionally turn her head and say a few words to him. Lu Ming naturally did not care. This time, he came out mainly to increase his experience in completing contribution point missions. This way, he could accumulate some experience for his future solo missions. As for the other people's attitude towards him, he naturally did not care. In the blink of an eye, they flew for half an hour. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in front of them. Shockingly, there was a gray cloud flying towards them. When Mu Xianyun and the others saw this, they were slightly startled. However, when they clearly saw the face of the person flying towards them, Du Hai's face immediately darkened. Mu Xianyun and Senior Wu's faces also became ugly. Isn't this Senior Mu? Where is Senior Mu going? Do you need me to accompany you? Astonishingly, a young man wearing a white robe stood on top of the gray cloud. His appearance could be considered handsome, but his pair of turbid eyes were filled with lust when he looked at Mu Xianyun. Humph, Xianxia. Where we go has nothing to do with you. Without waiting for Mu Xianyan to speak, Du Hai could not help but fly forward and stare at her. Du Hai, you are a disciple of the Balefulline Mountain. Since when did you care about the matters of the dancing ghost faction? I am talking to Senior Mu, there is no need for you to talk so much. Moreover, if we are talking about our relationship, Senior Mu is my sister-in-law. As her uncle, it is normal for me to show some concern. The white-robed young man called Xianxia and coldly laughed. When Du Hai heard this, the veins on his forehead bulged and he pressed down on the sheath-long blade on his back. Mu Xianyan's brows were also tightly knitted together. Junior Ouyang, Junior Martial Sister Mu and I are working together to complete the sex mission. We already have enough people. Even if we add more people, Junior Martial Brother will have to first go to the sect to accept the mission. At this time, Senior Martial Sister Wu let out a sigh and flew out, speaking slowly to Xianxia. It doesn't matter. I don't care about those contribution points. That kid seemed to be a newcomer. Now, I'm letting you off easy. Turn around and go back immediately. I'll help you complete this task. When the time comes, the contribution points will naturally be allocated to your nameplate. Xianxia chuckled and suddenly pointed at Lu Ming in the crowd. He spoke in an arrogant tone. When Lu Ming heard this, he felt the corner of his eye twitch. Then, he glanced at Mu Xianyan's imploring gaze and immediately cursed in his heart. When Senior Sister Du Hai and the others heard this, they all looked at him with different expressions. Lu Ming felt even more depressed. Could this be considered as a fish in the moat caught in a fire at the city gates? Since this Xianxia dared to speak to Mu Xianyan and the others in such a tone, it was clear that he was a disciple with some power in the sect. If he did not agree to his request, he would greatly offend this person. However, if he agreed, he would have completely offended Mu Xianyan and the others. When Xianxia saw Lu Ming's hesitation, his face darkened and he scolded, "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You can go back and find out what kind of person I, Xianxia, am. Don't be so shameless." When Lu Ming heard this, his heart was filled with anger. However, he immediately made up his mind and snorted, "Although this is the first time I've heard of your name, there isn't a martial uncle with your name in the sect. If you really want to order me around, wait until you become a spirit master." "What did you say?" Xianxia was enraged when he heard this. His body moved and he was about to rush over. However, at this moment, Du Hai blocked his path and said with his hand on the hilt of his blade, "It seems that Junior Ouyang has forgotten the sect's rules. Without permission, disciples who start a fight will be whipped and their Fali will be crippled. Do you want me to give you a good lesson?" At this time, Senior Mei also silently flew over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Du Hai. "Good, very good. Since Senior Mu doesn't want me to join, I won't force you." Xianxia's gaze swept across the two people in front of him. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke while suppressing his anger. Following this, he urged the gray cloud under him and flashed past everyone. However, when he passed by Lu Ming, he used a voice that was deliberately suppressed but still audible to everyone. He fiercely said, "Kid, I'll remember your appearance. Next time, don't let me meet you alone." As soon as he finished speaking, he increased his speed and shot off into the distance. When everyone else heard this, their faces slightly changed. However, Lu Ming only furrowed his eyebrows and immediately recovered his nonchalant expression. "Junior Bai, I can't believe that I've implicated you this time. I really don't feel good," Mu Xianyan said with a trace of gratitude. "I didn't think that Junior Bai was such a hot-blooded person. Junior Mu didn't judge wrongly. If Junior has time in the future, there's no harm in coming to my place," Senior Wu said with a light laugh. Although Du Hai and Senior Mei didn't say anything, from their friendly gazes, it could be seen that they had truly accepted Lu Ming. "It's nothing. To be honest, to be able to obtain a sum of contribution points without doing anything, I am quite tempted. It's just that his words were a bit too vicious. Although I don't want to offend anyone, I am not someone who can be bullied by others," Lu Ming replied with a smile. "These words are well said. As cultivators, we have to face difficulties head-on. If we can't even hold on to our beliefs, no matter how talented we are, we can forget about advancing. Du Hai nodded his head and praised. At the same time, his voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears, Junior Bai, this time, I owe you a favor. In the future, I will definitely repay you. Lu Ming paused for a moment before smiling at the grim youth. Afterwards, the group of people continued on their way. After another 4 hours, in the middle of the mountain range, a huge mountain peak filled with rubble suddenly appeared. Not only was this huge mountain peak over 1,000 feet tall, but it was also filled with greenish-gray rocks. Each of them had a strange shape and were very different from normal mountain rocks. This is Rock Tua Mountain. Everyone should first land nearby and then walk to avoid being discovered by the black cloud butterflies. Mu Xianyan said. When the others heard this, they naturally had no objections. They all urged their gray clouds to land in the dense forest about a mile away. Senior Wu, this bottle contains the spirit attraction powder. Later, you and Junior May will go first and lure all the black cloud butterflies away from the mountain. Also, you must hold on for at least an hour. The blood wire fruit likes to grow in secret places. If the time is too short, we may not be able to gather enough. Junior Bai, this is the blood wire fruit. You have seen it clearly. When the black cloud butterflies leave, Senior Du, Junior Bai, and I must find the blood wire fruit as quickly as possible. Of course, if we can find an extra, that would be even better. This fruit is a rare ingredient for refining pills. If we have an extra, we can sell it for spirit stones. Mu Xianyan explained everything one by one. With a flip of her hands, a bright red fruit the size of a soybean and a small black bottle appeared. Don't worry. This time, Junior May and I each brought a spirit movement glyph. We will definitely be able to hold on for an hour. Senior Wu smiled as she replied. Lu Ming stared at the red fruit a few times before nodding his head to indicate that there was no problem. After they finished their discussion, they immediately began to move. Senior Wu and Senior May immediately swaggered into the air and flew straight towards the mountain peak. Just as the two were about to collide with the mountain peak, Senior Wu, who was in front, suddenly flipped her hand and the small black bottle appeared. However, the lid had disappeared without a trace. With a pu sound, a wisp of white smoke flew out of the small bottle. However, it immediately dissipated with the wind. At the same time, an unusually spicy smell spread out. In an instant, the originally quiet mountain peak suddenly emitted a loud buzzing sound. One after another, huge, palm-sized black cloud butterflies drilled out from under the strange rocks. They immediately gathered into a black cloud and chased after the two. Seeing this, Senior Wu and Senior May did not immediately leave the mountain peak. Instead, they each took out a glyph and slapped it on their bodies. With a flash of green light, the speed of the gray cloud beneath them increased by several times. Moreover, they lured the group of black cloud butterflies into a circle around the mountain peak, causing even more black cloud butterflies to appear. However, after the two of them circled the mountain peak 7 or 8 times, the black cloud butterflies that were chasing them had already merged into one, becoming a huge black cloud with a diameter of 50 to 60 feet. The momentum was extremely shocking. At this time, Senior Wu called out to Senior May and immediately flew into the distance with no hesitation. The huge black cloud let out a buzzing sound as it chased after them. Alright, let's make our move. Seeing that the black cloud butterflies had been lured away, Mu Xianyan said decisively. Thus, she, Lu Ming, and Du Hai also rose into the air and flew towards the mountain peak. After a while, the three of them landed on different parts of the mountain peak. They began to carefully search for the blood wire fruit under the strange rocks. After the time it takes to eat a meal. Pung! The black rope forcefully pulled away a strange rock that was half the height of a person, revealing 2 dark green grass that were a few inches tall. Each of the grass had a blood-red fruit. Lu Ming smiled and bent down to pick the 2 red fruits. Then, he took out a green wooden box from his bosom and placed them inside. He stretched his body. This was already the 24th blood wire fruit that he had found. Presumably, the other 2's speed was about the same. It seemed that completing the task should not be a problem. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, the rock under him suddenly shook. Following this, a violent tremor came from the bottom of the mountain peak. At the same time, there was a loud rumble and countless strange rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain peak. Lu Ming was startled. For a moment, he couldn't care less about the blood wire fruit. He formed a hand sign with one hand and a gray cloud immediately gathered beneath him. He was about to fly away. However, at this moment, the mountain in front of him suddenly split open. A green object shot out from within. Its movement was so fast that Lu Ming couldn't clearly see what it was. Lu Ming's heart trembled and he hastily urged the gray cloud to fly backward. However, the green object made a turn in the air and disappeared into the mountain in a flash. "Evil creature, you still want to run? Come out with me." A cold female voice suddenly reverberated in the sky. Then, a scene that Lu Ming almost didn't dare to believe occurred. Suddenly, countless white clouds appeared out of thin air in the seemingly blue and empty sky. After they gathered together, a slender palm of light suddenly stretched out from the clouds and pressed down on the mountain peak below. Boom! Even though he was already dozens of feet away from the mountain, Lu Ming still felt an indescribable power descend from the sky. Then, his ears buzzed and the nearby rock Tua mountain instantly shattered inch by inch. With a muffled sound, it turned into powder and collapsed. Seeing this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, there was a sound from below a large tree. The green shadow shot out again and pounced at him without hesitation. Lu Ming only felt a fishy wind in front of him. A murderous aura that caused his soul to tremble rushed toward him. A chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't even move a finger, let alone dodge or defend himself. He could only look on helplessly as a bloody mouth appeared in front of him and bit down on his head without any warning. "Scram, you evil creature. Even at this time, you still want to drink human blood to heal yourself." At this critical moment, the space next to Lu Ming fluctuated, and an extremely graceful figure flashed out. She just waved one hand, and a silver lightning flashed out, smashing the bloody mouth instantly. After letting out a mournful cry, the green shadow stumbled backwards and somersaulted several times before regaining its footing. Only then did Lu Ming feel his body warm up and regain his freedom of movement. In his shock, he clearly saw the true face of the green shadow. It was a huge green-furred rat the size of a goat. Its eyes were blood red, and it was staring viciously at the mysterious person beside it. Lu Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just as he was about to turn his head to see who had appeared beside him, the green-furred rat moved. It transformed into a streak of green light and fled into the distance. "Evil creature, you still want to leave?" The graceful figure beside him harumphed coldly, but after a brief moment of hesitation, she grabbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder, and the two of them transformed into a ball of silver light as they chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming only felt that his eyes were filled with dazzling silver light, and he couldn't open his eyes at all. His ears were also filled with loud whistling sounds, and there were occasionally some ear-piercing screeches. His entire body was light as a feather as it was bound by some kind of power, and he couldn't move at all. Even though he had always been courageous, he couldn't help but feel extremely shocked at this moment. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming only felt that the whistling sound in his ears had stopped, and his feet once again stepped on the ground. He regained his freedom, and only then did he hurriedly open his eyes. He quickly glanced around, but he was immediately shocked. He saw that at this time, he was standing on a huge rock at the top of a small mountain. On the top of another small mountain not far away, the huge green-furred rat was also standing on the top of a huge tree, and it was glaring fiercely at him. However, at this time, there was a deep wound that was about a foot long on its body. There were wisps of silver flames burning fiercely on the wound, and there was a faint smell of burning. As for the mysterious person that brought it here, there was no trace of him at all. Facing the vicious gaze of the huge rat, even though Lu Ming had always been courageous, he could only feel his entire body go cold. However, he gritted his teeth and grabbed at his chest with one hand, and pulled out the triangular metal plate that was tied to a string that was hanging from his neck. Then, he made a hand sign with one hand. After 3 dots of black light flashed on the metal plate, a black light shield appeared in front of him, and blocked most of his body behind it. The huge green-furred rat didn't care about Lu Ming's actions at all, but its 2 eyes kept rolling around, constantly scanning the surroundings for something. Lu Ming relaxed a little, but he didn't dare to rashly move anything. However, in the next moment, the huge green-furred rat's body suddenly shook, and immediately, a piece of hard hair on its back shot out like a crossbow arrow. Lu Ming only heard a chi-chi sound, and countless green lights arrived in front of him like a torrential rain. With a schwa sound, not a single trace of blood could be seen on his face. Even if he had confidence in his 3-star shield practitioner weapon, he knew that he definitely couldn't block such a sharp attack. Pung! An earthy yellow alms bowl suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. After it spun, a 5-colored ray of light shot out. All the green lights only trembled slightly, and they were all sucked into the alms bowl by the 5-colored ray of light. Seeing this, the huge rat didn't say anything else and turned around, wanting to escape again. However, it was already too late. Suddenly, there was a shout in the sky, and a silver rainbow swept down. With just a flash, the huge green-furred rat was sucked into it at lightning speed. After a strange cry, the huge body of the huge rat turned into a rain of blood after being stirred by countless silver lights. Only a thick black liquid that was close to sticky was still moving left and right, struggling to hold on. A silver light flashed in the sky, and a woman wearing a silver palace dress appeared. After a few glances with her beautiful eyes, she immediately said coldly, "You evil creature, you really are about to enter the false crystal stage. As expected, you're about to enter the false crystal stage. No wonder you're going on a killing spree everywhere. However, the more it's like this, the more I can't tolerate you. Ying Kong, perish." As soon as she finished speaking, the silver light surrounding the black bead suddenly brightened, and the stirring became even sharper. In the time of a few breaths, the black liquid suddenly flashed a few times, and suddenly turned into countless black crystal shards that exploded. Under the impact of an invisible wave, the silver light forcefully opened a hole in the sky. After a strange cry, a cloud of black smoke took the opportunity to escape. After another bang, it turned into hundreds of wisps of black smoke that fled in all directions. Still want to escape? 100-sword technique. The woman suddenly raised her eyebrows, and made a hand sign with one hand. After the silver light below trembled, nearly 100 small silver swords shot out from it. After a blur, they all chased after each wisp of black smoke. Moments later, silver light flashed in quick succession, and all of the black chi was slashed apart, having been completely wiped out. Return. The woman in the palace dress made another hand sign, and all the small silver swords shot back. After another blur, they turned into a silver long sword that was a foot long, and disappeared into her sleeve in a flash. The woman waved at Lu Ming with one hand. After a buzzing sound, the round bowl immediately shot towards him. After a while, the woman muttered an incantation, and with one hand, she swung the round bowl downwards. With a loud so-so sound, all the black crystal shards and the blood and flesh of the giant rat that had previously exploded immediately flew into the sky, and were all sucked into the round bowl like a swarm of bees. After doing all this, the woman turned her head and glanced at Lu Ming, and said lightly, "You are a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect, right? You helped me distract the beast this time, which is a small favor. I, Yi Tianmei, have never owed anyone anything in my life. There are still some leftover blood and flesh, but I am too lazy to carefully search for them. I will leave you as a reward." As soon as she finished speaking, the surface of the woman's body flashed with silver light, and she once again turned into a ball of silver light and flew away. This woman called Yi Tianmei, from beginning to end, did not give Lu Ming any chance to speak, and only left an incomparably cold and beautiful face in his mind. Lu Ming looked in the direction that the woman in the palace dress disappeared in, and was stunned for a long time before he retracted his gaze. "I am afraid this is the true ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. So a cultivator can do this. I was really a frog at the bottom of a well before. But she should not be just a spirit master." He muttered a few times, and his face had returned to normal, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of fire that appeared. The feeling of helplessness that he felt when his life was hanging by a thread made him feel a sense of crisis, and an indescribable feeling grew in his heart. Lu Ming stayed on the huge rock for a while longer before he made a single hand sign and flew into the sky. He rode on a cloud and flew towards the place where the giant rat had died. Although he did not know the use of the monster's flesh and blood that the woman in the palace dress spoke of, with her status, it was unlikely that she would use something useless to deal with him. Just as Lu Ming was carefully looking for the monster's flesh and blood in the forest below, the woman in the palace dress called Yi Tianmei was already flying through the air 100 miles away. Suddenly, the woman's expression changed, and she stopped in her flight. She turned her head towards a mountain below and said, "So fellow Yan has already been waiting here. I was wondering why I didn't see you appear after all that commotion. Lady Ye's cultivation is becoming more and more exquisite. I have not leaked any of my aura, but I was still recognized by Lady Yi at a glance." A gray-white gas rolled into the sky from the mountain below, and a gray-robed old man with a triangular hairstyle suddenly appeared. He spoke to the woman in the palace dress with some surprise. "Humph, this is your barbarian ghost sect's territory. Apart from fellow Yan, how could there be other crystal-level cultivators?" Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows as she spoke. "So that's how it is. I almost thought that Lady Yi had already entered the false pill realm." The gray-robed old man let out a long breath and replied with a bitter smile. "Is it that easy to enter the false pill realm? But fellow, why are you hiding here so sneakily? What is your intention?" Yi Tianmei asked noncommittally. "Fairy, you've made such a big commotion in my territory. Shouldn't you give this old man an explanation? Although our barbarian ghost sect is weak, it is not to the extent of being bullied to this extent." When the gray-robed old man heard this, his expression became serious. "You really have the guts to say something like that. If I hadn't discovered that the rat demon was killing people at the border of our two sects and chased it all the way here, I don't know how much trouble it would have caused for the cultivation world of the kingdom of Xian. Now, I haven't even heard fellow Yan say a word of thanks and you're already preparing to cause trouble for me. Could it be that brother Yan really thinks that you can take advantage of your seniority? Or are you preparing to fight me without waiting for the Immortals' Assembly?" Yi Tianmei's eyebrows immediately furrowed and a trace of killing intent appeared on her face. "Please don't be angry, fairy. My old arms and legs can't withstand any torment. However, with fairy's successful flying sword arts, you actually let a mere rat monster run all the way to our barbarian ghost sect's front gate. Isn't this a bit too unreasonable?" The gray-robed elder seemed to have jumped in fright and repeatedly waved his hand. However, he still spoke with a serious expression. "What do you know? This rat beastkin that came out of nowhere has cultivated to the condensation period. Its cultivation is only one step away from the crystallization period like you and me. If it weren't for the fact that this rat demon's mind wasn't too clear and seemed to have fallen into some kind of crazy state where it could only use its instincts, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily." Yi Tianmei replied coldly. "What? A monster at the advanced stage of the liquid level? Fairy, you're not joking, right? Rat demons are the lowest level of monsters, how can they normally cultivate to such a level?" The gray-robed elder was shocked when he heard this. "You think I'm lying? Humph, whatever, take a look at this." Yi Tianmei snorted. She flipped her hand, and the yellow alms bowl appeared in her hand. She used her hand to lightly pat the bowl and a black crystal the size of a soybean jumped out. She then used her jade finger to lightly flick it. So. The crystal immediately turned into a black light and shot towards the gray-robed elder. It was actually not any worse than a crossbow. The old man's eyes narrowed and his body didn't move. However, a strange wind blew in front of him and suddenly, a ghost claw covered in green scales appeared and firmly grabbed the crystal. "Looks like fellow Yan hasn't been idle all these years. Your green-furred iron corpse is about to evolve into a silver corpse." Seeing this situation, Yi Tianmei's pupils shrank slightly and asked coldly. "Hee, fairy must be joking. I don't know how many resources it would take for an iron corpse to advance to a silver corpse. I don't have that kind of ability." The gray-robed old man chuckled. He calmly took the black crystal chip from the ghost's hand and carefully examined it. Hearing this, Yi Tianmei sneered, but she didn't ask anything more. After a while, the gray-robed old man's expression changed. He put the crystal under his nose and sniffed it. His expression became even more unsightly. It really is a monster of the condensation period. Judging from the breath of its true spirit fragment, it is indeed a rat monster. That's strange. Could it be that this rat demon is a mutated monster? I think so too, but just in case, I'm going to bring these things to senior sister. Yi Tianmei replied slowly. If it's Master Ling Yu, then there's naturally no problem. With her experience, she should be able to give a better explanation. Hearing the two words Lingyu, the gray-robed old man's expression immediately changed. However, he immediately coughed lightly and returned to normal. If fellow Yan feels that there's no problem, then he won't ask about the matter in front of my sect. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. The next time we meet should be on the day of the Immortals meeting. Yi Tianmei replied indifferently. The silver light on the surface of her body curled up and she once again turned into a ball of light. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared at the end of the horizon. The gray-robed old man didn't stop her. Instead, after the woman in the palace dress left, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. At this moment, the mountain below suddenly shook. Unexpectedly, another person riding on a black cloud soared into the sky. Master. Could it be that this is the only person in the Heavenly Moon sect who has successfully cultivated the flying sword technique, Senior Yi? The person flew in front of the gray-robed old man and asked respectfully. Looking at his chubby face, it was the martial uncle Ruan who should be guarding the scripture pavilion. That's right, it's her. I haven't seen this girl for a few years and she's walked even further on the path of the sword. I'm afraid that even her senior, martial aunt Lingyu, is most likely not her opponent. The gray-robed old man said with a sigh. However, Master's green hair iron corpse is about to advance. Once it really advances into the flying silver corpse, I think that no matter how strong the opponent's flying sword is, there should be no need to fear it. Martial Uncle Ruan replied with a smile. Although my iron corpse is only one step away, as I said before, it's not that easy to advance. I don't know how much effort it will take. The gray-robed old man shook his head. With Master's strength, it's only a matter of time before the iron corpse advances. There definitely won't be any other problems. Martial Uncle Ruan said. I hope so. That's right, I heard that another disciple who cultivated your dark bone method died a few days ago when he was trying to break through to the Spirit Master realm. Could it be that you still haven't given up on this cultivation method? The gray-robed old man nodded his head and his face suddenly became serious. It must be sect leader Senior who told me. Hearing this, Martial Uncle Ruan's face slightly changed. Why do I need your senior to tell me? Once a 3 spiritual pulse disciple becomes a late spirit apostle and fails to break through to the Spirit Master realm, other than cultivating the dark bone method that you privately taught him, what other reason could there be? Didn't I tell you this before? Although the dark bone method is something left behind by the martial ancestor and has a great history, the martial ancestor only obtained half of it. Furthermore, he spent a great deal of effort to translate the first 3 levels of the incantation. Even then, he could only successfully cultivate to the late spirit apostle level. Although you yourself have studied the Green Death language, how can you compare to the martial ancestor's abilities? There must be something wrong with the 4th level incantation that you translated. Otherwise, why would none of the disciples who cultivated the dark bone method be able to break through to the Spirit Master realm? If this matter were to spread, do you know how much damage our sect's reputation would suffer? The gray-robed old man snorted as a trace of coldness appeared on his face. Master, I really can't accept this. In order to translate the 4th level of the dark bone method, I spent a lot of effort on it. I even neglected my cultivation and intentionally locked myself in the scripture pavilion for so many years. As long as there are disciples who can successfully cultivate the 4th level of the dark bone method and successfully enter the Spirit Master realm, those 3 spiritual pulse disciples of our sect will be of great use. Many Spirit Masters will be born from them and the strength of our sect will increase greatly. Martial Uncle Ruan's heart trembled as he hurriedly explained. I don't know how many times I've heard these words. If it wasn't like this, how could I tolerate it? However, this is already the 7th disciple who self-destructed. Although the excuse is easy to find and the real reason is only known by the 3 of us, I'm afraid that it has attracted the attention of some people. Otherwise, your sect leader Senior would not have intentionally told me about this. Alright, there's no need to say any more. The matter of the dark bone method ends here. From now on, you are not allowed to impart it to the disciples of the sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our relationship as master and disciple. The gray-robed old man said sternly. Yes, since Master has ordered, I will definitely not impart the method to the disciples of the sect in the future. However, there are still 2 disciples who are still cultivating this method. How will they be dealt with? Martial Uncle Ruan's heart trembled as he hurriedly bowed and spoke in fear. It's good that you know the severity of this matter. As for the two people who have already imparted it, let them live and die on their own. All right, you may return to the scripture pavilion. I will also continue to go into seclusion in the forbidden grounds. Do not tell anyone else about me coming out. The gray-robed old man's expression relaxed as he gave a few more instructions. Yes, master. Then, I will first take my leave. Martial Uncle Ruan stood up and bowed again before flying in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect on his cloud. The gray-robed old man stayed in the same place and thought for a while. He let out a cold laugh before turning into a gray gas and flying away. Lu Ming's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he looked at the black wooden box in his hand. Within the wooden box, there was a small amount of flesh and blood that couldn't even be made out. Most of it was mixed with some soil, and the largest piece was only a small piece of gray flesh that was the size of a thumb with a dozen or so straight green hairs. This was the amount of flesh and blood that Lu Ming had spent over an hour to gather from the dense forest. From this, it could be seen how powerful the silver flying sword that the lady in palace attire had been. The incomparably cold and elegant face once again flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head. He put away the wooden box and was about to use the soaring sky technique to fly away on his cloud. However, at this moment, a light sound suddenly came from the ground under his feet. Following this, he felt a slight coldness at the center of his feet as if something thin had burrowed into his body. Lu Ming naturally turned pale with fright. He hastily formed a hand sign with his two hands and sank his consciousness into his body. He quickly began to search within himself. Both legs, dantian, torso, arms, head, he quickly searched his body, but to his astonishment, there was not the slightest abnormality. Sweat began to form on Lu Ming's forehead. Suddenly, he lifted his hand and took off one of his shoes. He saw that the sole of the shoe was completely intact. He then examined the mud around his feet and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Could it really have been an illusion just now? Lu Ming's expression was somewhat unsettled. His gaze swept across his surroundings once more, and he felt that there was an indescribably strange aura in the surrounding bushes and trees. He could not help but feel a slight chill run down his back. He fiercely stamped his feet and finally, without any hesitation, rose into the air. After determining his direction, he flew in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect. This flight took no less than 2 hours before he finally returned to the original location of the Rock Tua mountain. In the end, when he neared the mountain that had already been turned into a pile of rubble, 4 gray clouds suddenly flew out from the nearby dense forest. Astonishingly, Mu Xianyun, Senior Wu, and the others were standing on top of the clouds. Junior Bai, you have finally returned. Did something happen to you? What exactly happened? Were you captured by the senior that appeared earlier? When Mu Xianyun and the others saw Lu Ming, they immediately became overjoyed and began to ask questions. It's nothing. I just happened to run into a senior who was chasing a monster and was dragged far away. Now that the monster has been killed and the senior has already left, I immediately rushed back. Lu Ming didn't intend to hide everything and gave a rough account. Chasing a monster? No wonder. I was wondering why I saw a strange green thing. However, this senior must not be a normal spirit master to have caused such a commotion. Junior Bai, did she tell you her name? Mu Xianyun looked back at the collapsed Rock Tua mountain and could not help but show a trace of fear on her face. Yes, this senior seems to be called Yi Tianmei. She does not seem to be a member of our sect. Have you heard of this name before? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he asked directly. Yi Tianmei, I have never heard of this name before. Senior Wu, you have traveled outside of the sect for a period of time. Do you know of any sect that has such a famous senior? Mu Xianyun shook her head and asked Senior Wu. I have never heard of this name either. However, it is not strange. There are many unknown seniors in the Dexian country. It is normal that we do not know of them. After encountering such a shocking event, we are all safe and sound. It can be considered a fortunate thing. Senior Wu thought for a moment before replying. That's true. Mu Xianyun sighed. The others did not ask Lu Ming about what happened. It was clear that they did not think that such a senior would have too much contact with a mere spirit apostle. By the way, after I left, did senior fellow apprentice Du and senior sister Mu get enough blood wire fruit? Lu Ming thought of something and asked. After the rock Tua mountain collapsed, most of the blood wire fruits were buried. Senior Mu and I spent a lot of effort and only managed to gather around 80 blood wire fruits. Junior brother Bai, you should have already harvested some earlier, right? Du Hai said slowly. I also have around 20. It should be enough to turn in the mission. Lu Ming smiled as he replied. That's great. This way, we did not come here for nothing. Let us return to the sect and turn in the mission. Mu Xianyan smiled sweetly. When the others heard this, their spirits were also lifted. Thus, after the 5 of them discussed for a bit, they immediately urged their gray clouds to fly in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect. After a few hours, when Lu Ming bid farewell to Mu Xianyan and the others and left the duty hall, he had 5 contribution points and 20 spirit stones on him. Apart from the spirit stones, the 5 contribution points were enough for him to go to the wisdom heaven to listen to an alchemist's lecture or stay in the soul pond for 2 hours. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to do these things. Instead, he hurriedly flew to another place. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he landed in a purplish-red forest, and there was a small white wooden pavilion in front of him. It was built entirely of wood, and there was no stone in sight. There was a green plaque with the words Huichun Pavilion hanging above the door of the pavilion. The pavilion's door was tightly shut, but near the door, there was a wooden shelf that was as tall as a person. Below the shelf, there was a light silver bell and a small hammer of the same color beside it. Lu Ming walked over with large strides, and after a slight hesitation, he grabbed the small silver hammer from the wooden shelf and lightly knocked on the bell. Dang! A clear sound rang out. The originally tightly shut pavilion's door suddenly opened slowly. Lu Ming took a deep breath and walked in with large strides. However, as soon as he entered the hall on the first floor, he could not help but stare blankly. In the large hall, other than a red wooden table and a green-clothed young girl sitting on a bamboo chair, there was no one else. The young girl was currently looking down at a thin scroll in her hands. Without raising her head, she said, "If you want to cure your illness, go to the 2nd floor. If you want to expel poison, go to the 3rd floor. Thank you, senior, for your guidance." Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head and turned to walk towards the empty staircase. However, halfway there, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to ask a question. "Excuse me, are you Senior Callan?" Hearing this question, the green-clothed young girl's body trembled. She raised her head and revealed a delicate and pretty face as she looked at Lu Ming. Surprisingly, it was Callan who had the Aphrodite body. He did not know why this girl would appear here. "You are." There was a trace of confusion on the green-clothed young girl's face. It was obvious that she did not remember a junior like Lu Ming. Junior Bai Tsung Tian originally became a spirit apostle disciple with Senior. However, didn't Senior Callan enter the Balefulin faction? Why would you appear in the Huichun Hall? Lu Ming smiled and asked. The young girl's Aphrodite body had previously given him a great fright. Now that he unexpectedly saw her again, he could not help but want to question her. "So it's Junior Bai. This Huichun Hall is originally managed by a martial uncle from our Balefulin mountain. There is nothing strange about me appearing here. Alright, Junior, go and do your own things. I still need to continue reading." The green-clothed young girl finally remembered Lu Ming, but she only faintly explained a few sentences before waving her hand and continuing to read with her head lowered. Receiving such a cold treatment, even Lu Ming could not help but grimace. After cupping his hands, he did not say anything more and went up the stairs. The 2nd floor was an independent room that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. However, there was a white bead curtain hanging at the door, making it impossible to see if there was anyone inside. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ming still lifted his leg and directly went up to the 3rd floor. His 2 feet had just stepped onto the 3rd floor, and before he could take a closer look, a cold female voice sounded in his ear. "What strange poison have you been afflicted with? Why don't you go find your elders to cure it, but come to me?" Just as the voice fell, Lu Ming only felt a white gust of wind sweep over him. His body spun around and he could not help but be pulled into the distance by a huge force. When he regained his balance in shock, he was already standing in front of a woman wearing a green cloak. Although separated by the cloak, Lu Ming could still feel the other's bright eyes shining. She seemed to be quite interested in his arrival. The hall on the third floor was decorated very elegantly. Not only was there a complete set of beds, there were even a few pots of unknown flowers placed in the corner. Reporting to Martial Uncle, this junior is not poisoned. It seems that I have been infected with some evil energy, so I came here to ask for help. Lu Ming said respectfully. This returning spring hall was a place that he had unintentionally heard of from others. It was said that there were spirit masters who were skilled in medicine guarding this place. They specialized in curing all kinds of difficult illnesses and strange curses. They were very effective. Moreover, he had always felt very uneasy about the cold air that had burrowed into his body. He was afraid that it was some evil energy left behind by the dead rat demon. Therefore, as soon as he parted ways with the others, he immediately rushed here. He did not want to leave behind any unclean things in his body. Evil energy. This is a bit interesting. This is not very common. Let me take a look. Hearing this, the cloaked woman was slightly startled. However, after her eyes flashed, she seemed to become even more interested. She formed a hand sign with one hand and moved her other arm. She extended a finger and tapped it on Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming was a bit shocked. He only felt that even if he tried to dodge with all his strength, he would most likely not be able to avoid this seemingly slow point. Relax your mind and do not resist. Let me check if there really is evil energy in your body. The cloaked woman coldly instructed. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Naturally, he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly relaxed his mind. In the blink of an eye, he felt an unfamiliar energy enter his body from his forehead, and it began to quickly scan every inch of his body, not missing a single inch. Strange, there is nothing strange. Could it be that it is extremely good at concealing evil energy? The cloaked woman muttered a few times and withdrew her finger. She shook her sleeve and revealed a seemingly exquisite bronze mirror. This is the evil warding treasure mirror. If you are cursed or contaminated with something unclean, you will definitely not be able to escape its inspection. However, the process may be a bit painful. You will have to endure it. The cloaked woman said in a seemingly casual manner. What? Painful? Lu Ming's thoughts turned. Just as he was thinking about what pain the other party was talking about, he suddenly saw her point the bronze mirror at him. A misty white pillar of light shot out from it and directly entered his body with a flash. At this moment, he felt his blood boil wherever the white pillar of light shone. A sharp pain, as if thousands of insects were biting him, followed. Even though Lu Ming was extremely determined, he could not help but let out a cry of pain when he was not on guard. Shut up, I will finish inspecting you soon. The cloaked woman did not care about him at all. Instead, she impatiently grabbed at the empty air. Immediately, an invisible force surged out and instantly bound Lu Ming's body, rendering him unable to move. The white pillar of light began to scan every inch of his body. For a moment, Lu Ming's forehead was filled with sweat. He felt as if his body was being cut by 1,000 knives. The pain seemed to be even more intense than the opening spirit ceremony. You dared to lie to me. There is no evil energy in your body. Suddenly, the cloaked woman put away the bronze mirror and yelled with a trace of anger on her face. What? You can't even detect this? Why don't Martial Ant try another method? Although Lu Ming had regained his freedom and the pain in his body had disappeared without a trace, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart when he heard these words. Humph, the evil warding treasured mirror, and I have tried many times and have never failed before. Do you dare to doubt my methods? Get lost. Hearing this, the cloaked woman became even angrier. This disciple does not dare to think that way. Under the spiritual pressure that the other party emitted, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could only repeatedly say, I do not dare, and retreat. If he was too late, he was afraid that the other party would really teach him a lesson. Wait, leave behind 20 spirit stones. Do you think my time is going to be wasted? The cloaked woman's eyes flashed as she rebuked him. Hearing this, Lu Ming naturally did not dare to disobey. He quickly took out the 20 spirit stones that he had just obtained and placed them on the ground. Then, he hurriedly left the third-floor hall. When Lu Ming gloomily returned to the hall on the first floor, the green-clothed girl was still looking at the book in her hands with her head lowered. She completely ignored his return. Lu Ming looked deeply at the girl before quietly leaving the building. This time, although he did not gain anything and even lost the spirit stones that he had just obtained, the spirit master who was an expert in this area said that there was nothing wrong with his body. This made him feel much more at ease. Perhaps the cold air that he felt at the bottom of his feet was just an illusion. At this point, he could only comfort himself like this. After Lu Ming once again cast a technique and flew away, he immediately returned to his courtyard and went into the cultivation room. After sitting cross-legged, he once again looked inside his body. After finding nothing out of the ordinary, he no longer cared about this matter. He took out the small box of the giant beast's flesh and carefully examined it. As for the use of this item, he planned to go to the 9-Infant Mountain Spirit Spell Hall to look up some books before deciding what to do with it. He had just completed a contribution point mission and was not planning on going out for a short period of time. Instead, he wanted to increase his strength by a level before accepting some more stable missions. After all, although he had obtained some contribution points from this trip, he had almost lost his life to the giant rat. This made him even more eager to increase his ability to protect himself. Moreover, this time, he had offended a middle spirit apostle named Xianxia. It would be good for him to lie low for a while. The best way to increase his strength in a short period of time was to completely master the 3-star shield. Secondly, he needed to practice the few simple techniques that he had learned to the small success stage. Once Lu Ming had an idea, he put away the wooden box that contained the flesh and blood of the giant rat. Instead, he placed the triangular metal plate on his palm. After calming his mind, he began to slowly inhale and exhale. 2 days later, when Lu Ming returned from the Spirit Spell Hall, he was reading a thick book in his room. From time to time, his face revealed an expression of extreme joy. After an unknown amount of time, when he closed the book, he could not help but feel excited. According to the records, even low-level demonic beasts had treasures all over their bodies. After eating the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, it could directly increase one's cultivation and magic power. If the pills were refined with the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, the effects would be even better. It could also avoid some of the hidden dangers caused by directly eating the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. Fortunately, this kind of hidden danger referred to long-term consumption. If one occasionally ate some directly, it would not have much effect on the consumer. Furthermore, the skin, fur, bones, and internal organs of demon beasts were all the best materials for refining weapons. The girl named Tian Mei was at least a spirit master. A monster that could be chased by her couldn't be a low-level monster. Lu Ming's expression changed. Suddenly, he raised his hand and took out the remaining half of the giant rat's flesh. This time, after he opened the lid, he found another pair of bamboo chopsticks. He did not mind the fishy smell in the container as he started to poke at the remains of the giant rat's flesh. He carefully separated some of the skin, hair, bones, and flesh. After busying himself for a while, he obtained 4 pieces of rat skin, 1 big and 3 small, along with 20 strands of green hair. There were also 13 pieces of white bones of different sizes. Lu Ming took out another small box and put the skin, hair, and bones into it. When he looked at the remaining giant rat's flesh in the wooden box, his face could not help but show a hint of hesitation. However, after gritting his teeth, he used 2 fingers to pick up a small piece of the rat's flesh. He made a hand sign with one hand and immediately, a ball of water fell from the sky, washing away some of the mud on the rat's flesh. The hand sign changed again and a ball of flame appeared between his 2 fingers. In an instant, the rat's flesh was set on fire. Immediately, a meaty aroma wafted out. Lu Ming moved his wrist slightly and threw the half-cooked rat's flesh into his mouth, chewing it carefully. In the next moment, he suddenly squinted his eyes. The taste of this rat's flesh was surprisingly delicious. After every bite, there was an indescribable freshness. After swallowing, it directly turned into balls of hot energy that directly gathered in the spirit sea in his dantian. As long as he urged his spirit sea to refine it, strands of extremely pure yuan power would be directly converted from these balls of energy, and in an instant, it would turn into his own Fa Li. In his joy, Lu Ming no longer cared about tasting the freshness of the rat's flesh. In a few bites, he swallowed all of the rat's flesh into his stomach and immediately began to concentrate on his cultivation. When he opened his eyes again, it was already more than half a day later. When he checked the growth of his FA, it was already equivalent to the effect of his usual cultivation for half a month. After staring blankly for a long time, Lu Ming turned his head to look at the many pieces of the giant rat's flesh that were left to the side. He could not help but laugh wildly. After eating the monster's flesh, he did not feel full at all. Instead, it increased his FA at an astonishing rate. Didn't this mean that as long as he ate 2 small pieces of meat every day, he would be able to cultivate the second level of the dark bone method in less than a month and easily advance to a middle spirit apostle? However, after the laughter stopped, Lu Ming thought deeply and couldn't help but feel a little worried. If eating a few pieces of monster's flesh could easily advance, then why would spirit apostle disciples need to cultivate so hard? There must be something wrong with this. He looked at the rat's flesh in the wooden box and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Naturally, Lu Ming did not know that although normal monsters also had the effect of increasing FA, it would not be this exaggerated. Not to mention spirit apostle disciples, even a normal spirit master might not have the opportunity to eat a liquid-level demonic beast that was at the peak of the liquid level. After all, in the entire Xian country, there were probably only a few liquid-level monsters. As for those that had reached the peak of the liquid level, there was not a second one. This level of monster had almost all of its FA refined into every piece of its flesh. Once it was eaten by a beginning spirit apostle, the effect would naturally be very heaven-defying. If a late spirit apostle ate it, there would not be such an amazing effect. As for a spirit master, eating such a small piece of the rat's flesh was about the same as eating a bowl of high-quality spirit rice to increase FA. As for the higher-level Yi Tian Mei and the gray-robed elder from the barbarian ghost sect, eating this meat had no meaning to them. The slight increase in FA that they would gain from cultivating for a day would be much more than eating the monster's flesh. Lu Ming thought for a while. Although he did not completely understand everything, he faintly guessed that the level of the green-furred rat was far higher than what he had imagined. Just eating the rat's flesh could increase one's FA by this much. If it was given to an alchemist to refine into a pill, wouldn't the effect be even more amazing? Lu Ming could not help but think like this. Furthermore, the book mentioned the hidden dangers of directly eating the monster's flesh, which made him hesitate. But then again, as long as the news of such a high-grade demonic beast's flesh leaked out, the sect would definitely not leave any of it for a 3 spiritual pulse disciple like him. If it was found out by some people with bad intentions, there might be other unpredictable consequences for him. Just to be safe, the effect would be worse. As for the side effects of directly eating the monster's flesh, although the book mentioned it vaguely, there was only half a box of rat meat. There was definitely no long-term effects and there should not be any big problems. Lu Ming was a very decisive person. After thinking about it a few times, he came to a decision. He did not waste any more time and took out a small piece of rat meat from the wooden box. He began to wash and roast it. 20 days later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. As he breathed in and out, the black gas around his body that was around a foot long twisted as if it was responding to him. It was as if it was a living creature, which was extremely strange. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming opened his eyes and the black gas on his body immediately retracted back into his body. He once again calmed his mind and checked the results of his cultivation. A smile appeared on his face. These 20 days of cultivation were abnormally smooth. Not only did his FA increase by several times, he was also not far from mastering the second level of the dark bone method. In another 3 or 4 days, he would actually become a middle spirit apostle. This terrifying cultivation speed made him feel as if he had fallen into an unrealistic dream for the past 20 days. Luckily, the FA in his body was increasing every day. His spiritual C was also larger than before. Otherwise, he would have really thought that he was in a dream. Lu Ming shook his head and turned his head to look at the wooden box beside him. He revealed a look of pity. Originally, the small half of the box was only left with a little bit of meat. It was probably just enough for him to eat for a few days. As Lu Ming thought about this, he raised his arm and grabbed at the wooden box in a practiced manner. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. His movements became sluggish and he stopped. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. "This is impossible, how can this happen?" After shouting loudly, Lu Ming sat cross-legged again in fear. He quickly formed a hand sign and began to breathe. Black gas once again came out of his body and danced crazily around him. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. However, his back was steaming and he looked as if he was sweating profusely. The black gas that lingered around his body was astonishingly smaller than before. 2 hours later, there was only a thin layer of black gas left on his body. He had completely recovered to the level that he had before he ate the rat meat 20 days ago. After letting out a long breath, Lu Ming opened his eyes again. However, at this time, his expression was extremely ugly. The originally enlarged spiritual sea in his body had astonishingly returned to its original size. The originally turbulent Fali in his body was actually less than before he ate the rat meat. The reason why such a thing had happened was because of a rice-sized object that had appeared in the center of his spiritual sea. It was round and somewhat transparent. It was like a small bubble and was not eye-catching at all. Lu Ming could swear that there was no such thing in his spiritual sea before. But it was this thing that had just been crazily spinning in his spiritual sea and swallowed all the Fali that he had just condensed. Only then did his spiritual sea calm down. Could it be that this thing was the cold air that had burrowed into my body before? Otherwise, there is no way to explain this situation. Lu Ming forcefully suppressed the trace of panic in his heart. His thoughts turned quickly and he finally found a reasonable explanation. However, this thing looked completely different from the evil aura and remnant souls recorded in the ancient records. Otherwise, he would be even more panicked. Lu Ming didn't even have time to wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. He hurriedly sunk his mind into his dantian and carefully observed the small bubble in his spiritual sea. This bubble looked crystal clear and its interior was also abnormally clear. However, it didn't look like it had just swallowed so much Fali. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming still hadn't found anything useful from the surface. And this thing was also quietly motionless in his spiritual sea, as if it was really a dead thing. Lu Ming couldn't help but hesitate. But after thinking about it again, he gritted his teeth and immediately controlled his mental power to lightly touch the surface of the bubble. He wanted to see if he could enter it to take a look. Pung! In the instant that his spiritual power came into contact with the bubble, it shattered like a mirror. Lu Ming was shocked. Before he had time to react, he only heard a loud wing sound in his ears. His head sank and his vision went black. His whole body was in an unfamiliar gray space. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally turned pale with fright. His eyes swept around wildly, only to see that there was a gray wall of fog around him. The whole space that he could see was only about 100 or 50 feet in diameter. He raised his head and looked down again. The sky and the ground were also covered in gray mist, but it was only about 50 to 60 feet high. Lu Ming felt his heart thump rapidly. It took him a while to calm himself down, and he began to think about the entire process of his appearance here. Without a doubt, the reason why he was here was because he had touched the bubble-like thing in his spiritual sea. However, what was at the bottom of the bubble? How could it send him into this strange space without any warning after it burst? This was really hard to understand. Looking at how lifeless this space was, it didn't seem like there were other living beings here. Instead, it was more like a prison cell for prisoners. Lu Ming pondered for a while with a gloomy expression on his face, but he still couldn't come up with any reliable conclusion. Even after shouting a few times, no other abnormalities appeared. After making up his mind, he bent down and carefully extended a palm to touch the fog under his feet. His entire palm only went a few inches deep into the fog before it was forcibly blocked by a layer of solid, invisible barrier. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After standing up, he muttered a few words, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. With a hoo sound, a gust of wind immediately rolled out of his mouth and fiercely hit the fog wall below. An incredible scene appeared. The moment the seemingly fierce wind touched the fog, it actually entered it without a sound and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He made a hand sign with one hand and the incantation in his mouth also changed. After two pu-pu sounds, two seemingly sharp green wind blades shot out from his hands. However, when they cut into the fog below, they also flashed strangely and did not have any reaction. Lu Ming's face turned a bit green, but he was still unwilling to give up and switched to using the fireball technique and a few other techniques that he had learned to attack the fog below. However, the results were all the same. This seemingly ordinary gray fog could actually directly absorb and devour all the attacks of the techniques. Lu Ming finally stopped attacking. However, after remaining silent for a moment, he made a hand sign with one hand and a gray cloud condensed under his feet. He lifted it up and slowly flew upwards. However, when he was about 10 feet above the ground, he suddenly stopped. He extended both his hands into the fog and began to inspect the fog wall in the air bit by bit. After a long while, he let out a long breath and descended from the sky. It was obvious that he did not find anything. Afterwards, Lu Ming did not hesitate anymore and took large strides to the side. With a shake of one of his arms, the tiger's bite bracelet on his wrist flashed. He then spread his 5 fingers and pressed them against the fog wall. Tiger's roar. After threads of black gas appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body, he suddenly let out a loud shout. The copper bracelet on his wrist immediately exploded with a yellow halo. A blurry tiger head appeared and a white sound wave immediately rushed towards the fog wall. Pooh! The white sound wave caused the surface of the fog to shake slightly before disappearing without a trace. When Lu Ming saw that his strongest attack was ineffective, his face became abnormally ugly. Now that it was like this, he was really trapped alive in this place. What was even worse was that he did not have many pills of fasting on him. Originally, he was supposed to go and get a new portion half a month later. As for the problem of drinking water, it was actually very easy to solve. He could casually use the congealing water technique to gather a ball of water. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming naturally would not be willing to just wait helplessly for death. He practically inspected every inch of the entire space and used all the methods he knew. However, he still could not do anything to the fog wall around him. This time, he could only helplessly admit that he was helpless. With a gloomy expression, he sat cross-legged in the center of the space and waited. However, waiting alone in such a narrow space, even if he knew that he was slowly waiting for death, was definitely a mental test. After sitting like this for half a day, Lu Ming could only bitterly laugh and start to form hand signs to cultivate. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. No matter how much yuanli of heaven and earth gathered in his body, the Fali in his spirit sea did not increase in the slightest. As for the bubble that originally appeared in his spirit sea, there was not even a trace of it. Under the shock, Lu Ming became even more depressed. Since his Fali could not increase, continuing to cultivate the dark bone method was naturally meaningless. Helplessly, he could only slowly practice the fireball technique, water arrow technique, and a few other techniques. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had passed. There was no sunrise or sunset in this place. The reason why he was able to accurately judge the time was because of a crudely made bronze hourglass that he carried with him. This hourglass was specially made by him on Savage Island. The fine sand inside flowed very slowly, and it took an entire day for the sand on one side of the hourglass to completely flow out. Because he had some feelings for it, he kept it by his side. He did not think that it would come in handy now. However, after a few more days, Lu Ming was overjoyed to discover something. After such a long time, he actually did not feel hungry or thirsty at all. Although this was a little unbelievable, to him, it was something to be happy about. With this, he did not have to worry about starving to death in a short period of time. Temporarily relieved of his worries, Lu Ming, who was unable to leave this place, simply concentrated on cultivating the few techniques in the space. During this period of time every day, he would casually use a sharp knife to carve a mark on the lid of a wooden box so that he could accurately remember how much time had passed. Since he did not need to waste time doing other things, and he had the help of the talent of multitasking, in 3 to 4 months, he had also cultivated the other techniques to the initial stage. In the following time, Lu Ming concentrated on cultivating the wind blade technique, which was the fastest attack technique among all the basic techniques. If it were not for this, he would have gone a little crazy staying in this dry and boring environment. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, half a year's time quickly passed. On this day, Lu Ming woke up from his meditative state. He felt that his mental energy, which had been used up in the past few days, had recovered. He chanted an incantation and formed a hand sign with both of his hands. After a few so-so-so sounds, 6 azure wind blades shot out in succession and disappeared into the mist in front of them in a flash. In 10 breaths, he has already sent out 6 wind blades. This should be the wind blade technique's large success. Lu Ming saw the scene and muttered to himself. However, in the next moment, he put his hands together in front of him and chanted an incantation. He parted his hands again, and a blade of wind that was 3 to 4 times larger than the previous one slowly appeared. However, it had only condensed halfway through when a dull thump suddenly rang out, and the giant blade of wind dissipated as specks of spiritual light. Seeing this, Lu Ming slightly furrowed his brow. This method of gathering the power of several wind blades at the same time was a natural thought that came to him after he had released the wind blade technique to a certain speed. However, if he really wanted to realize it, he needed enough Fa, and he also needed to be more proficient in releasing the wind blade technique. As Lu Ming thought about this, he habitually formed a hand sign with both of his hands and was about to continue cultivating the wind blade technique. However, at this moment, a wing sound suddenly rang out in his ears. His head felt heavy and his eyes involuntarily closed. When he opened them again, he was astonishingly in a small room with bright sunlight. He was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with both of his hands forming a hand sign. His entire body was motionless. This time, Lu Ming was truly stunned. This room and the environment that Lu Ming was extremely familiar with was the cultivation room that he had disappeared from half a year ago. He had actually returned to this place just like that. Lu Ming only felt that his mind was completely blank. His gaze unconsciously swept around his surroundings and for a moment, he was unable to think of anything else. However, when his gaze fell upon the wooden box at his side, he quivered and regained some of his clarity. Inside the wooden box, there were 10 or so pieces of bright red rat meat. The color was exactly the same as when he left, and there was not the slightest change. Lu Ming was extremely astonished. Although the flesh of spirit beasts contained Fa, it could be preserved for a much longer time than normal meat. However, if it could still maintain its fresh appearance after half a year, it would naturally be a joke. Lu Ming's expression changed several times. His gaze once again looked at the nearby wooden bucket that was still filled with water. His arm moved and he touched his back. Shockingly, there was a somewhat wet feeling, and the sweat on his back had not yet dried. His expression became even more unsightly, but in the next moment, he thought of something and suddenly took out 2 items from his bosom. A seemingly ordinary green wooden box, and a crudely made copper hourglass. The green wooden box looked ordinary, and the hourglass was quietly held in his hand. The fine sand was concentrated at one end. So it really is like this. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely interesting. The wooden box and the hourglass were both tools that he used to calculate time. He also clearly remembered that when he left the space, the surface of the wooden box had long been engraved with densely packed marks. The copper hourglass was left on the ground of the mysterious space for the convenience of time measurement. When he left, he did not have the time to take it with him. Everything that he had experienced in the mysterious space was actually an illusion. He had not entered any space at all. What seemed like half a year of being trapped was nothing more than a dream of grandeur. However, the half year that he had been trapped in was a bit too real. He could even clearly remember the various situations when he cultivated every day. After Lu Ming calmed his mind, he once again gritted his teeth and sank his consciousness into his body, once again examining the situation in his spirit sea. In the end, his heart slightly relaxed. His spirit sea was empty, and the small bubble that had burst had astonishingly disappeared without a trace. If it was just a big dream, and he could get rid of this evil thing, then it would be a great fortune in misfortune. Lu Ming thought like this, but just in case, he still activated the dark bone method and tried to activate his spirit sea. As a result, his expression immediately changed, and he cried out involuntarily. Impossible! How could the magic power that disappeared be restored? After activating his spirit sea, he suddenly found that the Fa in his body had recovered a lot for some reason. It was more than half of the Li that had been swallowed by the bubble. What surprised him even more was that although the quantity of this newly increased magic power was far less than before, it seemed to be purer than before. Overjoyed, Lu Ming hurriedly examined his spiritual sea again. The misty spirit sea was still the same size as before, but the silver light it was emitting was a bit softer, and at the same time, it felt a bit more solid than before. According to the records, this was indeed a phenomenon that would only appear after the purification of magic power. However, not only was the purification of magic power extremely dangerous, it was also an extremely time-consuming matter. Normally, only when a spirit apostle or spirit master was stuck at a bottleneck for many years, or when they were unable to advance, would someone take the risk to try it. If a cultivator's Li was pure, his body would be able to hold and store more Li at the same realm. Moreover, when casting various spells and activating talisman tools and spirit tools, the power would be increased to a certain extent. To Lu Ming, this was naturally a rare good thing. Needless to say, this pure magic power was naturally the doing of the vanishing bubble. The joy on Lu Ming's face faded slightly, and he couldn't help but sink into deep thought. This time, he used an entire hour to think. Then, he let out a long breath and came back to his senses. What was the origin of that bubble? Why would it swallow his Li, and then cause him to have a dream of grandeur before returning a portion of the pure magic power? This was really too complicated. Even though he thought about it a lot, he still couldn't figure out the relationship between the two. Whatever, no matter what, that thing is no longer there. Losing half of my Li in exchange for the other half, which is even purer, isn't a loss. Lu Ming could only shake his head as he thought. At this time, he turned his head to look at the only open window in the room. Outside the window, he saw the sun hanging high in the sky, emitting warm sunlight. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. If he remembered correctly, before he was pulled into that strange space, the sun seemed to be in the same position in the sky. It seemed that his experience of the dream of grandeur was something that had happened in an instant. As Lu Ming thought about this, he stood up, pushed open the wooden door, and walked out of the room. He stood in the small courtyard and spread out his arms under the unobstructed sunlight. He felt a warm power shine on his entire body, and his state of mind unconsciously calmed down. Living alone in that mysterious space for half a year really was a test of one's willpower. Even when he thought about it now, his heart still palpitated with fear. It was a good thing that he had only been out for half a year. If it had been any longer, even if it was just a dream, it would have left quite a bit of mental damage. When Lu Ming thought about his mental strength, he immediately opened his eyes. He discovered that his mental strength seemed to have increased a bit compared to before the dream of grandeur. Although it wasn't obvious, it had definitely increased. Lu Ming revealed a bitter smile. In this way, it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. As he thought about this, his gaze casually turned and landed on a large green tree outside of the small courtyard. Next to this tree, there had originally been a small tree, but it had long since turned into a bare tree stump. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. He almost unconsciously raised his arm and casually began to chant. Pu, Piu. 2 fist-sized scarlet fireballs instantly appeared in his hands. With another flash, they transformed into 2 balls of red light that struck the large green tree. Boom, boom. 2 loud sounds rang out. The large tree was immediately engulfed by the rolling scarlet flames, turning into a pile of black ash in an instant. Lu Ming's originally smiling face immediately froze. This was the fireball technique that he had practiced in the mysterious space to the small success stage. But wasn't that experience just a dream? How could he use it so skillfully now? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Suddenly, the incantation in his mouth changed. His 2 hands moved, and a white line shot out. In a flash, on a huge mountain rock under the large green tree, 2 thumb-sized holes appeared out of nowhere. This was the water arrow technique that he had also practiced. After Lu Ming licked his somewhat dry lips, his eyes filled with a fiery expression. Without saying anything else, he once again chanted the incantation and raised his 2 hands again. Puff! Puff! 6 green wind blades shot out in an extremely short period of time. In the blink of an eye, the mountain rock was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces. Impressively, it was the wind blade technique that he had practiced the most. So it really is like this. The techniques that I practiced in the mysterious space are all equally effective. After Lu Ming muttered a few times, his face was filled with ecstasy. He continued to use various techniques in the small courtyard until the last trace of Fa Li in his body was used up. Only then did he stop and lie down on the grass in the small courtyard. His eyes were tightly shut, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. What a pity. If I had known that the mysterious space had such a miraculous effect, I would have stayed for a while longer. Lu Ming let out a long sigh, opened his eyes, and slowly stood up. At this moment, no matter how muddle-headed he was very clear that his experience in the mysterious space was definitely not something as simple as a dream. However, no matter how much of a pity it was, the small bubble no longer existed. He could not possibly repeat this kind of experience. He could only treat the matter of the mysterious space as his own good fortune. After Lu Ming finally recovered his normal state of mind, he returned to the cultivation room. A few days later, after he had consumed and refined the last bit of rat meat, he continued to cultivate in his residence for more than half a month. On this day, Lu Ming felt that he had finished all of his preparations. He finally left his residence and went straight to the duty hall. 4 months later, at the side of a pond that emitted a strange cold several hundred miles away from the barbarian ghost sect, there was a bamboo pole that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. One end of the pole was stabbed into the ground, and the other end was hung with a white rope. At the end of the rope hung a gray fat rabbit. This rabbit would occasionally kick its legs weakly. It was unknown how long it had been hanging under the bamboo pole. With a "hua-la" sound, a strange fish with the mouth of an eagle and the body of a snake suddenly rushed out of the pond. It opened its mouth and bit at the fat rabbit. With a "pu" sound, a black rope shot out from a shrub near the bamboo pole like lightning. In an instant, it wrapped around the strange white fish and pulled it to the front of the shrub. Under the shock of the strange fish, it let out a "gwa-gwa" sound. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a line of white water, making the nearby ground into a mess. After a while, the strange fish became listless. Finally, the line of water in its mouth stopped and it could only lie on the ground, not moving. This eagle-beak fish is really cunning. However, after 2 days and 2 nights, it still obediently took the bait. A light laugh came from the shrub to the side. An ordinary-looking youth in a green robe walked out with a smile on his face. It was Lu Ming. He walked a few steps to the front of the strange fish and kicked it with his foot. Then, he calmly took out a fish basket from his back and picked up the strange fish and put it into the basket. When Lu Ming turned around and was about to leave, his gaze suddenly swept over the gray rabbit hanging on the bamboo pole. He couldn't help but say to himself, "This time, you have helped me a lot. I will spare your life." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a green wind blade instantly shot out, cutting the rope in two. Once the gray fat rabbit was free in the air, it immediately kicked its legs and rolled to the shore. Then, with an agility that didn't match its body, it quickly escaped into the nearby bushes and disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. He immediately formed a hand sign and was about to fly into the air with the fish basket on his back. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the nearby forest. Suddenly, 3 male barbarian ghost sect disciples walked out. They were all around 20 years old. When they saw Lu Ming carrying the fish basket beside the pond, they were slightly startled. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows creased slightly. However, he only nodded his head and continued to use the soaring sky technique. A gray cloud condensed under his body. At this moment, one of the 3 male disciples in the middle glanced at the bamboo pole that was stuck into the pond and the fish scales that the strange fish had left on the ground. His eyes immediately lit up and with a movement of his arm, a palm wearing a golden glove shot towards the empty space where Lu Ming was. With a "pu" sound, a cloud of golden mist immediately shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled and without thinking, his legs moved. He immediately flew down from the gray cloud and steadily landed a few feet away. As for the gray cloud that had just been condensed by the soaring sky technique, after a muffled sound, it was dispersed by the golden cloud. 3 seniors, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming stared at the 3 disciples and his face darkened. Haha, this junior does not need to be angry. I only want to ask if the eagle beak fish here has already been caught by Junior. The man in the middle was a 20-year-old youth with fair skin. When he heard Lu Ming's question, he laughed and said. The two youths next to him, who were around the same age, also looked at the fish basket behind Lu Ming. They did not hide their greed in the slightest. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Lu Ming also looked at the three people and said indifferently. Yes, then it's easy to say. Coincidentally, the three of us also received the mission to catch the eagle-beak fish alive. Now that we have arrived here, junior brother, you can't let the three of us come here for nothing, right? The fair-skinned youth said with a yawn. Oh, then what do the three of you plan to do? Lu Ming asked with a sigh. This was the third time he had encountered such a situation ever since he took on the contribution point mission alone. However, the previous 2 times, he had only encountered one barbarian ghost sect disciple who had been beaten black and blue. Now, 3 of them had appeared in front of him. This was slightly troublesome. It was no wonder that most of the disciples in the sect would work in groups when they accepted the contribution point missions. Through scanning with his mental power, he could roughly sense that the magic power ripples of the 2 people on his left and right were similar to his own, but the magic power ripples of the fair-skinned young man in the middle were obviously a notch higher than his own. After 4 months of hard work, Lu Ming was about to master the second layer of the dark bone method. This meant that the youth with white skin was most likely a middle spirit apostle and was not as easy to deal with as the 2 people beside him. Just as Lu Ming was secretly analyzing his opponent's strength, the fair-skinned youth had already replied with a sinister smile. It's very simple. The sect's missions reward 10 contribution points and 30 spirit stones. Junior brother, why don't you compensate us with 20 spirit stones each? Or you can just give us this eagle-beak fish and I'll compensate you with 20 spirit stones. How about it? 20 spiritual stones? Looks like the 3 of you are planning on forcefully snatching it. Aren't you afraid of violating the sect's rules? Lu Ming said expressionlessly. If junior brother feels like forcefully snatching it, then so be it. As for the sect's rules, haha, junior brother doesn't have to worry about them. On the surface, our sect forbids disciples from fighting, but in reality, we encourage the disciples of each faction to follow the law of the jungle. As long as you don't directly fight in front of the martial uncles or the law-enforcing disciples, nothing will happen. Haha, looks like junior brother hasn't been in the sect for long and doesn't have a deep understanding of this. However, after today's matter, you should be taught a deep lesson. The other disciple with a slightly bigger head immediately laughed and said with a slightly mocking tone. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Since junior brother isn't willing to take the initiative to hand over the eagle-beak fish, let's quickly make our move. If we're too late, it'll be troublesome if someone else comes. The fair-skinned youth coldly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out 2 more flying knives with who sounds. Immediately, 2 balls of golden light flew towards Lu Ming. The other 2 men also began to chant something in unison, then raised their hands to send a plume of white threads hurtling through the air. Spider silk technique. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and immediately knew the origin of the white silk. This technique, which could capture an enemy alive, could be said to be one of the most common techniques used by barbarian ghost sect disciples when fighting against each other. He took a deep breath and the tiger's bite bracelet on his wrist suddenly lit up. Following this, his 2 calves suddenly thickened. And the veins on the surface of his skin bulged. His entire body transformed into a green shadow and rushed out. Paw, the 2 white silk turned into a net that was several feet long and fell on the spot where he was originally standing. The 2 balls of golden shadows also whizzed past and landed on empty space. The fair-skinned youth's face immediately changed. At this moment, a loud pung sound rang out. One of the disciples who had just used the spider silk technique knelt on the ground with a red face. Lu Ming pulled out a fist that was covered in a faint black gas from the disciple's abdomen. With a backhand, he chopped at the disciple's neck, causing him to fall unconscious on the ground. Using the light body technique and the secret technique that increased his speed, Lu Ming actually approached the opponent in the blink of an eye and gave him 2 fierce blows. Junior Lu, stinking brat, I'm going to kill you. The bigger-headed youth saw that his companion had been knocked down by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye and couldn't help but yell out in anger. He took out a black iron ruler from his waist and fiercely attacked Lu Ming through the air. the iron ruler flashed with a yellow light and an invisible force immediately rolled towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming twisted his body and dodged the invisible force. With a sway, he leaped in front of the big-headed youth. The youth was shocked and wanted to withdraw his practitioner weapon to protect himself, but it was too late. A fist that carried a trace of black gas fiercely hit the youth's lower abdomen, causing him to roll his eyes and directly lie on the ground, unable to move. These two barbarian ghost sect disciples were over 20 years old, but they were still at the beginning spirit apostle level. It could be seen that their cultivation aptitude was poor. Because the two saw that Lu Ming was young and knew that he was a new disciple, their hearts were full of contempt. Naturally, they were supported by the light body technique and the secret technique that increased his speed. After a series of lightning-fast movements, they were knocked down by Lu Ming. You are a body cultivator?" The fair-skinned youth saw the scene of his two companions being knocked down by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. His face revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost, and he cried out involuntarily. "Body cultivator, maybe." Lu Ming's heart moved when he heard this, but he slowly walked towards the opponent with an expressionless face. "Humph, even if you are a body cultivator, how long can you cultivate at this age?" The fair-skinned youth rolled his eyes and immediately returned to normal. However, the golden ring in his hand suddenly became blurry and transformed into a golden light shield in front of him. At the same time, his other hand continuously formed hand signs and his mouth began to chant. In an instant, a wave of blue light shook and a half-foot-long crystal icicle quickly began to form in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupil slightly shrank. He suddenly exerted force under his feet and once again transformed into a green shadow that rushed forward. Seeing this, the fair-skinned youth's face became ruthless. With a flick of his wrist, the icicle turned into a cold light and shot out. With the power of the icicle technique and the strange cold that it carried, if Lu Ming was really hit by it, even if he didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured to the point that he couldn't move. However, Lu Ming, who was pouncing at a high speed, only twisted his waist and his body suddenly swayed like a boneless snake. The icicle immediately brushed past his shoulder. At this moment, the fair-skinned youth's face revealed a trace of craftiness. He suddenly changed the hand sign in his hand and fiercely spat out the word explode. Pung! After the icicle flashed, it immediately turned into a ball of blue ice and exploded. A strange cold air rippled out. Lu Ming was shocked and without thinking, he suddenly shook his wrist. A small, misty round shield appeared and with a flash, it blocked his shoulder. However, this action was still a bit too late. Lu Ming only felt a chill on his shoulder. After a moment of numbness, it was immediately covered by a layer of white frost. His originally pouncing figure unconsciously slowed down. The fair-skinned youth's face revealed a trace of a proud smile. After changing the incantation, he raised one hand and spat out a thick white thread. With a blur, it transformed into a 10-foot-wide silk net that rushed toward Lu Ming. The same spider silk technique was used by the fair-skinned youth and the other two barbarian ghost sect disciples, but the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lu Ming's footsteps suddenly stopped and he stopped in his original spot. He stared at the falling silk net and quickly and silently chanted a few times. His two hands raised and two fist-sized fireballs instantly shot out. One flew toward the silk net while the other flew toward the fair-skinned youth who was a few feet away. Pooh! Before the silk net even landed, it turned into ashes in the rolling flames. The youth on the other side was shocked and hurriedly poured his FA into the light shield formed by his practitioner weapon. Even if it was a normal fireball, if he was hit at such a close distance, he didn't dare guarantee that his practitioner weapon would be able to block it. Hong! A loud sound rang out and the flames in front of the fair-skinned youth flew in all directions. Dang! The light shield shook violently and let out a few cracking sounds. Immediately, a few thin cracks appeared on it. Seeing this, the fair-skinned youth's heart slightly relaxed. Just as he was about to continue to attack Lu Ming, he suddenly felt his waist tighten. A black rope had unknowingly wrapped around his body. Soul shackling chain. Seeing the black rope, the fair-skinned youth turned pale with fright. He hurriedly tried to use the golden glove practitioner weapon in his hands to do something, but it was already too late. The black rope was like a poisonous snake as it quickly coiled around his waist and suddenly tightened. It immediately caused a black gas to curl around the youth's waist, and a wave of pain caused him to be unable to make any more movements. On the other hand, Ming swaggered over and without saying anything, aimed at the back of the youth's neck and made him faint on the spot. After letting out a light breath, Lu Ming used the dark bone method and gathered the Fa Li in his body to his shoulder. As a result, the frost on his shoulder quickly melted into water amidst the swirling black gas. In an instant, his shoulder returned to normal. Lu Ming looked at the unconscious, fair-skinned youth at his feet and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. A fight between cultivators was indeed different from other fights that he had experienced before. A seemingly simple icicle attack could unexpectedly produce unexpected changes. Moreover, his opponent was a middle spirit apostle who didn't seem to have practiced many secret techniques. If it was another spirit apostle who had cultivated for a longer period of time or had practiced more profound secret techniques, wouldn't it be even more difficult for Lu Ming to deal with? Lu Ming thought like this and slightly moved his shoulders. Without any hesitation, he began to search the items on the three people on the ground. After a careful search, he found 3 practitioner weapons, 30 or so spirit stones, a bottle and a half of pills of fasting, and a mess of materials. Among them were things that looked like herbs and some unknown beast bones. Lu Ming packed all of these items together and put them on his shoulder. Then, he flew in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect. Half a day later, when he once again entered the 2nd floor of the sect's duty hall, there were already quite a few people in the hall. However, less than half of them were crowded in front of the crystal tablet that was used to issue missions. They were pointing and discussing something. When Lu Ming saw this, he couldn't help but feel that it was a bit strange. However, he didn't hurry over and instead walked to the other side of the stone table. He placed the fish basket on the stone table. A middle-aged deacon immediately looked inside and nodded his head in approval. Not bad, it really is an eagle beak fish. Although Junior Bai is young, he has completed quite a few missions recently. I have high hopes for Junior. In the future, try harder. The middle-aged deacon said as he took the nameplate that Lu Ming handed over. He pointed a golden rod at the nameplate and threw out a small cloth bag filled with spirit stones. Many thanks for Senior's auspicious words. That's right, what new missions have appeared recently? Why are there so many seniors gathered there? Lu Ming picked up the nameplate and the cloth bag and asked with a smile. Kiki, this is because Uncle Master Zhang of the Poison Spirit faction needs a few disciples to look after his furnaces. Let's not talk about the amount of contribution points, but the additional reward is that he is willing to give them pointers on alchemy. That's why so many people are tempted. After all, Martial Uncle Zhang is our barbarian ghost sect's #1 alchemist. If we are able to learn a thing or two about alchemy from him, I'm afraid that we will benefit endlessly for the rest of our lives. But it has to be able to satisfy Uncle Zhang first. The middle-aged deacon chuckled, but a look of disapproval flashed across his face. Senior brother, could it be that there are other mysteries in this? Lu Ming's heart stirred when he heard this. Haha. Junior brother, you can go back and see what kind of disciples are preparing to accept the mission, the middle-aged administrator said with a smile. When Lu Ming heard this, he was naturally a little surprised. He couldn't help but look back. After a while, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. However, the middle-aged deacon continued calmly, that's right. The middle-aged deacon calmly continued, in the past, Uncle Master Zhang has issued a few similar missions. Who knows how many disciples have accepted the mission, but no one has actually completed it. The disciples who accepted the mission, other than being scolded by Uncle Master Zhang and wasting a few months of time, did not gain anything from alchemy. Therefore, when this mission appeared again, the slightly older disciples completely ignored it. Haha, only the younger juniors have the hope of becoming alchemists and are willing to give it a try. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Although the deacon didn't say much, he could tell that this Uncle Master Zhang of the Poison Spirit faction wasn't easy to deal with. Naturally, he gave up on the idea of accepting the mission. If he failed, it would be fine. But if he wasted a few months of time, it wouldn't be worth it. Of course, he had already heard from others that alchemists, array masters, spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, and blacksmiths were highly sought after in the world of cultivation. The rarest of them all, alchemists, were practically indispensable to a sect. However, deep down in his heart, he was still quite interested in alchemists. After all, if he was an alchemist himself, he could have refined the giant green rat's meat into pills and maximized its effects. As Lu Ming thought about this, he turned around and left the stone platform. However, when he passed by the crystal tablet, he paused and quickly found the mission issued by Uncle Master Zhang. Just as the middle-aged deacon had said, becoming a furnace fire disciple for 3 months would earn him 100 contribution points. He would also be able to receive pointers on alchemy. However, there was an additional condition. If he didn't receive Uncle Master Zhang's approval, he wouldn't receive any of the rewards. Lu Ming grinned and immediately left the hall on the 2nd floor. He walked out of the duty hall and flew back to his residence. In the next 2 months, Lu Ming didn't leave the 9 Infants Mountain and wholeheartedly cultivated the dark bone method. On this day, Lu Ming, who was cultivating in his room, suddenly felt his body become lighter. A feeling that made his heart and soul tremble violently surged out from his dantian. He couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a long howl. The howl was abnormally deep, as if it was a giant wave that never stopped. It continued for the time it took to drink half a cup of tea before finally stopping. At this time, Lu Ming's face was full of surprise as he looked at his entire body and felt the abundant Fali in his body. He had impressively cultivated the 2nd level of the dark bone method and became a middle spirit apostle. At the same time, in a large hall on the 9 Infants Mountain, the middle-aged scholar heard the faint howl outside the hall suddenly stop. He immediately smiled at the man with loose hair who was sitting cross-legged across from him and said, hearing the intensity of the howl, "It seems that one of our faction's disciples has successfully advanced to the middle spirit apostle stage. This can be considered a joyous matter. Perhaps, this is a sign that the matter we discussed will be smooth sailing. I hope so." No one would have thought that a casual action that year would actually bring such a great opportunity to our faction. However, the more it is like this, I'm afraid that those 2 old fellows are even more unwilling to fulfill the agreement. Hearing this, Zhu Qi replied with a bitter smile. Humph, unless they really don't care about the face of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain, they were the ones who brought up this matter. If they go back on their word now, I want to see what those 2 old fellows will say. Hearing this, Martial Aunt Zhong, who was also sitting cross-legged to the side, immediately raised her eyebrows and said, "Go back on our word?" The 2 of them are spirit masters who have been famous for many years. They won't do such a thing. However, if they raise other conditions regarding the method of distribution, we won't be able to forcefully reject them. Zhu Qi slowly replied. What, Junior Zhu, what news did you receive? Hearing this, Gue Ru Quan's eyes narrowed as he asked. Yes, before I came here, I just received a letter from a disciple of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain. Senior Gue and Junior Zhong, why don't you take a look? Zhu Qi sighed as he spoke. With a flip of his hand, he suddenly took out a light yellow leather scroll and threw it to the Confucian scholar. After Gue Ru Quan caught it, he hurriedly opened it and looked at it. In the end, after looking at it for a while, his face couldn't help but become gloomy. Seeing this, Martial Aunt Zhong's heart was somewhat astonished. Junior, you should also take a look. The Confucian scholar finally handed the leather scroll over to the Martial Aunt Zhong and closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. What, they actually want to fight to distribute the spirit fruits? Moreover, only disciples who have entered the sect for less than 3 years can participate. Isn't this bullying us new disciples who have only cultivated for a short period of time? Moreover, the 9 Enlightenment Mountain has always been famous for their puppet techniques. As long as a disciple has 1 or 2 powerful puppets, their strength will naturally immediately increase. How can our disciples compete with them? After Martial Aunt Zhong finished reading the letter, she suddenly became angry. However, the spirit fruit trees are already under their control. Furthermore, according to what I know, the new disciples of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain are only a year ahead of us. They also promised that the disciples who participate in the competition will not use puppets above rank 3, so we can't completely reject them. Zhu Qi said. But this time, we only have a total of 5 new disciples. Among them, only Xiao Feng has just advanced to a middle spirit apostle. How are the others going to fight against them? Martial Aunt Zhong said anxiously. Hearing this, Zhu Qi's eyebrows furrowed. Since they proposed the conditions, there is naturally room for negotiation. Competing with all of them for 5 rounds is definitely not possible. Write back and say that there will be 3 rounds. This way, no matter how bad we are, we will still be able to obtain a third of the spirit fruits. Gui Ruquan finally opened his eyes and snorted as he spoke. 3 rounds? That's not a bad idea. With Feng Er's strength, there is at least a 70 to 80% chance of winning 1 round. Hearing this, Zhu Qi's face revealed a trace of happiness. But what about the other 2 rounds? Who do we send? Are we just going to give up like this? Marshal Anzhong still said unwillingly. As for the remaining 2 people, Yuqing has been training very hard recently, so count him in. As for the other person, that disciple called by Tsong Tian, didn't he already become a beginning spirit apostle half a year ago? Even if he is not strong now, his FA should have increased. Adding on the fact that he has quite a bit of experience in competing with others, count him in. Even if the 2 of them lose, it doesn't matter. If one of them wins, then we will have made a big profit. Gui Ruquan thought for a while before coming to a decision. Hearing this, Zhu Qi nodded his head. Marshal Anzhong thought for a while and could only reluctantly agree. Thus, after the 3 of them discussed for a while, Gui Ruquan immediately took out a blank leather scroll and quickly wrote a reply. Then, he summoned a disciple and gave it to him. A moment later, a grey cloud flew out from 9 Infant Mountain and directly left the barbarian ghost sect. It flew in a certain direction. Half a month later, Lu Ming, who was in his room comprehending the spirit communication technique, suddenly heard a clear male voice come from outside the room. Is Junior by there? I have come on Master's orders to ask you to come up the mountain. This voice was surprisingly Sichuan's voice. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With a reply, he pushed open the door and walked out of the room, arriving at the small courtyard. With a glance, he saw Sichuan and the red-haired youth, Yuqing, standing outside the courtyard. Seeing Lu Ming come out, Yuqing's eyes had a complicated expression. Senior Shi, is Master Gui looking for me? Lu Ming walked over and asked. Not only Master Gui, Marshal Uncle Zhu and Marshal Aunt Zhong are also waiting for you and Junior Yu in the hall at the top of the mountain. Junior Bai, you've become a middle spirit apostle. Sichuan said with a smile, but after carefully looking at Lu Ming, his expression suddenly changed. At this time, because Lu Ming had just advanced, he was unable to restrain his FA as he wished. With a glance, this Senior Shi was able to see through him. Senior's eyes are as sharp as a torch. I really did just become a middle spirit apostle a few days ago. Lu Ming did not have any intentions of hiding it and calmly admitted it. Hearing this, Sichuan, who was usually very calm, couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. As for Yuqing, who was next to him, after hearing this, he was a bit dumbstruck. So Junior is actually a cultivation genius. In a short year, you were able to become a middle spirit apostle. This kind of cultivation speed is probably not inferior to Junior Xiaofeng's. Sichuan said with a bitter smile after a while. Only then did the shock on his face recede a little. How can I be considered a cultivation genius? I was only able to advance to the middle spirit apostle level so quickly with the help of some external forces. Lu Ming calmly replied. Junior Bai is too modest. Even if you really ate some pills that can increase FA, a middle spirit apostle and a beginning spirit apostle are completely different. As long as one has enough FA, anyone can easily become a beginning spirit apostle. However, from the middle spirit apostle onwards, there will be a bottleneck. According to what I know, many 3 spiritual pulse disciples are stuck at the beginning spirit apostle realm and are unable to advance for many years. But Junior Brother Bai, relying on the power of pills to increase your magic power is not a wise move. You still need to cultivate your magic power bit by bit to make it pure. In the future, when you encounter a bottleneck, there will be less resistance. After Sichuan heard Lu Ming's words, he revealed a look of understanding. However, he shook his head and spoke with a deeper meaning. When Yuqing heard this, a look of understanding appeared on his face. Sichuan clearly thought that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased so quickly, and immediately thought of some medicinal pills that could increase FA. Within the barbarian ghost sect, there were indeed a few pills that could increase FA. However, they only had a certain effect on spirit apostles. Furthermore, the amount of contribution points needed to exchange for them was truly astonishing. Ordinary inner sect disciples would rarely be willing to exchange for it. After all, for most disciples, as long as they did not encounter a bottleneck during the spirit apostle stage, as long as they spent a certain amount of time cultivating, their FA would slowly increase. If one were to encounter a bottleneck, taking this type of spiritual energy increasing medicinal pill would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Because of this, the sect's contribution points were so precious that they would naturally be kept for other uses. Of course, relying on medicinal pills to increase FA was just like what Xianxia said. It was far from being as pure as one's own cultivation. The FA that Lu Ming had eaten from the giant rat's flesh did not have this drawback. After all, the FA in the flesh was cultivated by the monster itself. The FA that remained in the monster's body after its death was the purest form of the monster's FA. However, if one wanted to purely rely on the flesh of a monster to increase FA, it would be even more unreliable than relying on medicinal pills to increase FA. After all, only eating the flesh of a monster with a higher level than oneself could increase FA. However, if one were to really face such a strong monster, it would be hard to say who would eat who. Furthermore, if one ate too much of the flesh of a monster, there would be other side effects. Moreover, even if someone was willing to give it a try, there were very few demonic beasts in the Xian country. High-level spirit master demonic beasts were even rarer. Lu Ming had read a few books and naturally knew all of this. However, when he saw that Xianxia and Yufeng had misunderstood him, he immediately smiled and did not say anything else. Although the flesh and blood of the huge green-furred rat had already been consumed, and the other people in the sect couldn't do anything about it if they found out about it, it was better to avoid trouble as much as possible. Thank you for your guidance, senior apprentice brother. I will definitely remember it. That's right, I don't know why Teacher Gui has summoned me in Junior U. Could senior tell us a thing or two? Lu Ming replied vaguely before asking back with some curiosity. I'm not too sure about this. I only know that it has something to do with the 9 Enlightenment Mountain. Also, other than the two of you, Junior Xiaofeng was also summoned. Xianxia replied hesitantly. The 9 Enlightenment Mountain? Hearing this, Lu Ming was very surprised. The 9 Enlightenment Mountain was one of the 5 great sects in the Xian country. Whether it was strength or ranking, it was above the barbarian ghost sect. Other than knowing that the barbarian ghost sect specialized in puppet techniques, Lu Ming did not know anything else. Lu Ming was still a little surprised in his heart. The three of them rode the cloud and went straight to the top of the mountain. After a while, Lu Ming, Yu Qing, and Xiaofeng all appeared in the main hall. Not far in front of them, Gui Ruquan and the other spirit masters were sitting on chairs. However, Gui Ruquan looked at Lu Ming, who had unexpectedly become a middle spirit apostle, and furrowed his eyebrows. After a while, he shook his head and said, "You actually used the power of a pill to shorten your training time. This makes me a bit disappointed. However, this is an unexpected surprise for what I am about to tell you. Therefore, I won't say anything more about you. Junior Martial Brother Zhu, tell them everything about this matter." At this time, Martial Aunt Zhong looked at Lu Ming with a bit of disappointment. Among the 3 spirit masters of the 9 Infant Mountain, only this Martial Aunt Zhong thought highly of Lu Ming. After she mistakenly thought that he had used a pill to quickly become a middle spirit apostle, she naturally felt disappointed that he did not live up to her expectations. This time, I called the 3 of you here because we had an agreement with De Shang and De Ji of the 9 Enlightenment sect. Zhu Qi, who was standing to the side, slowly explained after hearing Gui Ruquan's words. 7 or 8 years ago, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong were invited by 2 spirit masters of the 9 Enlightenment sect to explore a dangerous place. In the end, they found a tree full of unknown spirit fruits. However, these spirit fruits had not grown for long and were still far from ripening. Therefore, they made an agreement with the other party that once they ripened, they would split the spirit fruits on the tree. However, a few days ago, they received a letter from a 9 Enlightenment sect disciple saying that these spirit fruits that were about to ripen would be decided through a battle between the new disciples. After Gui Ruquan and the others haggled with the other party, they finally decided to have 3 battles. Lu Ming and the other 2 were the disciples that Gui Ruquan and the others had chosen to bring to the battle. Although this type of battle is not a life and death battle, since it involves spirit objects, they will not easily stop fighting. Therefore, there will be a certain risk to their lives. If any of you are not willing to participate, you can bring it up now. The 3 of us will not force you. Also, since we are letting you fight, there will naturally be benefits for you. After we carefully looked through the records, we found out that these spirit fruits are the legendary sky jasper fruits. Using this fruit as the main ingredient, we need to refine a type of spirit liquid that is very useful for low-level cultivators. Applying it on the body will have a shocking effect of cleansing one's body. If you participate in the battle, as long as you win the spirit fruits in return, you will all be rewarded with this spirit liquid. Of course, the disciples that win will naturally be rewarded with more. Zhu Qi said in the end. This disciple is willing to participate in this battle. As soon as Zhu Qi finished speaking, Xiaofeng said without hesitation. He, who had just become a middle spirit apostle, was already very confident in his own strength. He was confident that he was not inferior to any of the disciples in the same batch as him. This disciple is also willing to fight for our faction. Yu Qing also had an expression of eagerness. Lu Ming would not say something like "I'm not willing." After thinking for a while, he also expressed his willingness to participate. Very good, you are the 3 most outstanding disciples among the new disciples. However, the disciples that the 9 Enlightenment Mountain sends are definitely not simple. Therefore, for the next month, you will temporarily stay on the mountain top and familiarize yourselves with the method of fighting with puppets. The 3 of us will personally give you some pointers. This way, your chances of winning will increase by 1 or 2 points. Seeing this, Gui Ruquan said with satisfaction. When Lu Ming and the others heard this, they naturally nodded their heads in agreement. Thus, for the next month, Lu Ming and the other 2 stayed on the mountain top in a training field. Every day, they would fight with a few low-level puppets. Although Gui Ruquan and the other 2 did not have a deep understanding of puppet techniques, they naturally had no problem controlling a few low-level mechanical puppets and imitating a few common attacks of puppet techniques. Moreover, the different attacking methods of the various low-level puppets and the various attacking methods of puppet techniques practitioners were an eye-opener for Lu Ming and the other 2. Of course, in this kind of training, Lu Ming naturally would not use all of his methods. He only performed very normally among the 3. This would not attract the attention of Gui Ruquan and the other 2, but it would also not make them truly disappointed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming and the other 2, along with the scholar and the others, all arrived at the plaza. Zhu Qi said a few words of farewell to the scholar before taking out a light yellow glyph. With one hand, he formed a sign and threw it in front of him. After a puff of white gas, a green wooden boat that was 7 or 8 feet long immediately appeared in front of everyone. This boat was long and narrow, dark green. The inside and outside of the boat were engraved with a few strange light silver patterns, giving off an abnormally mysterious feeling. Hee, with Junior Zhu's flying jade spirit boat, going back and forth won't take up too much time. When Gui Ruquan saw the green wooden boat, he immediately twirled his beard and said, "That's right. If it wasn't for Senior Zhu accidentally finding a 1,000-year-old jade spirit wood and paying a huge price to have Master Yu spend 3 years to refine it, how would we have been able to obtain this flying totem? With this totem, as long as we don't meet a few strong enemies who are proficient in escape techniques, even if we can't defeat them, we will have more than enough time to escape." Martial Aunt Zhong sweetly smiled as she spoke. When Lu Ming and the other 2 heard this, they couldn't help but stare at the wooden boat in front of them. This was the legendary totems. Moreover, it was an extremely rare flying totems. This was the first time they had seen one. Zhu Qi called out to them and boarded the wooden boat with Martial Aunt Zhong. This time, Gui Ruquan didn't need to follow them. Instead, he stayed behind to oversee the 9-infant mountain. A moment later, Zhu Qi and Lu Ming carefully boarded the wooden boat. Immediately, he formed a hand sign with one hand and a layer of green light appeared, covering the entire wooden boat. Following this, Zhu Qi made a few hand signs at the wooden boat below him, causing it to slowly rise into the air. After the word go was said, the wooden boat trembled and broke through the air. Its speed was so fast that it caused Lu Ming and the other two spirit apostles on the wooden boat to sway and almost fall. Lu Ming exerted force with both of his legs to stabilize his body and looked outside the green light screen. The white clouds outside the flying boat all flew backwards at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. At the same time, the mountains below them became small black and green dots, making it impossible to see anything clearly. This Jade Spirit flying vessel was actually already thousands of meters in the sky, and it was flying at a shocking speed that they were unable to imagine. Even if we use the flying Jade Spirit boat, it will still take more than 10 days to reach our destination. During this time, other than stopping at a few places, you guys should rest in the boat. After Zhu Qi said this, he walked to the front of the wooden boat and stood there without moving. He focused on controlling the boat to move forward. After Lu Ming and the other two agreed, they all sat down cross-legged. Ever since Martial Aunt Zhong entered the wooden boat, she sat cross-legged in a corner at the back of the boat. Her eyes were slightly closed and she didn't pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. Lu Ming wasn't actually cultivating. Instead, he placed his hands on his knees and rows of words appeared in his mind. It was the method to cultivate the spirit communication method. Although the current him didn't have the help of the spirit incense, after a few days of hard work, he had already comprehended most of the contents of the method. As long as he completely comprehended it, he would be able to find a suitable ghost to tame. This was also the main method that the barbarian ghost sect disciples who practiced the ghost spirit method used against their enemies. Beside him, Yu Cheng's eyes were slightly closed. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and at the same time, a scorching aura was emitted from his body. This didn't seem like a basic cultivation method, but more like a sign of cultivating some kind of secret technique. As for Xiao Feng, his body was submerged in a layer of faint green light. It was clear that he was cultivating the wood puppet method that the Gui scholar had taught him. Since he had just become a middle spirit apostle, he and Lu Ming both needed to consolidate their cultivation. Time slowly ticked by. The flying jade spirit ship carried the 5 of them and turned into a ball of green light, breaking through the sky towards the west. Along the way, apart from finding a desolate place to rest for a few hours every night, the few of them spent their time on the spirit boat. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. After 10 or so days, the flying boat finally arrived at an enormous lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. Without any hesitation, they flew into the lake and sped towards the center. At this time, the flying boat had already descended to an altitude of less than 1,000 feet above the lake. Even the ripples on the surface of the lake could be clearly seen by the people on the boat. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a dark green island could be faintly seen in front of them. Alright, we have finally arrived at the suppressing dragon island. You guys prepare to land. Zhu Qi saw the island in front of them and immediately stood up. After Lu Ming and the others agreed, they put away their cultivation methods and stood up. The flying jade spirit ship turned into a green light and arrived in the sky above the dark green island in an instant. It stopped at the center of the island. After Lu Ming's gaze swept down, he saw a pile of grayish-white rocks. Moreover, there seemed to be 10 or so figures moving about below. The flying jade spirit ship trembled and the light screen on its surface immediately disappeared. It slowly descended downwards. Haha, fellow Zhu, Fairy Zhong, you have finally arrived. We have not seen each other for a long time. Seeing you two today, you two are still as elegant as before. As soon as the flying boat stopped in an open space, a white-haired old man immediately walked out from the dozen or so people who had been waiting nearby. He had a benevolent appearance and laughed as he greeted Zhu Qi and the Taoist nun. Fellow Deji spirit has also not diminished. However, why did you bring so many disciples this time? Could it be that they are all going to participate in this competition? Zhu Qi took the lead as he walked out of the wooden boat. After sweeping his gaze across the other side, he spoke lightly. How is that possible? Since we have already discussed that there will only be 3 competitions, the 2 of us will naturally only send out 3 disciples to participate. The rest of the disciples are the ones who originally stayed here to look after the fruit tree. They have already stayed here for 7 or 8 years. Even if they did not make any contributions, they have still worked hard. Beside the 9 Enlightenment Mountain group, a gray-haired old man wearing a wooden crown said expressionlessly. Humph, why do I remember that Senior Gue originally wanted to leave behind a few disciples to look after the tree together? It was the two fellows who came up with many reasons to refuse. Cultivating near the spirit tree will allow one's cultivation speed to be even faster than eating normal spirit rice. Fali will also be imperceptibly purified. Looking at your disciples' overflowing appearance, their Fali must have greatly increased. When Marshal Nanzhong heard this, she coldly snorted as she spoke. At this time, she had already brought Lu Ming and the other two off the flying boat. Fairy's words are incorrect. If it were not so, why would we agree to share the spirit fruits with you too? In the past, the cave left behind by suppressing Dragon Master was discovered by the two of us. Afterwards, we also played a large part in breaking the seal. Forget it, there is no point in bringing up the matters of the past. We have known each other for many years. We can't really have a falling out over a few spirit fruits. Moreover, fellow Zhu has already agreed to decide the distribution of the spirit fruits through the competition. It is clear that your branch has some confidence. That's right, I have heard that Brother Gue has accepted a 9 spiritual pulse disciple. Who is it? The white-haired old man did not show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he casually explained a few sentences before sweeping his gaze over to Lu Ming and the other two. Fellow Deji's words are extremely correct. There is no point in bringing up the past. Xiaofeng, come and greet the two seniors Deshang and Deji. Zhu Qi thought for a moment before waving his hand behind him without saying anything else. Disciple greets the two seniors. Xiaofeng did not dare to be negligent and hastily walked over to the two seniors and bowed. Yes, you are already a middle spirit apostle. You are indeed a talented person. Deshang and Deji looked at Xiaofeng and couldn't help but praise him. Zhu Qi waved his hand and had Xiaofeng leave. His expression became serious as he asked, I have also heard that the two of you also accepted a disciple with exceptional aptitude at the opening spirit ceremony last time. He has the talent of multitasking. I wonder if I can take a look at him. Multitasking? When Lu Ming heard this, his heart suddenly trembled. Oh, Brother Zhu must be talking about Yu'er. Yu'er, come out and greet the two seniors of the 9 Infant Mountain. The white-haired old man, Deji, smiled when he heard this and also waved at the disciples behind him. A youth wearing a blue robe with a somewhat gloomy expression walked forward a few steps with an expressionless face. After slightly bowing to Zhu Qi and Deji from afar, he walked back into the crowd without saying anything. This caused Zhu Qi and the others to be slightly startled. Fellow Zhu, Fairy Zhong, please don't blame him. This child Jean you grew up alone in the mountains. Later on, he put all his focus on cultivation and doesn't know much about the ways of the world. He definitely did not mean to be rude to the two of you. The white-haired old man hurriedly explained. However, everyone could hear the pampering he had for this disciple in his words. Zhu Qi heard this and frowned. After a while, he smiled and said, it seems that this child's talent of multitasking really suits the two of you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said such things. Forget it, Junior and I are both spirit masters who have been famous for many years. Why would we bicker with a junior? Let's go take a look at the spirit fruit tree first and then decide on the specifics of the competition. How about it? If you want to see the spirit tree, that's naturally not a problem. Yi Feng, you lead the way in front. Deji agreed without hesitation and immediately gave instructions. A youth around 20 years old immediately stood up and agreed. He turned around and walked toward a large stone pile. Seeing this, Zhu Qi flipped his hand and revealed a light yellow glyph. After waving it at the flying jade spirit boat, a white light shot out from it. The flying jade spirit boat became a blur and disappeared without a trace in the white light. Only then did Zhu Qi put away the glyph and leisurely brought Lu Ming and the others to follow. When the group of people approached the huge stone pile that seemed to be over 100 feet tall, the youth leading the way waved his hand and a technique was shot out. After a strange ripple, the stone pile in front of them disappeared and was replaced by a large stone house that seemed to be extremely old. Next to the stone house, there were a few broken and old large stone pillars. The surface was yellow and there were some indistinct patterns on them. It seemed that they had existed for a long time. I didn't expect that after a few years, this place would still be the same as when we first broke the restriction. After seeing the stone house, Zhuqi lightly coughed and said, "Of course. Back then, the two of us specially ordered the disciples that stayed behind not to destroy anything here." Deji replied with a smile. "Humph, it seems that fellow still hasn't given up on that item." Hearing this, Marshal Ant Zhong coldly snorted and replied, "According to the results of our previous investigation, this should be the last secret house that Suppressing Dragon Master built. It is reasonable to say that the item should be hidden here." This time, the white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before speaking with some unwillingness. "Hee, that's hard to say. Although our last trip here was not small, we did not find the remains of Suppressing Dragon Master. Perhaps this place is only one of the more important secret houses of this senior. Also, after so many years, the two of you must have investigated this place countless times. If there really was a place where the treasure was hidden, how could you not have found it?" Zhuqi lightly said. "Perhaps it really is so." The white-haired old man sighed. It was obvious that he did not want to discuss this topic any further. At this time, the group had already entered the stone house. Following a stone staircase that led underground, they walked straight into the depths of the cave. Lu Ming followed closely behind Zhuqi as they walked, constantly looking around at their surroundings. The entire stone staircase was made of green stone. Moreover, at intervals along the stone wall, there was a stone lamp that illuminated the surrounding area. When they had walked 300 feet underground, the area in front of them suddenly became spacious. They walked into a large hall that extended in all directions. In all directions of the hall, there was a broken stone door that was open. It was unknown where it led to. The young man leading the way turned left without hesitation and entered a passageway. However, the group did not walk far before another identical hall appeared in front of them. Similarly, there were several tunnels that were connected together. This place was actually a man-made, small underground labyrinth. However, it was clear that the 9 Enlightenment Mountain disciples had already explored this place thoroughly. The disciple who was leading the way only led Lu Ming and the others to the left and right turns. Not long after, they appeared in front of a purple-red copper door. When Zhuqi and Marshal Ant Zhong saw this copper door, their expressions slightly changed. "Jie Beng." The originally tightly shut copper door slowly opened after 2 9 Enlightenment Mountain disciples forcefully pushed it open. Looking at their strenuous appearance, it was as if the door weighed more than 10,000 pounds. The instant the copper door opened, a wave of hot air rolled out, causing Lu Ming and the other barbarian ghost sect disciples to jump in fright. When Zhuqi felt the hot air behind the door, his eyebrows furrowed. However, in the next moment, he and the martial ant walked in without hesitation. Lu Ming followed closely behind the copper door. After looking around, his face showed a trace of shock. This was an underground cave that was several acres in size. The ground was covered with green stone slabs, and there were some faint red crystals in the surroundings. At the center of the cave, there was a crimson fruit tree that was about 3 meters tall. There were over 30 fist-sized emerald green round fruits on the tree. The entire fruit tree was shrouded in a layer of light blue light, but the dark red soil several feet below its roots was emitting waves of scorching hot air, causing everyone in the cave to feel as if they were standing next to a large furnace. However, regardless of whether it was Zhuqi or Marshal Ant Zhong, when they saw this scene, they did not reveal any expressions of surprise. As for Zhuqi, he stared at the fruit tree for a moment before slowly saying, "Looks like I was right." Not long after the spirit fruit ripens, the earth flame erupts. It's a pity that this spirit tree is gone. Otherwise, we would have been able to obtain more sky jasper fruits after a few more years. If it weren't for the fact that both of us could see this, we wouldn't have let go of the spirit tree so easily. We wouldn't have been able to politely distribute the spirit fruits today. Deji said with a smile. When the earth flame erupts, this suppressing dragon island will no longer exist. The spirit tree has already been like this for many years. Without the earth flame to nourish its spirit roots, it will instantly wither into ashes. What is there to fight over? Alright, I've already checked. There are a total of 33 spirit fruits on the tree. They are exactly the same as before and are not missing anything. Next, let's discuss the matter of the competition. Marshal Ant Zhong said. A competition between us disciples naturally doesn't need to be too complicated. How about this, since there are 33 spirit fruits, then let's split the spirit fruits into 3 batches. Each batch will have 11 spirit fruits, and the winner will personally pick them. Of course, this is only a competition. If a disciple from either side is seriously injured or dies during the competition, you and I can intervene. However, once we intervene, we will automatically admit that our sex disciple has lost the competition. The old man with the wooden crown, who rarely spoke, also spoke. Zhu Qi's eyes flashed as he said, "It seems that fellow Deshang has already considered everything thoroughly. However, the two of you have already promised not to let your disciples use high-grade puppets. If your sex disciples were to use tier 3 or above mechanical puppets, it would be considered as a loss." Zhu Qi's eyes flashed as he spoke. "That is naturally not a problem." De Ji readily agreed. Thus, after the two of them discussed a bit more, the old man with the wooden crown stepped on the ground. The tip of his foot sank several inches into the ground. Then, his body suddenly moved. After a series of indistinct swaying, he drew a circle about an acre in size on the seemingly incomparably hard stone ground. This caused Lu Ming and the others to be overwhelmed with shock. This old man's face was full of wrinkles and he was abnormally old. However, his 2 feet did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. Alright, those who voluntarily admit defeat, those who leave the circle, and those who lose the ability to move are all considered to have lost. Now, we can each send 1 disciple into the circle. After the old man with the wooden crown left the circle, he said woodenly. Just as he finished speaking, a 15 or 16-year-old girl with short sleeves walked out from the 9 Enlightenment Mountain disciples. A yellow leather pouch hung from her waist, and her hair was combed into 7 or 8 small braids. Her eyes were sparkling and her small mouth was slightly raised. She had an extremely mischievous appearance. Yu Chung, the opponent, is also a beginning spirit apostle. You go and try. Zhu Qi looked at the girl's appearance and immediately said. This was not the time to use any schemes. If they dared to send a middle spirit apostle like Xiao Feng or Lu Ming, even though they would definitely win the first round, it would be equivalent to giving up on the next 2 rounds. This kind of thing that would not only ruin their own reputation, but also cause them to lose the most benefits was naturally not what Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong wanted. After Yu Qing agreed, he walked out with a trace of excitement on his face. The moment he walked into the circle, the aura around his body expanded and a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Seeing this, the girl in front of him pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, she reached for her waist with one hand and threw out a yellow ball. After a series of jiabing sounds, the moment the yellow ball landed on the ground, it expanded and transformed into a 6-foot-long black python. From the sections of its black body and the scales that gave off a cold light, it was obvious that it was a puppet beast. Go. The girl made a hand sign with one hand and used her other hand to point at her forehead. Then, she let out a delicate shout. Pooh! The puppet beast fiercely slammed its tail on the ground and shot forward like a crossbow. Come at me. Yu Qing had been taught by the Confucian scholar for a period of time, so he was not unfamiliar with puppet beasts. Seeing this, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he bent down and pressed his hand on the ground. Immediately, several yellow spirit inscriptions appeared on his arm. With a muffled sound, a large piece of limestone floated up from the ground. With a horizontal movement, it became a stone wall that blocked in front of him. Seeing this, the young girl's expression changed slightly. However, the black python did not dodge and rammed its head into the stone floor. With a loud hong sound, the stone floor instantly shattered and turned into a cloud of dust. The black python also bounced back and landed on the ground. However, the moment the puppet beast landed on the ground, it suddenly opened its mouth and a cold light shot out. Impressively, it was a silver needle the size of a cow's hair. With an unbelievable speed, it pierced through the cloud of dust and nailed itself onto an object with a pung-pung sound. Hearing this sound, the young girl's face lit up. Her hand sign changed and she was about to control the puppet beast to attack again. A yellow light flashed above her head and a yellow stone the size of a head appeared out of thin air. Then, it fiercely smashed down. The young girl was startled. Without caring about anything else, she twisted her waist and the stone immediately brushed past her shoulder and fell to the ground. However, at this moment, a hoo sound rang out. A scarlet-red fireball shot out from the cloud of dust without any warning. In an instant, it arrived in front of the young girl of 9 Enlightenment Mountain. The young girl's face became flustered and she only had enough time to raise her arm in front of her. With a hong sound, the fireball exploded and engulfed the young girl's body. Haha, Yuqing let out a loud laugh and walked out from the cloud of dust. However, at this moment, his body was completely covered by a thick layer of yellow soil. It was as if he was wearing an earth armor. The silver needles that the puppet beast had shot out earlier had all pierced into the earth armor. It was as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly jumped and he secretly felt that it was a pity. This earth armor technique could be considered a unique technique of the earth spirit method. Even if someone who practiced other methods wanted to practice this technique, they would only be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Senior brother, it's too early for you to be laughing, isn't it? A trace of anger came from within the flames. With a so sound, the flames were swept away by a gust of wind. The young girl's figure once again appeared in her original position. However, at this time, there was a small vermilion yellow shield on her arm that was placed horizontally in front of her. In her other hand, there was a scarlet glyph that emitted a faint red light that protected her. Her body did not seem to have been burned by the flames at all. When Lu Ming saw the glyph in the young girl's hand, he could not help but show a trace of surprise. Although he had not been in the world of cultivation for long, he knew how rare an item that could store techniques in it was. Apart from a few glyphs that could be used repeatedly, there were not many glyphs that could be used once. Even a normal spirit master did not have many glyphs that could be used repeatedly. Fire-avoiding glyph. For this competition, you two fellows are really willing to spend a lot of money. The materials needed to make this glyph are very difficult to find. A normal glyph master might not even be able to make one even after 100 tries. You actually gave one to your disciple. When Zhuqi saw the glyph in the young girl's hand, his face could not help but turn ugly. Haha, you two fellows have misunderstood us. This glyph was not given by us. Do you know what this girl's surname is? Seeing the situation, Deji was not surprised at all. Instead, he laughed and asked a question. What surname? Zhuqi was a bit surprised. Her surname is Nan. The white-haired old man shook his head as he replied. Surname Nan, could it be that this girl has some sort of relationship with Master Nan? Zhuqi was startled for a moment before he suddenly thought of something and involuntarily spoke. Haha, fellow Zhu finally understands. This girl is indeed one of Master Nan's most beloved granddaughters. It was only because she liked puppet techniques since she was young that she became a disciple of us too. Therefore, it is extremely normal for this girl to have some glyphs on her to protect herself. Deji leisurely replied. Master Nan's most beloved granddaughter? Hearing Deji's words, Zhu Qi and Marshal Anzhong looked at each other and revealed a bitter smile. Lu Ming, who was listening on the side, was curious as to what kind of person this Master Nan was. When Yuqing saw that the young girl was unharmed, he was surprised but did not feel discouraged. Instead, he began to mutter an incantation. At the same time, he waved his hands and a green wind blade flew out. He then clenched his fists and pounced at the young girl. Seeing this, the girl in front of her didn't activate the puppet python. Instead, she let out a cold snort. The yellow bamboo shield and the scarlet talisman in her hands disappeared at the same time and were replaced by several yellow talismans. With a shake of the wind, 6 fireballs immediately shot out in a chain. Seeing this, Yuqing turned pale with fright. He wanted to dodge but it was too late. The thick layer of yellow soil on his body was enough to cause his body to become more sluggish than before. The first 2 fireballs collided with the 2 wind blades and were extinguished in a flash. The third and fourth fireballs forcefully smashed into the thick soil on his body. Within the 2 balls of fire, his body was shaken to the point where he was continuously pushed back. However, when the 5th and 6th fireballs arrived at almost the same time, Yuqing barely managed to take out a short blade from his sleeve and forcefully split apart one of the fireballs. The remaining fireball fiercely smashed into his body. This time, he let out a blood-curdling scream. The thick dirt on his body finally broke apart in the fire and his body was engulfed by the raging flames. Cough, this round, we admit defeat. A long sigh, Zhu Qi, who was outside the circle, moved and appeared next to the red-haired youth. With a shake of his sleeve, a gust of wind suddenly rose up and extinguished all of the flames. Zhu Qi looked deeply at the young girl before turning around and leaving. At this moment, because Yu Qing had saved him in time, although most of his hair and eyebrows had been burnt by the flames and his entire body was charred black from head to toe, other than some blisters on his skin, he wasn't really badly burned. However, when he followed the man with the disheveled hair back, he had a dejected look on his face. His defeat this time was partly due to the fact that the girl surnamed Nam possessed so many talismans, and partly due to a mistake in his casting. He didn't cancel the earth armor technique on his body in time, causing his body to become incomparably clumsy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. One had to know that when he was training at Nine Infants Mountain, he had never used the earth armor technique. Originally, he wanted to use it as a trump card in the real competition, but he did not expect it to become the reason for his defeat. This made Zhu Qi feel a little unhappy with the red-haired youth. For the second match, the Nine Enlightenment Mountain did not immediately send out a disciple. It was clear that they were waiting for the Nine Enlightenment Mountain to send out a disciple before sending out a disciple. Song Tian, you, wait, junior sister. Let Feng'er go for this round. Martial Aunt Zhong originally wanted to call Lu Ming up, but Zhu Qi suddenly interrupted her. Senior's meaning is. Martial Aunt Zhong was a bit surprised. If we lose 2 rounds in a row, I'm afraid that the pressure on Feng'er will be too great. Looking at the opponent's appearance, they are planning on winning all 3 rounds. They will definitely let the boy called Jinyu deal with Feng'er. Why don't we fight now? It will be more advantageous. Zhu Qi said. Senior's words are reasonable. Feng'er, what do you think? Martial Aunt Zhong thought for a while and nodded her head. She then turned her head and asked Xiao Feng. Martial uncle and martial aunt, don't worry. No matter what that Jinyu guy's puppet beast is, I will not lose. Xiao Feng replied with absolute confidence. Yes, you have already mastered that secret technique, so you should have a great advantage in this battle. Then you can go up first. Martial Aunt Zhong finally agreed. Thus, after Xiao Feng smiled, he walked up confidently. Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong's gazes closely followed and looked over. They saw the 9 Enlightenment Mountain disciples part, and the one who walked out was the gloomy youth called Jinyu. The hearts of the 2 people couldn't help but be raised. According to the information they had received, during the 9 Enlightenment Mountain opening spirit ceremony, this youth called Jinyu, although he only had a 6 spiritual pulse body, because of his talent in multitasking, he was fought over by many spirit masters compared to normal 9 spiritual pulse disciples. After he became a disciple of Deshang and Deji, he was even more valued and was almost like a successor. Seeing the 2 people's concerned expressions, Lu Ming couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. It seemed that the 2 of them didn't have much hope for him to win the last round and had placed all their hopes on Xiao Feng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have never asked him a single word from start to finish. Although this effect of not being valued was mostly created by him in 9 Infant Mountain, at this moment, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Whatever methods you have, just use them. Otherwise, once I make my move, you won't have a chance. The gloomy youth walked into the circle and said calmly. This is also what I wanted to say to you. Hearing this, Xiao Feng became angry. His arm moved and after a blur, a light green long blade appeared in his hand. He coldly snorted as he replied. Since it's like this, then I won't be polite. The gloomy youth's expression didn't change in the slightest. With a shake of his sleeve, a green ball the size of a fist was thrown out. With a roll, it expanded and transformed into a green praying mantis puppet that was around 3 feet tall. This puppet beast was different from the python puppet. Other than the 2 forearms that seemed to be abnormally sharp, the rest of its body was covered in a green light, giving people a feeling that it was abnormally light. Green light mantis. You actually dare to give this puppet to a new disciple? I'm afraid that he won't be able to use the puppet's strength. Seeing the mantis puppet, Zhu Qi's face immediately changed. Martial Aunt Zhong also revealed a serious expression. Although the refinement of this green light mantis is a little complicated and special, it is not beyond the scope of a rank 2 puppet beast. As for the problem of controlling it, Brother Zhu does not have to worry about this. This child Jinyu's talent for multitasking will open the eyes of the two of you in a while. The white-haired old man chuckled as he spoke. Is that so? Then the two of us will wait and see. I also want to see how powerful this rank 2 puppet beast, which is known as the hardest to control in your sect, is. Zhu Qi snorted and continued to watch without saying anything. When Xiaofeng saw his opponent take out his puppet beast, his arm moved and the cyan long-bladed practitioner weapon in his hand slashed at his opponent. At the same time, his other hand formed a hand sign and a series of different hand signs were inserted into his body, causing his skin to turn dark green. Pung, pung. The two forearms of the green light praying mantis puppet moved slightly and knocked away the practitioner weapons. However, at this time, Xiaofeng's arm shook again and the green long blade in his hand made a wing-wing sound. His expression turned sinister and with a loud roar, he slashed forward again. A shocking scene appeared. After the green long blade's heat dimmed, a cold light that was a few feet long shot out with an extremely shocking momentum. At the same time, after Xiaofeng threw the practitioner weapon in his hand, he formed a hand sign with both hands and his body became hazy. His feet stepped on the ground again and he became a shadow that wildly ran around the inside of the circle. His speed was so fast that people who saw it felt dizzy. Seeing this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The other spirit apostles might not have noticed, but he could faintly see that as Xiaofeng ran, small particles that were almost invisible to the naked eye would occasionally fall out of his sleeves. Hong. Jinyu faced the green blade aura that was flying towards him. With a slight sway of his puppet beast, he easily dodged this seemingly shocking attack. Moreover, he left an extremely shocking trench in the ground behind him. After that, he glanced at the shadow that was madly running in circles far away from him and suddenly laughed. You actually want to compete with me in speed, how laughable. Green light, go. Just as he finished speaking, the two forelimbs of the green light puppet beast in front of him suddenly rubbed against each other with its song-song sound and turned into a green shadow that also shot out. Its speed was so fast that it was actually even faster than the madly running Xiaofeng. Seeing this, Xiaofeng was shocked. However, before he could react, the mantis puppet had already arrived in front of him. Moreover, with just a movement of its forelimbs, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Streaks of cold light chopped down on his head. In an instant, the green light mantis puppet had actually chopped down more than 10 times. Its movements were so fast that it could really be said to be lightning fast. Even though Xiaofeng had always been arrogant, seeing this situation, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. As he dodged, he hurriedly formed a hand sign. So sounds were heard from his sleeves and 2 green light arrows that were a few inches long shot out. Dang, dang. The cold light that the puppet beast had chopped out retracted and cut the 2 green light arrows into countless pieces. However, Xiaofeng also took this opportunity to move and widen the distance between him and the puppet beast. Moreover, he changed the hand sign in his hands and laughed wildly at the gloomy youth. Brat, you will definitely lose now. Thorn Rain Technique. Just as he finished speaking, green light suddenly shone from the places he ran past in the circle. Black thorns that were as thick as fingers rushed out from the stone slabs. There were more than 100 of them. After turning around, they shot towards the center like a storm. So this is your method? How laughable. Seeing this situation, Jinyu sighed and said as he placed a finger on his forehead. So. The green light mantis puppet actually returned to his side. Following that, the wings on its back spread open and it madly ran around the gloomy youth. Meanwhile, those black thorns had already arrived in front of him with the sound of the air being torn apart. Facing this scene, Jinyu's body did not move at all. He only focused on activating his own puppet beast. The green silhouette suddenly stopped, suddenly, 4 identical mantis puppets appeared beside the gloomy youth. Each of them guarded one side. Moreover, with just a movement of their forelimbs, they transformed into walls of cold light that surrounded the black thorns that were shooting towards them. In an instant, they were cut into countless small pieces. The proud smile on Xiaofeng's face instantly froze. After all of the black spikes had been cut off, the green praying mantis puppet appeared in front of Xiaofeng like a ghost with a so sound. It moved its forelegs and 2 cold lights came at Xiaofeng from the left and right like flood dragons. Xiaofeng was shocked. He did not have time to use other methods to defend himself and could only make up his mind. His two arms flashed with green light and he directly blocked the attack. Stop, your wood puppet technique has only reached the second level. You are unable to use your physical body to directly attack. Dang. Dang. Zhu Qi's face darkened as he appeared in front of Xiao Feng. With a flick of his finger, the two cold lights were scattered. Not only that, even the puppet was shaken by a huge force and was forced to take a few steps back. Seeing this, Jin Yu's eyes flashed fiercely. The green light mantis' two front limbs brushed again and actually wanted to press forward. However, at this moment, a figure flashed beside him and Deji appeared. He patted Jin Yu's shoulder to stop him from continuing to control the puppet. At the same time, he looked at Zhu Qi and said with a smile. We also admit defeat for this round. The talent of multitasking is indeed very suitable for your sex puppet techniques. With his performance, I'm afraid that even if you personally controlled this green light mantis puppet, you would not be able to do much. You have indeed found the most suitable successor. Zhu Qi looked at the gloomy youth again before letting out a deep breath and speaking. Outside of the circle, Martial Aunt Zhong also let out a long sigh when she saw this. Xiao Feng's performance just now could not be said to be bad. It was just that the mantis puppet controlled by the gloomy youth was too shocking. With its speed, if it took the initiative to attack, most opponents would not even have the time to cast a technique. Could it be that in this competition, their 9 infants mountain would really be completely wiped out? Thinking about this, Martial Aunt Zhong laughed bitterly in her heart. She could not help but turn her head to look at Lu Ming beside her. Then, she was a little surprised. The current Lu Ming did not have the uneasiness or fear that she had imagined. He only stood there with a calm expression, as if the previous 2 losses did not affect him at all. Not bad, it is rare for you to be able to maintain a calm state of mind. In the last match, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. When Zhu Qi returned with Xiao Feng, who had a face full of unwillingness, he saw Lu Ming's calmness and was startled for a moment before praising Lu Ming. Yes, Martial Uncle Zhu, I will do my best. Lu Ming bowed and replied respectfully. At this time, a 15 or 16-year-old strong youth walked out from the 9 Enlightenment Mountain group. There was a long blood-red scar on his forehead, and he carried 2 long swords on his back. As he stood in the middle of the circle, he gave off an exceptionally fierce feeling. This aura, no, this is a body cultivator. De Shang, is he really your disciple? Martial Aunt Zhong's expression immediately changed as she felt the aura coming from the sturdy youth's body. Don't worry, Fairy Zhong. Wu Fei was personally accepted by me during the opening spirit ceremony back then. He was also one of the disciples who could endure the pain of the opening spirit ceremony with his strong body and did not fall to the ground. Although our sect is famous for its puppet techniques, it is normal for our disciples to choose the path of body cultivation. The white-haired elder stroked his beard as he spoke with a face full of smiles. However, the pride in his eyes could be seen by anyone. Body cultivation was not a path that a normal spirit apostle could choose. All of them had bodies that were stronger than a normal person's and could endure pain that normal people could not. Only after they had gone through all sorts of tempering of their bodies could they be born. Furthermore, to spirit apostles, body cultivators of the same level were the nemesis of spirit apostles. Even after reaching the spirit master level, body cultivators could display special powers that normal spirit masters did not have under special circumstances. Therefore, even though body cultivators were hard to cultivate, every large sect would choose a few disciples to walk the path of body cultivators every year. Although the disciples that De Ji and De Shang chose this time were all new disciples who had just entered the sect, each of them had a great background. Otherwise, how would they dare to ask for the spirit fruit to be decided by a battle? In this situation, Zhu Qi could only bitterly laugh and say nothing. If it was said that when he and Martial Aunt Zhong saw Lu Ming's calm appearance, they still had some hope in their hearts. Now, however, that hope had fallen to the bottom. When Lu Ming felt the fierce aura of the sturdy youth, his eyebrows furrowed. However, he immediately relaxed and calmly walked forward. When the sturdy youth saw that Lu Ming had stepped into the circle, a fierce expression flashed across his face. His 2 arms moved and he pulled out the 2 long swords on his back. At the same time, he muttered an incantation and his body glowed with a metallic luster. After a blur, he grew taller by half a head and his arms and legs became thicker. At first glance, it was actually quite similar to the secret technique that Lu Ming had used to stimulate his potential. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he also started to chant. At the same time, wisps of black gas flew out of his body. The sturdy youth let out a low roar and the two long swords in his hands danced like a wheel. Then, he fiercely stomped on the ground with one foot and turned into a cold gust of wind that rushed forward. Pooh! A fireball that was twice the size of a normal fireball shot out and instantly hit the gust of wind that did not even try to dodge. Most of the alien Lu Ming's body had been purified. Even if it was the same fireball technique, the power was much stronger than a normal spirit apostle's. After a roar, the flames tumbled and the gust of wind was slightly shaken by the attack. However, after the sturdy youth let out a cold grunt, the gust of wind from his sharp blade actually extinguished all of the flames. He continued to rush towards Lu Ming and in the blink of an eye, he was within 100 feet of Lu Ming. Outside of the circle, Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong saw the sturdy youth's fierce performance and couldn't help but look at each other and smile bitterly. At this moment, the two of them no longer had any hope that Lu Ming would win. Pooh! Pooh! Another two scarlet-red fireballs shot out from Lu Ming's hands and once again hit the gust of wind. At such a close distance, even though the sturdy youth's body was stronger than most people could imagine, when the flames rolled in front of him, he felt the two arms that were wielding the long swords become heavy and unable to bear the burden. The young man was shocked, but he also knew that he could only advance and not retreat at this time. After a loud shout, his two arms used all the strength in his body to split apart and actually split the flames in front of him again. At the same time, his body suddenly leaped and turned into a shadow that flew straight at Lu Ming. In his imagination, an opponent that continuously released so many fireballs in such a short period of time would naturally not have the time to cast any more spells. For a body cultivator, once he got close, the battle would naturally be over. After 2 leaps and bounds, the well-built young man arrived in front of Lu Ming. However, he didn't see any panic on Lu Ming's face. Instead, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up with a hint of a mocking smile. Something's wrong, the sturdy youth almost immediately felt that something was wrong. Just as he wanted to take a defensive posture, it was already too late. Lu Ming's lips moved slightly and his 2 hands raised again. Impressively, 2 scarlet-red fireballs flashed and shot out. Boom! Boom! After 2 sounds, the sturdy youth's 2 long swords flew out of his hands and his body was forcibly struck. He was immediately engulfed by the rolling waves of fire. Small success in the fireball technique. No, with such a fast casting speed, it seems that he has been in the small success realm for quite some time. This sudden turn of events caused De Ji, who was watching from outside the circle, to cry out involuntarily. Beside him, the old man with the wooden crown had already rushed directly into the circle. With a wave of his sleeve, the flames on the sturdy youth's body were extinguished. However, the power of 2 fireballs stacked together was not so simple. Even though De Shang's action was considered timely, the sturdy youth was already lying unconscious on the ground with a burnt body. Good, very good. I didn't think that a mere new disciple would be able to master the fireball technique to such a degree. This match was not undeserved. The alien in his body must have been purified, otherwise a normal spirit apostle's fireball technique would not have such power. Fellow Zhu, Fairy Zhong, you guys really did hold back. The elder with the wooden crown looked at the youth on the ground with a trace of regret in his eyes. When he turned his head to look at Lu Ming, his gaze became colder. Haha, fellow's words wrongly accuse the 2 of us. When did this disciple cultivate the fireball technique to such a level? The 2 of us didn't know either. A figure flashed by Lu Ming's side and Zhu Qi appeared. He raised his hand and patted Lu Ming's shoulder, his face full of joy. Martial Ant Zhong, who was looking over from behind, also had an abnormally happy expression. Lu Ming's unexpected victory in this round was completely out of their expectations. Furthermore, with this, their group did not return empty-handed. Otherwise, not only would they not have obtained a single spirit fruit, but the 9-infant mountain would also not be able to raise their heads in front of De Ji and De Shang in the future. As for Lu Ming's fireball technique being cultivated to the small success realm, the matter of whether the F-alien in his body was more pure or not was a small matter in comparison. At this moment, their gazes towards Lu Ming were full of praise and gratification. Good, 2 wins out of 3 rounds. You can take 1/3 of the spirit fruits. However, I have a suggestion. I wonder if the 2 of you are interested in another round. De Ji and the other disciples carried the strong youth out of the circle and suggested feeding him medicine. Then, they looked at Lu Ming and suddenly spoke. What do you mean? The joy on Zhu Qi's face disappeared and his face darkened. Martial Aunt Zhong did not say anything and walked forward. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the dry-haired man and stared at the other side. It's very simple. I see that your disciple's strength is not bad. Why don't you let him fight with Yu'er again? If Yu'er wins, you will keep your spirit fruits. However, if your disciple wins, 2/3 of our spirit fruits will belong to you. What do the 2 of you think? No matter how you look at it, you will be the one taking advantage. After De Ji and De Shang looked at each other, the white-haired elder spoke slowly. What? Using 2/3 of the spirit fruits to bet 1/3 of our spirit fruits. Hearing this, Zhu Qi's heart skipped a beat. No need, the 2 of us are already very satisfied with this result. There is no need to compete anymore. Martial Aunt Zhong suddenly opened her mouth and said. That's true, Song Tian only won this match by luck. However, if he were to go against Jin Yu, his chances of winning would be too low. Zhu Qi suddenly came to a realization and directly refused. Even if they had the upper hand in the bet, if they were unable to win, it would be a wasted effort. Since it is like this, how about I add another 50 kilograms of iron essence? De Ji frowned and actually increased the bet. Once these words were spoken, Zhu Qi was truly stunned. Martial Aunt Zhong's expression also froze. Did I hear wrongly? For the remaining 1/3 of the spirit fruits, the 2 of you are actually willing to add another 50 kilograms of iron essence? The value of 50 kilograms of iron essence is probably not inferior to all of the spirit fruits here. After Zhu Qi came back to his senses, he said with some disbelief. I won't hide it from fellow Zhu and Fairy Zhong. This time, the 2 of us are determined to obtain these sky jasper fruits. Either we get none or we get all of them. As for the reason, we cannot tell you. However, the 2 of you do not need to worry. Even if your disciple loses the competition, the 2 of us are willing to leave behind 50 kilograms of iron essence as compensation. The white-haired old man replied with the same seriousness. Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The 2 of you, please wait a moment. I am afraid that my junior and I will need to discuss for a while before we can make a decision. Zhu Qi could only reply like this. Of course, the 2 of you can discuss as much as you want. This amount of time is something that the 2 of us can wait for. The white-haired old man naturally agreed. Song Tian, you should take the time to rest. In a bit, you might really have to compete again. Martial Aunt Zhong did not object. Instead, she turned her head and spoke to Lu Ming with an abnormal seriousness. Yes, disciple understands. Lu Ming replied and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He began to silently circulate his F-A-Li. However, his heart was naturally also extremely shocked. He did not know what the 2 spirit masters of 9 Enlightenment Mountain were planning. At this time, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong had already walked to the other side. Their lips were constantly moving, but no sound came out. It was the extremely mysterious sound transmission technique. This technique could only be learned after becoming a late spirit apostle. Therefore, this was the first time that Lu Ming had seen it. After looking at it, he couldn't help but feel very curious. Ever since Lu Ming's unexpected victory, Yu Qing and Xiao Feng's expressions became extremely complicated, especially Xiao Feng, who felt extremely embarrassed. He, a 9 spiritual pulse disciple, couldn't even win a match, but Lu Ming, a 3 spiritual pulse disciple, won a match. Furthermore, it seemed like he was going to have another match with Lu Ming. It was not hard to imagine how unwilling he was. He couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a hint of jealousy. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong finished their discussion and walked back. Seeing this, De Ji and De Shang's spirits were lifted, and they looked like they were ready to listen. Since the two of you, regardless of whether you win or lose, are willing to give us 50 kilograms of iron essence, the two of us naturally won't refuse. However, the two of us still have a condition. Zhu Qi said expressionlessly. What condition do you have? Just say it. After De Ji and De Shang looked at each other, the white-haired old man slowly replied. If our sixth disciple loses this match, the two of us will naturally leave this place with the iron essence without another word. The spirit fruits will all belong to the two of you. However, if we win, the two of you must tell us the true reason why you value these sky jasper fruits. Zhu Qi said without thinking. Tell you the reason? Okay, if we lose these spirit fruits, I naturally won't need to keep this information a secret. Hearing this, De Ji's expression changed slightly, but after thinking for a while, he agreed. Okay, then it's a deal. Zhu Qi raised his eyebrows and extended a hand. Pa, pa, pa. After 3 sounds, the white-haired old man and Zhu Qi each clapped their hands. Then, the 4 spirit masters each walked out of the circle. Song Tian, I don't know if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, but in the next match, you can use all of them. As long as you can win against this kid named Jinyu, the two of us will give you 1/10 of the benefits from the match. When Zhu Qi passed by Lu Ming, he suddenly turned his head and said seriously to him. That's right, as long as you win the match, I can also guarantee this. Martial Ant Zhong also added seriously. This disciple understands, I will definitely do my best. Hearing that he could get 1/10 of the benefits, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but jump, and he hurriedly lowered his head as he replied. At this time, De Ji and De Shang also solemnly gave the gloomy young man a few words before letting him go. Jinyu expressionlessly walked into the circle. With a shake of his sleeve, the green ball rolled out and transformed into a green light praying mantis puppet. Junior, what do you think Song Tian's chances of winning are? Zhu Qi stood outside the circle and suddenly asked Martial Ant Zhong a question. If it was before the match, I could only say that he only has a 5% chance. However, since his fireball technique has already reached small success and he won the previous match so easily, he should have other tricks that he hasn't used yet. But even so, his chances of winning should only be 30%. After all, Jinyu's talent of doing many things at once, when combined with the green light praying mantis puppet, is extremely powerful. Martial Ant Zhong was silent for a while before replying. 30%. This is enough for us to gamble. Looking at De Ji and De Shang's expressions, if we don't compete in this last match, I'm afraid they won't let us leave so easily. Zhu Qi coldly laughed as he replied. Yes, I'm more curious as to why the two of them value these sky jasper fruits so much. The martial ant slowly said. Hee, if Song Tian can win, we will naturally know. If he can't, then taking 50 kilograms of iron essence back will be considered a rewarding trip. Zhu Qi laughed as he replied. That is indeed the case. What we can do now is to quietly wait for the results. The martial ant slightly nodded her head. At this time, Lu Ming had already stood up. Wisps of black gas flew out of his body. He then formed a hand sign with one hand and the bronze bracelet on his wrist lit up. A hand sign was quickly inserted into his body. At the same time, the bronze bracelet made a buzzing sound and a circular light shield appeared close to his arm. This is your practitioner weapon. It doesn't look like much. Jinyu glanced at the bronze bracelet on Lu Ming's hand and coldly said. Whether it is powerful or not, won't you know after you try it yourself? Lu Ming stared at the opponent and said calmly. Is that so? Then let me try it. A fierce light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he immediately pointed a finger at his forehead. The green light praying mantis immediately slammed its 2 front limbs together and spread its wings wide open, leaving behind a series of afterimages as it pounced towards the opponent. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly recited a hand sign and put his hands together in front of his chest. Immediately, waves of green light flashed and thin green pieces quickly appeared. Lu Ming flicked his wrist again. So. 3 wind blades shot out in a straight line. Their speed was far faster than the fireball technique that he had previously used. They were actually not any slower than the green light praying mantis puppet. Seeing this, the gloomy young man was slightly shocked and hurriedly urged the puppet beast. Dang, dang, dang. After 3 sounds, the praying mantis's front limbs moved quickly. Although it knocked away the 3 wind blades, it could not help but take a few steps back. Jinyu's face darkened. His empty hand suddenly formed a hand sign and pointed at the praying mantis. Immediately, the puppet rushed out again. However, with a flap of its wings, it turned into 4 blurry afterimages. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one and the fake one, and they all pounced at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, but he recited the hand sign even more hurriedly. Once again, he raised both his hands. The sound of something breaking through the air was loud. Another 4 wind blades shot out and instantly destroyed 3 of the praying mantis phantoms. Only the last praying mantis moved its forelimb and knocked the wind blades away. However, its body was unable to withstand the force of the wind blades in midair and was involuntarily sent flying backward. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly waved his big sleeve in the air. A black shadow flashed and a black rope went straight for the praying mantis puppet like a poisonous snake. Pooh! Just as the praying mantis was about to be caught off guard by the black rope, the puppet beast suddenly flapped its wings and its body instantly shot to the side. The black chain suddenly failed to wrap around him. However, just as Jinyu was slightly distracted, Lu Ming on the other side once again waved both his hands. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard again and 2 more wind blades shot out. However, this time, the target was not the praying mantis puppet. Instead, with a flash, it appeared in front of Jinyu like a ghost. When Lu Ming attacked previously, he had not used his full strength. His wind blade technique, which had been enhanced with pure Fa Li, was now 30 to 40% faster than before when he used it with all his might. Even though Jinyu had always had a wild personality, he could not help but jump in fright when he saw this situation. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pung, pung. The wind blades landed solidly on Jinyu's chest. However, with a flash of yellow light, a muffled sound like that of dead wood could be heard. Mechanical battle armor. De Ji and De Shang, the 2 of you actually gave him such a treasure. This match cannot be counted. Zhu Qi, who was originally about to jump in joy, immediately shouted at the white-haired old man and Martial Aunt Zhong when he saw the scene. Martial Aunt Zhong's face also became abnormally ugly when she saw the scene. Humph, look carefully. The mechanical item that Yu Er used is not the mechanical battle armor we used last time, but the mechanical protective mirror that he made himself. The white-haired old man forced a smile as he replied. His face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the scene just now had given him a big fright. Protective mirror. Hearing this, Zhu Qi was slightly startled. At this time, Jinyu let out a cold snort and suddenly tore off the clothes on his body, revealing another set of white clothes that stuck closely to him. However, the front and back of the clothes had round wooden pieces that looked like mirrors that tightly protected his chest and back. The surface of the 2 pieces of wood was abnormally smooth and there were some black spirit inscriptions imprinted on them. The edges of the 2 pieces of wood were densely packed with thin ropes that tightly tied them to the body of the gloomy young man. As for the 2 wind blades, they only left 2-inch-deep marks on the wooden piece in front of him. They were unable to cut it open at all. When Lu Ming saw this, he was naturally stunned. It was obvious that he did not think that his previous attack would fail. Jinyu slapped the wood piece in front of his chest with one hand. Pung! The 2 seemingly normal pieces of wood suddenly changed shape and stretched out. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a simple wooden armor that covered the vital parts of his upper body. You still dare to say that this mechanical battle armor was not bestowed by you? When Zhu Qi saw this, he immediately became angry. This item was really not bestowed by us. The 2 of us can swear a hard oath on this. Also, even after this mechanical mirror has changed, it is still very simple and crude. It is far from being called a mechanical battle armor. TSK, this child Yu Er can actually already forge such a complicated mechanical spirit tool. The white-haired old man hastily explained and said with a face full of gratification. De Shang, who was at the side, also had an expression full of surprise. It seemed that Jinyu's performance had far exceeded their expectations. When he heard the 2 of them even swear a hard oath, Zhu Qi was stunned and did not know what else to say. At this time, Jin Yu, who had half of his body covered by the wooden armor, pointed one of his hands at his forehead. His other hand flipped over and a short stick that was as thick as a thumb appeared. He then pointed it at the opposite side without saying anything. Puff. Puff. 2 green lights shot out from one end of the stick. After a few flashes, they arrived in front of Lu Ming. Surprisingly, they were 2-inch-long bamboo nails. Their surfaces were covered in a green light and were extremely strange. At the same time, the green light praying mantis puppet in the air flapped its wings and let out a strange woo-woo sound as it charged at Lu Ming. Pong, pong. Lu Ming almost instinctively raised the light shield on his wrist. The 2 bamboo nails were blocked, but they instantly exploded. A white liquid shot into the sky from the explosion. After condensing, it actually transformed into a white silk net that fell down. Web technique. Lu Ming's heart trembled and he quickly chanted an incantation. He raised his hand and a crimson fireball instantly shot out. The fireball struck the white silk net and the surging flames exploded. However, a shocking scene occurred. He had thought that the net would be reduced to ashes in an instant, but it was completely unscathed by the flames. Furthermore, the flames were quickly extinguished with a slight tremble, and the net continued to cover the net. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he suddenly changed the gesture in his hand. There was a fluctuation above his head. Suddenly, a deathly gray gas appeared out of thin air, and it transformed into a gray cloud that was 10 feet in size. It was the soaring sky technique that all spirit apostles knew. After the white net descended, it was immediately stopped by the gray cloud and was unable to descend any further. This scene not only stunned Jin Yu, but even Zhu Qi, Da Ji, and the others, who were watching from outside the circle, could not help but look at each other. It was the first time that they had seen the soaring sky technique being used as a defensive method. However, after Lu Ming had been flustered for a while, the mantis puppet had rushed to his side after a few flashes. Its 2 blade-like forelimbs moved and turned into a dozen cold lights that chopped down. Pooh! Lu Ming's arm, which had the copper ring on it, shook at the mantis puppet. The light shield instantly disappeared and was replaced by a yellow tiger head. It opened its mouth and spat out a white sound wave. Gudong! The net of blades formed by the forelimbs of the puppet mantis puppet was extremely sharp, but it was completely unable to withstand the invisible sound wave attack. As a result, its body was struck by the sound wave attack, and it was forcibly knocked back several steps. However, in the next moment, the puppet beast rushed forward again in a flash. Lu Ming's face darkened. He activated the Fali in his body and spat out another sound wave from the tiger head's mouth, forcing the mantis puppet back again. Unfortunately, although the sound wave attack was quite mysterious, the power of the attack would greatly decrease with distance. Even though it had hit its target twice, the mantis puppet did not seem to be damaged at all. Instead, under the control of the gloomy youth, it continued to madly rush at Lu Ming. It was obvious that Jin Yu knew that although the tiger's bite bracelet could be activated for a short time, it consumed a lot of true yuan. Even a middle spirit apostle would not be able to sustain this kind of attack for too long. Lu Ming naturally knew about this. After he once again repelled the green light praying mantis puppet, he suddenly let out a low roar. His 2 calves became a lot thicker and after fiercely stomping on the ground, his body shot towards Jin Yu like an arrow. With the support of Lu Ming's Fali from the second level of the dark bone method, the light body technique that he had previously used with the tiger's bite bracelet, and the secret technique that stimulated his potential, even though his speed was not as fast as the green light mantis puppet, it was not too far behind. Therefore, with the delay of the mantis puppet, it was already a bit too late to chase after Jin Yu. However, Jin Yu snorted and stood in the same spot without dodging. He only shook his wrist and a green light flashed at the tip of the short rod in his hand. Another 2 green bamboo nails shot towards Lu Ming. So. Lu Ming raised both of his hands and 2 white lines shot out from his hands. With a flash, the 2 green bamboo nails were sent flying. Under the ingenious effect of a gentle force, the bamboo nails did not explode. The 2 white lines were formed by the water arrow technique. At this time, after 2 leaps, Lu Ming was only 30 to 40 feet away from the gloomy youth. He formed a hand sign with one hand and muttered an incantation. A faint wind blade had already formed in his hand. Seeing this, Jinyu still stood in the same spot without moving. Instead, he threw away the short rod in his hand and quickly grabbed at his waist. In his hand, a metal cylinder that was as thick as an arm appeared. He then aimed the black mouth of the cylinder in front of him. Although Lu Ming only felt his body and did not know what was inside the cylinder, the experience that he had gained from going through many life and death situations made him instantly feel an extreme sense of danger. Without thinking, he abruptly slapped his chest with one hand. After 3 dots of black light flashed, a black light shield immediately appeared outside of his body. Almost at the same time, a few scarlet-red inscriptions flashed on the surface of the cylinder. From within, a scarlet-red flame surged out. In an instant, the charging Lu Ming was submerged within it. In the instant that the raging flame was spat out, a black ball also rolled out from Jinyu's hand. After tapping his forehead with a finger, the ball transformed into a giant tortoise puppet that was half the height of a person with a jiabing sound. After the giant tortoise stood up, it was like a huge black shield that protected the youth behind it. The gloomy youth took a step forward and quickly slapped the huge shield. A GA sound rang out, dozens of small holes immediately appeared on the thick shell of the giant tortoise. With a piercing sound, dozens of steel arrows shot out like a torrential rain. Almost everything in front of them was covered within the range of the attack. When De Ji and De Shang, who were watching from outside the circle, saw this, they were immediately overjoyed. On the other hand, Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong's hearts sank. So. Within the flames, a human figure flashed and shot to the side, instantly dodging the attack of the steel arrows. Following that, under the guidance of an invisible force, the direction of the figure suddenly changed. With an unbelievable speed, the figure drew a circular arc and shot towards Jinyu's side. This unexpected scene caused the gloomy youth to be greatly shocked. He hurriedly turned around and wanted to make some sort of defensive move, but it was already too late. He had only turned his body halfway when he suddenly heard the sound of wind beside his ears. His shoulders sank and 2 palms flashing with green light were placed on top of them. At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded, "Don't move. If you move again, I will cut off your head." In between the 2 palms, there were 2 faintly discernible wind blades flashing endlessly. Jinyu's face immediately turned green. Even if he had the protection of the mechanical battle armor, there was no protection around his neck. Now that he was being cut by the wind blades at such a close distance, even if he had great skills, he would definitely lose his life. However, even so, he still turned his head bit by bit and looked at his opponent who was standing beside him with an ominous glint in his eyes. At this time, Lu Ming's light green clothes had already become a patch of ash. His body was also filled with the smell of smoke and fire. His exposed neck, wrists, and other places were also covered with red blisters. It was obvious that he had been severely burned by the fire, but he still looked at him with a smile on his face. When the gloomy youth's gaze swept down again, he suddenly came to a realization. He saw that one of Lu Ming's calves was wrapped with a long black rope. The other end was deeply inserted into the ground where he was standing. Just now, the reason why he could increase his speed greatly, change his direction, and suddenly move to the side was obviously because he had borrowed the power of this black rope. However, when did his opponent set up this rope at such a close distance? He actually did not notice it at all. Good plan. However, if it was a true one-on-one fight, you are definitely not my opponent. Jinyu stared at Lu Ming and said word by word. Fight head-on? If I also had this many mechanical items and 2 or 3 puppets to help me, I would consider it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Haha, Song Tian, you did well. As expected, you did not disappoint the 2 of us. Fellow De Ji and De Shang, what do you think of this round? Outside the circle, when Zhu Qi saw the situation, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and laughed. Martial Ant Zhong, who was beside him, naturally had a face full of smiles. Humph, if we lose, we lose. Could it be that Brother Zhu is afraid that we will go back on our words? You err, come back. This disciple of yours is really full of schemes, allowing you to pick up a good seedling. De Ji snorted and said with an ugly expression. Jinyu actually lost in this competition. This really made them too surprised. Then the matter of the bet. Zhu asked without thinking. These spirit fruits all belong to you. Later on, the two of us will also send our sex disciples to personally deliver the 100-gene iron essence to you. De Ji said while gnashing his teeth. De Shang's face was as calm as water and he did not say a word. Hee, then many thanks to the two fellows for the generous gift. Hearing this, Zhu said with great joy. However, shouldn't the two fellows tell us why these sky jasper fruits are so important to us? Martial Ant Zhong's eyes flashed as she asked. Since we have already lost the spirit fruits to you two fellows, this information is naturally useless to us. Fellows, do you know that the Sea Race's market has once again opened? The sky jasper fruit is one of the items that the Sea Race wants to exchange for. Deshang lightly said. What, the Sea Race's market has appeared? Fellows, are you joking? Which country is it in? Why haven't we heard anything about it? Hearing this, Zhu was greatly shocked. It's in the Haiyu country. If it weren't for the fact that one of our disciples is going to this country, we wouldn't have heard of this information. De Ji snorted as he replied. Haiyu country, no wonder. Haha, thank you fellows for telling us the truth. Zhu laughed out loud. After Martial Ant Zhong finished listening to the conversation, her face was filled with surprise and joy. Brother Zhu, don't be too happy yet. Even though there are countless treasures in the Sea Race's market square, you still need enough luck to get what you want. Otherwise, you might end up letting those Sea Race take advantage of you and return empty-handed. De Ji said in a bad mood. Fellow De Ji doesn't need to worry about this. Since we have such a good opportunity, we will naturally plan carefully before heading over. Zhu smile disappeared as he replied. This was the first time the disciples, including Lu Ming, had heard of the Sea Race's market and were all confused. Alright, Song Tian, use this to knock down all of the spirit fruits and place them in the basket. Remember, the sky jasper fruit is a fire attribute spirit fruit. Do not touch it directly with your body or else it will turn into fire spiritual energy and disappear. Martial Ant Zhong's smile disappeared and she suddenly took out two glyphs from her sleeve. She threw them in front of her and they immediately turned into a scarlet bamboo basket and a small hammer of the same color. Yes, disciple understands. When Lu Ming heard this, he immediately lowered his head and responded. His arm moved to pick up the two items but he touched the burns on his body and couldn't help but grimace. Wait, I have a bottle of spirit medicine here. Rub it on your wounds before heading over. When Martial Ant Zhong saw this, her expression changed as she took out a small bottle and handed it over. Thank you, Martial Ant. Lu Ming naturally replied with joy. He immediately took the small bottle and poured some clear and transparent spiritual liquid from it. After smearing it on the burn, a cool feeling suddenly spread all over his body, and the pain in his body was immediately reduced by half. His spirits rose as he put away the medicine bottle. Carrying the bamboo basket and the small hammer, he walked toward the spirit tree. When Lu Ming walked in front of the layer of blue light that enveloped the fruit tree, he hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Zhu and Martial Ant Zhong didn't say anything, he continued to stride forward. A blue light flashed before his eyes, he felt a chill on the surface of his body before he walked into the light screen. A wave of hot air that was several times hotter than the air outside came rolling in. Lu Ming's brows furrowed. After activating the FA in his body, threads of black gas came out of his body. The burning sensation was immediately reduced by a lot. Only then did he make his way to the spirit fruit tree. He raised a small hammer and struck a green spirit fruit. Pooh! The sky jasper fruit seemed to have ripened for a long time. With a sound, it rolled down from the branch and fell into the red bamboo basket that had been waiting for a long time. When Lu Ming saw this, he didn't hesitate any longer and the small hammer in his hand began to dance. One by one, the spirit fruits rolled down and in the blink of an eye, the bamboo basket was filled to the brim. When Zhu and Martial Ant Zhong saw this, they couldn't help but smile. De Ji and Deshang could only bitterly smile. Let's go. Since there are no more spirit fruits for us, there is no point in staying here. The white-haired old man said. When the old man with the wooden crown heard this, he naturally didn't have any objections. Thus, the two of them called out to each other and were about to leave the underground cavern with their disciples. At this time, Lu Ming had just finished striking the last sky jasper fruit. With a slight smile, he wanted to carry the bamboo basket and return to Zhu Qi and Marshal Ant Zhong's side. However, just as he took a few steps back, the ground behind him suddenly shook. He couldn't help but hastily turn his head to look. He saw that on the ground where the spirit tree was, a dozen large scarlet inscriptions had appeared. Following this, a rumbling sound rang out and a pillar of fire as thick as a water jar shot out from the ground. In an instant, it submerged the spirit tree and turned it into ashes. The roiling flames wildly swept out in all directions. Lu Ming turned pale with fright. Without thinking, he moved his body and wanted to escape from this place. However, just as his body jumped up, he suddenly felt two figures flash to his side. Zhu Qi and Marshal Ant Zhong had unexpectedly flashed and appeared at the same time. Zhu Qi formed a hand sign with one hand and waved his sleeve in front of him. Immediately, the flames in front of him rolled back. However, Marshal Ant Zhong blocked in front of Lu Ming and said a word of caution. Her eyes flashed as she stared at the flames without saying anything. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. The white-haired old man and Marshal Ant Zhong, who had originally walked to the exit, unexpectedly flew over like a swarm of bees. They looked at the scarlet flames with faces full of astonishment. After a short moment, the flames that had shot out from the ground disappeared. However, what was left behind was a scarlet-red formation that was around 10 feet wide. Surrounding it were a dozen scarlet inscriptions that were faintly flashing and emitting threads of heat. Small teleportation formation. After Zhu Qi clearly saw the formation, his expression changed as he spoke. That's right, it is indeed this formation. Hee, this is truly a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. Suppressing Dragon Master really did set up a secret location here. It's just that I didn't think that the entrance would only appear after the spirit tree was destroyed. De Ji also stared at the scarlet formation and said with a laugh. Although Marshal Ant Zhong and the old man with the wooden crown didn't say anything, everyone could see the shock in their eyes. It seems that the two of you want to go in and take a look. However, if we don't make some preparations and go in now, wouldn't that be too rash? Zhu Qi turned his head and asked the white-haired old man with hesitation. What preparations? Since the spirit tree has been destroyed, the earth fire should soon erupt. When that time comes, the entire island will be destroyed, and where will we find suppressing Dragon Master's treasures? How about this, first let our sect's disciples leave the island, then our two sects will join hands and take a look inside. As for who will be able to obtain what treasures, it will all depend on their own luck. The white-haired old man repeatedly shook his head as he spoke. Okay, then I will take this risk. Zhu Qi's expression changed for a while before he clenched his teeth and agreed. De Shang and Marshal Ant Zhong hesitated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Thus, under the orders of the four, all of the disciples left the cave. As for Lu Ming, he left the bamboo basket and spirit fruits in his hands to Zhu Qi before leaving with the others. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming, Yu Qing, and the 10 or so 9 Enlightenment Mountain disciples rode a cloud and stopped above a pile of rubble at the center of the island, quietly waiting for Zhu Qi and the others. However, they were naturally separated into 2 rows, each facing each other from a distance. Time slowly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. There was still no movement from below. All of the disciples were a bit uneasy, and some of them even began to whisper to each other. At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from below. Without any warning, the stone house burst open and a red light flew out from within. With a blur, it turned into countless scarlet red threads that shot in all directions. Quickly dodge, this is Sword Qi, it is not something you can defend against. A stern shout suddenly came from below. Following which, several figures flashed. Zhu Qi and the other 3 also flew out on their own clouds. However, all of their clothes were in tatters and their foreheads were covered in sweat. It was as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. However, their warning was still too late. After a few miserable cries, the red threads flashed and a few more people were directly pierced through their waists and cut in half. Unexpectedly, this included Yu Qing, the 9 infant mountain disciple. Xiao Feng and Lu Ming's reactions were considered fast, but after barely dodging the red threads, they couldn't help but sweat profusely. However, without waiting for them to react, two figures flashed beside them. Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong appeared in front of them and lifted the two of them up. Zhu Qi shook his sleeve and a glyph shot out. After the white gas rolled and dissipated, the flying jade spirit boat appeared in front of them. In a flash, the two of them brought Lu Ming and Xiaofeng into the boat. With a pu sound, Zhu Qi did not say anything else and the flying jade spirit boat turned into a ball of green light and shot away. At the same time, on the side of 9 Enlightenment Mountain, the two spirit masters, De Ji and De Shang, also quickly released a loft-like flying totem. After taking the remaining disciples into it, they fled in another direction with all their might. Both sides were using flying totem. With their full strength, one could imagine how fast they were. In an instant, they arrived at the edge of the island. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the island below and pillars of fire shot into the sky. In an instant, the entire island became a sea of fire. At the same time, a long bird cry came from the center of the sea of fire. The sound was abnormally ear-piercing and caused the scalp of those who heard it to go numb. Not good, Senior. It has almost completely awakened. Go a bit faster, don't let it catch up. Martial Ant Zhong heard the bird cry and her face paled a bit as she hurriedly said. Junior, lend me a hand. I will use the forbidden blood technique. Hearing the bird cry, Zhu Qi's face also showed a trace of fear. After clenching his teeth, he replied in such a manner. Okay, I got it. The two of you should also quickly sit down. Martial Ant Zhong replied without hesitation and quickly gave instructions to Xiaofeng and Lu Ming. Xiaofeng clearly had not recovered from Yu Cheng's death and the chaotic scene in front of him. He could only subconsciously nod his head. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He hurriedly sat down and tightly grabbed onto the side wall of the flying boat. Although Martial Ant Zhong could see that Xiaofeng was a bit unwell, she did not have the time to care too much. With a flash of her body, she stood behind Zhu Qi and placed her two palms on his back. At the same time, her body began to emit layers of white light. Zhu Qi let out a low roar and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His two hands quickly formed a hand sign. The blood essence immediately turned into a bloody mist and entered the wooden boat. A humming sound rang out. The flying jade spirit boat's speed increased by nearly half and it turned into a green streak of light as it flew through the air. Before Xiaofeng could calm himself down, he immediately rolled and his back fiercely hit the side of the wooden boat, causing him to let out a low cry of pain. Lu Ming's arms exerted some force and he sat steadily in his original position without moving at all. After casting the spell, Zhu Qi sat down on the deck. His complexion was extremely pale. After Martial Ant Zhong withdrew her hands, she continued to look back with a face full of worry. In a short moment, the flying jade spirit boat had already flown more than 10 miles away. The sea of fire behind them gradually disappeared and they still did not see anything chasing after them. Seeing this, Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong's expressions relaxed. It seems that the evil creature had just awakened and was not willing to harm its own strength to chase after us. The four of us were lucky enough to escape this calamity. Martial Ant Zhong let out a light breath as she spoke. When we return, we must immediately report this matter to the sect leader. We must immediately send people to get rid of it. Looking at this evil creature's appearance, it clearly just entered the crystal level not too long ago. If another 100 years passed and it stabilized its realm, I'm afraid that our sects will really be in big trouble. Zhu Qi said with a gloomy face. Back then, everyone knew that Suppressing Dragon Master had a liquid-level spirit scarlet dragon by his side. However, a few years before he passed away, the dragon suddenly disappeared. At that time, everyone thought that Suppressing Dragon Master endured the pain and got rid of it to prevent it from doing evil in the future. Who would have thought that the serpent dragon would hide in the earth fire under the island and bitterly cultivate without coming out? Moreover, it had quietly advanced to the crystal level and was secretly refining the totems left behind by the Suppressing Dragon Master. Martial Ant Zhong spoke with lingering fear. Fortunately, when we entered, the serpent was half asleep and coincidentally in the middle of refining the Suppressing Dragon sword, forcing it to have no choice but to self-destruct this treasure. Otherwise, if it had obtained the spiritual sword, it would be even more impossible to subdue it in the future. Zhu Qi laughed bitterly. However, Qing Er did not escape this calamity. When we return, I don't know how to explain this to Senior. Marshal Aunt Zhong's expression darkened. Qing'er's matter is indeed very painful. However, there was nothing we could do about it. Who would have thought that when the serpent dragon was forcefully withdrawing the qi method, it still had enough energy left to allow the suppressing dragon sword to fly out of the ground, causing it to self-destruct. Not only us, but the 9 Enlightenment Mountains' losses were even greater. De Ji's disciple, who was preparing to become a body cultivator, also did not escape this calamity. Only then did Lu Ming and Xiao Feng and Lu Ming vaguely understand what was going on. It seemed that after Zhu Qizhong and the others entered the small teleportation formation, not only did they not find any treasures, but they also encountered an extremely terrifying flood dragon that actually forced the 4 spirit masters to flee. At this time, Zhu Qi and Marshal Aunt Zhong didn't seem to have any interest in continuing to converse. One focused on driving the spirit boat while the other sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. After the 10 days, the dragon sucked into the boat, the spirit, the spirit, the spirit. Spirit Mumu, Spirit Feng and Spirit, the spirit. And Feng 9. Spirit. After a while, the scholar brought the 2 of them out of the 9 Infants Mountain. 2 hours later, on the main peak of the mountain range where the barbarian ghost sect's ancestral hall was located, a bell suddenly rang. Following this, the spirit masters of the various mountains, regardless of whether they were cultivating in seclusion or teaching, all stopped what they were doing in shock. They all rode their clouds and flew towards the main peak. The other barbarian ghost sect spirit apostle outer sect disciples were even more shocked and began to discuss among themselves. At the same time, Lu Ming, who had returned to his residence, was sleeping soundly on the bed with his face buried deep in the blankets. He acted as if he did not hear the faint ringing of the bell outside the window. At the dawn of the next day, when Lu Ming woke up once more, an outer court disciple was already waiting respectfully outside, and he notified the Confucian scholar and the others that they were looking for him. After thanking the outer sect disciple, Lu Ming immediately flew to the top of the mountain. When he entered the large hall, the scholar, Zhu Qi, and the martial nun were already waiting there. Moreover, they seemed to have just finished discussing something, and all of them seemed to be worried. I pay my respects to Master Gue, Martial Uncle Zhu, and Martial Aunt Zhong. Lu Ming took a step forward and bowed. Stand up. Song Tian, I have already heard about your performance on suppressing Dragon Island from your martial uncle and martial aunt. It can be said that you have made a great contribution to our sect. When the scholar saw Lu Ming, his face revealed a trace of a smile and he gestured for Lu Ming to stand up. I don't dare, this is something that a disciple should do. Lu Ming naturally kept on being humble. You don't need to say these things. Although our 9 Infants Mountain is a bit weaker in the sect, we have done a good job when it comes to rewards and punishments. In addition, I heard that Junior Zhu said that before the last crucial match, the 2 of them had already agreed to give you 1/10 of the rewards. If this is the case, my side will not oppose it. Junior Zhu, take out the items. The scholar faintly smiled and turned his head to speak to Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi nodded his head and grabbed at a leather pouch at his waist. From within, he took out a few items and placed them on the table to the side. Impressively, it was a scarlet-red wooden box that contained 3 emerald-green round fruits and 3 pieces of black metal that glittered with a cold light. Here are 3 sky jasper fruits and 3 pieces of high-quality iron essence weighing half a kilogram. Their value is about 1/10 of the rewards this time. Now, they are all yours. However, before this, I have 2 suggestions for you. You can listen to them. The scholar slowly said. Please advise me, Master Gue. Lu Ming suppressed the happiness in his heart and respectfully said. The first suggestion is that you can directly sell these 3 sky jasper fruits and 3 pieces of iron essence to the 3 of us. You should be able to exchange them for around 6,000 to 7,000 spirit stones. With such a large amount of spirit stones, it will be enough for you to cover all of your expenses in the sect for the next 10 years. Thus, you can focus on training and won't have to worry about spirit stones. The second suggestion is that I can help you send these 3 sky jasper fruits to the best alchemist in the sect. Furthermore, I can help you gather the other supplementary ingredients and refine 3 bottles of marrow cleansing spirit liquid for you. However, as a price, we will have to take back the 3 pieces of iron essence. Song Tian, what do you think? The scholar asked with a smile. I choose the second option. Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately made his decision without thinking. You don't want to think about it? Gui Ruquan saw that Lu Ming had answered so quickly and was a bit surprised. No need. I know that my aptitude is low. Since this marrow-cleansing spirit liquid has the effect of cleansing one's body, I naturally won't give up on such a good opportunity. Lu Ming resolutely replied. Okay, since you have said it like this, then come back in 10 days to receive the marrow-cleansing spirit liquid. The scholar nodded his head and didn't try to persuade him any further. Lu Ming happily expressed his thanks. Afterward, the scholar asked Lu Ming a few questions about training before sending him back. Senior, now that Qing Er is no longer here, do you really not plan on taking him in as a direct disciple? Once Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the entrance, Marshal Ant Zhong couldn't help but ask. Although this child's performance on suppressing Dragon Island was not bad, he is still only a 3 spiritual pulse. In addition, he has already taken pills that increase FA, so I'm afraid that he won't have much potential in the future. Even if he uses the marrow-cleansing spirit liquid, he will probably only be a late spirit apostle for the rest of his life. It really isn't worth spending any more effort on him. Also, the resources on the mountain are limited, so it is better to concentrate on Feng Er and the other disciples with the best aptitudes. This way, our 9-infant mountain will have a chance to rise again. After all, only the number of spirit masters can determine the true strength of a faction. The scholar shook his head as he spoke. But doing this is still a bit of a waste. This child's performance in fights is truly astonishing. If he can really become a late spirit apostle, he might even have a chance to fight for a core disciple position for our sect. Zhu Qi said. What use is a mere core disciple position? In comparison, if our faction can have another spirit master, our prestige will naturally be completely different. Hearing this, Gui Ruquan still persisted. Hearing the scholar say this, Zhu Qi and Marshal Ant Zhong looked at each other and didn't say anything else. That's right, what should we do about the sea races market? Other than the 3 spirit fruits that were given to Song Tian, we still have 30. It should be enough to enter the sea races market and choose an item. Zhu Qi's eyes flashed as he changed the topic. Yes, the opening of the sea races market is indeed a heaven-sent opportunity that we definitely cannot let go of. We might even be able to exchange for an item that is 10 or even 100 times better than the sky jasper fruit. However, the sea race are all abnormally cunning. In recent years, very few people have been able to return from the market with great rewards. How about this, when I get back, I will invite a good friend with spirit eyes to go with us. This way, we will have a higher chance of success. The scholar thought for a moment before replying. Hearing this, Zhu Qi and Marshal Ant Zhong naturally nodded their heads without any objections. Senior Gui, I heard that Marshal Uncle has already come out of seclusion and is rushing towards suppressing Dragon Island. After chatting for a while, Marshal Ant Zhong's expression became serious as she asked the scholar. That is indeed the case. The dragon is originally a rare existence among the demonic beasts. Every part of its body is a treasure, not to mention a crystal-level scarlet dragon. If Marshal Uncle can really obtain some of the dragon's blood essence and find an alchemist to refine it into a legendary pill, he might be able to use it to increase his cultivation by another level. However, there are also people from 9 Enlightenment Mountain who know of the dragon's existence. I'm afraid that Master Ling Yu will immediately hear the news and make a move. Hearing this, the scholar slowly replied. Since there are 2 crystal-level seniors making a move, the evil dragon will not be able to escape death. Marshal Ant Zhong let out a long sigh. Humph, junior sister, you are too happy too early. Comparing the same level, high-level demonic beasts are originally stronger than us human cultivators. As for that evil flood dragon, it has been by suppressing flood dragon master's side for such a long time, so it should have learned some other skills. Moreover, from what you said, suppressing Flood Dragon Master spirit weapons have already fallen into the Flood Dragon's hands, and they have almost been refined. If that is the case, even if Marshal Uncle and Master Ling Yu were to make a move at the same time, they might not have 100% chance of killing the dragon. The scholar snorted as he replied. If that is the case, then our Xian country will no longer be at peace. With this crystal-level dragon's strength, normal spirit masters like us will not be able to escape. The spirit master's face changed. Junior, don't worry. Although Senior is right, don't forget that the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood have more than one crystal-level elder. Even if the Scarlet Dragon was able to escape the pursuit of martial uncle and esteemed Ling Yu, once it provoked the elders of the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood, no matter how great its abilities were, only death awaited it. Especially the flying sword technique of the Heavenly Moon sect, it is exceptionally powerful. Without the suppressing dragon sword, no matter how fierce it is, it will not be able to defend against it. Zhu Qi had a different opinion. Once the flying sword technique of the Heavenly Moon sect is mastered, it is indeed a great killing weapon. However, the blood knife secret technique of the Hall of Blood is also extremely vicious. Once the blood knife reaches the body, even if it only scratches the skin, it will be fatal. But then again, it is not just these two sections. Which of the great sect does not have a trump card? Even if it is our barbarian ghost sect, if we can summon the barbarian ghost king that shook many countries, it is enough to sweep away the other sections. But what is the point of saying this now? Ever since the barbarian ghost king passed away, it disappeared without a trace and no one can summon it again. Hearing this, Marshal Ant Zhong sighed. The spirit master and the Gui spirit master looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. In the past, the barbarian ghost sect had once dominated the various sects, but after that, it got worse with each generation. If it wasn't for the support of a crystal-level martial uncle, perhaps even their position as one of the 5 great sects would be unstable. This made them, the unfilial juniors, feel extremely ashamed. Okay, although that evil dragon is a big problem, with martial uncle and the others here, it will not be able to cause too much trouble. Let us now discuss some matters of our sect. The spirit master coughed lightly and said. Hearing this, Zhu Qi and Marshal Ant Zhong naturally did not object and immediately started another topic. 10 days later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the training room and was playing with a pure white jade bottle in his hand. There were 2 other similar bottles on the ground beside it. These were the 3 bottles of marrow cleansing liquid that he had received from the Confucian scholar. According to the Confucian scholar, it was best to exercise vigorously before using the spiritual liquid, and then use it all in one go within a few days. Only then could it achieve the best effect of cleansing the marrow and changing the meridians. Of course, the process would not be too comfortable. Lu Ming silently pondered for a while before suddenly placing the bottle in his hand on the ground. He then walked with large strides to the small courtyard outside the door. Sizzle. He casually tore off his shirt, revealing a rather sturdy upper body. After taking a light breath, he began to practice a set of seemingly strange fist techniques. Again and again, the sound of his fists whistled through the air. It was the body-forging fist that he had learned when he was planting spiritual fields. As time slowly passed, Lu Ming's skin gradually turned red. A layer of sparkling sweat appeared on his back and began to emit hot air. Moreover, the hot air became thicker and thicker. Even the seemingly fierce wind from his fists was unable to completely disperse it. Lu Ming suddenly stopped what he was doing and walked back into the room with large strides while panting slightly. He quickly took off his pants and picked up a small bottle from the ground. After opening the lid, he poured out a milky white spiritual liquid and began to smear it all over his body. Once the spiritual liquid was poured into his hands, he immediately felt a bone-piercing cold. When he smeared it on his red skin, it became a sharp pain as if he was being cut by a knife. Lu Ming grinned, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly smeared the liquid on every inch of his body. Afterwards, he sat down on the ground naked and began to silently cultivate. Every time his Fa Li circulated in his body, the piercing cold on his skin would become colder. After a large circulation, he felt as if even his blood was frozen. However, Lu Ming had been warned by the scholar before and knew that this was the most crucial moment. Therefore, he still gritted his teeth and forcefully circulated the Fa Li in his body. His body was almost numb as he closed his eyes and gradually forgot about time and everything else. After an unknown amount of time, the coldness on his skin finally disappeared. At the same time, the pores on his skin began to secrete a black grease-like substance and emitted an extremely unpleasant smell. However, in contrast to this, Lu Ming's face was abnormally rosy and there was a layer of crystal light faintly flashing. After a long sigh, he finally opened his eyes. However, after looking at his body, he immediately frowned. After muttering a few words, he made a hand sign above his head. Poo, piu. After a few sounds, a few balls of clear water appeared out of thin air and washed his body, washing away all the black filth on his skin. After Lu Ming brushed his hair back, he suddenly thought of something. After squinting his eyes, he once again immersed his consciousness into his body and quickly examined it again. His bones, muscles, meridians, and spirit seemed to have some indescribable changes. His FA had also increased a bit. Although it was not a lot, it was enough to make up for half a month of bitter cultivation. Lu Ming frowned and suddenly raised his arm. His 5 fingers slightly tightened into a fist, as if his strength was slightly greater than before. He then lowered his head and looked at his whole body. It seemed that he had also grown a bit taller. However, ever since he started cultivating the dark bone method, even if he did not use FA, his strength seemed to have been slowly increasing. Although it did not increase by much each time, after accumulating for a year, it was no small matter. It was more than twice the amount he had before he entered the barbarian ghost sect. In the beginning, Lu Ming had thought that it was the effect of practicing the body forging fist a few times before cultivating. However, after asking a few other 9 infant mountain disciples who had entered the sect a long time ago, he found out that although the body forging fist had the effect of improving one's physique and increasing one's strength, it was definitely not this exaggerated. In this way, the strange increase in his strength was most likely due to the dark bone method he was cultivating. In reality, although this method seemed to be very similar to the barbarian ghost sect's ghost spirit method, there was very little mention of the specific effects of cultivating it. Even the secret techniques that came with the method were not mentioned. At the very least, it was not written in the book that the fat elder in the scripture pavilion translated for him. In other words, other than finding a few secret techniques of the same attribute from the barbarian ghost sect, he could not count on the dark bone method to have any special methods that could be used in actual combat. This caused Lu Ming to feel very depressed ever since he discovered this. In this way, if he did not have some success in cultivating a few techniques, he would look more and more like a body cultivator. Lu Ming thought like this and shook his head. He sat down cross-legged and once again picked up the small bottle and began to apply it on his body. The same piercing cold and the same sharp pain caused the youth to grimace again. 3 days later, when Lu Ming walked out of the room, his shoulders were clearly wider than 3 days ago and he was also half a head taller than before. At this time, if it was not for the fact that his face still had a bit of childishness, perhaps anyone would think that he was an 18 or 19-year-old youth. Over the past few days, there weren't many changes after each application. However, the effect of stacking on top of each other was extremely shocking. After Lu Ming stretched his arms and legs, he practiced the body forging fist in the small courtyard. As a result, the wind from his fist forcefully scraped off a layer of soil from the nearby ground. This kind of shocking effect was naturally something that he would not have been able to achieve 3 days ago. Lu Ming himself was extremely satisfied with the effects of the 3 bottles of marrow cleansing liquid. After he stopped what he was doing, he once again returned to the cultivation room. After tidying up a bit, he calmed his mind and began to comprehend the spirit communication technique. Among the barbarian ghost sect disciples, this secret technique was one of the most practiced techniques. After all, if one could control a ghost, it was equivalent to having an extra helper by one's side. Moreover, when one encountered a dangerous place, it could also help one scout out some unknown dangers. Therefore, even if the cultivation method that some disciples practiced was not suitable for practicing the spirit communication technique, they would still reluctantly practice it. To them, even if they could only summon the lowest level ghost, it was still better than nothing. After a period of comprehension, Lu Ming understood 80 to 90% of this secret technique. According to what was written in the spirit communication technique, if a spirit apostle wanted to use this technique to obtain a strong ghost, there were usually 2 ways. The first way was to be like the senior who also practiced the spirit communication technique in the small competition. Through other secret techniques, one could refine a few ghost puppets similar to the white demon skeleton and then use the spirit communication technique to subdue a few wandering ghosts. Then, one could refine them into a battle soul with battle awareness and directly attach it to the ghost puppet to be controlled. This method was because a few low-level battle souls were easy to refine. Therefore, as long as one could refine a ghost puppet, one could quickly obtain a ghost that was not weak. However, the growth of this type of ghost strength was extremely slow. After all, regardless of whether it was the training of the battle soul or the unceasing refining of the ghost puppet, it was a matter that consumed a lot of time and effort. It was unknown how many barbarian ghost sect disciples had abandoned their own cultivation because of this choice, resulting in a loss that did not make up for the gain. The second method was even simpler. It was to borrow the help of a mysterious formation that the 16th master of the barbarian ghost sect had personally created. This formation allowed one to directly go to a mysterious space called the Ghost Hell region and find a few real fierce ghosts to subdue. This method of subduing ghosts was usually full of intelligence. As long as they were placed in a place with an abundance of yin qi, they would cultivate on their own and slowly increase their strength. However, the Ghost Hell region was extremely dangerous. Normal spirit apostle disciples did not dare to truly enter this place. Therefore, the ghosts that could be captured were mostly the lowest level soldier level ghosts. If one wanted to slowly grow stronger through the later stages, the amount of time needed could be imagined. End of chapter 54. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.